Chapter 2223, Tianji Shenlu Auction, Tianji City Center. A huge pavilion with a height of several hundred meters stands here. The pavilion is made of unknown mysterious bluestone. A taste of vicissitudes in ancient times permeates the attic, as if it will last forever, giving people a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. This huge pavilion is the headquarters of the Tianji God Tower. When Jiang Chen and Ji Yufeng'er arrived outside the Tianji God building, a middle-aged man in a red robe directly greeted the two Jiang Chen. The red robe middle-aged cultivation base is not high, only the celestial venerable realm, but the body is vaguely filled with a strong pill fragrance, obviously an alchemist who deals with pill medicine all the time. The middle-aged man in Hongpao walked forward and bowed directly to Ji Yufeng'er. Goddess, in the next Suyang mountain, I will wait here for a long time at the order of the teacher. Ji Yufeng'er couldn't help but smiled. Brother Laogu is here. Goddess is polite. The auction of Tianji Shenlu will begin soon, I will take you in. Xu Yangshan finished speaking, and then took Jiang Chen and two towards the inside of the Tian Jishan building. Along the way, Ji Yufeng'er also introduced the identity of Xu Yangshan to Jiang Chen. This Xu Yangshan is a disciple of an elder of the ancient Shenfeng tribe. The elder was named Feng Qingyan, and he was a figure of the same era as Ji Yufeng'er's master, the god King Xuanfeng, and his qualifications were even better than those of the god King Xuanfeng. Feng Qingyan was fascinated by the alchemy, and almost never asked about the ancient gods and Phoenix clan. His attainments on the path of alchemy have reached an extremely terrifying level. There are 12 products of Shenyu pills. Feng Qingyan had been able to refine the world's most excellent 11th grade pill 100,000 years ago. Feng Qingyan was not satisfied with this, he wanted to refine the legendary 12th grade pill. The ancient gods in Phoenix clan, as a big clan inherited from the ancient times, has a roll of 12-level pill medicine in the clan that has been preserved. But the material of the 12th grade pill is undoubtedly not a rare magic medicine in the world. In order to collect the medicinal materials for refining the 12th grade pill, Feng Qingyan left the ancient gods in Phoenix clan and came to Tianji City, and stayed there for 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The 11th product pill has been taken by the censored king pill, which has a very important effect on the power of the censored king realm. In the 12th grade pill, it surpassed the existence of the censored king pill. According to ancient records, every 12th grade pill has incredible power, and it is even very possible to create a strong master. The 12th grade pill, like the master of the realm, has long become a legend in the continent of God's domain. That Feng Qingyan wanted to refine the legendary 12th rank God pill, which was really crazy. Xu Yangshan lives in Tianji City with Master Feng Qingyan all the year round, and is obviously very familiar with the Tianji God Tower headquarters. After taking Jiang Chen into the Tianji God building, he went straight to the outside of an ancient pavilion on the 3rd floor. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and fell on the two black armored guards at the gate. The two guards stood holding swords, standing expressionlessly on both sides of the entrance of the pavilion, like two statues, their bodies motionless. The aura of the great divine king's great way exuding from the two of them was extremely powerful, fearing that they had reached the level of the divine king's 3rd heavenly layer. Powerful people of this level, even if they were placed in the top clan of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan, they were at least at the elder level. In the Tianji Shenlu headquarters held an auction, and unexpectedly sent two god kings, triple heaven to guard the door. This shows how high the rules of the auction at the Tianji God building headquarters are. Not everyone can enter the auction at the Tianji Shenlu headquarters, and only those who have a VIP order from the Tianji Shenlu are eligible to enter it. As Feng Qingyan, it is naturally not difficult to get a VIP from the heavenly jigsaw tower. Xu Yangshan walked to the gate of the pavilion, and then directly showed the two guards at the gate a token engraved with the word, Tianji. 3 please. The two guards glanced at the token in Ji Yangshan's hand, and made a gesture of please to the three without expression. Walking into the gate of the pavilion, what Jiang Chen and the others saw was an ancient temple that was 1,000 feet long. In the ancient temple, in the center is a huge round stone platform, and there are many stone chairs surrounding the round stone platform. On the stone bench, there are already many figures sitting on it. The auras of these people are not weak. Jiang Chen just felt it for the first time, and he discovered the aura of no less than 10 gods. In addition to these great powers of the divine king realm, most of the rest are young Tianzhao who have reached the heavenly sovereign realm. Jiang Chen even found 3 familiar auras in the ancient temple. These 3 people were surprisingly the 3 Jiang Yu who had previously wanted to beat human emperor sword fragments. Unexpectedly, this guy also came to participate in the Tianji Shenlu auction. Seeing the 3 of Jiang Yu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed slightly. The arrival of the 3 Jiang Chen also attracted the attention of many people in the hall, especially after feeling the strong strength of Ji Yufeng'er. They couldn't help showing a look of surprise. It was like Ji Yufeng'er who had proving the Tao God King at a young age. Even if he looked at the entire God territory continent, that was a very rare existence. Regarding these gazes, the 3 Jiang Chen naturally ignored them. They directly found a secluded place with a few people and sat down. Senior Brother Shu, do you have any knowledge of this auction at the Tianji Shenlu headquarters? Seeing that the auction hadn't started yet, after Ji Yufeng'er sat down, she couldn't help but whispered to Shu Yangshan on the side. Master needs to collect some medicinal materials, and I naturally pay attention to every auction of Tianji Shenlu. Shu Yangshan smiled slightly and said, as far as I know, there will be many good things in this auction. The final item is a long-lost Dao Tiandan. Many people came for this medicine. Da Dao Tiandan. Rao and Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook slightly when they heard this. Naturally, Jiang Chen and the other 2 had heard of the Dao Tiandan. This is an extremely rare 11-rank divine pill. It is said that the effect of this pill is very heavenly, and it can make a practitioner at the peak of the heavenly sovereign 100% prove to become a great power in the divine king realm. In ancient times, a large part of the reason why God's domain was as strong as a cloud in the divine king realm was because of the existence of the great Dao Tiandan. Since the ancient catastrophe of God's domain, the refining method of the Dao Tiandan has been completely lost. The Dao Tiandan auction by Tianji Shenlu is very likely to be left over from ancient times. Jiang Chen also finally understood why he was afraid that many young Tianjiaos of the heavenly sovereign realm would appear in the auction this time. These guys, even Jiang Yu from the Jiang family of the human emperor palace, I'm afraid they are all here for the great Dao heaven pill. Chapter 2224, Da Dao Tiandan. This is the heaven-defying God pill that can make the heavenly sovereign realm 100% prove the Tao God King realm. Looking at the entire God realm, almost no practitioner of the heavenly venerable realm can withstand the temptation of the great Tao heavenly pill. It was too difficult for the heavenly sovereign realm to break through the divine king realm. In God's realm, there are at least 90% of the heavenly sovereign realm, and it is difficult for them to comprehend the great way and break through the God king realm even in their lifetime. Even these Tianjiao figures in the Zhongyu Tianjiao list are not 100% sure that they will be able to successfully prove the Tao God King. This avenue of heavenly pill will be even more precious. Although Da Dao Tiandan is a rare and peerless censored pill, it does not have much appeal to the 2 Jiang Chen. Ji Yufeng'er had already proven the Tao God King, and the Dao Tiandan naturally didn't make much sense to her. Jiang Chen has the system in his body, and every time he breaks through the realm, he will not be subject to any restrictions. As long as his cultivation reaches the peak of the heavenly venerable realm, breaking through the divine king realm is just a breeze. Jiang Chen did not pay too much attention to the Dao Tiandan, and directly asked a key question. Brother Shu, is there an auction item called the Moon God Stone at this auction? I checked the treasure list of the Tianji Shenlu auction, but I didn't find the Moon God Stone you were looking for. Shu Yangshan shook his head, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, but since Master said that there will be clues to the Moon God Stone in the auction, there must be. Jiang Chen nodded and said no more, quietly waiting for the start of the auction. Under such quiet waiting, an hour passed away quietly. During this time, some figures came to the ancient temple one after another. In the entire ancient temple, there are more than 100 human figures, among which there are at least 30 people in the divine king realm. The Tianji Shenlu auction was indeed well deserved, and it was able to attract so many powerful people to participate. Just as Jiang Chen was amazed, a melodious and crisp bell suddenly resounded in the quiet ancient hall. I saw a strange spatial fluctuation on the stone platform in the center of the ancient temple suddenly, with white hair and beard, like a dead old man, slowly emerging from the void of space. Looking at the old man who appeared suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. The strength of this old guy is very strong. The strength of the old man in front of him has reached an extremely terrifying level. Even the supreme master of the North Ming Shenzong, such as the 5 heavenly powerhouses of the censored king, can't compare with the old guy in front of him. Among the strong men he has seen, I am afraid that only the old monster of the seventh heavenly king of the ancient god Phoenix clan can stabilize this guy. This old guy is at least a powerhouse of the sixth heavenly king. At an auction, 2 god kings Sanjiang Tian guarded the gate, and 1 god king 6 heavens came to preside. I'm afraid that only Tianji Shenlu can get this kind of handwriting. Everyone, welcome everyone to come to this auction of Tianji Shenlu. The old man Tianbao is the host of the auction. The old man Tianbao swept his gaze in the ancient temple, and said with a smile, presumably everyone is already waiting anxiously. I won't say more nonsense. Let's just start today's auction. As soon as the old man Tianbao said this, everyone in the ancient temple was shocked. Many people who were closing their eyes to rest their minds suddenly opened their eyes and focused their gazes on the old man Tianbao. Next, start auctioning today's first auction item. When the old man Tianbao moved his palm, a palm-sized transparent jade bottle appeared in the void in front of him. In this jade bottle, there was a drop of golden liquid faintly. Although the jade bottle completely isolated the breath of the golden liquid, Jiang Chen could still feel the extraordinariness of this golden liquid, and a vaguely invisible dragon might radiate out. This golden liquid, couldn't it be the blood of an ancient saint dragon clan powerhouse? Jiang Chen stared at the golden liquid in the jade bottle, and a look of consternation appeared in his eyes. The first auction item in this auction, the blood of the sacred dragon. This drop of sacred dragon blood was left by a strong man above the seventh heaven of the ancient sacred dragon clan. It has infinite magical effects for any practitioner below the seventh heaven of the sacred king. The starting price of the holy dragon essence blood, 100,000 top-grade spar. The old man Tianbao announced with a smile. Sure enough, it was the blood of the holy dragon. At the auction of Jishinlu this day, the specifications were not as high as usual, and the first auction item turned out to be such a rare treasure. The ancient holy dragon clan, this is the top big clan in the gods' realm continent, and its strength can definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the gods' realm continent. The ancient sacred dragon clan is very fancy bloodline. Anyone who dares to fight the ancient sacred dragon clan's essence and blood, once discovered by the ancient sacred dragon clan, the end will be abnormally miserable. For example, today, the Jishin building actually took out the blood of the holy dragon for auction. The entire god realm continent could only be able to auction the blood of the holy dragon so blatantly, only the heavenly Ji Shenlu could do it. The essence and blood of the sacred dragon can be met but not sought. Obviously many people in the ancient palace were extremely moved and began to bid. 100,000 top-grade, censored crystals. 120,000 top-grade, censored crystals. Hearing the bidding of the people around, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smack his tongue secretly. Although the blood of the sacred dragon is a good thing, the price is really too high. The starting price is 100,000 high-grade, censored crystals, which is equivalent to 1 billion low-grade, censored crystals. Like Tianji Shenlu headquarters, such high-standard auctions, there is no way to look down on the high-grade Shenjing and the middle-grade Shenjing, and only the upper-grade Shenjing and the best Shenjing are traded. Ordinary world, censored forces, I am afraid that they are ruined, and they may not be able to afford this drop of holy dragon blood. In Jiang Chen's amazement, the essence and blood of the holy dragon was finally photographed by one of the young Tianzhao in the heavenly sovereign realm for the price of 160,000 censored crystals. The auction items appearing at auctions are also becoming more and more dazzling. And everything that can appear in this auction is invaluable, even the power of the censored king is extremely greedy. Although these items at the auction were rare, Jiang Chen did not easily sell them. He came today mainly for the news of the moon god stone. Once the Tianji Shenlu really put this news on the auction, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. Although Jiang Chen was in charge of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace and possessed a lot of high-grade censored crystals, he had no advantage compared with the powers of the gods on the continent of the gods. He must keep the censored crystal and strive to win the news of the moon censored stone in one fell swoop. Chapter 2225, The Real Finale. As the bidding for rare treasures from the outside world was successfully completed, the atmosphere of the ancient temple was quickly pushed to a climax. The news about the moon god stone has never appeared. Next is the final item of this auction. As the old man Tianbao said, a jade bottle containing an elixir also emerged from his palm. This pill is about the size of an egg, and the whole body is crystal clear, and it looks like a strange crystal. There are some mysterious textures on it, which is nothing ordinary at first glance. In the ancient temple, many young Tianzhao in the Tianzun realm looked at the pill in the palm of the old man Tianbao, and there was a fiery look in their eyes because of the lack of people. The final item of this auction, the Great Dao Tian Dan, has the effect of allowing the heavenly sovereign realm to break through the divine king realm 100%. Seeing the reaction of many young Tianzhao in the ancient temple, Tianbao couldn't help but smile and announced, "The starting price of the Great Dao Shendan is 1 million high-grade Shenjing." And at the moment when the old man Tianbao's voice just fell, there was a young Tianzhao who couldn't help but bid. 101 million high-grade, censored crystals. 2 million high-grade, censored crystals. In just a few moments, the asking price of the Dao Tian Dan had exceeded 5 million high-grade Shenjing. The effect of the Great Dao Tiandan to break through the Divine King realm 100% is really too bad for the sky. This is a fatal attraction for any practitioner at the pinnacle of Tianzun, even the young Tianzhao in the middle domain Tianzhao list. Although the talents of these midfield Tianzhao are not weak, they are confident that they have the ability to break through the Divine King realm. But the existence of the Dao Tian Dan can not only erase the unstable factors that they break through, but also greatly shorten the time for them to prove the Dao God King. For these middle field young talents, time is undoubtedly a very precious asset. The sooner they break through the Divine King realm, it means that they will go further in the Divine King realm in the future, and even have the opportunity to attack the legendary domination realm. Also because of this Dao Tiandan almost made the countless young Tianzhao present at the scene beat their heads. "I have 8 million top-grade, censored crystals." At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly stood up from his seat, and said indifferently, "I wonder if you all here can give me Jiang Yu a face and give me this Dao Tian Dao." As Jiang Yu said this, many people's complexions could not help but change slightly, and the entire ancient temple fell into a short silence. Jiang Yu, the royal family of the Jiang family in the palace of the people, is the first person under the Divine King realm on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. Regardless of talent or background, this guy is one of the best in the entire ancient temple. After hearing Jiang Yu scream, some people chose to give up unwillingly. Judging from Jiang Yu's posture, it was obvious that he was bound to win this Great Dao Heavenly Pill, and they couldn't compete with Jiang Yu at all regardless of their strength or financial resources. Since it was impossible to bid for the Great Dao Tian Dan at all, there was no need to bid to fight Jiang Yu. This guy is not good, and once he is targeted, it is also very troublesome. Jiang Yu, bidding at the auction, everyone has their own abilities, do you still want to use force to overwhelm others? Others are afraid of you Jiang Yu, I am not afraid of Xuantian, I have 9 million high-grade, censored crystals. Just when everyone chose to give up because of Jiang Yu's bid, an extraordinary young man in a silver robe gave a cold snort and stood up and shouted. The Zantian Zong of the Supreme Profound Sect, the 23rd Tianzhao of the Central Region Tianzhao. Unexpectedly, he also shot, this time there is a good show. Seeing the silver-robed youth and Jiang Yu tit for tat, many people's eyes showed a look of watching a show. Taishuan Saint Sect, this is also a top sect that inherits the ancients in God's domain continent. Although this sect is extremely low-key in the God's realm continent and rarely shows mountains and dews, there is no power in the entire God's realm continent who dare to have the slightest contempt for the Supreme Profound Sect. The two guys in front of them are almost the same in terms of strength and background, and now they want to obtain the Great Dao Heaven Pill. The next battle will undoubtedly be very exciting. 10 million high-grade divine crystals. Seeing Xuantianzong jump out to compete with him, Jiang Yu's expression couldn't help but sink slightly. This guy is only 2 places behind him in the ranking of the Central Region Tianzhao, and his strength is almost the same. The Supreme Profound Saint Sect behind it is also one of the top sects of the God's Domain continent. It is obviously impossible for him to use his power to suppress others, and he can only use his financial resources to bid for the Great Dao Tiandan. Nowadays, there is no leader among the dragons in the palace of the Emperor, and they are scattered in sand. The Jiang imperial family wants to revitalize the Human Emperor Palace, and is already negotiating with the other clans of the Human Emperor Palace on the establishment of the Human Emperor. If he wants to compete for the position of the Human Emperor, he must break through the censored King realm as soon as possible. Although Jiang Yu was hailed as the first person under the God King Tianzhao on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list, he had already reached the peak of Tianzun in his cultivation, but he wanted to prove the Dao God King, but it was not something that could be accomplished overnight. He wants to break through the Divine King realm as soon as possible. The ancient Shendan Avenue Tiandan auction by the Tianji God Tower is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. This time he came to the Tianji Shenlu headquarters to participate in the auction, specifically for the Dao Tiandan. For the Dao Tian Dan, he is bound to win. 15 million top-grade, censored crystals. Xuantian did not give in, and directly added 5 million high-grade, censored crystals in one breath. In the ancient palace, many people couldn't help but take a breath. These two guys are indeed from the top forces of the God's domain continent, and they are indeed rich. More than 10 million high-grade, censored crystals, this is probably enough to hurt the general, censored, king forces on the mainland. 16 million, censored crystals. Xuantianzong increased the price of the high-grade Shenjing by 5 million at a time, which also made Zhang Yu's complexion changed and continued to bid. After a fierce battle between the two, Zhang Yu finally took this Dadao Heaven pill at the price of 21 million high-grade Shenjing. Everyone, this auction of our Tianji God building should end here. But not long ago, a distinguished guest entrusted our Tianji Shenlu to auction a treasure for him. Next, we will auction the true finale of this auction. As the Dadao Tiandan auction ended, just when everyone thought that the auction had ended, the old man Tianbao's laughter sounded once again in the ancient temple. Oh, there is still a finale at this auction. When everyone heard the words, their spirits couldn't help but suddenly startled. In accordance with the practice of auctions, the more valuable things will be placed behind. Is the value of this last auction item still above the Dao Tian Dan? Is it finally coming? Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath. If the news that Feng Qingyan gave them is correct, this last auction item should probably be related to the Moon God Stone. Chapter 2226. A bunch of keys. Under the gaze of everyone in the ancient temple. With a wave of the palm of the old man Tianbao, a simple jade box about 1 foot long appeared directly and ghostly in his palm. The old man Tianbao didn't hesitate and opened the jade box directly. An extremely holy breath also slowly diffused from the jade box. I saw the treasure in the jade box turned out to be a key. The key is crystal clear, as if made of some unknown jade, with some mysterious half-moon patterns carved on it. And the holy breath that permeated the hall was surprisingly emitted from this key. Elder Tianbao, what is the origin of this key? Some people looked at the key in the hands of the old man Tianbao, and there was a curious look in their eyes. Although they also knew that the key in Elder Tianbao's hand was extremely extraordinary, it was difficult for a while to see what the key was for. Although the material of this key is extraordinary, it is not an extremely precious treasure in itself. However, based on our research on the Tianji God Tower, we finally concluded that this key is related to a force called the Moon God Palace in the ancient times, and should be the key to unlock the Moon God Palace. The old man Tianbao held up the jade box in his hand, and said astonishingly authentic. As soon as the old man Tianbao said this, the entire ancient temple fell into deathly silence at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the key in the hands of the old man Tianbao. Naturally, those who can come to participate in the auction of Tianji Shenlu headquarters are not ordinary people. They obviously had heard of the Moon God Palace in the ancient times. The Moon God Palace, one of the most powerful ruling forces in the God realm in the ancient times, was established by the Moon God dominating the Moon God, the power of the Moon God. The great tribulation of God's domain came, and the Lunar Lord and the Moon God Palace established by them all disappeared from God's domain completely. The last auction item taken out by the Tianji Shenlu this time turned out to be the key to opening the Moon God Palace. Moon God Palace, this is the dominant force in the ancient times. If you can open the Moon God Palace and get the treasures and inheritance inside, you will definitely be able to become a strong man standing on the peak of the God's domain continent, and even step into the legendary dominance realm. It is not impossible. If this thing were to be spread out, I am afraid it would be enough to make the entire God's domain continent go crazy for it. As the key to the Moon God Palace, Jiang Chen stared closely at the key in the hands of the old man Tianbao, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The Moon God Palace was the power established by the Moon God to dominate the moon. The moon-censored stone dominated by the lunar yin is very likely to be in the moon-censored palace. As long as you can get this key to open the Moon God Palace, you may be able to find the Moon God Stone. Even if this key has nothing to do with the Moon God Stone he was looking for, since he encountered it, he had to fight for it. Jiang Chen was able to achieve today's achievements in just a few decades. In addition to the system in his body, the inheritance of the Holy Dragon Heavenly Palace has undoubtedly helped him a lot. The inheritance of the power of a censored king has already benefited Jiang Chen infinitely. And the Moon God Palace was the dominant force in the ancient times, and how terrifying would the legacy it left behind. Seeing that everyone in the ancient temple was attracted by the key in his hand, the old man Tianbao couldn't help but a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Fiery eyes stared at the key in the hands of the old man Tianbao, wishing to immediately take it as his own. Since the great tribulation of the ancient times, the dominating power of God's domain has almost disappeared. Except for the presence of a strong dominance in the palace of the human emperor that year, there has never been a second strong dominion in God's domain continent. Dominating the realm has even become a legend in God's domain continent. The key in front of you can open the Moon Divine Palace of the dominating power and obtain the treasures inherited by the dominating power. How can it not make people covet it? Although the Moon God Palace had long since disappeared in the God Realm continent, with this key alone, it might not be possible to find the Moon God Palace and open it. But even if there is a 1/10th chance of opening the Moon God Palace, it is enough for countless practitioners to take a risk. Everyone, this key is an auction commissioned by a distinguished guest from the Tianji Shenlu. He doesn't need the crystal, he just wants to exchange it for life-like treasures. The old man Tianbao glanced at the audience and smiled slightly. Now let's start quoting. As the old man Tianbao's voice fell, an old man of the God King's triple heaven couldn't wait to call out, an 11th rank heaven returning sacred pill. I made 5 11th grade immortal pills. I give 10 drops of life essence. In the ancient palace, many people took out the life treasures they had pressed in the bottom box one after another, and started bidding frantically. And many people without life-like treasures couldn't help but show an annoyed look on their faces. Damn it, Tianji Shenlu didn't announce this last auction item. Zhang Yu heard the sound of bidding coming from around, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. If you had known that this auction would have the key to opening the Moon God Palace, with the strength of the human Emperor Palace, it would be natural to win this key. But now he has no life-like treasures on his body, how can he participate in the auction? Young master, you stay safe. No matter who took this key, it is not easy to take it away safe and sound, and we are not without the opportunity. Behind him, the four-layered elder of the God King whispered. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sorrowful smile flashed across his eyes. Moon God Palace, the dominant power in the ancient times, I am afraid that no practitioner in this world can resist the temptation to open the Moon God Palace. No matter who takes this key in the end, it will surely become the target of public criticism. He may not have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and win this key. Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that this key would need to be exchanged for life-type treasures. I had known that I would take more life-type treasures from the ancient treasures of the Shenfeng clan. Ji Yufeng'er could not help but an anxious look appeared in her beautiful eyes as everyone around her kept asking prices. Shu Yangshan couldn't help but ponder slightly. Goddess, or I contact Master, Master should have a lot of life treasures. That's too late. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, no matter what, I am sure to get this key. To unlock the Moon God Palace. When Jiang Chen moved his palm, a branch about 3 inches long appeared in his palm. This branch is exactly the part of the branch that Jiang Chen got from the Tree of Life. In order to obtain the key to open the Moon God Palace, Jiang Chen had to take out 1/3 of the branches of the God of Life tree. I used a piece of life magic in exchange for this key. Chapter 2227. Deal. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, everyone in the ancient palace's eyes all fell on Jiang Chen's body. The sacred tree of life, one of the 3 sacred trees that have existed since the beginning of the world of God, is a legendary sacred object of life, with incredible power. A branch of the sacred tree of life can definitely be regarded as the most precious treasure of the continent of God's domain. This guy actually wants to use a branch of the tree of life in exchange for the key in front of him. Although the key in front of us was the key to opening the Moon God Palace, the Moon God Palace had disappeared in the God realm for many years, and no one knew the whereabouts of the Moon God Palace. Even if you get this key, it is unknown whether you can find the Moon God Palace, let alone get the inheritance in the Moon God Palace. Using a branch of the God of Life tree in exchange for the key to open the Moon God Palace is too costly, isn't it? Mr. Jiang Chen, the sacred tree of life is one of the 3 sacred trees of the God's realm. It would be too uneconomical for you to exchange a piece of the sacred tree of life for this key. Although the Moon God Palace was the dominant power in the ancient times, it was only a key to unlock the Moon God Palace. Not to mention whether you can use this key to open the Moon God Palace, even if you really enter the Moon God Palace to get the inheritance of power, whether its value can be comparable to a section of the God of Life tree, that is still unknown. Although Ji Yufeng'er was a little shocked, she didn't say much. She was very aware of Sister Qingshui's position in Jiang Chen's heart, since this key could open the Moon God Palace and even get the Moon God Stone. No matter how high the price was, Jiang Chen would definitely not hesitate. Do you really have branches of the Tree of Life? The old man Tianbao's eyes fell on Jiang Chen, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The sacred Tree of Life, this sacred tree born in chaos, has long been a legend in the continent of gods. If this guy can really take out a piece of the Tree of Life, any treasure of life, in front of the Tree of Life, I am afraid it will be overshadowed. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and flicked his fingers directly, and the sacred Tree of Life in his hand shot out at the old man Tianbao. Sure enough, it is the sacred Tree of Life. As the person in charge of the Tianji Shenlu auction, the experience of the elderly Tianbao is extraordinary. He only saw at a glance that this dead branch was really taken from the legendary Tree of Life. This friend, I have decided to exchange this key for this piece of the God of Life tree, and the key to unlock the Moon God Temple is yours. After the old man Tianbao finished speaking, with a light wave of his palm, the jade box in front of him turned into a ray of light, blasting towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed the jade box and put it in his bag under the gaze of countless eyes in the hall. After getting the key, Jiang Chen also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. With this key, as long as he found the Moon God Palace and opened it, he might be able to get the Moon God Stone. It turned out that this kid took the key to opening the Moon God Palace. Seeing this scene before him, Zhang Yu couldn't help but set off a strange arc in his eyes. He obviously didn't think about it either. The last person who took this key was the one who got the human sword fragment in Tianji City not long ago. Zhang Yu was ready to look for an opportunity to censor the human sword shard from Jiang Chen. Now that the key to the Moon God Palace was also photographed by Jiang Chen, he could do two things with one stone. In this way, it saves him a lot of trouble. With the completion of the transaction of the last auction item, this auction of Tianji Shenlu also announced that it has come to an end. In the ancient hall, people got up one after another, and then withdrew towards the outside of the hall. Jiang Chen also ignored the gazes around him constantly scanning him, and walked towards the outside of the ancient temple without looking back. Out of the auction house, Xu Yangshan couldn't help but looked at Ji Yufeng'er and said, "Goddess, I have completed the task assigned by the master, and now I am going back to surrender my life to the master. I wonder if you are going to see the master." Hearing this, Ji Yufeng'er couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen, "Brother Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Girl, you can follow Brother Xu to see the elder, I have other things, so I won't accompany you. Since Brother Jiang Chen won't go, then I won't go either." As Ji Yufeng'er said, she looked directly at Xu Yangshan and said, "Brother Xu, thank you Elder Qingyan for me. After I finish the business with Brother Jiang Chen, I will definitely go to visit him." Xu Yangshan naturally did not insist upon hearing this. He just reminded Jiang Chen, "Mr. Jiang Chen, if you take a photo of the key to open the Moon God Palace, you will definitely be watched by someone with a heart. If there is nothing to do in the near future, it is best not to leave Heavenly Mystery City." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Xu, for reminding me that I have a sense of measure." When Xu Yangshan saw this, he didn't say much, and said goodbye to the two Jiang Chen, and turned around and left. Ji Yufeng'er glanced at the back of Xu Yangshan's departure, and then asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen groaned slightly. "Let's live in the Tianji God Tower first, study the key to open the Moon God Palace, and then make plans." The key to opening the Moon God Palace is still very tempting for practitioners in the God's Domain continent. Once he leaves Heavenly Mystery City now, he will definitely be targeted. Although with the power he currently possesses, as long as he doesn't encounter a powerhouse above the seventh heaven of the God King, almost few people can pose a threat to him. But Jiang Chen didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Now that the key to open the Moon God Palace has been obtained, he might as well live in the Tianji God Tower, study this key carefully, and see if he can find a clue to the Moon God Palace. If he really couldn't find a clue, he could also consider trading with the Tianji Shenlu to see if he could buy the information of the Moon God Palace from the Tianji Shenlu. The two did not hesitate at the moment, and went directly to the first floor of the Tianji Shen building where they provided accommodation, and rented 2 rooms. After living in Tianji Shenlu, Jiang Chen and the other two couldn't wait to take out the key to the Moon God Palace and study it. Although the material of this key is extraordinary, the two of Jiang Chen observed it for a while, but they couldn't see any clues from the key. It seems that it is not very realistic to find the Moon God Palace through this key. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing special about this key, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a slight sigh in his heart. If this key can easily find the whereabouts of the Moon God Palace, how could the original owner of this key easily trade it out? Just when Jiang Chen was about to give up studying the key, the 2 system prompts sounded abruptly in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! Watching the ancient forbidden moon, censored forbidden, triggers a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You comprehend the 1/10 of a million lunar Wa God forbidden. Chapter 2228, Break the Forbidden. On this key, there is even a censored forbidden. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun for a moment. Over the years, although Jiang Chen has never deliberately improved his formation skills, his knowledge in formations is still extremely good. He had just observed this key for a full incense stick, but he didn't realize that there was a censored forbidden on it. Thinking that this was the key to opening the Moon God Palace, it was very likely that it came from the hand of the Moon God dominating the Moon God, and Jiang Chen was relieved. How can ordinary people easily detect the divine prohibition set by such a peerless strong man above the divine king? Girl, I have found some clues that I need to retreat for a while. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but raised his head and said to Ji Yufeng'er. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what was hidden in the censored forbidden on this key, it should be related to Moon God Palace in all likelihood. Jiang Chen planned to first understand the divine forbidden on the key and break it. Ji Yufeng'er nodded quickly and said, Brother Jiang Chen, you can study this key with peace of mind. I will protect the law for you. Jiang Chen didn't say much, he directly focused on the key in front of him, and began to fully comprehend the prohibition on the key. Ding! You comprehend the 1/10,000th forbidden of the moon. Although this month's censored forbidden is powerful, with Jiang Chen's current strength, after triggering the system 100 times to comprehend, it is not difficult to comprehend it. In the time of 1 stick of incense in each pavilion, Jiang Chen can comprehend 100,000th of the forbidden of the moon, and 100th in 1 day. He only needed more than 3 months to fully comprehend the god of the moon. And when Jiang Chen stayed in the Tianji God Tower to fully comprehend the forbidden gods, many people who wanted to get the key idea in Jiang Chen's hand did not leave the Tianji God Tower. They are silently hiding in the dark waiting for the opportunity. To their disappointment, Jiang Chen, who photographed the key to the Moon God Palace, never meant to leave the heavenly Jishan Tower. Unconsciously, 10 days passed in a flash, and they still did not wait for Jiang Chen to appear. Some of them obviously waited impatiently, and finally chose to leave. There were also some people who did not give up easily because Jiang Chen had been staying in the Tianji Shenlu, including Zhang Yu and his party. Young Master Yu, it's been half a month. That kid has been staying in the heavenly Jigsaw Tower and seems to have no intention of leaving. Do we have to wait any longer? Beside Zhang Yu, the elder god King Four Heavens couldn't help saying. Although the key to the Moon God Palace was coveted, if Jiang Chen kept huddling in the heavenly Jishan Tower, they naturally wouldn't have the guts to make a move in the Tianji Shenlu. Could it be that Jiang Chen hasn't left, so he has to wait like this forever? As expected, if I took the key to the Moon God Palace, I would leave Heavenly Mystery City easily without being spotted. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, but I believe he will never stay in the heavenly Jishan Tower. Now it's up to see who can stand loneliness more. The elder of the 4 heavenly kings frowned slightly. But, Zhang Yu waved his hand and interrupted the old man's words directly. Don't worry, Mr. Kun, now that I have the great Dao Tiandan in my hand, I can break through the divine king realm at any time, but I am not in a rush. The key to the Moon God Palace, this is something related to the inheritance of the dominant force. If he can really use this key to open the Moon God Palace and gain the inheritance inside, he will definitely become a peerless powerhouse who truly stands on the top of the God's domain continent. The position of the Emperor is probably easy for him. Even if the key has a 1/10th chance of opening the Moon God Palace, he will never miss it easily. Tianji God Building. In a quiet room, Jiang Chen sat there cross-legged motionless, his eyes locked tightly on the Moon God Palace key in front of him, constantly comprehending the divine forbidden hidden on the key. Ding! You successfully comprehended the moon god forbidden. For 3 months and 5 days, Jiang Chen finally banned the moon god hidden on the key of the moon god palace, and completely comprehended it. After comprehending the forbidden moon god, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time at all, and a series of mysterious handprints were directly condensed between his palms, and he kept hitting the moon god palace key in front of him. Under the control of Jiang Chen, a series of mysterious handprints quickly sank into the moon god palace key. The key to the moon god palace, which had not moved at all, finally sent a strange wave of fluctuations. An extremely dazzling moonlight divine light also burst out from the moon god palace key, and then turned into a holy phantom shrouded in the faint moonlight in midair. This phantom was dressed in a white and flawless palace costume, with a peerless appearance, and exuded an ancient aura that surpassed the censored king. Could it be? The lunar yin dominates the moon god. Looking at the phantom in front of him, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrank suddenly. Before Jiang Chen could recover from the horror, the phantom in the air directly turned into a moonlight, which instantly disappeared into Jiang Chen's mind. An ethereal voice, like a fairy sound, also rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. The moon god is dominated by the moon god in this palace. If you can turn on the prohibition in the moon god key, you can open the moon god temple and inherit the moon god temple if you are looking for a predestined person in this palace. As this misty fairy sound fell, Jiang Chen felt a large amount of information pouring directly into his mind. After Jiang Chen received the information, a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Because the information includes the location of the moon god palace. Apart from letting Jiang Chen know the whereabouts of the moon god palace, this information also revealed a very important piece of information. The key to opening the moon god palace is not the only one. In the divine realm catastrophe, the moon god palace suffered a catastrophe, and the lunar lord over the moon god sealed the moon god palace and left 10 keys to open the moon god palace. The key in Jiang Chen's hand was one of the 10 keys left by the moon god. If someone else gets one of the 10 keys, and then break the divine forbidden on the key, they can also find and unlock the moon god palace. It seemed that just in case, he had to open the moon god palace as soon as possible. Chapter 2229, Secretly Following. After Jiang Chen broke the ban on the key of the moon god palace, he naturally did not intend to stay in the Tianji god building. He greeted Ji Yufeng'er directly, and was about to go to look for moon god palace. Brother Jiang Chen, we seem to have been targeted. Going out of the heavenly Jishan tower, Ji Yufeng'er sensed something in an instant and couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Chen. Don't worry about them, let's go. Jiang Chen felt a few faint auras coming from behind, and the corners of his mouth could not help but lifted up a slight arc. It took him more than 3 months to comprehend the divine forbidden on the key in the Tianji Shenlu, and there were still people waiting for him in Tianji City. These guys really can stand loneliness. As long as there is no strong person above the 7th heaven of the God King, no one can censor the key to the moon god palace from his hand. Jiang Chen didn't mean to conceal his whereabouts at all. He left the Tianji City swaggeringly, and then swept towards the sky south of Tianji City. But shortly after Jiang Chen left the heavenly mystery city, 2 or 3 figures followed one after another in the direction Jiang Chen had left. Jiang Chen walked all the way south, and finally stopped over an inaccessible mountain 100,000 miles south of Tianji City. He stood proudly on top of the void, his eyes calmly looked at a void behind him, and his faint voice resounded directly in this piece of heaven and earth. Since your excellency is here, why hide sneakily in the dark? Following Jiang Chen's words, a shadow of the old man covered in black light also appeared ghostly from the void thousands of feet away. He looked at Jiang Chen and the other two, and he couldn't help but let out a sneer. Tisk tut. Boy, I didn't expect you to perceive it well, and you could discover my existence. Jiang Chen looked at the black-robed old man who appeared out of nowhere. His expression didn't change at all, he just asked indifferently, "Who is your excellency, why do you want to follow us?" "Boy, why did I come, you must be very clear in your heart. The key to the moon god palace is not something that a little hairy kid can possess. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. If you want to survive, just give me a little bit of acquaintance and hand over the key to the moon god palace." The black-robed old man gazed at Jiang Chen gloomily, and a sharp chill spread from him instantly. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold, and the corner of his mouth could not help but set off a contemptuous sneer. The old man, with the cultivation base of the trivial God King Triple Heaven, wants to censored the key to the Moon God Palace from my hand. I am afraid that he is not qualified yet. Boy, I know that there is a God King's threefold heaven arrogant beside you. I really can't help you by myself. The voice of the black-robed old man fell violently, and the three figures swiftly stepped into the air from behind, and merged with the black-robed old man. Among these three figures, one of the gray-robed middle-aged and the black-robed old man is almost the same in strength, all of which are the cultivation bases of the God King Triple Heaven. The remaining two are the young talents who are in the three-star Tianzun. Brother Jiang Chen is a member of the Iron Sword God sect and the Dark Shadow God sect. Ji Yufeng'er glanced slightly over the three of them, and couldn't help but whisper to Jiang Chen. After Ji Yufeng'er came to God's domain continent, although she practiced in the ancient God's Phoenix clan all the year round, she knew little about many forces in God's domain. But for the young Tianzhao on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list, Ji Yufeng'er still knew after all. Among the two young people in front of them, one of them was Tieli, the censored son of the Shenzong Iron Sword, ranked 46th in the Zhongyu Tianzhao ranking. The other is Chu Weiying, the censored son of Shenzong Black Shadow, ranked 41st on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. No matter who it is, since he dared to hit the key of the Moon God Palace, he would make him pay a heavy price for it. Brother Mo, the two of us pinned down the girl of the God King's Triple Heaven. Let the two juniors deal with that kid and seize the key to the Moon God Palace. On the other side, the black-robed old man didn't talk nonsense, and directly faced the middle-aged man in gray. The censored the opposite side possesses the strength of the God King's Triple Heaven at such an age, which is by no means an ordinary God King's Triple Heaven. If it is alone, I am afraid that neither of them will be opponents. As long as the two of them hold the girl in check, leaving the boy in the heavenly realm, it shouldn't be a worry. The two next to them are the top 50 young Tianzhao in the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. When the two of them work together, unless it is the heavenly venerable realm of Zhang Yu's level, almost no one will be the opponent of the two. With the strength of the two, is it not easy to clean up the Maodo boy in the heavenly venerable realm in front of you? Do it, just in case it changes later. The gray-clothed middle-aged's eyes flashed with cold light, and he stepped straight out, carrying a terrifying kendo power, oppressing Ji Yufeng'er overwhelmingly. Ji Yufeng'er's pretty face was cold, and a burst of burning sky divine flame instantly spread out from his body, burning the kendo divine power that overwhelmed the sky. She looked down at the gray-clothed middle-aged two indifferently, her cold voice resounding through the world. The Iron Sword God sect and the Highly God sect, relying on your two second-rate censored king forces, dare to attack me, Ji Yufeng'er. I think you are impatient with your life, right? Ji Yufeng'er's words also changed the expressions of the gray-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed old man. Heavenly Phoenix Goddess Ji Yufeng'er. They had already heard of the Heavenly Phoenix Goddess who was canonized by the ancient gods and Phoenix clan not long ago, but they had never seen it before. The Heavenly Phoenix Goddess of the dignified ancient gods and Phoenix tribe would actually follow a Maodo boy in the heavenly realm. Goddess Tianfeng, today I'm only here for that kid. It has nothing to do with you. Please don't interfere. The middle-aged in gray clothes suppressed the horror in his heart, and said solemnly to Ji Yufeng'er. What are you guys dare to hit my brother Jiang Chen's idea? Ji Yufeng'er snorted coldly and said in a murderous manner, give you 10 breaths of time, and immediately disappear from us, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Goddess of Heavenly Phoenix, since you insist on interfering in this matter, you should blame us for being impolite. The gray-clothed middle-aged man and the black-robed old man looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and rushed towards Ji Yufeng'er almost at the same time. Now that they have taken the shot today, they obviously don't want to give up easily. As long as the two of them hold Ji Yufeng'er in check, the two divine sons behind them can easily solve the remaining kid and take the key to the Moon God Palace. Ji Yufeng'er's pretty face was cold, and the monstrous fire Dao divine power suddenly swept out of her body, causing the whole world to instantly turn into a sea of fire. And at the same time that Ji Yufeng'er and the three of them were doing it, Tai Li and Chu Weiying did not hesitate, and directly killed Jiang Chen without mercy. Chapter 2230, Kill All. Boy, hand over the key to the Moon God Palace and spare you not to die. Tai Li was holding a black iron sword in his hand, and his monstrous sword power turned into a sky full of sword aura, as if he was about to cut Jiang Chen and the entire void into pieces. Jiang Chen stood proudly, as if he hadn't been affected by Tai Li's sword at all. Go around me without dying. Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully and said, even Long Juhan, the top 10 arrogances of the Middle Territory, dare not say this in front of me. With your two ant-like existences, what right do you have to speak up in front of me? He just slightly raised his hand and waved. The sky full of sword force that was oppressing him, disappeared without a trace in the void in the blink of an eye. The scene in front of him also caused Tai Li's pupils to shrink suddenly. He is ranked more than 40 in the Central Territory Tianzhou list. Even if you look at the entire God Territory continent, he is almost one of the few in the same realm that can be compared with him. The black-clothed young man in front of him seems to be not a figure on the Zhongyu Tianzhou list at all. How could he have such a powerful combat power? I am the one who killed you today. Jiang Chen's cold voice fell, just an understatement of palm print. Numerous brilliant golden rays of light rushed out of Jiang Chen's palm, and finally gathered into a divine mark, like a meteorite smashing through the sky and hitting Tai Li's body. Tai Li didn't have time to resist, and the whole person was blown up in the air by the divine seal of punishment, and directly turned into a cloud of blood and exploded in the void. Under the palm of the hand, Tieli, ranked 46th on the Zhongyu Tianzhou ranking, has been completely turned into powder. Chu Weiying stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and there was also a touch of unconcealed panic in his eyes. The cultivation base of the heavenly sovereign realm has the ability to kill Tieli with one move, and it is also closely related to the ancient goddess of the Phoenix clan, the heavenly Phoenix goddess. Chu Weiying finally thought of a terrible figure in her mind. That day-defying existence that defeated Long Juhan with the cultivation base of the heavenly sovereign realm not long ago in the ancient god Phoenix clan. Chu Weiying's souls were gone, and they quickly turned into an afterimage, rushing towards the distant sky with fear. His ranking on the Zhongyu Tianzhou list is only a few places higher than Tai Li. The one in front of him can even defeat Long Juhan, who is ranked 7th among the top 10 arrogances of the Central Territory. Isn't it easy to kill him? Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and he pointed out the sword directly with a volley. Stab! A dazzling golden sword light cut through the sky like a sky sword, and slashed straight out at Chu Weiying, who had fled in panic. The terrifying golden sword light overwhelmed the world, and Chu Weiying, who had fled in panic, was directly locked by this terrifying sword power. The whole person turned from rapid to static, and it was impossible to move at all. No! The elder save me! Chu Weiying looked terrified and couldn't help but let out a desperate roar. He hastily urged the power in his body with all his strength, wanting to break free from that terrifying sword pressure. But at this moment, the dazzling golden sword light already had the power to destroy the dryness, and directly annihilated him. Chu Weiying didn't even have time to scream. His body and soul were completely strangled into nothingness by the golden sword light. He was struggling with Ji Yufeng'er with all his strength on the two censored kings, the 3 layers of heaven, and his expression instantly became frightened. The opposite Maodo boy in the heavenly venerable realm would have such a terrifying strength. The censored sons of the 2 great gods were all easily killed by the opponent. Although they were extremely frightened in their hearts, there was nothing they could do at the moment. Ji Yufeng'er is one of the most powerful divine bodies in the god's realm, and even if his talent is looking at the entire god realm continent, few people can match it. She broke through the God King's triple heaven in one fell swoop with a 3-star celestial venerable, which is probably already enough to rank among the top 10 arrogances of the Central Territory. Even if facing the powerhouses of their 2 censored kings at the peak of the triple heavens, Ji Yufeng'er still seems not to fall under the wind with 1 enemy and 2, but has a vague tendency to suppress the 2 of them. If this continues, sooner or later, both of them will be defeated by Ji Yufeng'er. The 2 of them also knew that today's general situation was over, and they were in a tacit understanding at the same time to force Ji Yufeng'er back, and escaped from the battlefield. Boy, you dare to kill my censored son and die for me. After the gray-clothed middle-aged left the battlefield, Sen Ran couldn't help but suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. The whole person turned into a sword light and appeared on top of Jiang Chen's head, and then a sword struck Jiang Chen in the air. Originally, if you left directly, there might still be such a chance to survive, but you just want to find your own way and run to kill me. Is it true that my heavenly sovereign realm is so easy to bully? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but lifted up a cold arc. One sword transforms everything. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and the golden ancient sword in his hand flashed out of thin air, slowly slashing out at the gray-clothed middle-aged man. This sword was like flowing water, easily piercing the sword light cut by the gray-robed middle-aged, and then took away a supreme kendo law. Under the horrified gaze of the gray-robed middle-aged, a sword struck his body. That moment of the sword in the middle, the whole body of the middle-aged gray-clothed suddenly stiffened. I saw that his cultivation at the peak of the three heavens, the censored king, all collapsed like mountains and rivers, instantly slumping thousands of miles away. The middle-aged Wei's cultivation had already fallen from the divine king realm to the realm god realm, and then to the heaven god realm, and in the end even the true god realm no longer existed, and he turned into a mortal directly. Just overnight, a powerful man at the peak of the god king's triple heaven was cut into a mortal by Jiang Chen with a single sword. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He didn't pay attention to the panic-stricken expression of the gray-clothed middle-aged man, and he cut his body into nothingness with a single sword. Seeing the horrifying scene before him, an unbelievable look also appeared in the eyes of the black-robed old man. Like him, the middle-aged Wei is already a strong man with a cultivation base that reaches the pinnacle of the God King's triple heaven. The hairy boy in the Tianzun realm in front of him was able to cut off the gray-clothed middle-aged cultivation base with a single sword, and he could easily kill him. The heavenly sovereign realm kills the God King triple heaven with a single sword. In this world, how could there be such a terrible evildoer? The black-robed old man was terrified in his heart. He quickly urged the speed to the extreme, and the whole person was like a frightened bird, swiftly heading towards the sky. Just as the black-robed old man had just escaped less than 1,000 miles away, a strange sword light containing mysterious power directly slashed on his body without hindrance. Chapter 2231. Since it's here, stay here. A weird sword light penetrated through the body of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man was horrified to discover that his cultivation base was also the same as the gray-robed middle-aged man, falling rapidly at a terrifying speed. He had cultivated for tens of millions of years, and he had only possessed the divine king's triple heaven cultivation base. The black-robed old man looked desperate and horrified. Having lost his cultivation, he doesn't even have the power to volley, and the whole person directly falls from the void like a broken kite. Jiang Chen ignored the black-robed old man who fell into the mountains below. He directly raised his head and looked at a place in the void, and the faint voice was also rippling from this place. Jiang Yu, I know you are here. Do you come out by yourself or do you want me to invite you out? Hum, hum, hum. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, three violent spatial fluctuations soon spread from the void. The three figures also slowly emerged from the void of space. These three people are naturally not others, they are the people of the three imperial palace headed by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, I knew you would show up. Looking at Jiang Yu who appeared in front of him, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but a slight arc was raised. Jiang Chen, we are just passing by here, goodbye. Jiang Yu glanced at Jiang Chen with some trepidation, then said lightly, and then he was about to take the two people beside him to prepare to leave. They were hiding in the void in the battle just now, but they could see clearly. They planned to hide in the dark, sitting and watching Jiang Chen fight with the people of Shenzong Iron Sword and Shenzong Heili, and then they came to a praying mantis to catch the cicada, and the oriole was behind. The Iron Sword Shenzong and Heili Shenzong, the two great censored kings of the Triple Heaven Peak powerhouse, and the two censored sons who ranked in the middle domain Tianzhou list, were all killed by Jiang Chen like cutting melons and vegetables. The young man in the heavenly sovereign realm in front of him was actually Jiang Chen, who had defeated Long Juhan in the Ancient Gods and Phoenix clan not long ago and became famous in the first battle. The top 10 arrogances of the central region are all the strongest geniuses selected from 1,000 in the Gods region continent. Long Juhan ranked 7th in the top 10 arrogances. Although his cultivation is in the third heaven of the censored king, his combat power will never be inferior to that of the censored king's fifth heaven. Jiang Chen can defeat even Long Juhan. How terrifying will his combat power be? Now, beside him, there is only one divine king quadruple heaven and one divine king triple heaven, and it is simply difficult to contend with Jiang Chen's metamorphosis. Not to mention, next to Jiang Chen was Ji Yufeng'er, a goddess of Tianfeng who was no less inferior to the 10 Great Pride. Although Jiang Yu couldn't wait to censored the human emperor sword fragment and the moon god palace key from Jiang Chen immediately, his reason made him choose forbearance. If it was this time that they had both worked with Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning at all. Hee, since it's here, why bother to leave? Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and stood in front of the three Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face suddenly sank. I've already said, we are just passing by here, what do you mean by your excellency? Jiang Chen couldn't help but lifted a cold smile. Whether you are for the human emperor's sword fragment or the moon god palace key, or you are passing by, since you are here, then leave it to me. It is very possible that his father Zhang Wuya has returned to the palace of human emperors. Zhang Yu, as a genius disciple of the imperial family of the emperor of human emperors, has a high status in the palace of human emperors. He must know the news of his father. Now that Zhang Yu came to the door by himself, how could he let this guy leave easily? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to let him go, Zhang Yu's expression also instantly became extremely frightened. He is a genius disciple of the Jiang family in the palace of human emperors, and the first person under the divine king realm of Zhongyu Tianzhou, so his status is so detached. Even the many censored king forces in the middle territory had to be polite in front of him. However, was they treated like this? I'm just bullying you, so what can you do? Jiang Chen looked down at Zhang Yu with a domineering look. If you know each other a little bit, you will be obediently and just get caught. Since you are a member of the Jiang family of human emperor palace, I might still consider forgiving you. Young Master Yu, I'll stop them, you leave quickly. The elder of the four heavenly king of God looked at Jiang Chen with solemn eyes and couldn't help but said solemnly to Zhang Yu. Although the boy in front of him only had the cultivation base of the heavenly sovereign realm, he was a powerhouse who could easily kill the God King's third heaven in a second, and his combat power was extremely terrifying. Except for this kid, the Phoenix Goddess combat power was not inferior to him at all. He can only hold Jiang Chen with all his strength and create a chance for Zhang Yu to leave. Old Kun, be careful yourself. Zhang Yu also knew that this was not the time to hesitate, so he directly said to the old man, turning around to leave. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly chilled, and he flashed to chase Zhang Yu. But at this moment, the God King Four Heavenly Old Man directly evolved into the God King Dao and slew towards Jiang Chen with all his strength. Brother Jiang Chen, go chasing Zhang Yu and the others, leave this old fellow to me to deal with. Ji Yu Fenger's voice fell, and the avenue of the censored king that evolved from the infinite burning of the sky behind him directly confronted the censored king's four-layer old man. When Jiang Chen saw this, he did not hesitate at all. The soles of his feet stomped in the void, and instantly appeared above Zhang Yu's head. A map of the Big Dipper that covers the sky of thousands of miles hangs in the void, and the power of the endless stars diffuses out of the star map, and then turns into a sword of stars. With the power of breaking the starry sky, it cuts down at the two Zhang Yu below. Down, young Master Yu, go! Another Divine King Triple Heaven Elder roared, and the divine power of the Divine King Avenue Triple Heaven burst to the extreme in an instant, and then greeted the slashed star giant sword. With the force of destroying the dead, the giant sword of the stars instantly smashed the power of the censored king three-layer old man, and then slammed his body. He only heard a loud noise, and the elder of the God King Triple Heaven was directly cut into the ground by Jiang Chen's sword from a height of 10,000 feet, and a huge crack of 10,000 feet long was smashed into the mountains below. Jiang Chen, I am a genius disciple of the Jiang family of the Human Emperor Palace. If you dare to move me, the Human Emperor Palace will definitely not let you go. Seeing that the elder of the God King Triple Heaven was directly killed by Jiang Chen with a single sword, Zhang Yu's expression also became horrified in an instant. With the cultivation base of the Tianzun realm, killing the God King Triple Heaven is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. Compared with the guy in front of him, he, the number one person in the heavenly sovereign realm of the Zhongyu Tianzhou, is no different from the scum. Chapter 2232, Divine King 7th Heaven Clone. Don't use the name of the palace of human beings to scare me, it's useless. To me, Jiang Chen snorted faintly. If you want to survive, then answer my questions obediently. Zhang Yu said calmly, what do you want to know? Although he and this guy in front of him are both in the heavenly sovereign realm, their combat power is not even the same. Even if he sacrificed all his whole cards, he might not have any chance of winning. Now he wants to save his life, the only way is to obey the guy in front of him first. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and said directly, a few decades ago, could someone named Zhang Wuya appear in the palace of the human emperor? When Zhang Yu heard the words, his pupils shrank slightly. The guy in front of him really had something to do with Zhang Wuya who had returned to the palace of human emperor. Zhang Yu nodded directly and said, decades ago, there was indeed a man named Zhang Wuya who returned to the imperial palace of the Jiang family. Tell me everything about him. An expression of excitement appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Zhang Wuya returned to the Jiang clan that year, which caused a big disagreement within the Jiang clan. Later, an ancestor of the Jiang clan forced him into the ancestral land of the Jiang clan. After Jiang Wuya entered the ancestral land, he lost the news, and has not yet emerged from the ancestral land. Jiang Yu didn't hide it either, and told all the things he knew. Unexpectedly, my father also entered the ancestral land of the Jiang clan. Father Jiang Wuya and Mother Ji Wushuang have a close relationship with the two people in the Palace of Humans a million years ago. When Jiang Wuya returned to the Jiang clan, he might encounter a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect Jiang Wuya to enter the Jiang clan's ancestral land. Jiang Chen, I have told you everything you want to ask, can I leave now? Just as Jiang Chen muttered to himself, Jiang Yu's voice rang beside him. Jiang Chen raised his head and glanced at Jiang Yu, and said faintly, "It's okay to let me go, and surrender to me. If something major happens in the royal palace, remember to pass the news to me first." Jiang Yu's complexion was extremely pale. "Jiang Chen, don't go too far. He is one of the two great geniuses of the Jiang clan in the Palace of Human Beings. Returning to the Palace of Human Emperor this time, he will be able to prove the Taoist king with the Tao Tiandan and possess the capital to compete for the position of Human Emperor. How can he be willing to surrender to Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen expressionlessly, "Surrender or die, you can choose for yourself." The news that he got the fragments of the Human Emperor's sword was already known to Jiang Yu. Unless Jiang Yu chooses to surrender, he will naturally not let Jiang Yu return to the Palace of Human Emperor easily. The Human Emperor's sword is too important for the Human Emperor Palace. Once Jiang Yu returned to the Palace of the Human Emperor and passed the news of the fragments of the Human Emperor's sword, it was also a great trouble for him. With his current strength, he is not yet qualified to compete head-on with the behemoths such as the Human Emperor Palace. Jiang Chen, if I guess right, you should have a close relationship with that Jiang Wuya. The biggest enemy of you and me right now should be the Jiang clan's second existence on the Zhongyu Tianzhou list. Perhaps we can consider joining forces. I can assure you that I will not walk out the news about the fragments of the Human Emperor sword," Jiang Yu said in a deep voice quickly. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Yu lightly. "You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me now." Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to let him go, Jiang Yu couldn't help passing a crazy look in his eyes. "If you want to kill me, I will also make you pay a heavy sword." When he moved his palm, he directly took out a palm-sized red jade symbol and smashed it suddenly. The jade talisman shattered, and the bright flames of the gods rose up into the sky, and a tall phantom like a flame wart censored also slowly condensed in the void. "Jiang Yu, the old man has repeatedly told you not to use the jade talisman I gave you until you have to force it. What's the matter?" The flame phantom glanced down at Jiang Yu indifferently, faintly authentic. Jiang Yu quickly said with a respectful expression, "Enlighten the ancestor of Kangan, I have met Jiang Wuyu's descendants, and there are fragments of the Human Emperor's sword on his body, so I have to call you to help me." Flame Void looked surprised, and couldn't help but set his gaze on Jiang Chen's body. "Brother Jiang Chen, be careful, this person is Jiang Kangan, the seventh heavenly powerful king of the Jiang clan of the Human Palace." Looking at the flame phantom in the sky, Ji Yufeng'er, who was beating the God King four-layer heavenly powerhouse without the strength to fight back, suddenly changed her pretty face, and couldn't help but hurriedly communicated to Jiang Chen. "Divine King 7th Heaven Clone." Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Kangan above the sky indifferently, his expression unchanged at all. With his current strength and many whole cards, it may not be enough to deal with the real Divine King 7th Heavenly Powerhouse, but if it is just a Divine King 7th Heaven avatar, it would not be too scared. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wuya still has blood left in this world. Jiang Kangan glanced at Jiang Chen slightly, and said indifferently, "Boy, hand over the fragments of the Human Emperor sword, I will keep your whole body." Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Kangan blankly, and the disdainful sneer slowly reverberated through the world. "Old man, you too value yourself too much. If you came in person, I might still be jealous of you by 3 points. Just relying on your mere avatar, but you still don't have the qualifications to be wild in front of me." Hearing Jiang Chen's arrogant voice, Jiang Kangan also suddenly passed a cold light in his eyes. "Boy, I want to see, what right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Jiang Kangan's cold voice fell, and when he raised his hand, he patted Jiang Chen angrily with a palm. The endless flame divine power directly gathered in the void into a huge flame giant, like a sacred mountain of flames, crushing against Jiang Chen with the power of destroying the sky and the earth. Jiang Chen's sword was soaring into the sky, and the golden ancient sword in his palm volleyed. A chaotic sword light that pierced through the world directly collided with the oppressive flame giant palm. The loud noise that shook the sky instantly spread all over the void. Under the impact of that terrifying energy, Jiang Chen stepped on the ground and retreated thousands of feet in the void. He forced down the churning aura in his body, raised his hand and looked at the flame phantom that stood motionlessly on the sky. His expression also became a little dignified. In front of this Divine King's 7th Heaven clone, the strength is almost comparable to the Divine King's 5th Heaven peak. As the clone of the Divine King's 7th Heavenly Powerhouse, his application of the power of the Divine King's Great Way is far superior to the average Divine King's 5 Heavenly Powerhouse. This guy in front of him is probably more powerful than the 5 heavens of the censored King of the Sect Master of the North Ming. Chapter 2233, Ginger Feather Clothes. Boy, you really have some ability, no wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Zhang Kangan looked at Jiang Chen, who had taken his own blow unscathed, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. The clone he gave to Zhang Yu had the cultivation base of the censored King's 5th Heaven peak, and its combat power was even a bit stronger than the average censored King's 5th Heaven peak. And the boy in front of him is not only the cultivation base of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, it is really incredible that he can take his blow so easily. Tianzun Realm can have such a terrifying combat power. Even Zhang Yu, the first heavenly arrogant under the Divine King Realm, is far from being comparable. This kind of power is definitely not something that Samsung Tianzun can possess. Even if a member of the Jiang family went to that place, and finally broke the limit of the existence of the 3 stars, I am afraid there is nothing more than this. That place has only been opened once in tens of thousands of years. It has been a long time since the last opened, and it is controlled by many peak forces in the God's domain. How can Jiang Chen enter there to break the limit of the 3 stars? The killing intent in Jiang Kangan's eyes also grew thicker. He and Zhang Wuya are in the same line, but they have incomprehensible grievances. The appearance of a Zhang Wuya has already caused a great headache. If this evildoer with Zhang Wuya's blood was allowed to grow up, it would not be a good thing for him. Jiang Kangan's killing intent was overwhelming, and the vast fire power surging out of his body, and then condensed into a palm-sized golden flame in his palm. As soon as this golden flame appeared, the temperature of Wanli Tianqi suddenly rose by 3 points. Fen Tian Jin Yan, go! Jiang Kangan snorted coldly, and directly flicked his fingers, and the golden flame burst out towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank, and the golden ancient sword in his hand quickly swung, and the sword of the Qing Emperor Wafen directly slashed out at the golden flame. The sword technique of Qingdi originated from the sword technique of Qingdi Chengshengju. The power contained in this sword technique completely surpasses the power of God's domain cultivation, and can be of any level. Although Jiang Kangan's burning sky golden flame was domineering, after coming into contact with Jiang Chen, the power on it still gradually weakened at an incredible speed. Fen Tian Jin Yan's power was mostly reduced by Jiang Chen's sword. When the burning sky golden flame appeared 100 meters above Jiang Chen's head, Jiang Chen just downplayed it with a sword and cut it into nothingness. What a weird sword technique. Looking at this scene in front of him, Jiang Kangan couldn't help but a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Rao is the ancestor of the Jiang family of his fetishist imperial palace, an old monster who has lived for tens of millions of years, but has never seen such a weird sword technique. Boy, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be capable of such a combat power with the cultivation base of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. But, no matter how enchanting you are, you can never think of making any waves in the hands of the old man. Jiang Kangan's voice fell violently, and the flame divine light that evolved from the power of the great Tao in his body also exploded again. I saw 9 groups of golden flames, like 9 world-extinguishing fire dragons, hovering and dancing around Jiang Kangan. 9 Sun Tian Luo Yin, condensate. Jiang Kangan quickly formed the seal with both hands, and then slammed into the void. The 9 circling and flying fire dragons skyrocketed and turned into domineering pillars of flame light, which were constantly twisted and intertwined in the void. The flame beam was intertwined in the void into a flame handprint that covered the sky and sun. I am afraid that the fiery power, also centered on the handprint, radiated in all directions. Everything passed along the way was instantly transformed into nothingness. It deserves to be the clone of the 7th Heavenly King of God, it is really strong. Looking at the flame handprints that burned away the flames, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun in his heart. The shining golden light behind him soared into the sky, and instantly condensed into an emperor's sword of the godlike visionary man. The golden ancient sword in his hand was also directly drawn by the emperor's sword of the divine body vision man, and turned into a golden glow that merged with the divine body vision behind it. A more terrifying sword force also burst out from the emperor's sword of the divine body vision man. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had been retreating in the Tianji Shenlu to comprehend the keys of the Moon God Palace, and did not pay too much attention to the golden ancient sword and the fragments of the human emperor's sword. The golden ancient sword is still perfectly integrated with the fragments of the human emperor's sword. Now he uses the golden ancient sword to inspire the emperor's sword of the divine body visionary man, and its power has undoubtedly become much stronger. Human sword, cut. Jiang Chen aroused the strongest form of human emperor's sword and directly screamed expressionlessly, urging the moving emperor's sword to the flame handprints that came from the suppression. The world collapsed, the space shattered, and the sun and the moon hung upside down. The two terrifying forces collided in the void, and it was almost impossible to describe them in words. Jiang Chen stepped back hundreds of steps in a row under the devastating storm that swept across the world, each step stomping out a full 100 meters of spatial black hole in the void. In the end, Jiang Chen only felt a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirt out wildly. With his current strength, there is hardly much pressure to deal with the ordinary God King 4 heavens. If you work hard, even the 5 heavens of the censored king, the sect master of Beiming Shenzong, can also contend with it. But in front of this divine king's 7th heaven clone, the combat power was even better than the average divine king's 5th heaven peak. Jiang Chen wanted to contend with it with his own strength. Obviously it was a bit difficult. What an overbearing divine body visionary imperial sword. Boy, I have to admit that even if your talent is even better than the one a million years ago. It's a pity. No matter how enchanting you are, today is destined to end here. Zhang Kangan looked down at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, and his murderous intent also directly enveloped the world. This sun has not yet broken through the divine king realm, already has the strength comparable to the divine king's 5th heaven. Once this guy is allowed to prove the Taoist king, I am afraid that even if he comes in person, I am afraid that he may not be able to easily get it. Zhang Kangan's voice fell, and the surrounding space vibrated. A flame-censored king road that was 5,000 to 6,000 feet long suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Kangan. At the end of the void of the flame-censored king's way, a mysterious palace full of crimson appeared vaguely. Around the mysterious palace, there seemed to be groups of red flames that were constantly beating. Suddenly, the door of the mysterious palace slowly opened a gap, and there was a faint sneer. The power of a wild ancient tyrant's flame is also from the mysterious palace, surging down along the road of the gods. Chapter 2234, 7th Heaven Clone. Old thing, I said, you want to kill me with your clone, but it's not enough. Looking at the terrifying power in Jiang Kangan's Divine King Avenue, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sharp shout. When he moved his palm, the holy dragon steel appeared directly in his palm. He urged the sacred dragon steel with all his strength and turned it into a 10,000 Jiang censored steel to meet the power of Jiang Kangan God King Tao. Just now Jiang Chen fused the golden ancient sword with the divine body vision to explode the strongest blow, and he was almost in a state of weakness, so it was naturally difficult to fight Jiang Kangan. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice the holy dragon steel. The power of Jiang Kangan Divine King Avenue kept bombarding the holy dragon steel, but all of them were resisted by the holy dragon. Rao was a blow from Jiang Kangan's entire body's strength, but he couldn't even shake the holy dragon monument at all. Seeing this scene, Jiang Kangan couldn't help but an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. The sacred steel that Jiang Chen sacrificed was able to block his evolution to the Tao of the Kings so easily. Although this is only a clone of him, it also has the cultivation base of the peak of the God King's 5th heaven. With the full blow just now, even the God King's 6th heaven might not be able to easily resist it. The guy in front of him was actually blocked by a mysterious stone monument. Jiang Kangan stared at the steel of the god sacrificed by Jiang Chen. Even the strongest artifact left by their ancestors of the Jiang family's royal family is absolutely impossible to possess such power. Is this mysterious stone steel an innate Taoist weapon that surpasses the Divine King's artifact? Old stuff, I said long ago that you can only be a clone of you, but you can't help me and die for me. Jiang Chen smiled, and immediately urged the holy dragon steel directly, smashing it at Jiang Kangan on the void without any fancy. Jiang Kangan's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't help but let out a terrifying roar. He hurriedly urged the remaining power of the Shenhuang Dao to collide with the divine steel that pierced through the sky and the earth. The sacred dragon steel brought up an unmatched mysterious power and directly shattered Jiang Kangan's avenue of the gods, and then smashed Jiang Kangan and the space around him into a huge and incomparable black hole. Only heard a scream from Jiang Kangan, and the whole person flew thousands of feet away in the void in embarrassment. The incomparable flame divine light around him has become extremely dim at this moment, and even his entire body has become extremely illusory and transparent. Innate Dao device. You. How can you have innate Dao device? Jiang Kangan stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and finally there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. Innate Taoist artifacts, this is the most precious treasure born in the world. There were only 10 well-known innate Taoist artifacts throughout the time of God's domain, and they all had long since become legends. Jiang Kangan never thought of it anyway. This guy in front of him can actually control a mysterious innate Taoist artifact. As the elder of the Jiang family in the human palace, Jiang Kangan is naturally very aware of the power of the innate Taoist artifacts. Ancient times, every generation of Emperor Jiang of the Palace of Human Emperors holds the Human Emperor Sword, one of the top 10 innate Taoist artifacts. Legend has it that in the ancient times, the last human emperor of the Human Emperor's Palace, with the 3-star heavenly respect, proves the Taoist God King's 4 heavens, and then holds the Human Emperor's Sword. He can use the Human Emperor's Sword to forcibly shake the God King's 9 heavens. This shows how powerful the innate Taoist device is. Although his avatar is not weak, it is obviously unable to compete with Jiang Chen, who is urging the innate Taoist artifacts. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to take another shot, Jiang Kangan's expression instantly became furious. If you dare to destroy my clone, even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will definitely die with you. Jiang Kangan's clone is not just a mere energy clone, but is cultivated through a secret method. It is a very important existence for him. Once this clone falls, not only will the loss be huge, but even the body will suffer heavy damage. Jiang Chen didn't bother to answer Jiang Kangan, and directly urged the Holy Dragon Monument to smash towards Jiang Kangan again. The old guy in front of him had hurt the killer from the beginning, and wanted to put him to death. If he hadn't mastered the Holy Dragon Steel, a god-defying artifact that was comparable to the innate Taoist artifact, I'm afraid it would have fallen into the hands of this old guy today. Now how could he easily let go of this old guy's threat? Once again, the Holy Dragon Monument smashed against Jiang Kangan with a mysterious power that could not be described in words. Looking at the sacred monument that was smashed again, Jiang Kangan's expression instantly became furious, and he quickly urged the remaining power to block the suppressed sacred dragon monument. The previous blow by Jiang Chen had already caused a heavy blow to the situation of his clone. How can he withstand this blow now? Jiang Kangan's counterattack was completely annihilated into nothingness the moment he touched the Taoist monument. Even Jiang Kangan's illusory figure was shattered into a pile of smoke and dust, dissipated in the world, no trace, only an angry roar resounding through the world. Jiang Chen, wait for me, I will definitely not let you go. Seeing Jiang Kangan's figure that dissipated out of thin air, Jiang Yu's complexion instantly turned pale, and an unprecedented panic appeared in his eyes. Jiang Kangan, this is the 7th heavenly ancestor of the Jiang clan, one of the few censored kings. Although what he summoned was only a clone, the combat power was definitely comparable to the powerhouse of the God King's 5th heaven. Now the avatar of old ancestor Kangan was actually destroyed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen urged the sacred dragon monument to kill Jiang Kangan's clone. His icy eyes shot directly at Jiang Yu below. Jiang Yu, do you have any means? Just use it. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. If you dare to move me, Human Emperor Sword will not let you go. Jiang Yu's face was extremely pale, and he quickly cried out in horror. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the holy dragon steel in his hand trembled once again directly under his urging. No, I surrender, I am willing to surrender to you. Looking at the trembling sacred dragon steel in Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Yu's heart was full of souls, and finally he chose to surrender. Even the clone of old ancestor Kangan could hardly resist the power of the divine steel in Jiang Chen's hand. How could he resist? As the genius of the Jiang family in the Human Sword Palace, and the first among the censored kings in the central region Tianzhou, Jiang Yu was naturally unwilling to fall. Facing the threat of death, Jiang Yu finally couldn't help begging for mercy. Chapter 2235, Burial God Ancient Area. Seeing Jiang Yu begging for mercy, Jiang Chen waved his palm, and the sacred dragon steel disappeared in his palm directly out of thin air. He looked down at Jiang Yu with an indifferent expression. Dedicate your soul. Jiang Yu's complexion changed suddenly, and finally he obediently sacrificed his soul, allowing Jiang Chen to plant a censored, forbidden on his soul. If he chooses to resist now, the only result is to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. As long as he saves his life and waits for him to break through the divine soul realm with the great Tao Heaven pill, he may not have the opportunity to get rid of Jiang Chen's control. You can leave now. If anything major happens in the palace of the human emperor, especially the news about Zhang Wuya, remember to notify me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will let you know what life is better than death. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Jiang Yu. He directly greeted Ji Yu Feng'er. Girl, let's go. The continuous battles just now have almost exhausted Jiang Chen's body strength. Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to stay here for long. If someone came to get the idea of the key to the Moon God Palace in a while, it would be a very troublesome thing for him. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ji Yu Feng'er, who was beating the Divine King 4 heavens in an embarrassment, did not continue to pursue him, but dashed back to Jiang Chen's side, and quickly disappeared into the sky with Jiang Chen. Young Master Yu, what is going on? Why did that kid leave suddenly? The God King 4 heavenly old man returned to Jiang Chen with a pale face, and a look of uncertainty appeared in his eyes. Although he was suppressed by Ji Yu Feng'er all the time, he was also concerned about Jiang Yu's situation. He knew clearly that Jiang Yu had just summoned the clone of old Kangen, but it was still destroyed by Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen wiped out the clone of old Kangen, he even let go of Jiang Yu and left. What the censored is this? Let's go, I'll go back. Jiang Yu glanced at the place where Jiang Chen had disappeared, and didn't say much. Naturally, he couldn't tell the old guy next to him that he saved his life at the cost of surrendering to Jiang Chen. Now he can only return to the Jiang clan, concentrate on practicing in retreat, and break through the Divine King realm with the help of the Great Tao Heaven pill. With a realm far beyond Jiang Chen, he might hope to get rid of Jiang Chen's control. After Jiang Chen solved Jiang Yu's waiting troubles, and Ji Yu Feng'er found a secluded place to rest for a night, and then embarked on the journey of opening the Moon God Palace. According to the information Jiang Chen got from the key of the Moon God Palace, the Moon God Palace is located in a place called the Ancient Land of Burial of the Gods. The Ancient Land of Buried Gods is located on the border of the southwest of the Central Land. According to legend, this is a battlefield of the ancient catastrophe of God's domain. In the battle that year, countless ancient myth-level powerhouses fell here, so it was called the Ancient Land of Buried Gods. The Burial God Ancient Realm is very dangerous. Even if the powerhouse of God King 9th Heaven enters it, it may not be absolutely certain to walk out of it alive. God Burial Ancient Realm is the most dangerous forbidden area in God Realm continent, and there is no one. The ancient land of the buried gods is very far away from the Tianji city where Jiang Chen and the others are located. Even at the speed of the two of Jiang Chen, and with the help of the teleportation formation between the cities, it still took more than half a month to reach a small city on the southwest border of the central region, Buried Heaven City. This city is also the closest city to the ancient land of the burial of the gods, and it is also the only way to enter the ancient land of the burial of the gods. Because it is close to the ancient land of the burial of the gods, not many people usually live here, and in general, few people come here. Jiang Chen's first stop was naturally the Tiantian city, which was located outside the ancient land of buried gods. The ancient god burial realm is the most dangerous forbidden place in the god realm continent. Although Jiang Chen and two of them are not weak, they dare not enter it rashly. And buried in the city, there are some forces that have rooted here since the great tribulation of the god's realm, and they naturally know more about the ancient god burying realm than ordinary people. Jiang Chen and the others plan to inquire about the ancient land of buried gods now. If you can figure out a way to find the specific location of the Moon God Palace, and then have a guide who is familiar with the ancient land of the burial of the gods to lead the way, it will undoubtedly be much easier to open the Moon Palace. Enter the buried city. Jiang Chen and the other two realized that this city was not as deserted as they expected. I saw that inside the city, there were cultivators coming and going everywhere, and the noise was endless, which seemed to give people a very prosperous feeling. Although there were some doubts in their hearts, Jiang Chen and the other two did not care too much. They are going to find a place to settle down in buried Tiancheng first, and then find some news around. They wandered around in Tiantian City for a while, only to find that the popularity of Tiantian City was completely beyond their imagination. The two inquired about several inns, but they were already full of guests. Jiang Chen and the others spent almost double the price before finding a place to live in a relatively remote location. Brother Jiang Chen, the situation of Tiancheng Burial City seems a bit unusual. Feeling the fiery conditions in buried Tiancheng, Ji Yufeng'er and her eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Jiang Chen nodded solemnly. Buried Heaven City is a city on the verge of the ancient burial god realm, and there will never be so many people here, unless something major happens in the ancient god burial realm. Jiang Chen couldn't help thinking of the 10 Moon God Palace keys. Could anyone really get the key to the Moon God Palace, and know the location of the Moon God Palace through the key? Is it impossible to enter the ancient land of the burial gods to open the Moon God Palace? Jiang Chen quickly rejected this idea. There are only 10 keys to the Moon God Palace, and even if someone else gets it, it is impossible to reveal the news of the Moon God Palace, which has attracted so many people. The two did not hesitate at the moment, and began to go out to inquire about the news. They knew why the funeral city became so hot. It is said that not long ago, some unknown changes occurred in the ancient land of buried gods, and some heavy treasures were born one after another. Many people who entered the ancient realm of burial of the gods were given great opportunities. Among them is the heavenly sovereign realm, which has an imminent limit. After entering the ancient god burial realm, it has become a great power in the god-king realm with one stroke of proof. It is precisely because of this that more and more practitioners come to Burying Heaven City. Especially in the last few days, someone found a fallen place dominating the realm of great power in the ancient burial realm. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted countless people. Unexpectedly, this ancient burial realm would have such a change. After learning about the situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twist his brows together tightly. He can only pray in his heart now. These people who came to the ancient realm of the burial of the gods will not affect him to open the Moon God Palace. Chapter 2236, Mysterious Young Man. After learning about the situation of Tiantian City, Jiang Chen and the two went directly to a huge square in the center of Tiantian City. Here is the largest trading market in the funeral city. Now that the ancient burial realm has changed, I'm afraid it will attract more and more practitioners, and Jiang Chen obviously doesn't intend to waste time. He was going to the exchange square to buy a map of the ancient burial realm, and after determining the location of the Moon God Palace, he went directly to open the Moon God Palace. As for the place where the power of the domination realm fell, Jiang Chen didn't care too much. The Moon God Palace is also the dominating power in the ancient times, and the opportunity it has is not inferior to the fall of a dominating realm. He came to open the ancient, censored, burial realm on this trip, mainly looking for the Moon censored stone for Meng Qingxie. Naturally, it is impossible to abandon the Moon censored palace to pay attention to the so-called place where the power of the Dominion has fallen. The two came to the exchange square in the center of Funeral City and wandered around the square for a while, but they did not buy a map that satisfies them. The maps sold on the exchange square are very simple. Most of the maps only have the outer areas of the ancient land of buried gods. Jiang Chen spent 1,000 high-grade divine crystals and bought a map to check it, but he didn't find the sealed area of the Moon God Palace on the map. The Moon God Palace is no longer buried in the periphery of the ancient realm of the gods. He wants to find the place where the Moon God Palace is sealed. I am afraid he needs a more detailed and expansive map. The two wandered around the square for a while, but still found nothing. The ancient burial realm is divided into 3 areas from the outside to the inside. Most people entering the ancient, censored, burial realm are only in the outer area of the ancient, censored, burial realm, and they don't dare to go deep into it, which is relatively less dangerous. Once you enter the core area, the degree of danger will increase 100-fold. Even if it was an old monster above the 7th heaven of the Divine King realm, there was no absolute certainty that it would come out of it alive. Unless there are special circumstances, few people enter the core area of the ancient god burial region. This has also led to outside practitioners who have little understanding of the core area, and it is difficult to make a map of the core area. As for the deepest central area of the ancient god burial realm, everyone knows nothing. Since the birth of the burial god ancient domain, God's domain continent used to have some impending powers of God King 9 heavens, and went to the center of the ancient god burial realm to find out, but in the end no one came out of it alive. The central area of the ancient god burial realm is like a mystery to the practitioners of the god realm continent. Here, it is also the endorsement of death and taboo. Brother Jiang Chen, it seems that it is not easy to buy a map of the core area of the ancient god burial region. Ji Yu Fenger and her eyebrows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, let's take a look again. The core area of the burial god ancient realm is too dangerous. If you don't have a map to enter it rashly, not only will it be difficult to find the seal of the moon god palace, I am afraid that if you are not careful, it will be forever. When Jiang Chen finished speaking, his gaze swept slightly, but it fell on a young man in front of him. This young man was dressed in black, his face was stern, and his cultivation was also in the heavenly state. The aura radiating from his body is almost no less inferior than Zhang Yu, who is the #1 person in the heavenly sovereign realm on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. Jiang Chen glanced at the young man's body slightly, and immediately landed directly on a sign placed in front of him. Seek teammates to enter the core area of the burial god ancient realm. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but whispered to Ji Yu Fenger, girl, is that guy on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list? Ji Yu Fenger shook his head, and immediately said with a surprised expression, however, he is very strong. I am afraid that even Zhang Yu may not be able to defeat him. It seems that God's domain continent is indeed Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Zhang Yu's so-called first person in the heavenly venerable realm was nothing more than a false name. Let's go over and see. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he strode towards the young man. This young man has extraordinary talents, but he is not a member of the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. Obviously, his origin should be extraordinary. Since he dared to find his teammates to enter the core area of the ancient god burial region, there must be some support. Maybe there is a map of the core area of the ancient god burial region. Your Excellency is looking for teammates to enter the core area of the ancient burial god realm. Jiang Chen went straight to the young man without talking nonsense, and asked straightforwardly. The young man looked up at the two Jiang Chen and pointed to the sign in front of him and said, you have already seen it, so why bother to ask? He pondered slightly. I wonder if you can have a map of the core area of the ancient burial god realm. What requirements do you have for the teammates you are looking for? No one knows the core area of the burial god ancient realm better than me. The young man said indifferently, I can take you there, on condition that you must help me get something there. Jiang Chen stared straight at the young man. Do you really have a map of the core area of the ancient god burial region? The map of the core area of the burial god ancient realm is really too rare. If the young man in front of him really has a map of the core area, he might as well make this deal with the young man. The map doesn't, the young man said with a confident face, but as long as I am there, it is the best map to ruin the ancient realm. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say for a while. He finally understood why this guy sought his teammates to enter the core area of the ancient god burial region, why no one cared about it. This guy only has the cultivation base of the celestial venerable realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of strength enters the ancient god burial realm, but it is just a burden. The only thing that fascinated everyone was the map of the core area of the burial god ancient domain. But this young man couldn't take out the map at all. With a mouth, who would dare to believe this guy easily? I need to look for a crescent-shaped mountain in the core area. If you can lead me to that place, I will agree to your terms. Jiang Chen thought for a while, and directly looked up at the young man. The mysterious young man glanced at Jiang Chen, and the faint sound transmission sounded directly in Jiang Chen's mind. I know the place you are looking for, and I also know that the place is sealed with the ruling power of the ancient times, Moon God Palace. Hearing the voice of the mysterious young man, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flashed a look of horror in his eyes. He just mentioned a crescent-shaped mountain peak, and this guy actually knew that it was the sealed land of the Moon God Palace. The mysterious young man in front of him had a terrifying understanding of the ancient realm of burial of the gods. Jiang Chen no longer had any concerns at the moment, and directly stretched out his palm to the mysterious man. Now, Jiang Chen, I hope we can cooperate happily. Chapter 2237. Enter the ancient land of burial gods. The young man didn't stretch out his hand, and said indifferently, my name is Witch Punishment, and I have a good cooperation. Jiang Chen didn't care about the young man either. He smiled and asked, Brother Wu Xing, I don't know when we will leave. The Witch Punishment is very simple and authentic. Recently, there have been some weird changes in the ancient land of the buried gods. Not long ago, a group of people who wanted to enter the core area have been wiped out. When Jiang Chen heard the words, his brows couldn't help but frown. Then when are we going to wait? 3 days later, there will be a group of powerful people in Tiantian City who will join forces to enter the ancient land of burial gods. Their destination is the place where the ancient ruler has fallen, and it is also our only way. We follow them and let them explore the way ahead. When Wu Xing spoke, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Okay, then we will meet at the south gate in 3 days. Jiang Chen nodded, agreeing with the decision of which punishment. The ancient god burial region was originally a restricted area of the god's domain continent. I am afraid that no one could guarantee absolute safety in the god burial ancient domain. Especially the recent changes in the ancient land of buried gods, the degree of danger is 3 points deeper than before. Although which punishment knows very well about the ancient realm of burial of the gods, it is better to be cautious. God burial ancient realm cannot tolerate the slightest negligence, and once they are invincible, they may fall into a situation where they will be invincible. If someone can find the way ahead, they will undoubtedly be much safer. Jiang Chen and Ji Yufeng both lived deep in the buried city, recharged and prepared to enter the ancient land of buried gods. Until the early morning of the 3rd day, Jiang Chen and the two came to the south gate of buried Tiancheng as agreed, and joined the witchcraft. I saw outside the south gate, hundreds of people already gathered here. Among these hundreds of figures, almost all of the weakest have reached Tianzun, and even the number of divine kings has exceeded 50. The strongest among them has even reached the 6th heaven of God King. Jiang Chen and Ji Yufeng followed the witch torture, standing behind the group of people, and they were shocked in their hearts. The ancient ruler of the fallen land is indeed a fatal attraction for countless practitioners of the god's domain continent, and it has attracted such a large-scale powerhouse to come. Brother Jiang Chen, the white-robed old man in the lead should be the Zudianyuan of the Tianpeng Protoss. Ji Yufeng looked at the white-robed old man headed and couldn't help but whispered softly. The old guy who was headed turned out to be a strong man of the Tianpeng Protoss. Tianpeng Protoss, this is the chief culprit to destroy the Golden-Winged Condor clan, forcing the Golden-Winged Condor clan to escape into the eternal void and linger in the true martial realm. Now the territory of the Golden-Winged Condor clan is occupied by the Dark-Winged Peng clan, one of the 3 branches of the Tianpeng Protoss. When he entered the Golden-Winged Divine Ancestor land, he encountered the powerhouses of the Dark-Winged Peng clan and even the Tianpeng Protoss clan. With the relationship between him and the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, I am afraid that he is destined to only become an enemy with the Tianpeng God clan. Yes, he is Zudianyuan, God King 6th Heaven Cultivation Base, and he is also the 98th strongest on the list of the strongest censored kings. The Tianpeng Protoss is the top clan closest to the ancient burial realm. This time the exploration of the ancient burial realm was initiated by the Tianpeng Protoss. At this moment, Wu Xing also said suddenly. Jiang Chen was startled slightly. The king of the strongest gods. The strongest king list, this is a list specially set up for the realm of the gods on the continent of the gods, which lists the 100 most powerful kings of the gods on the continent. On this list, almost all of them are old monsters whose cultivation base has reached the 7th heaven and above of the God King. As far as I know, God King 6th heaven can be ranked among the strongest censored kings, almost by hand. Wu Xing said lightly. Hearing the words of which punishment, Jiang Chen looked at Shu Tianyuan with a more solemn expression. This list of the most powerful gods listed the 100 most powerful gods in the realm of the gods. Although Shu Tianyuan was only ranked 98th on the list of the strongest gods, Jiang Chen did not dare to underestimate it. This guy can be ranked as the strongest king of the gods with the 6th heaven of the censored king, and I am afraid that it is not much inferior to the 7th heaven of the censored king. With his strength like this, even if he sacrificed the sacred dragon steel, he might not be able to cope with it. While Jiang Chen and the others were talking, Shu Tianyuan had already led a team of hundreds of people, slowly moving towards the border southwest of Tiantian City. A virgin forest filled with ancient atmosphere emerged in the sight of everyone. Here there are mountains and ridges. Hundreds of thousands of mountains are boundless. Towering old trees cover the sky in the mountains, and 1,000-year-old vines are staggered like horns. From a distance, the forest was filled with palpitating darkness, and occasionally came the roar of ferocious beasts, which made people feel chills. Is this the ancient burial realm? Jiang Chen looked at the forest filled with the ancient atmosphere, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. This ancient land of burial of the gods is worthy of being the first dangerous place in the continent of gods. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, standing outside the ancient god burial realm, he felt a sense of insignificance. The three Jiang Chen cautiously followed the end of the team and walked into the ancient land of buried gods. The moment they entered the ancient forest, the surrounding light instantly dimmed, and the auras of the ancients came from all directions. The group of people walked slowly toward the depths of the ancient land of buried gods. Perhaps they were on the edge of the ancient burial realm, and they didn't encounter much danger along the way. Even if they are attacked by some murderers in the forest occasionally, they will be swarmed by the strong, and they will be bombarded with no scum left in an instant. In this way, under the leadership of Shu Tianyuan, the group continued to go deep into the ancient realm of burial of the gods. After one day, the middle domain of them passed through the outer area of the ancient burial realm, about to step into the core area of the ancient burial realm. Perhaps because there was no danger encountered along the way, many people had the illusion that this ancient land of buried gods was not as terrible as they had imagined. Many people gradually became agitated. The front is the core area of the ruined ancient realm. The place where the ancient ruler falls is about to arrive. Everyone, hurry up. At this moment, I didn't know who was the first to let out a low growl. Countless figures did not intend to continue to follow Zhudianyuan's command. They flashed out and rushed forward impatiently. These guys all want to be the first to reach the fallen land of the ancient domination, so that they can seize the opportunity and compete for the opportunity. Those figures had just rushed out of a distance of less than 100 miles, and the screams of terrible screams were constantly echoing in the silent mountain forest. Chapter 2238, Terrible Core Area. The sudden change also shocked everyone who hadn't moved forward. Their gazes followed the screams of prestige from the front. I saw some weaker celestial realm, after entering the area in front, almost instantaneously turned into a cloud of blood mist falling from midair. Even some experts in the Divine King realm had to retreat back with a look of horror. Everyone, be careful, the air here is highly toxic, take Badu pill first. Shu Tianyuan's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly took out a high-quality anti-drug pill and swallowed it. The others didn't hesitate either, they all took out the anti-drug pills and started to swallow them. Jiang Chen was about to take out the anti-poison pill, but Wu Xing took the lead in taking out 2 white beads and handing them to both Jiang Chen. Take this bead on your body, it will not be invaded by any poison. Jiang Chen didn't pretend either, he took the bead directly, and then walked forward cautiously. As Jiang Chen and the others deepened, the poisonous mist in the air became thicker and thicker. Even after taking the poison pill, it is difficult to completely cover the poisonous mist here. Some of the weaker practitioners did not even have time to make a scream, but they turned into blood mist in full view. Speed out of this area. Shu Tianyuan obviously also felt the thorny effects of the poison around him, and directly accelerated and blasted towards the front. This poisonous mist is too domineering. Seeing that the anti-drug pill seemed to be unable to withstand the poisonous mist in the air, Jiang Chen was also shocked. Fortunately, he found the mysterious witch torment, otherwise he would have to pay a very heavy price if he rushed into the core area of the ancient, censored, burial realm. This is not a poisonous mist at all, but a poisonous insect. In ancient times, there was a very terrifying mist eating insects. They were so small that they were hard to detect even in the Divine King realm. These poisonous mists in the air were actually formed by the gathering of countless mist-eating insects. Of poison pill, it is impossible to prevent these poisonous insects from entering the body. After a long time, the Divine King realm will be gradually swallowed by these poisonous insects. Wu Xing talked eloquently, apparently already aware of the surrounding situation. Hearing this, Rao Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath, and couldn't help feeling a tingling scalp. The poisonous fog here is unexpectedly formed by a gathering of invisible poisonous insects. Don't worry, the beads I gave you can restrain these mist-eating insects, and they won't be close to the range of your body. After the witch punishment was finished, he took the lead and continued to move forward. Jiang Chen and the others only noticed that once the surrounding mist formed by poisonous insects entered the range of their body, it was as if they had been frightened, and they retreated back and forth. This scene also amazed Jiang Chen in his heart. The young man in front of him called witch punishment seemed a bit more mysterious than he thought. Jiang Chen and the others have the mysterious beads of witch punishment, and they can completely ignore the poisonous insects around them, and the others are not so lucky. With the passage of time, more and more people cannot resist the engulfing of the mist-eating insects. The screams of miserable screams are also constantly echoing in the air. making this ancient forest feel a kind of creepy. This area covered by mist eaters is not too big. With Shu Tianyuan leading the team to speed up, they finally rushed out of this misty forest in about a time of a stick of incense. Even so, nearly 1/3 of the people fell in the misty forest. This also made Jiang Chen and the others have to sigh that the horror of this ancient god burial realm is just the forest where the fog eats the insects, and it is enough to stop countless practitioners. Jiang Chen and the three slowly walked out of the foggy forest, and the sight in front of them also became surprisingly bright. What appeared in front of them was a huge mountain stream. The day was so deep that there was almost no end in sight. And behind that mountain stream, there is an endless mountain range. These mountains are as tall as a giant dragon. A breath of ancient vicissitudes of life diffuses from it, rippling in this piece of heaven and earth. The front is the real core area of the burial god ancient domain. Looking at the mountain range at the end of the mountain stream, even the witch torture that had been very indifferent, his expression instantly became a little dignified. Jiang Chen stared at the ancient mountain range at the end of his sight. Even if it is thousands of miles away, he can faintly sense that in that ancient mountain range, there is a very fierce aura hidden. Some of these auras might not be inferior to the old monsters above the seventh heaven of the God King. The ancient land of the burial of the gods is isolated from the world. There are many peerless beasts with extraordinary bloodlines. Although affected by the environment of the ancient land of the burials of the gods, the intelligence of these beasts is not comparable to that of outside practitioners, but their combat power is better than that of the same level. The cultivator of the country has to make a three-pointer. The witching punishment is quiet and authentic, obviously reminding Jiang Chen and the other two not to be careless. The core area of the burial god ancient realm is the real forbidden area of the god realm continent. Even if he doesn't need to be reminded by witch torture, he still has to be twitchy. In this place, if you are a little careless, I am afraid there is a risk of falling. This should be the burial god stream, the place where the ancient ruler has fallen. Looking at the mountain stream in front of him, everyone including Shu Tianyuan couldn't help but show a fiery look in their eyes. With the lessons learned from the previous foggy forest, these people obviously still retain a bit of sanity and did not directly rush into the mountain stream. A cultivator of the divine king realm sacrificed a puppet and inspected the mountain stream for a while. After confirming that there was no danger, he blasted out directly at the mountain stream. As the practitioner rushed into the mountain stream, the others could no longer hold back. They all erupted one after another, spurring the speed to the extreme, and rushing towards the mountain stream crazily. Entering the core area this time, everyone is willing to listen to Zhudianyuan's call, but it is just to be able to smoothly come to the core area. Now that the ancient ruler's fall is in front of his eyes, Shu Tianyuan seems to be unable to control the situation at all. He didn't say much, and took a few people from the Tianpeng Protoss, and quickly slid into the mountain stream. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help turning his head to look at the witch punishment. Are we going to follow? Let's go. Although our goal is not this mountain stream, but to enter the back mountain range, this mountain stream is also our only place to pass. After finishing the witch punishment, he strode directly towards the mountain stream in front of him. Chapter 2239, Immeasurable Fruit. In the forest filled with Kangbu aura, the roar of violent beasts was full of violent roars, which constantly echoed in the air. A dazzling sword light cut through the space, and then slashed fiercely on a huge beast that was hundreds of feet long. Before the roar of this fierce beast could be heard, it was split into two by the sword light. Its huge body was directly turned into two halves, and it crashed onto the ground. And at the same time this fierce beast fell. The three figures also came slowly. It was the Jiang Chen trio who had entered the burial stream. Although the burial of the god stream is only a mountain stream, it is huge and stretches for thousands of miles. There are many powerful beasts in it. Even the three of Jiang Chen had to sneak cautiously. Looking at the mountain stream in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but twist his brows tightly together. Brother Wu, can we only walk through the mountain stream in front of us like this? Do you know how this mountain stream is formed? This used to be the battlefield of domination realm's mighty powers, so the ancient dominators fell here. The entire mountain stream was also formed in that great battle. The power of the dominating realm level can be immortal for hundreds of millions of years, so there are some terrible powers remaining in and around this mountain stream. Even the power of the nine-layer heavenly king of the gods does not dare to be easily infected. Wu Xing glanced at Jiang Chen, slowly and authentically. It seems that if they want to enter the mountain range behind, they can only hike through the mountain stream in front of them. As far as I know, there have been a lot of powerful gods in the gods' domain continent who have entered here. Didn't they find that the situation here is not successful? Why did the news of the ancient ruler of the fallen land come out recently? Ji Yufunger's delicate face couldn't help but a look of doubt appeared. There is the fall of the ancient ruler here. It is indeed because of the recent changes in the ancient land of the burial of the gods that people noticed and spread the news. Those strong people who have entered here may have discovered it, but they stayed here completely in the end, and there was no chance to pass the news. Jiang Chen and the others changed their conversation, while slowly moving forward in the god burial stream. Gradually, the energy of the heaven and the earth in the god burial stream became more and more intense, and even vaguely there were strange fragrances. Jiang Chen and the others looked around randomly, and they could find countless rare elixir from the outside world. These elixirs are at least hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years old, and some of them have a lot of appeal even to the powerhouses of the gods. The environment here not only gave birth to countless heaven and earth elixir, but also gave birth to countless powerful beasts. In this place, even a mouse has evolved and mutated to a strength comparable to the celestial god realm and even the realm god realm. Some of these powerful existences are even more comparable to the divine king realm. These mutated fierce beasts naturally did not pose much threat to Jiang Chen and the three of them. Jiang Chen and the others just rushed forward while collecting the spirit medicine from around. The witchcraft, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped. What's happening? Feeling the strangeness of witch punishment, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of doubt on his face. Wu Xing stared closely at the place 100 meters away in front, and slowly said, "Don't you find that there is a very strong fragrance coming out there?" The two Jiang Chen were taken aback. Because this place is full of heaven and earth elixir that exudes a strange fragrance, Jiang Chen and the others are almost numb, and naturally they did not sense the fragrance mentioned by witch punishment. After they heard the words of witch torture, they couldn't help feeling carefully. Sure enough, they discovered that there was a very special fragrance permeating the front. What made Jiang Chen and the others stunned was that the place where the fragrance came out was a flat and empty place, without the slightest peculiarities at all. But such an empty place was filled with an extraordinary fragrance, which was really incredible. "Brother Wu, what is going on?" Jiang Chen looked at the situation in his eyes, and a look of incomprehension appeared in his eyes. "If I guess right, there should be a legendary immeasurable fruit hidden there." Wu Xing stared closely at the open space in front of him, and then slowly explained to Jiang Chen and the other two. "Immeasurable fruit. This is the supreme divine fruit that needs to absorb the power of countless great avenues to be born. The mountain stream in front of us was once the battlefield of the dominating realm's mighty powers, and there were the dominating realm powerhouses falling here, and many of the dominating realm powerhouses, supreme power of the great avenue remained, which gave birth to the immeasurable divine fruit. The immeasurable divine fruit, which contains the majestic power of the great avenue, is the supreme treasure even for the divine king realm. Rumor has it that an immeasurable divine fruit is at least enough to allow practitioners of the divine king realm to improve their cultivation base. At the divine king realm, it is very difficult to comprehend the power of the great Tao to improve the cultivation base. In the ordinary divine king realm, it is not easy to improve the cultivation base of a great heaven, even if it accumulates for millions or even tens of millions of years. This immeasurable divine fruit can directly improve the cultivation base of the first heaven in the divine king realm. This shows how terrifying the immeasurable fruit is. Jiang Chen stared at the space tightly, and a fiery look appeared on his face. This immeasurable fruit is undoubtedly very attractive to Jiang Chen. If he could obtain an immeasurable divine fruit, he might be able to quickly raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 4-star Tianzun, and then break through the divine king realm in one fell swoop. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Brother Wu, how can I obtain this immeasurable divine fruit?" The immeasurable divine tree has been psychic, able to communicate the power of heaven and earth, and exert a strength comparable to that of the divine king realm. Furthermore, the immeasurable divine tree is extremely good at concealment, and it is difficult for ordinary people to detect it. If you act rashly, once you are alarmed to make it escape, it will be very difficult to find it again. If you want to get the fruit of the immeasurable divine fruit, you must first arrange the divine forbidden and confine this space. Once the connection between the world of the immeasurable tree is cut off, the immeasurable tree will automatically appear. "Brother Jiang Chen, let me come." Ji Yufunger heard the words and said directly, the ancient Shenfeng tribe has exactly one thing that can be used to seal off the space and trap the immeasurable sacred tree. With a move of Ji Yufeng's palm, a long stretch of crimson feathers exuding supreme coercion all over her body, also emerged out of thin air in her palm. Chapter 2240, Within 10 breaths, you will die if you don't roll. Phoenix, true feather. Looking at the feathers in Ji Yufeng's palm, even the indifferent witch torture, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Phoenix true feather. This is a treasure made from the feathers of the ancient divine beast Phoenix, possessing the terrifying power to ban everything. With the strength of the two Jiang Chen, it is not an easy task to quietly perform the divine restraint and trap the immeasurable divine tree. Now that there is this Phoenix true feather, there is no big problem. Ji Yufeng quickly moved Phoenix Zhenyu. I saw the Phoenix true feather directly turned into a red light, shooting towards the space where the immeasurable divine fruit was located, and then turned into a red light curtain, covering all the space with a radius of 100 meters. And just as Ji Yufeng urged Phoenix true feather to imprison 100 meters of space, the immeasurable divine tree obviously felt the strangeness of the surrounding space. I saw a strange energy wave, also slowly rippling up in that space. A small almost transparent sapling emerged out of thin air from the banned space by Phoenix true feather. Is this the immeasurable sacred tree? Jiang Chen looked at the young sapling that had emerged out of thin air, and a strange expression could not help appearing in his eyes. This sapling is not big, only Zhang Zilai high, the whole body is crystal clear. At the very top of the young sapling, a fist-sized fruit was hanging impressively. This fruit is also crystal clear, it looks like a pure crystal, and the power of a vast avenue is faintly diffused from the fruit. The young sapling didn't grow in the soil, it just floated in midair and scurried around. Because Phoenix Zhenyu blocked the surrounding space, the young sapling could not communicate with the power of heaven and earth. No matter how chaotic it is impossible to escape. Brother Wu, this immeasurable fruit. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help looking at the witchcraft. In this ancient land of burial of the gods, the existence of witch punishment, which is very familiar with the ancient land of burial of gods, is undoubtedly very important to them. Although Jiang Chen wanted to obtain this immeasurable fruit, he was also prepared to discuss the ownership of the immeasurable fruit. The immeasurable divine fruit belongs to you. You just need to remember to enter that mountain range in a while and help me fetch one thing. Wu Xing waved his hand, and said indifferently, take the immeasurable fruit quickly and leave, in case it is too late to change. Brother Jiang Chen, I urge Zhenyu Phoenix to completely imprison the immeasurable divine tree. Are you ready to collect immeasurable divine fruit? At this moment, Ji Yufeng also said directly. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay. Ji Yufeng didn't talk nonsense either, she just wanted to urge Phoenix Zhenyu, a few powerful aura fluctuations, but they came from the direction behind them. Naturally, these changes were also noticed by Jiang Chen. Their gazes couldn't help but follow the breath fluctuations in the rear. The three figures quickly appeared in Jiang Chen's sight. As soon as these three people appeared, their eyes quickly fell on the immeasurable divine fruit, and their expressions immediately became sluggish. This is the legendary immeasurable fruit. After the sluggishness lasted for a moment, the head of the old man of the God King Triple Heaven couldn't help but let out an incredible scream. The two censored kings were in the sky, their eyes were also staring straight at the immeasurable censored fruit, and there was an extremely fiery look in their eyes. This is the heaven and earth divine fruit that can at least allow the divine king realm to directly increase the cultivation base of a heavy heaven. If they can obtain immeasurable divine fruits, it will be enough to save them millions or even tens of millions of years of cultivation time. Girl, you and Brother Wu collect the immeasurable fruit, I will solve these three guys. Jiang Chen's gaze was cold, and he flashed to block the front of the three of them. Seeing this, the elder God King Triple Heaven couldn't help but sternly shouted at Jiang Chen. Boy, if you are more acquainted, you will get rid of me immediately, otherwise I will let you die here. In front of these three young people, apart from the woman who possessed the strength of the divine king realm, the remaining two of them were still in the heavenly sovereign realm. But the woman trapped the boundless god tree at this moment and couldn't get out of her body at all. It shouldn't be difficult for them to solve these three people and censored the immeasurable divine fruit. Within 10 breaths, you will die if you don't roll. Jiang Chen stared at the three of them with cold eyes, and there was a sense of killing intent all over his body. Boy, the immeasurable fruit is not something you just a few hairy boys can have, kill them. The old man of the God King Three Heavens gave a cold cry and rushed over with the two men beside him murderously. The immeasurable divine fruit, for any strong, censored, king realm, has a fatal temptation. Such an old man of the God King Triple Heaven obviously didn't want to waste time. He planned to make a quick battle and get the immeasurable fruit at the fastest speed. Once the immeasurable divine fruit is exposed, it may not be so easy to obtain the immeasurable divine fruit with his strength. The cold light in Jiang Chen's eyes exploded, the golden ancient sword flashed out of thin air, and then turned into a mysterious sword light and slashed at the three of them. One sword transforms everything. In order to prevent the battle fluctuations from attracting more powerhouses, Jiang Chen didn't keep the slightest hand at all, and as soon as he shot, he fully used the Azure Emperor's sword technique. The mysterious sword light instantly crossed time and space, and a sword pierced through the bodies of the three of them. The three of them discovered in horror that their own cultivation level was falling at a terrifying speed. The three of them had already turned into mortals without the slightest level of cultivation, and smashed to the ground with a bang from midair. They looked up at Jiang Chen standing proudly in midair, their expressions were extremely frightened. In front of him, the black-clothed youth who seemed to have only the cultivation base of the heavenly venerable realm had such terrifying strength. Just an understatement of the sword, they abolished the three divine king realm. Even if the heavenly venerable realm with extraordinary combat power on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list, it is impossible to pervert to such a degree. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and he did not answer the three of them at all. He directly swung his sword to cut out three sword auras, and under the desperate and horrified eyes of the three of them, they completely strangled their bodies and souls into nothingness. And while Jiang Chen beheaded the three, Ji Yufeng'er also fully urged Phoenix True Feather to completely imprison the immeasurable divine tree in midair. Wu Xing also took this opportunity to easily pluck the immeasurable divine fruit. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's leave here first. Wu Xing threw the immeasurable divine fruit to Jiang Chen, and then turned directly towards the depths of the mountain stream. Jiang Chen harvested the immeasurable fruit, and Ji Yufeng'er also harvested the Phoenix True Feather. Allowing the immeasurable tree to escape, and then quickly disappeared into the ancient mountain forest following the witch torture. Chapter 2241, Kendo Supernatural Power, Half-Step Censored King. And while Jiang Chen killed the three censored kings to collect the immeasurable fruits. On an unremarkable mountain peak in the middle of God's domain continent, a violent wind suddenly appeared in the originally extremely calm space, and a ghostly figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the storm. If Jiang Chen and the others appeared here at the moment, they would be surprised. Because the figure that emerged out of thin air in front of him is exactly the same as the elder of the God King Three Heavens that Jiang Chen killed in the ancient God burial realm. The old man stood proudly in the void with his hand, and a terrifying force of the censored king slowly swept across the world. He raised his head slightly, his eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, looked directly toward the southwest, and the cold voice also resounded in the air. Tisk Tusk, the ancient burial realm of the gods, the ancient dominates the fallen land, the immeasurable fruit, it's kind of interesting. Well, the old man has been trapped in the seventh heaven of the God King for many years. This time it is an opportunity. I might as well go to the ancient land of the burial of the gods personally. No matter who it is, if you dare to destroy my clone and take away the immeasurable fruit, I will make it pay 10 times the price. When the old man's voice fell, his figure also turned into a whirlwind, disappearing into the sky instantly. The ancient land of burial of the gods, the stream of burial of the gods. After Jiang Chen and the others collected the immeasurable divine fruit, they continued to move toward the depths of the buried, censored stream. As Jiang Chen and the others deepened, the burial god stream became more and more dangerous, fierce beasts comparable to the divine king realm, almost everywhere. Some of the more powerful fierce beasts are not even weaker than the powerhouses of the god king's fourth heavenly layer. Jiang Chen and the others spent 3 whole days before they hurriedly passed through the burial stream and came to the vast and boundless mountain range. Wu Xing looked at the rolling mountains in front of him, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "The place you are looking for will be here soon. Come with me." Jiang Chen pondered slightly. "Brother Wu, I plan to practice here for a while, and then go to that place. I wonder if it is feasible." In the mountain range in front of them, there are countless heart-palpitating powerful auras, which are obviously more dangerous than the god burial stream they had passed through before. Jiang Chen intends to swallow the immeasurable divine fruit directly here to improve his strength. With his 4-star Tianzun's background, if he could use the immeasurable divine fruit to break through the divine king realm, he might at least be able to reach the divine king's 4th heaven. His combat power is definitely not inferior to the powerhouse of the 7th heavenly king of gods, and his power of self-preservation can also be greatly improved in this crisis-ridden ancient land of the buried gods. After finishing the witch punishment, he ignored Jiang Chen and directly found a place to meditate with his legs closed and his eyes closed. Ji Yufeng'er obviously understood what Jiang Chen wanted to do, and couldn't help but smiled sweetly. "Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry about swallowing the immeasurable fruit, I will protect the law for you." Jiang Chen nodded without wasting time. He directly searched for a secluded place, then took out the immeasurable divine fruit, and quickly swallowed it. Ding! You swallow immeasurable fruits and gain a lot of kendo origins. Ding! Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 4-star Tianzun. Ding! You swallowed the immeasurable fruit, triggered a hundredfold comprehension, and successfully comprehended 2/3 of the kendo supernatural power. With the sound of pleasant prompts resounding in his mind, Jiang Chen's cultivation level has also directly reached the peak of Tianzun, and 2/3 of the kendo origin in his body has been transformed into a higher level of energy. Kendo supernatural power. This is also a sign that the kendo practitioners are moving from the heavenly sovereign realm to the divine king realm. Any kendo practitioner at the pinnacle of heavenly sovereign, who wants to become the king of kendo, must first comprehend the supreme path and comprehend the power of kendo. Once the kendo supernatural power is complete, it can trigger the divine king's robbery, and proving to become the divine king realm power. With the help of the immeasurable divine fruit, Jiang Chen instantly raised his cultivation to the peak of the 4-star Tianzun, and realized 2/3 of it. This immeasurable divine fruit will not be the legendary divine fruit of heaven and earth, it is really extraordinary. Feeling the situation in his body, Jiang Chen was obviously very satisfied with the effect of this immeasurable fruit. Today's Jiang Chen, although he has not completely broken through the divine king realm, he is already a half-step divine king realm, and he is only 1 step away from the real divine king realm. With his current strength, even if he does not use the power of the holy dragon steel, I am afraid he will not be afraid of the powerhouse of the 6th heavenly king. Although with the help of the power of the system, Jiang Chen swallowed the immeasurable divine fruit and completed a breakthrough in an instant. But in order not to be too shocked by the world, Jiang Chen continued to practice for a few days before ending this retreat. "Brother Jiang Chen, why did you leave the customs so quickly?" Seeing that Jiang Chen had finished the retreat in just a few days, Ji Yufeng'er's beautiful eyes couldn't help but a look of astonishment appeared. Even the witch torture on the side had a look of doubt in his eyes. Didn't this guy use the immeasurable divine fruit to break through? He knew very well about immeasurable fruits. Even if it is the power of the divine king realm, it is not an overnight thing to fully absorb the power of an immeasurable divine fruit. If this guy swallowed the immeasurable divine fruit, how could he leave the barriers so quickly? I have absorbed the power of the immeasurable divine fruit, and I will continue to practice for a short time without much growth. I will naturally come out. When Jiang Chen spoke, his palm moved slightly, and a sword energy condensed from the divine power of kendo appeared at his fingertips. "Brother Jiang Chen, have you realized the magical power of kendo?" When Ji Yufeng'er saw this, there was also a shock that could not be concealed in her beautiful eyes. In just a few days, Jiang Chen absorbed the power of the immeasurable divine fruit, and he also realized the magical power of kendo. The witch torture on the side saw this scene, and he couldn't help taking a deep look at Jiang Chen. With his eyesight, when he first met Jiang Chen, he had already seen how extraordinary Jiang Chen was. It is precisely because of this that he chose to cooperate with Jiang Chen. He found that he still underestimated the guy in front of him. With the cultivation base of the Tianzun realm, he absorbed the power of the immeasurable divine fruit in just a few days, raised his cultivation to the peak of the Tianzun, and realized the magical power of kendo. Such a wicked existence. Even in the ancient times when geniuses existed, they were probably unique. The more enchanting this guy is, the more chance it will get him back from that place, which is not a bad thing for him. Since you have cleared the customs, let's go. Wu Xing did not hesitate at the moment, stood up directly, and said lightly to Jiang Chen and the other two. The burial god ancient realm has changed frequently recently, and I am afraid that something big will happen. He must go to that place as soon as possible to get his own things back. Chapter 2242, Lunar Palace Sealed Land, Ancient Burial Realm, Core Area. The three Jiang Chen sneaked carefully in the rolling mountains. What surprised Jiang Chen and the others was that they did not encounter any danger as expected along the way. Instead, they found some traces of battle, and occasionally encountered a corpse lying in a pool of blood. It seems that some people have entered here before us. Judging from the corpses of these fierce beasts, the death should not exceed 3 days. Wu Xing looked at the corpse of a fierce beast on the ground, and his brows couldn't help but frown. These people who entered the mountain range earlier than them, obviously have very similar roots to them. Could it be that they also came to the Moon God Palace? Brother Wu, let's speed up. The key to the Moon God Palace is not only the one in his hand. If these people also came for the Moon God Palace, and he opened the Moon God Palace first step and took away the heritage treasures inside, it would be troublesome. Wu Xing did not speak, and directly led Jiang Chen and the other two to speed up and rush towards the front. A bizarre mountain that seemed to hang from the horizon for half a month also appeared directly in Jiang Chen's line of sight. In the void 100 meters away from the mountain peak, there were two figures standing in the air, one old and one young, and they should be the ones who came here one step before them. Among them, the young man had a handsome face, and there was a deep black triangle mark on the center of his eyebrows, which looked like the third eye, giving people a mysterious feeling. Behind the young man was an old man with silver robe and silver hair. The old man's body is extremely powerful, and he is not inferior to the Zhudianyuan of the Tianpeng Protoss. This old guy is at least a strong man above the sixth heaven of the censored king. Looking at this scene in front of him, a sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. It seems that he is not the only one who has obtained the key to the Moon God Palace, and these two guys are obviously also coming for the Moon God Palace. Brother Jiang Chen, these two people should be from the Dongshuan God clan. That young man is Zhan Yongji, the censored son of the Dongshuan God clan, and the 22nd genius in the Zhongyu Tianzhao list, second only to Zhang Yu from the Palace of Humans. The old man next to him should be the old man Xuanshu of the Dongshuan God clan, the 96th strong man on the list of the strongest gods. Ji Yufeng'er looked at the two figures in midair, and there was a solemn expression on Chao's face. What made Ji Yufeng'er so discolored was not only the terrifying strength of old man Zhan Shu, but also the origin of the two. Dongshuan Protoss. In terms of strength, the Dongshuan God clan may only be the first-class power of the God Realm continent, and cannot be compared with the top powers such as the ancient God Phoenix clan. But the Dongshuan God race can definitely be regarded as the most mysterious and weird race in God's domain continent. The Dongshuan gods are good at fate and possess unpredictable abilities. They can control the fate of people, and even change their fate against the sky. Once a first-rate force in the gods' domain continent with the 7th heavenly king, because he offended the Dongshuan Protoss, it didn't cost much to be penetrated by the Protoss. Dongshuan Protoss is too weird. Even the top clans like the Ancient Gods and Phoenix clan are absolutely unwilling to provoke them easily. Are you from Dongshuan Protoss? Wu Xing looked at the two figures in the air, and a look of jealousy appeared in his eyes. The profound cave god clan, even in ancient times, was synonymous with mysterious and powerful. Back then, the ancestor of the Dongshuan god clan ruled the road of destiny, and even dared to plan the way of heaven to explore the ethereal immortal realm. Jiang Chen stared at the two people in midair, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Although he didn't know much about the profound cave god clan, he also knew that the profound cave god clan was a mysterious race that was good at fate, and it was one of the most difficult forces in the god's domain continent. For the Moon God Palace, Jiang Chen obviously couldn't give up easily. Don't say that these two Dongshuan God clan members have not yet opened the Moon God Palace. Even if they have indeed opened the Moon God Palace, he will not shrink back. Especially the Moon God Stone, even if it is at all costs, he is bound to get it. At this moment, the old man Xuanshu in midair seemed to sense something instantly. A mysterious light suddenly burst out of his deep eyes, shooting towards the direction Jiang Chen and the others were. Jiang Chen couldn't help but took a deep breath. I was found, let's go. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He flew directly out of the dense forest and volleyed towards the crescent mountain peak ahead. Who are you and why are you here? Seeing Jiang Chen and three people slowly walking into the air, the old man Xuanshu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. In the core area of the burial god ancient realm, most people would never enter it. Even if he came to the ancient burial god realm recently, he should be attracted to the place where the ancient ruler of the burial god Jian has fallen. It is impossible to come to this place. These three people confined here, and in all likelihood, they have also obtained the key to the Moon God Palace, and want to open the Moon God Palace. Senior Xuanshu, Ji Yu Fenger, the Junior Sky Phoenix God Clan. The Moon God Palace is the ruling power of the ancients, and it may not be easy to open it. Since we all come from the Moon God Palace, how about we join hands to open the Moon God Palace? Ji Yu Fenger stepped forward and bowed to the old man Zan Shu, saying neither humble nor arrogant. When Jiang Chen saw this, he didn't say much. To penetrate the gods and ghosts of the gods and ghosts, it is better not to conflict with the people of the gods and gods if you don't have to force it. He came here mainly for the Moon God Stone. As for the inheritance of the Moon God Palace, it doesn't hurt to let the two Dongshuan God clan people take away a portion. The heavenly phoenix goddess of the ancient god Phoenix clan. The old man Xuanzhu's eyes pondered slightly. It is no problem to open the Moon God Palace together, but in order to avoid conflicts between everyone for a while, we have to discuss the distribution plan first. The ancient gods and Phoenix clan was powerful, and the Tianfeng goddess had an unparalleled talent, and the old man Xuanshu naturally didn't want to offend easily. The opening of the Moon Shrine is indeed very troublesome. The two of them have been here for 2 days, but they haven't successfully opened it yet. If the three of Ji Yu Fenger join, the speed at which they want to open the Moon God Palace will undoubtedly be much faster. Brother Jiang Chen, hearing this, Ji Yu Fenger couldn't help looking at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and said directly, Senior Xuanshu, we want the Moon God Stone. As for the other treasures of the Moon God Palace, we only need 30%, and the remaining 70% belong to you. The old man Xuanzhu's complexion changed, he waved his hand directly, and refused, the Moon God Stone must belong to us, there is no discussion about this matter. Chapter 2243, Since there is no discussion, let's go by our own ability. Hearing the words of the old man Xuanshu, Jiang Chen's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. These two Dongshuan God clan members also came for the Moon God Stone. Moonstone. This was the key to Meng Qingshui's ability to evolve into the Taiyan divine body, and it was also his main purpose for coming to open the Moon God Palace this time. How could he give in? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly, Senior, sorry, I must get the Moon God Stone. The old man Xuanzhu's eyes were slightly cold, and an overwhelming oppression of the censored king swept towards Jiang Chen and the others. If this is the case, then we have nothing to discuss. The Moon God Stone, for their Dongshuan God clan, has a vital role. For this Moon God Stone, their Dongshuan Protoss had spent countless prices before they obtained the key to the Moon God Palace, and the elders who had penetrated the Protoss had suffered a backlash in order to guess the whereabouts of the Moon God Palace. He can look at the face of the ancient gods in Phoenix clan, open the Moon God Palace with Jiang Chen and the others, and obtain the inheritance resources inside. But the Moon God Stone don't want to get involved. Jiang Chen's complexion was calm, and there was no change in the slightest due to the pressure of old man Zan Shu. He stared straight at the old man Xuanshu, and said faintly, Since there is no discussion, then we will each have our own abilities. If it was before swallowing the immeasurable divine fruit, facing the existence of the strongest censored kings like the old Zan Shu, he might not have been afraid of 3 points. Now his cultivation has reached the peak of the 4-star Tianzun, and he has comprehended 2/3 of the Kendo divine power, but he is not afraid of the old man Xuanshu, such as the 6 heavenly powerhouses of the censored king. Boy, if you want to compete with me for the Moon God Stone, I am afraid you are not qualified. The old man Xuanzhu's eyes suddenly sank, and he sternly said, For the face of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan, you are leaving now, maybe it's still too late. Old man, you can't help but value yourself too much. Moon God Stone, I, Jiang Chen, will decide today. Who dares to stop me and kill? Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Every time he said a word, his aura rose by a point. On the golden ancient sword in his hand, a sword light that seemed to pierce the sky was also swallowed. I saw Jiang Chen's palm holding the golden ancient sword suddenly shook, and a bright sword light shot out, flashing away in the void. The sword light had already appeared above the old man Xuanzhu's head. With a move of the old man Xuanzhu's palm, a jade sword exuding mysterious blue light was also cut out in the air. The jade sword traversed a stunning trajectory in the void, directly and lightly smashed the golden sword light that fell down into nothingness. Swordsman power, half-step, censored king. It is rumored that a peerless Tianzhao recently appeared in God's domain continent, who defeated Long Juhan, one of the 10 great Tianzhaos, with the heavenly sovereign realm. It should be you. The old man Xuanxu gave Jiang Chen a surprised look. Unfortunately, you haven't completely broken through the Divine King realm. The talent potential of this child is absolutely rare in ancient and modern times. The power of that sword just now, even the average, censored, King 5 heavenly powerhouse, might not be able to easily take over it. With half a step of the censored King's cultivation base, he could have such a combat power. Even if he looked at the entire God's domain continent, he might not be able to find a second one. If this kid really breaks through the Divine King realm, I am afraid that even he may not be his opponent. 7-star Heaven Sword. Seeing that the old man Xuanxu defeated his own blow lightly, Jiang Chen's expression did not change in the slightest, and the giant sword of the stars condensed by the 7-star heavenly sword art once again slashed down at the old man Xuanxu. The old man Xuanxu looked calm, and the jade sword in his hand was once again pierced with a strange arc lightly. I saw the great sword of stars trembling violently in midair, and then directly exploded with a bang. Looking at this scene in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a touch of horror that could not be concealed. With his current strength, fully exerting the Divine King's great art 7-star heaven sword art, it is completely enough to shake the power of the Divine King's 6th heaven. Such a powerful blow was still broken by an old man Xuanxu's fluttering sword. Even if the old man Xuanxu is ranked among the strongest censored kings, his strength is far better than the average censored King's 6th heaven, but he is not so strong, right? Jiang Chen, this is Dongshuan God Clan's Dongshu magic, which can instantly understand the weakness of any martial arts in the world. There are only 2 ways to get rid of the void art. Either suppress it with absolute strength, or use power beyond the level of the censored king. At this moment, the sound transmission of which punishment also sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Hearing the transmission of which punishment, Jiang Chen was also surprised. This guy not only knows the burial god ancient realm very well, but also seems to know the mysterious ancient clans like the Dongshuan God clan. He is now becoming more and more curious about the identity of which punishment. At this moment, Jiang Chen didn't have time to think too much. He urged the Azure Emperor longevity art with all his strength, turned it into a supreme kendo power containing mysterious power, and slashed it out at the old man Xuanxu. Qingdi swordsmanship, one sword transforms the world. With his current strength, although he can compete with the 6th heavenly king, it is impossible to suppress the existence of old man Xuanxu. Jiang Chen could only choose the second method, using martial arts beyond the level of the censored king to fight against the old man Xuanxu's magic. Looking at Jiang Chen's sword again, the old man Xuanxu was constantly surging with a mysterious light all over his body. The old man Xuanxu, who had been calm, finally couldn't help but suddenly change his complexion. Because he had already discovered to his horror that his own whole deficiency divine art was already unable to overcome the weakness of Jiang Chen's sword. The rank of Jiang Chen's sword is very likely to have surpassed the level of the Divine King's great art. Old man Xuanxu was in horror. And at the moment he was stunned, Jiang Chen's sword had already penetrated his body. The old man Xuanxu felt a strange sword aura, and he was constantly devouring his own cultivation. The old man Xuanxu's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly urged Dao's divine power to clear the terrifying sword energy from his body. But even so, part of his cultivation was still swallowed by xianxia. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, I am afraid that his cultivation would fall directly from the peak of the 6th heavenly king. Old man Xuanxu suppressed the horror in his heart, and in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, a touch of unprecedented solemnity finally appeared. Surpasses the swordsmanship of the censored king, and can also directly cut the cultivation base. Since the great tribulation of the ancient times, the powers of the dominating realm and the dominating forces of God's domain have been completely extinct, and few martial arts beyond the level of the gods have been passed down. How could this kid in front of him master such a terrifying sword technique? Chapter 2244, Suppress the God King's 6 Heavens. This sword, Wu Xing looked at the sword Jiang Chen displayed, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. A mysterious sword technique that can directly slash the cultivation base with one sword. Even the 10,000 sword master who was in charge of the kendo back then couldn't use such a weird sword technique at all. Wu Xing couldn't help taking a deep look at Jiang Chen. The more you get along with Jiang Chen, the more you will find this guy is not easy. The swordsmanship that Jiang Chen showed just now, in all likelihood, was not from the world of God's domain. Qingdi swordsmanship, time is one sword, Jiang Chen didn't give the old man Xuanxu any chance to breathe, and the second style of the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship slashed at the old man Xuanxu again. The old man Xuanxu's complexion changed drastically. While urging Dongshu Shenshu to observe the flaws in Jiang Chen's sword, he condensed a mysterious silver light curtain to resist Jiang Chen's sword. Jiang Chen's sword was too mysterious, as if to completely freeze the time and space around him. Even if he fully used the Void God technique, he couldn't see the slightest flaw at all. And his condensed silver light curtain, in front of the sword light that was cut, seemed like paper paste, and it was penetrated in an instant. Zhongguang penetrated through the old man Xuanzhu's body, and a mysterious force caused the vitality of his body to drain at an extremely terrifying speed. The old man Zanshu felt that he had lost millions of years of life. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The old man Xuanzhu suddenly felt his scalp numb. One sword slashes the cultivation base. Shouyuan with one sword. The swordsmanship that this kid displayed in front of him not only surpassed the level of the censored king's great skill, but also was extremely weird. Even with the experience of the old man Xuanzhu, this kind of swordsmanship is unheard of. As an old monster who has lived for 70 to 80 million years, the old man Xuanzhu's lifespan is already running low. Now Jiang Chen can chop off his millions of years of life with a single sword. If this is a few more swords, he will probably fall here today. Jiang Chen, the Moon God Stone is very important to my Profound Cave God clan. If you can let the Moon God Stone out, Profound Cave God clan can agree to any of your conditions. At this moment, Zan Yangji, the censored son of Dongshuan God clan, couldn't help standing up and said solemnly to Jiang Chen. The boy in front of him was a peerless figure who was able to defeat the 10 heavenly pride with the heavenly sovereign realm, and his combat power was beyond imagination. Naturally, he could also see that Jiang Chen was not only strong in combat power, but also mastered your heaven-defying sword technique that could not be cracked by hollow void divine art. Even if he was as strong as the old man Xuanzhu, in the previous confrontation with Jiang Chen, he could not get any advantage. Next to Jiang Chen is a goddess of Tianfeng who is comparable to the top 10 arrogances. Even the young man at the heavenly venerable realm next to him gave him an extremely unfathomable feeling. Facing these three people in front of them, they didn't have much chance of winning at all. Zan Yangji had to stand up and plan to obtain the Moon God Stone by way of trade. Although the Profound Cave God clan is not the most powerful force in the God's domain continent, it has incredible abilities and can help people accomplish many incredible things. Zan Yangji believed that few people could refuse any conditions given by the Dongshuan God clan. Sorry, I will definitely get the Moon God Stone. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then faintly said, "Why don't you give me the Moon God Stone from the Profound Cave God clan, and I owe you a favor, how about me?" The cave-censored clan is mysterious and unpredictable. If it were changed to something else, Jiang Chen might also consider giving it to the two people in front of him. But this Moon God Stone alone was of great help to Meng Qingshui's evolution of the Taiyan divine body, and he definitely couldn't easily want it. Seeing that Jiang Chen still didn't plan to hand over the Moon God Stone to them, Zan Yangji's complexion also didn't look so good. He shouted with an iron expression, "Jiang Chen, it seems that you really want to be an enemy of my Dongshuan God clan. What about being an enemy? Would I still be afraid of you Profound Cave God clan?" He was already in God's domain continent, and there were already a lot of offending forces, but he was not afraid of one more Profound Cave God clan. Zan Yangji smiled angrily. "I have written down what happened to the Profound God clan today. Ancestor Xuanzhu, let's go." Jiang Chen's combat power was too weird, even the Ancestor Xuanzhu could not easily take it down. Once the Ancestor Xuanzhu was restrained by Jiang Chen, it was only Tianfeng goddess Ji Yu Fenger that he could not handle it. Zan Yangji had to choose to retreat and temporarily gave this place to Jiang Chen and the others. The old man Xuanzhu's eyes changed slightly for a while, and finally he obeyed Xuanyangji's meaning and turned around to leave. With the strength of the two of them, fighting hard with the three of Jiang Chen did not have much chance of winning. Anyway, the Moon God Palace can't be opened in a moment, it's better to leave this place first, and then make a long-term plan. Seeing that Zan Yangji and the two were about to leave, a sharp cold light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. His figure flickered, and he stood in front of the two Zan Yangji as if teleporting. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of him, Zan Yangji's face suddenly sank, and he sternly said, "Jiang Chen, what do you mean?" Jiang Chen said indifferently, "I think it's better for you to stay." Now that he has chosen to be the enemy of the Dongshuan God clan, Jiang Chen has never been merciless in the face of the enemy. Once they let Zan Yangji leave. If these two people hide in the dark and come behind a mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole, and when they open the Moon God Palace, it will be a very troublesome thing to make a sneak attack. These two guys may also summon more Dongshuan censored clan powerhouses to come. Jiang Chen vowed to stay these two guys forever. Jiang Chen, we have already given you the Moon God Palace, don't deceive people too much. A hideous cold light appeared on the old face of the old man Zan Shu. If you want to keep us, I promise you will pay a heavy price. Jiang Chen looked cold and didn't bother to talk nonsense. He directly swung the golden ancient sword again, and slashed at the two old men Xuanshu with a sword. God, you go first. The pupils of the old man Xuanshu suddenly shrank, and the powerful strength of the God King's sixth heaven broke out with all his strength, welcoming the sword cut by Jiang Chen. The power contained in Jiang Chen's swordsmanship is too overbearing and weird. If he does not come forward to resist, with the strength of Zan Yangji, I am afraid that Shou Yuan will be completely defeated by this sword in an instant. Ancestor, be careful. Zan Yangji gritted his teeth, and just about to leave, an extremely powerful aura of the censored king was already locked on him. Zan Yang couldn't help but suddenly looked up. I saw the figure of the goddess of Tianfeng, Ji Yu Fenger, who had quietly appeared in front of him for some time. Chapter 2245, Ancestors. Goddess of Heavenly Phoenix, your ancient gods and Phoenix clan also want to be an enemy of my profound cave god clan. Zan Yangji looked frightened and furious. Today you dare to attack me, I guarantee that your ancient gods and Phoenix clan will pay a heavy price for this. Will the ancient gods and Phoenix clan be your enemies? I don't know. I only know that brother Jiang Chen's enemy is my Ji Yu Fenger's enemy. Ji Yu Fenger snorted coldly, and stretched out his hand to slap the Xuanyangji with a palm. The sky full of flame divine power instantly turned the space around Xuanyangji into a sea of fire. Looking at the endless flame divine power around, Zan Yangji's expression instantly became horrified. Although he is ranked 22nd in the Central Territory Tianzhou ranking, he has extraordinary combat power, but he is only equivalent to the ordinary God King's second heaven. In the face of Ji Yu Fenger, the God King Triple Heaven's supreme arrogance, Zan Yangji didn't have much resistance at all. He didn't hesitate at all, and directly and decisively escaped from a jade medallion crushed. The jade card was shattered, and a magical power of the great Tao exuding a mysterious aura instantly permeated the space between the earth and the world. A phantom in the silver robe covered in a faint silver glow also appeared out of thin air above Zan Yangji's head. The silver robe phantom looked at the Xuanyangji that was shrouded in the sea of fire below, just raised his hand and waved it lightly, and the sea of fire dissipated out of thin air in midair. Ancestor Xuanqin, someone wants to fight for the Moon God Stone, so I ask the ancestor to help. Zan Yangji looked at the silver robe phantom above his head and couldn't help but quickly said respectfully. Yinpao Ziying didn't speak. His eyes with mysterious light fell directly on Ji Yu Fenger's body, and immediately pointed out. Zan Yangji, you are not the only one who has an ancestor clone. Ji Yu Fenger let out a cold snort, and immediately also took out a phoenix-shaped jade pendant and smashed it into pieces. A phoenix sound of Ruoyorao came from the jade pendant, and the dazzling flame, censored, glowed from the sky, and then turned into an enchanting and unparalleled palace-dressed beauty in the void. The beautiful woman in palace costume looked at the void finger that came out of the sky, and couldn't help raising her hand to gently squeeze the space in front of her. The void one finger and the surrounding space were burned into a black hole by a crimson flame that emerged out of thin air. Old monster Xuanqin, my ancient god Phoenix clan and your Dongshuan god clan have always kept the water in the well, so why do you act against the goddess of my clan? Lightly defeated a finger of the silver robe phantom. The faint cold snort of the beautiful woman in the palace costume also instantly resounded through the world. Feng Xuanji, it turned out to be you. The silver robe phantom looked at the beautiful woman in palace clothes in front of her. Her complexion couldn't help but change slightly. Zan Yangji just told him that the girl was competing with them for the Moon God Stone, and he didn't tell her the identity of the other party at all, so he didn't hesitate to take action against it. But he never thought that the girl was actually the goddess of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan. This time he made a shot, and even brought out this one of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan. This one is ranked on the top of the strong, censored, king list, but is 20 places higher than him, and he is truly one of the few superpowers on the continent of God's domain. Feng Xuanji, This incident was an accident. I didn't know that she was the goddess of your ancient gods and Phoenix tribe. Silver Robe Void took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Today, the Profound God clan came to open the Moon God Palace only for the Moon God Stone. If we can give us the Moon God Stone, I will count the Profound God clan owing you to you." A favor. Feng Xuanji was slightly startled. Before she could speak, Ji Yufeng'er had a resolute expression on her face. "Ancestor Xuanji, whether you help me or not, we will not give in to the Moon God Stone." When Feng Xuanji heard the words, she could only helplessly shook her head. Although the Moon God Stone is a rare treasure, it is not that important to the ancient gods and Phoenix clan. If you can exchange the favor of Dongshuan God clan with this, it is not unacceptable. She didn't expect Ji Yufeng'er's attitude to be so determined. Feng Xuanji couldn't help but glanced at Jiang Chen, who was fighting the old man Xuanxu, and a look of shock passed through her beautiful eyes. Feng Xuanji naturally knew about this guy who defeated Long Juhan in the ancient gods and Phoenix clan. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen had already realized the power of the great Tao in just a few months, and had the strength of a half-step God King. Even facing the power of the sixth heaven of the God King, he did not lose the slightest. This moon-censored stone seems to be what the kid needs in all likelihood. Feng Xuanji's eyes flickered slightly. I am afraid that only what that fellow needs can make their attitude of the heavenly Phoenix goddess so determined. Old monster Xianxia, you have also seen it. Since our goddess is also very interested in the Moon God Stone, I can only say sorry. Feng Xuanji glanced at Xianxia and couldn't help but said lightly. Ji Yufeng'er is the goddess of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan, and she has a heavenly Phoenix body, which is related to the future of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan. Naturally, Feng Xuanji can't chill Ji Yufeng'er's heart for the favor of a Dongshuan censored clan. That kid's position in Ji Yufeng'er's heart is so important. If she didn't help out today, just a word from Jiang Chen, Ji Yufeng'er might be able to give up the identity of the goddess of heavenly Phoenix. Jiang Chen, a kid with unparalleled talent and evildoer, now has a half-step cultivation base in the Divine King realm, with a combat power comparable to that of the Divine King's sixth heaven. Once the Tao Divine King was proved, it would be an old monster comparable to the Divine King's seventh heaven, but it was also worthy of the ancient Divine Phoenix clan's investment in him. Well, Feng Xuanji, Xianxia took note of today's affairs. Zan Kun glanced at Feng Xuanji sternly, and immediately grabbed the Zan Yongji, and was about to leave with Zan Yongji. Feng Xuanji's strength is unfathomable, more than him. Although everyone came as clones, his clone was far from Feng Xuanji's opponent. True Phoenix Prison, forbid. Looking at the two Xianxia who wanted to leave, Feng Xuanji quickly changed her hands to make a seal, and directly hit the two Xianxia. The crimson flames rose into the sky, and directly transformed into a huge phoenix phantom in the void. As soon as the wings of the phoenix phantom spread out, a scarlet light curtain fell from the sky, turning into a prison of thousands of feet, enveloping the two of Zan Kun. After displaying the true phoenix prison, Feng Xuanji directly reached out and grabbed the old Xuanxu who had fought against Jiang Chen, and directly dragged him into the true phoenix prison. Goddess of Tianfang, I imprison them here as a prison of true phoenixes, and it is difficult for the Dongshuan God clan to detect it for a while. This true phoenix prison can only last for 7 days. You'd better open the Moon God Palace within 7 days to get the inheritance inside. Otherwise, you may be in trouble. Before Feng Xuanji's words fell, the whole figure gradually faded, and then turned into a burst of red light and completely dissipated from the void. Chapter 2246, Open the Seal. Feng Xuanji trapped the Dongshuan God clan at the cost of exhausting the energy of the clone, which also caused Jiang Chen and Ji Yufeng'er to be taken aback. They also reacted quickly. If Feng Xuanji directly kills these 3 guys in front of him, the Profound Cave God clan will be aware of it immediately. Especially, once Xianxia's clone dies, it will surely cause the body's induction. I am afraid the situation will become more and more troublesome. Let's go, open the Moon God Palace as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately flashed away toward the crescent mountain peak in front of him without hesitation. Standing proudly 100 meters away from the crescent mountain peak, Jiang Chen found that the mountain in front of him looked very ordinary, and there was no trace of the Moon God Palace at all. He couldn't help taking out the key to the Moon God Palace, wanting to see if he could get in touch with the Moon God Palace. The result naturally failed without any surprises. Since this place is the seal of the Moon God Palace, it proves that there should be an extremely powerful sealing technique to seal the Moon God Palace. If you want to open the Moon God Palace, you can only break the seal here. He has a system in his body. As long as he triggers a hundredfold comprehension, he can naturally comprehend the seal of this place. This kind of ancient seal, wanting to understand, is not a matter of overnight. If they crack the seal in this way, it would be almost impossible for them to open the Moon God Palace in just a few days. There should be an extremely powerful seal here. I will try to see if I can understand it. Apart from comprehending the seal, Jiang Chen had no good way, so he had to say to Ji Yufeng'er. This mountain range is dominated by lunar god with supreme magical powers. With the help of the moon's essence, it is not easy for you to understand it. Now is not the best time to open the seal. I will help you open the seal here in the evening. At this moment, Wu Xing suddenly spoke. Along the way, Wu Xing naturally discovered Jiang Chen's extraordinariness, and it is very likely that he was the protagonist of the world born in this era. Wu Xing is also willing to forge a good relationship with him. Even if he can get his own things back to the top, he might still rely on this guy in the future. Hearing the words of witch torture, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep look at the witch torment. He obviously didn't expect that this guy would even be able to crack the seal power of the ancient ruler. It seems that this guy is not only very familiar with the ancient burial realm, but also seems to be very familiar with the great figures who dominated the realm in the ancient times. The identity of the person in front of me is really not ordinary mystery. Although Jiang Chen was quite curious in his heart, he didn't mean to explore. Everyone has their own secrets in their hearts. At least this time, this guy is a good teammate, and it is enough for him. And while Jiang Chen and the others were waiting for nightfall, in Feng Xuanji's True Phoenix prison, the expressions of the three of Zan Yangji were ugly to the extreme. Ancestor Xianxia, what shall we do now? The gazes of the two Zan Yangji could not help looking at the silver-robed phantom in front of them. What else can I do? Wait, Feng Xuanji uses the power of a clone to condense the prison of the True Phoenix. My clone cannot be broken at all. This True Phoenix prison can only trap us for 7 days at most. I don't believe that the three hairy boys can break the seal and open the Moon God Palace in such a period of time. Xianxia's expression was gloomy and authentic. After Xianxia finished speaking, his eyes were also through the prison of the True Phoenix, firmly locked on the three of Jiang Chen. However, the three Jiang Chen did not make any movements, quietly waiting for the night to come. The sun in the sky has slowly disappeared into the western sky, the surrounding environment has gradually become dark, and a bright moon slowly rises in the sky. Wu Xing glanced at the bright moon in the sky, but did not rush to make a move. Waiting until midnight, the witch punishment finally moved. I saw that his hands changed rapidly, and the mysterious rays of light continued to flow between his palms. Looking at the mysterious light between the Wu Xing's palms, Jiang Chen couldn't help being slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what kind of magic was used by witch torture, he could sense that this was definitely a power that surpassed the great magic of the king. With the witchcraft handprints constantly changing, these mysterious rays of light echoed the moonlight gods in the sky, and turned into a light gate about 10 feet in size, appearing in the sky above the peak of Yuya Mountain. Let's go, the seal that the lunar yin rules over the moon god. I can't completely break it now, I can only use the power of the moon to open a gap. Wu Xing immediately took the lead, flashing towards the gate of light. When Jiang Chen saw this, they did not hesitate at all, and quickly disappeared into the light gate following the witch punishment. Inside the Junfeng prison, staring at the Xianxia of the three Jiang Chen, an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. The Dongshuan God clan has been looking for the Moon God Stone, and naturally collected a lot of information about the Moon God Palace. They knew the seal of the sealed land of the Moon God Palace very well. Even for their Dongshuan God clan, it took countless thoughts to find a way to break the seal, and it could not be done overnight. How could Jiang Chen and the three little brats open the seal so easily? Ancestor Xianxia, they have broken the seal, they must find a way to stop it. Zan Yangji's expression suddenly changed. The Moon God Stone is related to the rise and fall of my Dong Zan God clan, and it must not fall into their hands. Xianxia's expression was also ugly to the extreme. This True Phoenix prison could only trap them for a few days, and Jiang Chen and the others couldn't break the seal in such a short time. At that time, they can even wait for work and reap the benefits of the fisherman. But the facts are completely beyond his expectations. The Jiang Chen trio just opened the seal and entered the interior of the mountain in an instant. These three people's understanding of the sealed land of the Moon God Palace is better than that of their Dongshuan God clan. Xianxia's eyes flickered slightly, and a crazy look passed across his face. Zan Kun didn't intend to waste the energy of his clone, as long as he waited for a few days in this true phoenix prison. He could easily deal with the three boys and steadily put the Moon God stone in his bag. The three boys opened the seal so easily and entered the sealed land of the Moon God Palace. The Moon God stone, the Dongshuan God clan has been planning for many years, and it must not be let into the hands of others. He also had to work hard. Chapter 2247, The Awakened Luna Palace. Zan Kun took a deep breath, and a vast wave of divine power swept across his body slowly. Ancestor Xianxia, what are you going to do? When Zan Yangji saw this, he couldn't help being slightly surprised. Now we are trapped in the prison of the true phoenix. Only when my clone disappears can the main body be induced. You are waiting here, waiting for my body to come in person. Xianxia's voice fell, and the illusory figure directly turned into a group of dazzling silver lights, and ran into the prison of the true phoenix. Zan Kun kept hitting the true phoenix prison, but he couldn't shake the true phoenix prison at all. Every time he hits, the energy in his body weakens by 3 points. I saw Xianxia's illusory figure, all turned into a little silver light, slowly dissipating between the heaven and the earth. The clone of Ancestor Xianxia really failed to break the prison of the true phoenix. Seeing the unbreakable true phoenix prison around him, Zan Yangji's face couldn't help showing a disappointed look. Feng Xuanji of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan is a strong man at the peak of the censored King's 8th heaven. In this age when God King 9th heaven is not out of the sky, Feng Xuanji is the one who truly stands on the top of the continent of God's domain. How easy is it to break the prison of the true phoenix she laid? However, after senior brother Xianxia's attack, this Junfeng prison can last up to 3 days. When the time comes, we will sneak into it secretly, stop them from getting the Moon God Stone at all costs, and wait for senior brother Xianxia's body to come. Zan Shu looked at the light gate above the crescent mountain peak in front, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen and his party passed through the light gate and directly entered the interior of the mountain. With a slight glance, they landed in the looming huge palace on the top of the mountain. This palace was built with pale silver moonlight, perhaps due to the erosion of the years, which made the palace look a bit decayed. An unusually ancient atmosphere is also slowly permeating from the palace. Moon God Palace, finally found it. Looking at the palace suspended in the sky like a moon palace, a look of joy appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and quickly flashed towards the Moon God Palace on the top of the mountain. As they got closer to the palace, Jiang Chen and the others felt the extraordinary of this palace. I saw that around the palace, there was a light silver curtain like moonlight, which wrapped the entire palace. This light curtain looks like a thin piece of paper, but it can give people a powerful pressure that seems to come from the soul. Jiang Chen had only felt this pressure from the ancient beast Golden Winged Condor. This Moon God Palace was built by the Moon God himself, and the surrounding light curtain contains the power of the lunar yin to dominate. With this light curtain guarding the Moon God Palace, unless the master comes in person, the Moon God Palace can be as solid as gold. Use the key you got to open the Moon God Palace, but you must be prepared in your heart. Whether it is the inheritance of the Moon God Palace or the Moon God Stone, I am afraid that you can't easily get it. Wu Xing faintly looked at the Moon God Palace in front of him, as if he had already seen something. He couldn't help but whisper. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu Xing. Although he also felt that witch punishment seemed to have profound meaning, he didn't think much about it. Now that he had the key to the eternal Moon God Palace in his hand, the Moon God Palace had appeared in front of him again, and he had no reason not to unlock it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and immediately took out the Moon God Palace key, and then acted as if he got it from the key quickly. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the Moon God Palace key instantly emitted a strange wave of power. I saw that the entire key turned into a moonlight divine light, and it shot towards the Moon God Palace in front, completely integrated into the light curtain around the Moon God Palace. As the Moon God Palace key merged into its light curtain, I saw the silver light curtain that had been extremely calm and began to tremble and twist, and finally shattered directly with a bang. And at the moment when the silver light curtain shattered, the Moon God Palace, which was originally deadly silent, seemed to come back to life in an instant, and suddenly there was 1,000 rays of glow inside, giving people a feeling of vitality. He can almost clearly feel that there seems to be a very powerful aura in the Moon God Palace, which is gradually waking up. In the Moon God Palace, there are still people alive. How? How is it possible? In Jiang Chen's eyes, a touch of unprecedented horror finally appeared. Moon Palace. This is the ruling power of the ancient times, and has disappeared from this world after the Great Tribulation of God's domain. 10 billion years have passed since the ancient times. Don't say it's the Divine King realm, even the legendary masters in the domination realm might not be able to live from the ancient times to the present. In the ancient catastrophe, the Moon God Palace was not destroyed. Instead, the Moon God Palace was sealed off by the great supernatural powers of the Lunar God, which caused the Moon God Palace to fall into eternal stillness and seal it here. Once the time is right, the Moon God Palace can wake up and reappear. Wu Xing stared faintly at the Moon God Palace in front of him, and a shocked look appeared in his eyes. The lunar yin dominates the Moon God, and it is worthy of being one of the few Xian masters of that era, and it really has the means to reach the sky. Brother Wuxing, are you telling the truth? Hearing the faint words of witch punishment, Jiang Chen's expression also instantly became frightened. If it is true as the witch punishment said, the key to the Moon God Palace is basically a conspiracy left by the Moon God dominating the Moon God. The lunar ruler of the Moon God left these keys, not to find someone who is destined to inherit the inheritance of the Moon God Palace, but to find someone who is destined at the right time to wake up the Moon God Palace and bring the Moon God Palace back to the world. Very unpleasant, he became the one who awakened the Moon God Palace. As a dominant force in the ancient times, the Moon God Palace must be unfathomable in strength. Now that the powerful people in the Moon God Palace have awakened one after another, how can he get the Moon God Stone? Wu Xing stared straight at the Moon God Palace, and said lightly, "Is it true? You will know right away that someone is about to come out of the Moon God Palace." As soon as the words of witch punishment fell, a terrifying great power of God suddenly swept out of the Moon God Palace. I saw a mysterious woman who was cold as the moon, rising from the Moon God Palace. She has long sleeves and fluttering broad bands, her skin is like snow, without any blemishes, just like a fairy in the Moon Palace coming out of the painting. The most shocking thing is that the woman's aura of God King Avenue is magnificent. She just stood there like this, the whole world seemed to be self-contained. Even the seventh heaven ancestor of the Divine King who appeared in the ancient Divine Phoenix clan that day, I am afraid it is far from being compared with this mysterious woman. Chapter 2248, Exchange Terms. Who opened the Moon God Palace? The cold eyes of the mysterious woman swept across Jiang Chen's three people, and the voices like fairy sounds also sounded directly in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, "Senior, by the luck of getting the key to the Moon God Palace, I came here to open the Moon God Palace. You wake up the Moon God Palace and help the Moon God Palace return to the world. My Moon God Palace owes you a favor." As the mysterious woman spoke, a silver token floated directly in front of Jiang Chen. "This is the Moon God's order, no matter when and where. As long as you activate this order, this palace can help you once." Jiang Chen did not reach out to pick up the Moon God order floating in front of him. He clasped his fist to the mysterious woman and said, "Senior, the junior came to the Moon God Palace this time, mainly for the Moon God Stone." The mysterious woman wrinkled her eyebrows. "The Moon God Stone is my Moon God Palace sacred object and a symbol of the Moon God Palace. It is impossible for this palace to give it to you. Let's change the terms. The juniors have nothing to ask for, just want to borrow the Moon God Stone from Guizhong." Jiang Chen shook his head and said in a deep voice, "There is a friend below who needs the help of the Moon God Stone to evolve into the lunar divine body, and please seniors to complete it." When the mysterious woman heard Jiang Chen's words, her cold and beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. She stared straight at Jiang Chen. "Are you sure your friend can evolve into a lunar divine body?" Jiang Chen was startled slightly, but still replied, "I'm pretty sure." It was the clone of the ancient divine beast, the golden-winged condor, who told her about Meng Qingshui's divine body. With the eyesight of the golden-winged condor, how can you get it wrong? "Okay, this palace can give the Moon God Stone to your friend, but there is a condition." The mysterious woman said indifferently, "Your friend must join my Moon God Palace and become the goddess of my Moon God Palace." The lunar divine body was simply born for them in the Moon God Palace. Now that there is a super yin divine body in this era, how can she not include it in the Moon God Palace? When Jiang Chen heard the words, a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. The condition of the mysterious woman is not a problem at all. The Moon God Palace was a dominating power in the ancient times. Even without the existence of the Moon God dominating the Moon God, it would not be inferior to any dominating power on the God Realm continent. Meng Qingshui's ability to join the Moon God Palace and become the goddess of the Moon God Palace is absolutely a profit and no harm. The mysterious woman nodded, and then faintly said to the Moon God Palace below, "Where is Elder Yuli? The subordinate is here, what's the command of the Palace Lord?" At this moment, an old woman in white also slammed out of the Moon God Palace and landed in front of the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman stretched out her hand to face the Moon God Palace, and a crystal stone exuding holy brilliance also floated in front of the white-clothed old woman. "You take the Moon God stone and walk with this young man. Be sure to bring the lunar divine body back to the Moon God Palace intact." The old woman in white took over the Moon God stone, with a solemn expression on her face. "Palace Master, don't worry, Yuli promises to complete the task." The mysterious woman nodded, and then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "This is my Moon God Palace Elder Yuli, God King 8th Heaven Cultivation Base. She will take the Moon God stone with you to meet your friend." Jiang Chen nodded, naturally having no opinion on the arrangement of the mysterious woman. For him, this trip to the Moon God Palace was enough to get the Moon God stone to help Meng Qingshui evolve into the lunar divine body. It was not a bad thing for Meng Qingshui that the Moon God Palace sent a powerhouse of the eightfold heavenly king of the God King. In today's God's domain continent, the Divine King's 9 heavens are almost extinct, and the Divine King's 8th heaven is already a strong one on top of the God's domain. If Meng Qingshui can have a God King 8th heavenly power to protect her, I am afraid that almost no one in this world can move her. The mysterious woman waved her hand and directly ordered Jiang Chen and the others to expel. Jiang Chen saluted the mysterious woman, and then immediately disappeared outside the Moon God Palace with Ji Yufeng'er. And while Jiang Chen awakened the Moon God Palace, outside the sealed land of the Moon God Palace, the old man Xuanshu and Xuanyangji stayed quietly in the prison of the True Phoenix, their eyes locked tightly in the light gate above Crescent Peak. Old ancestor Xuanshu, there seems to be an extremely terrifying fluctuation in the light gate just now. It seems that those three guys are already opening the Moon God Palace. Zan Yangji's complexion was not so good looking and authentic. The old man Zan Shu smiled coldly. The Moon God Palace is the ancient dominating power, and the inheritance inside is not so easy to get. Maybe the three guys will fall directly in it, and they won't be able to get out at all. Just as the two were talking, an extremely terrifying breath of the censored king suddenly descended into the void. I saw an old man in green robe surrounded by cyan phoenix guns, who also appeared ghostly above the void above their heads. Strange, the guy who killed the old man's clone should be nearby, but his breath suddenly disappeared. The old man in Qingpao closed his eyes and felt it, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The old man Xuanshu below also saw clearly the face of the old man in the green robe, and couldn't help but scream out in surprise. Feng Devil King Feng Wuxia, Feng Wuxi, the censored of Wind Demon, ranked 71st on the list of the strongest gods, and a strong man who had already reached the peak of the 7th heaven of the gods. Elder Zan Shu never thought of it. This old monster with a fierce reputation in God's domain continent would suddenly come here. Feng Wuxi listened to the exclamation from below. His eyes also fell on the two old people Xuanshu instantly, and said indifferently, "You too, can you see other people here?" The Wind Demon King, besides us, there are 3 hairy boys here who have entered the sealed land of the Moon God Palace. The old man Xuanshu quickly said, "In Xiaodong Xuanshu, please help us to get out of trouble. Both of us are willing to take you to find them in the early stage." The Wind Demon God King in front of him was obviously coming for Jiang Chen and the others. That being the case, they can just use the Wind Demon King to stop Jiang Chen and his party from getting the inheritance of the Moon God Palace. True Phoenix Prison, Feng Xuanji's trick of that woman, it's kind of interesting. With a wave of the Wind Demon King's sleeve robe, a cyan wind blade was like a heavenly sword that broke through the world, slashing straight down from the void, instantly smashing the prison of the True Phoenix into nothingness. The old man Xuanshu was overjoyed and quickly thanked the Wind Demon King. "You don't have to be polite. It's just a matter of raising your hand." The Wind Demon King waved his hand, his gaze was fierce and authentic. "I didn't expect this place to be the sealed land of the ancient ruling power Moon God Palace, quickly take me to find them." Chapter 2249, Tragic Wind Demon King. Zanshu nodded, and then he was about to swipe towards the light gate on the crescent peak. Before he left, there was a sudden wave of breath from the light gate. The four figures also flashed out from the light gate one after another. Among the four people, three of them were Jiang Chen and his party who had previously entered the sealed land of the Moon God Palace. Seeing this scene, Xuanzhu's eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the sealed land of the Moon God Palace, they came out so soon, and they also brought out a strange old woman in white clothes from inside. Jiang Chen and the others have opened the Moon God Palace and have obtained the inheritance inside. Just when Zanshu was frightened and uncertain, the Wind Demon God King flashed and appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen and the others. His eyes fell straight on Jiang Chen. "Boy, finally let me find you. Senior, I have never met you. I don't know what is going on when you are looking for me." Looking at the old man in green robe in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. He could naturally feel that the aura of the green-robed old man in front of him was extremely powerful, even better than the Xuanzhu on the side. I am afraid it was at least an old monster of the Divine King's seventh heaven. Jiang Chen really couldn't figure out when he had an intersection with the one in front of him. "Boy, you are really forgetful." The Wind Demon King's eyes were slightly cold. "Not long ago, in order to capture the immeasurable fruit, you killed a clone of the old man's cultivation, and you forgot the old man so quickly." Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. Jiang Chen also finally discovered that the old man in green robe in front of him was extremely similar to the old man of the God King Triple Heaven who wanted to capture the immeasurable divine fruit. Back then, the old fellow of the God King Triple Heaven was actually a clone of this one. The clones left by these superpowers are just energy clones with a ray of soul as the carrier, and they have no entity at all. And the clone of this hometown in front of him would be another person of flesh and blood. "Boy," the old man Feng Wuxia, the censored of Wind and Devil, handed over the immeasurable fruit and the inheritance of the Moon God Palace. "Today, the old man may be able to forgive you for not dying." The Wind Demon King didn't talk nonsense, he was directly murderous. The immeasurable divine fruit can make the censored king realm cultivation level rise to the heaven and earth divine fruit. As long as he gets the immeasurable fruit, he can break through the eighth heaven of the censored king. And the inheritance of the ancient ruling power Moon God Palace is even more extraordinary. If he can put it in his bag, maybe he can attack the Divine King Ninth Heaven, and even get a glimpse of the mystery of the domination realm. How can the Wind Demon King easily miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Feng Wuxia, the censored of the Wind Demon, the powerhouse at the peak of the censored King's seventh heaven, ranked 71st on the list of the strongest censored kings. I didn't expect it to be him. Ji Fenger couldn't help exclaiming. When Jiang Chen heard the words, his pupils shrank slightly. At the beginning, the battle for the immeasurable divine fruit to kill a divine king triple heaven unexpectedly attracted the Wind Demon King, the old monster at the peak of the divine king's seventh heaven. Fortunately, after awakening the Moon God Palace earlier, because of Meng Qingshui's Taiyan divine body, Moon God Palace sent Yuli, the God King eighth heaven, to come out with him. I'm afraid they are really in trouble today. Where did the old thing come from, actually wanting to hit me with the idea of the Moon God Palace? I think you are looking for death. At this moment, Yu Li stepped out directly, and her icy voice resounded in this piece of heaven and earth. Upon seeing this, Zanshu couldn't help but promptly reminded, the Wind Demon God King, you have to be careful, this old woman came out of the seal of the Moon God Palace. Wind Demon King's pupils suddenly shrank. The Moon God Palace was a dominating power in the ancient times. It has completely disappeared from the God's realm continent after the Great Tribulation of the ancient times, and it should have been kept in the dust forever. If this old woman was brought out by Jiang Chen and the others from the seal of the Moon God Palace, wouldn't it mean that she had survived from the ancient times? The ancient times have a history of more than tens of billions of years. How can anyone survive? It was time for the Wind Demon, censored, king to be surprised and doubtful. Yu Li moved suddenly. She stretched out her hand to face the bright moon in the void, and a sacred moonlight fell from the sky, and then turned into a silver moonflower ancient sword, slowly slashing down from the sky. This month, the Huajiyu sword was only 3 feet long, and it didn't seem to have any peculiarities. But such a seemingly ordinary sword made the Wind Demon King feel like a scalp. There was a sudden low growl in his throat, and the black gust of wind swept across the world on the 79,000 square meter God King's avenue behind him, like a human world. The great Tao of the God King, where he was the seventh heaven, was shocking, but in front of the Yuehua ancient sword that slowly slashed down, there was no resistance at all. I saw that as soon as Wind Demon King's Shenhuang Dao came into contact with the Yuehua ancient sword, it cracked apart inch by inch. The 79,000 Jiang Divine King's avenue, directly from top to bottom, collapses like the sky and the earth. The great way of the King of Gods shattered, a mouthful of blood spurted out of the King of the Wind Demon, and the whole person flew thousands of feet in midair in an extremely embarrassing manner. He looked up at the old woman in white clothes opposite, and there was also a touch of unconcealed panic in his eyes. It was just an understatement and broke his avenue of the king. The white-clothed old woman in front of me is probably at least a strong person above the eighth heaven of the King of Gods. The Wind Demon King's complexion was suddenly hard to see the extreme. In order to break through the eighth layer of the God King, the Wind Demon God King cultivated 2 clones to seek opportunities in the world. The body has not been published for millions of years. This time I finally got the news of the immeasurable divine fruit, and I personally came to this ancient land of burial of the gods. The Wind Demon King originally thought, this time should be an excellent opportunity for him to break through the eighth heaven of the King of Gods, but he didn't expect that the immeasurable divine fruit was not obtained, and he was severely injured by one move. Where did the Wind Demon King care about the immeasurable fruit and the inheritance of the Moon God Palace? He turned into a cyan whirlwind and fled towards the sky warehouse without looking back. The old woman in white clothes on the opposite side was too terrifying in strength. If he continues to stay here, I am afraid he will really fall into the hands of the white-clothed old woman today. The scene before them also made Jiang Chen and the others couldn't help taking a breath. Just an understatement, it severely damaged the Wind Demon King, the powerhouse at the peak of the seventh heaven, forcing him to flee in panic like a dog in the mourning family. The one in front of him is worthy of being a strong man from the ancient ruling power of the Moon God Palace, and it is really not an ordinary horror. Chapter 2250, Central Area of the Burial God Ancient Realm. Quick, go. Seeing that the Wind Demon King was hit hard by the white-clothed old woman and fled, Xuanzhu's expression instantly became horrified. Where did he dare to hesitate for a while, and hurried away with Xuanyang jigging in panic. Yu Li didn't even look at the 2 xuanshu, as if she didn't even bother to shoot the 2 xuanshu. Jiang Chen nodded, and was about to leave, but the voice of witchcraft suddenly rang in his mind. Jiang Chen, don't forget what you promised me. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and then he remembered that he had to help Wu Xing obtain something in the ancient burial god realm. Senior Yueli, there are still some things I am ruining the ancient domain, why don't you leave with my sister first? Jiang Chen groaned slightly, and then said to Ji Yufeng'er, girl, you take Senior Yueli to the North Ming Shenzong to find your sister Qingxie. Ji Yufeng'er has always followed Jiang Chen's words and nodded directly, okay, Jiang Chen, be careful. Yu Li did not make any sense. For her, as long as she can see the existence of the divine body that is about to evolve as soon as possible, use the Moon God Stone to help her evolve, and then bring him to the Moon God Palace. Senior Yueli, let's go. As Ji Yufeng'er said, she took Yu Li and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Seeing Ji Yufeng'er and the other 2 completely disappeared from sight, Jiang Chen looked at the witch torture. Brother Wu, can you tell me now, what do you need me to help you achieve in this ancient land of burial gods? The faint voice of the witching punishment fell, and a mysterious and holy vast breath also instantly diffused from the body of the witching punishment. Feeling the breath emanating from the witch torture, Jiang Chen was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Because the aura exuding from witch punishment at this moment was almost exactly the same as that of the previous Moon God Palace Master. An ancient secret technique that can simulate aura, and there will be more and more fierce beasts where we are going. Although many powerful beasts have been born in the ancient realm of burial gods, their IQs are not high. The aura of the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace is enough to deter most of the beasts here. After the witch punishment was finished, he took Jiang Chen directly and continued towards the depths of the ancient burial realm. The witch torture simulates the breath of the Palace Lord of the Moon God Palace, and it is indeed very effective. They were almost unimpeded along the way, and they were not attacked by any fierce beasts at all. Even some peerless fierce beasts comparable to the 7th Heavenly King of Gods, when facing the aura of the Moon God Palace Lord, they always retreated directly. Because there were no obstacles, the two Jiang Chen shuttled extremely fast in the ancient land of the buried gods. The two passed through the mountains and came to a peak at the end of this ancient mountain range. In front of Jiang Chen and the others, there was a bottomless abyss. This abyss is very similar to the burial emperor abyss in Shenwu continent, as if it was also born and smashed by some powerful force. The abyss in front of me was many times larger than the emperor burial abyss in the Shenwu continent. Even with Jiang Chen's current eyesight, he couldn't see the end at a glance. From a distance, this abyss was like a perilous beast crawling here, as if it could swallow everything in the world. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, in front of this abyss exuding the aura of ancient death, he couldn't help feeling a sense of horror. "Brother Wu, what is this place?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask with horror on his face. The witch punishment slowly said, "This is the central area of the ancient burial realm, and it is also the real burial place." Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath, and said with a wry smile, "Brother Wu, what you want me to get for you, shouldn't it be in the central area of the ancient god burial domain, right? The central area of the burial god ancient realm. This is the real death forbidden area of the god's domain continent. Since the great tribulation of the ancients and the birth of the ancient god burial realm, no one in the god realm mainland has ever entered here to come out alive. If he enters this area, what is the difference from looking for death? For some reasons, it would be troublesome for me to go to this place, so I need you to go down and help me get something. Don't worry, although this place is very dangerous, for the powerhouse of God King Ninth Heaven, it is almost a lifetime of 9 deaths, but you are different. You have the breath of that person on your body. This place may be a great opportunity for you." Wu Xing looked up at Jiang Chen and said lightly. When he was in buried Tiancheng, the reason why he chose to cooperate with Jiang Chen without hesitation was because he felt the breath of Jiang Chen. The breath of the emperor in ancient times. At that time, the emperor of humanity was amazed by the ages, and one person controlled the power of the 3 masters. This guy is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to go on. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "If you let me go down to find something, you have to tell me what it is. You can learn this Hunyuan Yiki technique first, and you may save a lot of trouble after you go down." Wu Xing pointed at Jiang Chen directly, and a message of information poured into Jiang Chen's mind inexplicably. This information is surprisingly the Hunyuan Yiki technique previously used by witch punishment. Jiang Chen was not hypocritical either. He immediately found a place to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the Hunyuan Yiki technique. This Hunyuan Yiki technique is a secret technique that hides the breath. This secret technique can condense a very special energy in the body, blending in one energy. Hunyuan is ever-changing, and can be integrated with the world, imitating the breath of all things in the world, achieving the purpose of hiding oneself. Although this Hunyuan Yiki technique is an ancient secret technique, it is not too difficult to comprehend. Jiang Chen also systematically understood the blessings 100-fold, and in just 3 days, he had completely mastered this Hunyuan Yiki technique. With a move of his mind, he directly condensed the Hunyuan Qi, simulating the aura of an ancient tree next to it. Jiang Chen seemed to stand there like an ancient tree, and he could no longer feel any breath. "Yes, I didn't expect you to be able to master the mystery of Hunyuan Yiki art in such a short period of time, so stretch out your hand." At this moment, the faint voice of Wu Xing rang again. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stretched out his palm with a look of doubt. Wu Xing's fingertips forced a drop of blood, and then formed a mysterious handprint, and saw that goblin blood directly turned into an energy mark attached to Jiang Chen's palm. His faint voice also resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. "What I'm looking for is a storage ring, and that ring is on a corpse that looks very similar to mine. This mark can help you feel the existence of that ring." Chapter 2251, Ancient Battlefield. Above the endless abyss, there was a dead silence. Jiang Chen walked slowly down, only to feel a strong suffocation coming from below the abyss. All the way down, the temperature in the surrounding space is getting lower and lower, and the evil spirit becomes stronger and stronger. The strong evil spirit almost condensed into substance, almost enough to affect people's mind. Even if it is an ordinary heavenly sovereign realm, it may only take a moment before it will completely lose its sanity under the influence of the evil spirit. Jiang Chen stepped down indifferently like this. The entire space was dark, there was no sound, and there was dead silence. The depth of the endless abyss completely exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. I don't know how long it has been. Jiang Chen finally landed on the ground of the abyss smoothly. Slightly sweeping his eyes around, he found that the surrounding area was gray, and the entire space was filled with the aura of ancient xiaoxiao. The mist formed by the substance of the rich evil spirit in the space greatly interfered with Jiang Chen's consciousness and vision. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could only detect the situation in the surrounding area of 100 meters. In such places where perception is greatly weakened, the degree of danger will undoubtedly increase many times. Jiang Chen had no choice but to play up his spirit. He raised his palm and glanced at the scarlet mark given to him by witch torture, and found that there was a faint light on the scarlet mark, as if he wanted to guide him in a certain direction. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, and slowly moved forward following the guidance of the scarlet mark. After walking for a long time, Jiang Chen found that the surrounding environment had not changed at all. It was full of misty gray fog, endless. If it weren't for the scarlet mark of witch punishment, he would lose his way in this abyss if he was careless. While walking, Jiang Chen watched the whole body intently. The ground under his feet was full of black rocks with pits, and occasionally some remnants of broken weapons could be seen scattered on the rocks. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, it is natural to see that the materials of these remnant breakers are extremely extraordinary. In addition to some broken weapons, there are still many bones on the ground. Whether it is weapons or treasures, or those dense bones, they have completely decayed under the strength of the years. Jiang Chen just touched it lightly, and an extraordinary-looking long sword instantly turned into a pile of ashes. This place, there should have been a big battle. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, and was shocked in his heart. This place is obviously an ancient battlefield. This battlefield, in all likelihood, is the battlefield of the ancient catastrophe, and it is also the place where countless strong men in the ancient catastrophe are buried. Even the entire abyss in the center of the ancient god-burying domain was formed because of that battle. Jiang Chen cautiously walked toward the center of this abyss. As he gradually deepened, the censored mark given to him by the witch torture became brighter and brighter. He has become closer and closer to the target. On the ground formed by black rocks around him, apart from some decaying limbs, some intact corpses can already be seen. The strength in front of these corpses is obviously extremely powerful. Even if it has fallen, I don't know how many years, the corpse is still preserved in this abyss intact. Knowing the dangers here, Jiang Chen did not easily move the bodies of these ancient powerhouses. Until a burly corpse in a black armor appeared in front of Jiang Chen finally couldn't help but stop. This black armor corpse was stronger than any corpse Jiang Chen had seen before. Jiang Chen could even feel an extremely powerful sense of oppression, which permeated the black armor corpse. What shocked Jiang Chen the most was not the black armor corpse itself, but the pitch-black long knife in his hand. Even if this long knife has existed for tens of billions of years, it still hasn't completely decayed. The aura on it was different from any divine king artifact Jiang Chen had seen before, but it was closer to the aura of the holy dragon steel. This long knife, in all likelihood, is not from God's domain. The black armored corpse in front of you is not a person from the universe of God's domain. The ancient catastrophe, the enemies facing God's domain, are these people from outside the God's domain. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the horror in his heart, slowly walked towards the black armor corpse, and then he was about to take the long knife from the black armor corpse. The moment Jiang Chen's palm touched the long knife, the voice of the Holy Dragon Palace spirit suddenly rang in his mind. Before he could react, there seemed to be an invisible force flying out of the black armor corpse. An invisible coercion of will fell. Jiang Chen only felt as if he was on a censored battlefield, surrounded by countless figures of surging weather, constantly rushing towards him, as if to swallow his whole person. Ancient seal of extinguishing soul, break it for me! Jiang Chen screamed, and a black square seal on his palm burst out, instantly annihilating everything around him into nothingness. The black armor corpse in front of him quickly turned into a pile of ashes in front of him. Before he could finish speaking, the dignified voice of the Holy Dragon Heaven Palace's spirit rang directly. Boy, you actually ran to the ancient battlefield in the center of the ancient burial region. Ever since Jiang Chen placed the Holy Dragon Steel in the Holy Dragon Temple, the spirit of the Holy Dragon Palace has also often enlightened the Holy Dragon Steel. Recently, he has gained a bit and has been practicing in retreat. Had it not been for the inexplicable change in the Holy Dragon Steel just now, he still didn't know that Jiang Chen had actually come to this place. Senior Temple Spirit also knows this place. When Jiang Chen heard the words of the Holy Dragon Palace Spirit, he couldn't help being stunned. Not only do I know, but I've been here. The Holy Dragon Palace Ling was silent for a while, and said in an astonishing voice, the sacred dragon stele was obtained from this place by the master. The sacred dragon monument came from this place. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and soon he was relieved. This place is the battlefield of the great tribulation of the ancients. Not only did countless experts from the gods' realm of the ancient times have fallen, but there were also buried here outside the gods' realm. It is not surprising that the Holy Dragon King can get the Holy Dragon stele in this place. The central area of the burial god ancient realm is the death-forbidden area of the god realm continent. Legend has it that no one can walk out of here alive. It seems that the rumors are not entirely true. The Holy Dragon King had been here before, and he walked out of here alive to take it. He looked at the black armor corpse in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Senior Temple Spirit, this one has fallen for tens of billions of years, why can he still attack me?" Chapter 2252, Unquenchable Will. These powerful men who have fallen on the ancient battlefield still have a kind of power in their bodies. The Master calls this power the indestructible will. Once you move their bodies, you will trigger the indestructible will. The stronger the person in front of you, the stronger the indestructible will left in the body, so you must not touch the corpse here at will. The spiritual tone of the Shenglongtian Palace is solemn and authentic. Jiang Chen nodded, and then continued to move forward. Along the way, Jiang Chen never touched any corpse along the way, but moved forward smoothly for a certain distance. When Jiang Chen passed a tall corpse holding a big axe, like a giant spirit censored general, a huge force of will came crashingly. Jiang Chen only felt that his body and soul were separated instantly, and he came to a completely independent space. A phantom that was exactly the same as the corpse outside, directly waved a large axe and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Looking at the huge and menacing phantom, Jiang Chen was another ancient soul-killing seal blasting out like lightning, completely defeating the phantom. As the phantom was defeated, the surrounding environment disappeared instantly, and Jiang Chen returned to the abyss again. And the corpse beside him turned into a pile of ashes again. Jiang Chen can't move forward anymore. The strength of the fallen powerhouse inside has become stronger and stronger, and the indestructible will remaining in these corpses can already be triggered actively. If you continue to go deeper, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Shenglongtian Palace Ling quickly reminded. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and did not stop because of the words of Shenglongtian Palace Spirit. Since he agreed to the witch punishment, he naturally couldn't just give up halfway. Although the indestructible will in these strong men is not weak, it is far from strong enough to make Jiang Chen retreat. Jiang Chen sensed the direction of the target, and then moved on. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Jiang Chen tried his best to avoid some corpses along the way. In some of the places where the corpses were dense, Jiang Chen couldn't avoid it, and he could only kill the indestructible will in these corpses. These indestructible wills are somewhat similar to the power of the soul. Jiang Chen's ancient seal of extinguishing soul can also restrain these immortal wills, and most of the immortal wills can be killed by Jiang Chen's one seal. As Jiang Chen continued to deepen, the indestructible will in these corpses became stronger and stronger. Some of these powerful indestructible wills, even with Jiang Chen's current strength, have to do their best to destroy them. I hope to find the corpse mentioned by witch torture as soon as possible. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The indestructible will remaining in the corpses of these ancient powerful men has become stronger and stronger, even he can't bear it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and continued to move towards the direction that censored Mark was sensing. In a huge pit in front of him, a blood-colored figure stood proudly holding a knife. A strong, censored will permeated from the censored figure, which made people feel inexplicably cold in their hearts. What a powerful indestructible will, it can already diffuse out of the body. Feeling the immortal will emanating from the blood-colored figure, Jiang Chen's complexion also became a lot more serious in an instant. The one in front of him is definitely a very terrifying existence in front of him. Jiang Chen, you can't move forward anymore. The one in front of you is definitely a divine king 9 heavenly powerful. If you continue to go deeper, you may even encounter the immortal will that dominates the realm. With your strength, if you encounter the immortal will of the domination realm, I am afraid you will definitely die. Shenglong Tiangong said furiously, Senior Temple Spirit, I'm going to my destination soon, be careful, there shouldn't be too much problem. As Jiang Chen said, he planned to go around the corpse in front and move on. But at this moment, the blood-colored figure in front suddenly shone brightly, and an overwhelming will also shrouded Jiang Chen in an instant. Before Jiang Chen could react, the whole person was already in a censored space. In front of him, there was a censored phantom standing sideways. The censored phantom did not directly attack Jiang Chen like those undestructed wills before. His illusory eyes swept across Jiang Chen's body, and he couldn't help but let out a suspicious voice, "Human Queen's descent." Obviously he did not expect that the immortal will in front of him would have autonomous consciousness and be able to speak out. Outland is immortal, and the catastrophe will not end. Since you are a queen descent, you should help you. Before Jiang Chen could speak, the faint voice of the censored ghost sounded again. I saw his censored phantom directly turned into a strange energy and slammed into Jiang Chen's body. Ding! You absorb the remaining indestructible will of the God King 9 heavenly powers, and trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! You understand 1/10 of the Kendo supernatural power. Hearing the system prompts in his mind, it took Jiang Chen a long time to recover from his horror. It seems that this kind of indestructible will with autonomous consciousness actually contains the perception of the great Tao in front of him, allowing Jiang Chen to quickly understand the divine power of the Tao. This is still not Kendo that the strong man in front of him is practicing. If it absorbs the indestructible will of a strong swordsman, I am afraid his strength will increase even faster. I didn't expect that the Jiang bloodline in my body would still be useful for this. Jiang Chen returned to his senses, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his mouth. He also finally understood what the original words of which punishment meant. This place may be very dangerous for others, but for him who has the blood of the Emperor, it is indeed a great opportunity. The immortal will of a God King 9 heavenly powerhouse can increase his Kendo divine power by 1/10. If he could meet the indestructible will of 2 or 3 God King 9 heavens again, he would be able to master the complete Kendo divine power and break through the God King realm in one fell swoop. Jiang Chen was excited in his heart, and began to actively look around for the body of the 9-layered, censored king. A corpse exuding a powerful and indestructible will once again appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Jiang Chen didn't avoid any taboos at all, and walked straight towards the corpse in front of him. At this moment, the frightened voice of Shenglongtian Palace spirit rang directly in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen, don't think that you have the blood of the human emperor, and you can really run wild here. You can see clearly with your eyes wide open, the person in front is not a strong man in God's domain at all. Chapter 2253. Domination Corpse. Not a strong man in God's domain. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and could not help but suddenly raised his head and looked at the corpse in front of him. When he saw the slightly weird silver spear in his hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. The guy in front of him is really not from God's domain. He was so excited for a while that he almost saw that there were more than just the powerhouses of God's domain. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He hurriedly stepped away and left. The indestructible will of the strong man in front had obviously been alarmed by Jiang Chen, and it was too late for him to retreat. The vast and majestic indestructible will directly overwhelmed Jiang Chen, dragging Jiang Chen into a mysterious world. Between heaven and earth, a thunderbolt fell out of thin air, and a middle-aged man in a thunder robe with silver hair emerged directly in front of Jiang Chen. Human Emperor blood, let's kill. The middle-aged Lei Pao stared at Jiang Chen with a fierce gaze, spit out a few cold words, the silver spear in his hand stirred the thunder of thousands of miles, and took a shot of the miraculous power to stab Jiang Chen. This gun was so powerful that it was almost no less inferior to the full blow of Zanshu and other divine king's 6th heavenly powerhouse. Jiang Chen didn't dare to neglect the slightest. Directly fused with the golden ancient sword and the divine body vision human emperor sword, it turned into a strong sword and slashed directly against the middle-aged lay robe. There was a shocking explosion in the air. The two figures flew backwards in opposite directions by a distance of thousands of feet at the same time. The immortal wills born from these corpses in the ancient battlefields are actually somewhat similar to the mental clones left in the sect of the strong on the God's domain continent, and they are also an energy body that exists in a special way. The immortal will in front of him clearly became a little bit after a blow with Jiang Chen's divine body vision man emperor sword. Jiang Chen didn't give this unquenchable will a chance to breathe at all. The golden ancient sword in his hand swung in the air, and the Azure Emperor's sword technique Hua Fang Yijian directly slashed at the middle-aged lay robo without mercy. Pouch! This one didn't give the middle-aged lay robe any chance to react at all, and directly penetrated through his body. The aura on Lei Pao's middle-aged body was also weakened by half again. How can you have such swordsmanship? An incredible panic suddenly appeared in Lei Pao's middle-aged eyes. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Chen turned into a sword and slashed on the body of Lei Pao's middle-aged man, completely beheading Lei Pao's middle-aged body into nothingness. Jiang Chen's consciousness returned to his body again. He looked at the crashing body in front of him, and there was also a pale look on his face. This foreign domain powerhouse is probably at least comparable to the existence of God King Nine Heavens, and his condensed indestructible will is really not so easy to kill. It seems that he still has to be more careful next. The immortal will of the strong in the outer domain, seeing oneself, will not show any mercy at all. If he encounters a stronger corpse of a strong foreigner, the immortal will born in his body will be overwhelming. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then meditated cross-legged on the spot, took out the pill, and started to replenish the energy consumed in the body. Jiang Chen returned to his peak state, and then began to move on. In the next area, Jiang Chen didn't encounter any corpse of an ancient strong man, but it was a little bit beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. And the censored mark on his palm, the light that radiated from it also became brighter and brighter. After advancing thousands of feet in this way, Jiang Chen only felt that the light of the censored mark on his palm had reached an unprecedented limit. Jiang Chen's gaze also looked towards somewhere in front of him in response. I saw the corpse of a black-robed man directly in front of Jiang Chen, hundreds of meters away. The black-robed man stood there quietly and proudly, exuding an aura of domineering all over the world. Even at a distance of hundreds of feet, Jiang Chen could feel the indestructible will in his body capable of destroying the sky and the earth. The one in front of him was absolutely stronger than God King Zhouzhangtian by many times. The black-robed man in front of him is most likely a master of the ancient times. Jiang Chen suppressed the horror in his heart and stared at the black-robed man. Jiang Chen was shocked to discover that the face of this black-robed man was actually carved out of the same mold as witch torture. No wonder witch punishment knows so much about the ancient burial realm and ancient things. It seems that he definitely has a very close relationship with the ancient master in front of him. Jiang Chen shook his head, throwing away his happy thoughts. His gaze also fell directly on the censored ring on the black-robed man's right hand. Such a ring is exactly the ring that reacts with the censored mark on his palm, and it is also the storage ring that the witch torture asked him to come here to obtain. No wonder the Witch Punishment Association tried to get this ring. The storage ring of an ancient ruler. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it to know how terrifying the value of this storage ring was. After so many years, I finally waited until he came to retrieve this storage ring. What surprised me even more was that the person who helped him to obtain this storage ring turned out to be a human queen. Just as Jiang Chen looked at the ring in the black-robed man's hand, a faint chuckle sounded abruptly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen couldn't help but stared at the black-robed man in astonishment. This black-robed man is worthy of being a powerful master of the ancient times. The immortal will born in his body can communicate directly without letting him fall into the will space. Senior, the junior came to obtain this storage ring for the witch torture, and I still hope that senior will complete it. Jiang Chen settled down and said respectfully, I and him are one, and this belongs to him in the first place. You are just helping him get back what belongs to him. The black-robed man's voice fell, and the blood-colored ring on his right hand turned into a blood-colored light, and it flew to Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen quickly put away the storage ring and saluted the man in the black robe. Storage he has already obtained, and my will exists here, and it doesn't make any sense. The future of God's domain can only depend on you. Since you are a queen, I will help you today. The black-robed man's voice fell, and a monstrous indestructible will in his body directly turned into a black light, and it blended into Jiang Chen's body. A pleasant system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You absorb the remaining indestructible will of the destroyer and trigger a hundredfold comprehension. Ding! Your kendo supernatural power has successfully reached consummation. Chapter 2254, The Origin of the Ancient Catastrophe. With the reminder in my mind, it sounded. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the supernatural power of the swordsmanship in his body that had reached the consummation realm had already begun to move around, and had a great tendency to arouse the divine King Jia. Once the baptism of God King Jia, Jiang Chen can condense God King Dao and become a real God King realm powerhouse. Jiang Chen didn't choose to break through at this time, but forcibly suppressed the swordsman power that was about to move around. Although according to his past breakthrough experience, his divine King Jia should be automatically filtered out by the system after just a quick swing, but Jiang Chen does not plan to directly break through at this time. Shen Wang Jia's shock was very big. The ancient battlefield at the center of the ancient god burial region is full of crises, and maybe it will attract some terrible existence. The divine King Jia is also a powerful hole card for him, and it may not have unexpected effects when it is left at a critical time. And just when Jiang Chen suppressed the supernatural power of the sword in his body, the body of the black-robed man in front also collapsed suddenly and shattered on the ground. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh softly. These corpses in the ancient battlefields were obviously only able to remain immortal because of the immortal will born in the body. Once the indestructible will dissipates, even the body of the ancient ruler will eventually turn into a smear of loess. If you want to live forever, and be immortal, I am afraid that you will only have to reach the legendary immortal state. How difficult is immortality? Even in the ancient times, the continent of God's domain ruled countless people, but I have never heard of anyone setting foot in the legendary immortal realm. He saluted the man in black robes whose body was broken, and then turned around and slowly turned away. Now that he has obtained the storage ring for witch punishment, he has also gained considerable benefits in this ancient battlefield, and obviously does not intend to continue exploring. Through the black-robed man just now, Jiang Chen could clearly feel how powerful the immortal will of the master of the realm was. If the indestructible will of the black-robed man directly attacked him, he might not have any resistance at all. Even if he directly breaks through the censored king, facing the immortal will of the dominating realm, he is not sure of winning. It's okay if you encounter the immortal will of God's domain's domination realm. Once you encounter those of outer realm's immortal will that is comparable to domination realm, the consequences may be unimaginable. To be safe, Jiang Chen did not leave directly in the center of the abyss. He first returned the same way and returned to the edge of the abyss, and then he soared into the air and flew towards the top of the abyss. Because of the experience of coming down from above, Jiang Chen was not as cautious as before, and the speed was much faster this time. Jiang Chen flew out from the abyss and landed on the mountain peak where the witch punishment was located. The witch punishment, who had been sitting cross-legged on the mountain with his eyes closed and rested, couldn't help but suddenly opened his eyes. "Brother Wu, do not insult your life, this is what you want." As soon as Jiang Chen moved his palm, the blood-colored storage ring flew directly in front of Wu Xing. Wu Xing grabbed the storage ring in front of him, and finally couldn't help showing a touch of excitement in his always indifferent eyes. When the ancient catastrophe came, he had a premonition that he would fall, so he made arrangements. He built this immortal storage ring with the wonderful stones of heaven and earth, and sealed his life's hard work in this storage ring. He suffered heavy losses in a battle with a strong man in another universe outside of God's domain. When he was seriously injured and dying, he performed an ancient reincarnation secret technique and chose reincarnation. He didn't know how many lives he had passed, but he had not been able to awaken his memory. Until this life, he finally awakened the memory of ancient times and knew his identity. He is the master of destruction who held the power of destruction in the ancient times. Also fight because of this. He would try to come here and get the storage ring he left behind. With this storage ring, he can quickly reach the 9th heaven of God King. Even returning to the top and becoming the master of destruction in charge of the power of destruction is not impossible. Jiang Chen, I have written down today's feelings. Wu Xing took a deep breath, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Next, I am afraid I will be practicing here for a while, so you can leave by yourself." "Brother Wu, if this is the case, we will have a period of time later." Jiang Chen was startled slightly, but he nodded, hugged his fist at the witching punishment, and was about to turn around and leave. Although the center of this ancient, censored, burial realm is indeed an excellent place for retreat and practice, he still has many things in the realm of God, so it is naturally impossible for him to retreat and practice here along with witch punishment. "Jiang Chen, the one who buried the gods, you must be careful. I can feel that the so-called ancient ruler's fallen land, it should not be the ruler of God's domain who fell." At this moment, the witch punishment also thought of the situation of the burial of the gods, and worried that Jiang Chen would go to the burial of the gods to find out, and could not help but remind him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but suddenly startled when he heard the words. He couldn't help looking back at the witch punishment. "Brother Wu, do you know what happened to the ancient catastrophe?" Where did the powerhouses from outside the realm of God come from? The world is far beyond your imagination. Only when you stand at a higher level can you see the farther scenery. God's domain is just a universe composed of countless large and small interfaces. And outside of God's domain, there are countless universes like God's domain. In the Antiquity Great Tribulation, God's domain was invaded by other universes. Speaking of which punishment, an extremely solemn expression also appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen was silent for a while and said, "Is the power invading the universe of God's domain strong? The ancient catastrophe, the divine realm collapsed, and the power of the dominating realm was almost extinct." Jiang Chen could almost imagine how miserable the battle was. The cultivator of God's realm cultivates martial arts, and the one who cultivates in the universe is immortal Tao, which is called a cultivator. The cultivators are comparable to the existence of the domination realm. They call it the Mahayana period, and their combat power is one level higher than the domination realm of the same level. The censored burial stream outside is the place where a Mahayana cultivator fell. Wu Xing said in a deep voice, "The practitioner has vast magical powers, and the methods are unfathomable. If you can, you'd better prevent those outside from hitting that one's idea, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help but smile. The land where the ancient rulers fell has spread in the God's realm continent. I am afraid it has attracted more and more powerful people to come. Even the old monsters above the seventh heaven of the God King will appear. How can others stop those guys if they speak lightly? Brother Wu, thank you for your reminder and goodbye. Jiang Chen shook his head, immediately bid farewell to the witch torture, and quickly turned and left. The matter of burial of the gods was not something he could control at all. Now he can only go to the burial stream first, and then take one step to count. Chapter 2255, Fuyan the Chaste. In the core area of the ancient burial land, there are endless ancient mountains. Jiang Chen used the Hunyuan Yiki technique to integrate his breath with the surrounding flowers and trees, and quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests, thinking about the burial of the gods in his mind. It has been quite a while since he entered this mountain range from the burial of the god stream, and he didn't know how the situation of the burial of the gods was going. He must try his best to see if he can stop the practitioners outside from going to kill Jian. The strong man who fell in the buried stream was not a person from God's domain at all, but a Mahayana cultivator from another universe. These immortal cultivators invaded God's realm, and they were life and death enemies. Even if they fell on the continent of God's domain, how could they leave behind the treasures to the cultivators of the continent of God's domain? Thinking of the exhortation of which punishment, Jiang Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Once outside practitioners open the place where the Mahayana cultivator fell, something bad will surely happen. As Jiang Chen was thinking about it, there was a sudden violent energy fluctuation in front of him. Jiang Chen paused and couldn't help but raised his head and looked in the direction of energy fluctuations. Someone in front entered the core area of the ancient god-burying realm, and there were more than a group of people who had friction with each other, and a battle had already taken place. He vaguely felt a somewhat familiar breath in the breath that burst out in front of him. He didn't know many people in God's domain continent, especially in this middle domain, and the people he met were very few. How could acquaintances go to the core area of God-burial ancient domain? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he flickered directly in the direction of the energy fluctuation. Jiang Chen came outside a mountain about 100 meters high. On the mountain peak, a blond young man was surrounded by a group of 7 or 8 people. The blond youth was covered in blood, with long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was extremely pale, almost reaching the end of the mountain. When Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the slightly familiar face of the blond young man, a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The blond young man in front of him could be Feng Yan, a genius disciple of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan. Since the battle with the Tianpeng Protoss, the Golden-Winged Condor clan was defeated by the Tianpeng Protoss, and they have escaped from the eternal and empty realm of Zhenwu. Feng Yan should also be in the realm of Zhenwu. When did he come to the continent of God's domain, and he was also hunted down to the core area of the ancient god-burying domain? Boy, you have no way to escape. Just behave and catch it. Just when Jiang Chen was stunned in his heart, the coldly scream of the man in black was also resounding in this piece of heaven and earth. Feng Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his eyes were stern. Darkwing Peng clan, if Feng Yan is immortal today, I vowed to annihilate you from God's domain continent. The remnants of a gold-winged condor tribe, dare to speak up here. The black-clothed man's complexion was cold, and he waved his hand. Go ahead, take him down for me. And just as the black-clothed man headed down, a faint voice rang abruptly in the mountains and forests. If you want to move him, you have to ask me if I agree. The sudden faint voice also caused everyone on the mountain to be stunned. Even Feng Yan, who was ready to fight hard, couldn't help showing a trace of doubt in his eyes. The Golden-Winged Eagle clan has been away from God's Domain continent for many years. He has just arrived in God's Domain continent and has never made any friends outside. This place is the core area of the ancient, censored, burial realm, which is inaccessible. How can anyone help? Just when Feng Yan was surprised and uncertain, a figure appeared directly in front of him ghostly. Jiang, Mr. Jiang Chen, is it you? Looking at the very familiar figure in front of him, Feng Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Under the pursuit of the Darkwing Peng clan, he fled in panic into the core area of the ancient god burial region, and unexpectedly met Jiang Chen here. Boy, who are you? This is a matter for our Darkwing Peng clan, please don't interfere. The headed man in black stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then pointed at Feng Yan behind him, and said in a domineering manner, you only need to know that I will save this person's life. No one of you can move him. Jiang Chen's friendship with the Golden-Winged Eagle clan is not shallow, and Feng Kai Tianzun gave him the clone of the Golden-Winged God Shadow, which helped him not long ago. He also promised the Golden-Winged Condor to protect the Golden-Winged Condor tribe. Now that Feng Yan is being chased by the Darkwing Peng clan, how can Jiang Chen sit idly by? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the face of the black-clothed man instantly became extremely difficult to look at. Boy, the matter of my Darkwing Peng clan is not something you can interfere with if you want to interfere. If you disappear from me now, maybe it's too late. The core area of the ancient land of buried gods is inaccessible. It was absolutely extraordinary that the black-clothed youth could appear here alone. Without being forced, the man in black obviously didn't want to be an enemy of this mysterious young man who appeared suddenly. Ha ha, Darkwing Peng clan, is it amazing? Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously. I don't care if you are the Darkwing Peng clan or the Tianpeng Protoss, as long as I want to protect the person, no one can move his hair. Good, good, the black-clothed man smiled furiously. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you. The headed black-clothed man's face became cold, and he waved his big hand directly, and the 7 or 8 members of the Darkwing Peng tribe around him slew towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, just a wave of his hand, thousands of sharp sword auras, directly interweaving in midair into a sky-wide sword net, enveloping all the 7 or 8 Darkwing Peng clan. Puff puff, the 7 or 8 Darkwing Peng clan didn't react at all, and the whole person was strangled by the sword net into nothingness. Most of these Darkwing Peng clan members have only ordinary Heavenly Venerable Realm cultivation bases. With Jiang Chen's current strength, facing such a Heavenly Venerable Realm, it was almost no different from pinching an ant to death. You. Who are you? Seeing this horrifying scene, the headed man in black couldn't help but suddenly shrink. Killing 7 or 8 celestial realms with one move is like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. Even with his 2-star Heavenly Venerable Realms cultivation base, it is simply difficult to do it easily. The black-clothed youth in front of him definitely has a cultivation base of at least 3-star Tianzun, and it is very likely that he is a monster from the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. Chapter 2256, Conspiracy of the Ancient Heritage. I'm someone you Darkwing Peng clan can't afford to offend. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and he directly raised his hand to point to the man in black. This seemingly plain finger completely confines the man in black in the surrounding space, making it difficult for the man in black to move his fingers. The black-clothed man was terrified and could only watch the sword light pierced through the center of his eyebrows. The body of the black-clothed man burst open with a bang. Seeing that Jiang Chen had dealt with a group of Darkwing Peng tribe lightly, Feng Yan couldn't help but stepped forward and thanked him. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and then asked curiously, when did you come to God's Domain continent, and why were you being chased by the Darkwing Peng clan? Although this guy has been inherited in the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, his strength has not been improved slowly over the years, and now he has the strength of a 2-star Tianzun, but it is obviously not enough in this God's Domain continent. Especially the Golden-Winged Condor clan and Tianping Protoss clan are such a powerful enemy. Mr. Jiang Chen, we came from the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Condor tribe through the Sky Eagle shuttle. Feng Yan didn't conceal it, and quickly told Jiang Chen what had happened. Jiang Chen descended to the realm of Zhenwu and smashed the realm of Zhenwu with his own power, and the entire realm of Zhenwu was under the control of the Burning Fire Gate and the Golden-Winged Eagle clan. Because of Jiang Chen, Feng Yan also became friends with Huo Tianyang at the Fire Gate. After the two stabilized in the realm of Zhenwu, they made an appointment to go to the Divine Domain continent together. When Huo Tianyang learned that the Golden-Winged Condor tribe had the magical weapon, the Skyhawk and Shuttle, which could be directly transmitted to the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Condor clan in the Divine Region continent, he decided to directly transmit to the Divine Region continent through the Skyhawk Divine Shuttle. Feng Yan also wanted to go to the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan again to find out, and the two hit it off. Both of them are extremely talented, and they have obtained a good inheritance, and their strength has improved extremely fast in recent years. Huo Tianyang has reached the 3-star celestial realm, and Feng Yan has also reached the 2-star celestial realm. With the strength of the two, even in the face of the ordinary, censored, king realm, they still have a certain degree of self-protection. The two teleported to the ancestors of the Golden-Winged Condor tribe through the Skyhawk Divine Shuttle, and then quietly appeared in the Darkwing Peng clan, and killed 2 Darkwing Peng clan members, disguised as disciples of the Darkwing Peng clan. Everything went very smoothly, but when they left the Darkwing Peng clan, the blood in Feng Yan's body had a reaction with a stone elephant at the door, which exposed their identity and was chased by the Darkwing Peng clan. Feng Yan fled all the way to the southwest, and then came to the ancient land of buried gods. You are really not so bold, you dare to send it directly with the Skyhawk shuttle. Jiang Chen suddenly became speechless. Although the Darkwing Peng clan is only one of the 3 sub-clan of the Tianping Protoss, its strength is definitely not weaker, or even inferior to the first-class God King forces such as the Northern Underworld God sect. These two guys dared to come from the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, they were really bold. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then asked, you and Huo Tianyang came to God's domain continent together, where are the Huo Tianyang people? Feng Yan smiled bitterly. Shortly after coming out of the Darkwing Peng clan, in order to distract the Darkwing Peng clan, we ran away separately. I don't know where he is now. Let's go, let's leave here first. Jiang Chen said, and then walked out with Feng Yan. Feng Yan was actually very lucky. His route into this mountain range happened to be the route to the sealed land of the Moon God Palace. The fierce beast on this road was cleaned up not long ago. Entering here with the strength of Feng Yan 2-star Tianzun, I am afraid that I don't know how he died. The two quickly walked out of the Xianxia mountain in the core area of the ancient God burial region, and returned to the God burial stream between the outer area and the core area. Weird, why did this burial, censored, suddenly become so deserted? Jiang Chen walked in the censored burial stream for a long time, but he didn't even find a figure in the censored burial stream, and a look of doubt passed through his eyes. The burial of God's stream is the place where the ancient rulers have fallen, and this news has gradually spread in the continent of God's domain. There should be more and more practitioners who are attracted by this news. But now, God burial stream has become much deserted instead. Mr. Jiang Chen, when I came in, I heard someone mention it by chance. It is said that the inheritance left by the ancient ruler who fell here has appeared, and everyone should be attracted by now. Feng Yan couldn't help but explain in a low voice. Wu Xing told him that the one who buried the God stream was not at all a powerful master in the ancient times of the God's domain, but a Mahayana cultivator in the outer domain. Jiang Chen still believed in witch punishment. How could an immortal cultivator in the Mahayana stage of the outer realm leave his inheritance in the God realm continent? This so-called ancient heritage is, in all likelihood, an earth-shattering conspiracy. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, do you know where the ancient heritage appears? Feng Yan thought for a while and said, the approximate location should be in the southeast of this place. Go, let's go over and take a look. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, and flashed out quickly in the southeast direction. After flashing for a distance in the southeast direction, the two finally found some practitioners from the Divine Realm continent, all rushing in the same direction. Among these practitioners, many of them have some powerhouses in the Divine King realm. These people are all going for the ancient inheritance that appeared in the burial god stream. Jiang Chen followed behind these people, and after a few minutes, a distorted space in front of them appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Jiang Chen's figure moved, and Feng Yan landed on a towering old tree nearby. What appeared in front of them was a vast valley about 1,000 feet long. The valley is already filled with countless bones. Looking from a distance, it makes people feel a kind of creepy. Around this valley, there are densely packed figures standing, with fiery eyes staring at the twisted space in the center of the bone. In that distorted space, it should be the so-called heritage of ancient times. And this Chenjiang Valley in front of him seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious power, which seemed to be formed by a certain mysterious formation. These powers should seal the entire valley on weekdays, making it difficult to detect, and will only be activated at certain specific times. Jiang Chen is almost certain that this is definitely not the first time this valley has opened. The bones that have long been piled up in the valley are the best proof. These bones, I'm afraid they all fell here because of the so-called ancient heritage. Chapter 2257, Terrible Scarlet Light Gate. This so-called ancient heritage is definitely a conspiracy that the immortal cultivator laid out here. Jiang Chen glanced at the countless hot gazes around him, and his expression was extremely gloomy. The inheritance of the ancient masters. For the practitioners of God's domain continent, the temptation is too great, and almost no one can easily refuse. Even if he knew that he had 9 deaths in this place, it was still enough to make countless people crazy. Thousands of practitioners have gathered here, among which the number of Divine King Realm is not a few. Even Jiang Chen vaguely sensed the extremely powerful aura hidden in the crowd, probably at least the old monster of the 7th Heavenly King of God. Faced with such a situation, it is almost impossible for Jiang Chen to stop. He can only watch the changes and see what is going on with this so-called ancient heritage. As Jiang Chen thought to himself, the sky suddenly rippled with slight fluctuations. Countless eyes around were staring at the twisted space in the center of the valley. I saw that the distorted space suddenly trembled slightly, and then made a bang like a mirror-shattering sound, exploding in midair. With the distorted space shattered, a door of blood-colored light about 100 feet long, also directly emerged in the sight of everyone. The formation has completely dissipated, the ancient heritage has been opened, everyone rush. At the scarlet light gate appeared for a moment, countless human shadows around the valley turned red in an instant, and there was a greedy roar in the throat, like a locust crossing the border, rushing away at the light gate. Looking at this scene before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shook his head secretly. The huge temptation of the ancient heritage has really made countless people have been dazzled. The bones in the valley are piled up like a mountain. Obviously, countless powerful people have come here to fight the idea of the so-called ancient inheritance, but they all fell here. These cultivators even dared to rush to the gate of light. It was no different from seeking a dead end. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts were flashing, a strange energy wave suddenly spread from the 100 Jiang blood-colored light door. A monster of blood that shocked the powers of the censored King Realm suddenly erupted from the blood-colored light gate, and then swept across the square like a blood-colored storm. Those who rushed the fastest, too late to react, were already swallowed by the censored storm. The screams of sorrowful screams are constantly echoing from heaven and earth. The violent censored storm, with a terrible swallowing power, swallowed the essence, vitality, and flesh of countless practitioners in an instant, and each of them kept falling from midair. And some people who are a little slower and frightened, suddenly only feel the scalp numb. Wherever they dare to hesitate at all, they are like frightened birds, quickly turning around and fleeing in panic. The entire Chenjiang Valley was in chaos. Some of the weaker people were swallowed by the scarlet light gate before it was too late to escape from the valley. Thousands of cultivators in the surrounding area were almost swallowed by the power erupting from that censored light gate, nearly a third. In everyone's eyes looking at the scarlet light door, there was a panic that was hard to conceal. The power erupting from this blood-colored light gate was too overbearing and weird. Even if it was the power of the Divine King Realm, it would be difficult to easily contend. Jiang Chen stared at the blood-colored light door, and there was also an unprecedented shock in his eyes. He had been paying attention to the scarlet light gate just now. Naturally, he could see it more clearly than ordinary people. The censored storm erupted from the scarlet light gate, instantly swallowing countless people trying to break in. In the essence, qi and blood that had been swallowed was almost completely absorbed by that censored light gate. It was as if there was something terrible behind the blood-colored light gate, and the essence and blood of all the intruders became the nourishment of the things inside. The power of the Scarlet Light Gate is vaguely similar to the power he urged the Holy Dragon Steel to emit, and it should not be a thing of God's domain. This place, as the witch punishment said, was left by a strong immortal cultivator outside the realm of God. Just in Jiang Chen's heart, he was shocked. After the surrounding cultivators fell into a short silence due to the terrifying, censored storm, some people soon became unable to stay calm again, and began to sacrifice the avatar puppets for testing. When they found that Scarlet Light Gate would no longer burst out the terrifying scarlet storm, they couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy. The land of ancient domination and inheritance is completely opened. They no longer hesitate now, they are all rushing towards the censored light door again. Looking at the figures disappearing in the censored light gate, Jiang Chen's expression became more and more solemn. He had a feeling that this blood-colored light gate was not unable to send out the scary blood-colored storm as before, but it was deliberately letting the practitioners here enter it. Just when Jiang Chen stared at the censored light door in a daze, more and more practitioners around were quickly rushing towards the Scarlet Light Gate. The thousands of practitioners gathered around the valley almost disappeared, including the Tianpeng Protoss Zudianyuan, and a Divine King's seventh heavenly old monster hidden in the dark. All have been in the Scarlet Light Gate today. Mr. Jiang Chen, shall we go in? Feng Yan couldn't help but whispered in the surrounding area that had become empty in an instant. Fu Yan, this place is very dangerous. I will go in and see. You will wait for me at Burial Tiancheng. By the way, inquire about Huo Tianyang. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, and said solemnly to Feng Yan. Although knowing that this place is mostly the conspiracy of the strong immortal cultivator, Jiang Chen still intends to go in and find out. He can now break through the Divine King realm at any time. With his 4-star Tianzun's background, once he breaks through, I am afraid that he will be able to at least reach the 4th heaven of the censored king. Even the old monsters of the 7th heaven of the censored king are not a concern. The moon god order given to him by the mysterious woman in the moon god palace had not been taken back. If you really encounter troubles that can't be solved, the big deal is to use the moon god order to summon the moon god palace lord. Okay, Mr. Jiang Chen, be careful yourself. Feng Yan also knew that with his own strength, he couldn't help much, but would become a burden to Jiang Chen. He nodded immediately, and then quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. After watching Feng Yan leave, Jiang Chen also took a deep breath and flew towards the censored light gate in the middle of the valley. Chapter 2258, Scarlet Skull. After Jiang Chen entered the censored light gate, he only felt his body sink suddenly. He found himself in a world full of blood. This censored breath is extremely violent, enough to affect people's minds. Even if it is a strong person in the Divine King realm, if he stays in this censored world for a long time, I am afraid that his mind will be imperceptibly and gradually lose his reason. The censored world is extremely huge, and the entire space is shrouded in a thick blood mist. The visibility and perception here are extremely low, almost the same as the abyss in the center of the ancient god-burying domain. Jiang Chen walked cautiously in this censored world, and found that there was an endless censored wasteland, and there was a dead silence on it, and it did not look like a place of ancient heritage. On the deadly blood-colored wasteland, there was finally a violent energy fluctuation. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed, and he couldn't help but quickly swept away in the direction where the energy fluctuations came from. Two figures in front appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. One of them was a burly middle-aged man with only the cultivation base of the divine realm. He was obviously a practitioner who entered this censored world not long ago. On the opposite side of the middle-aged man, there was a blood-colored skull exuding monsters and blood. There are other creatures in this censored time. Looking at the monster blood-colored skull, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. The blood-colored skeleton is very powerful, and the middle-aged man in the earthly respect state hardly has any resistance in front of him. The middle-aged man was held in his hand by the scarlet skeleton like an eagle catching a chicken. The middle-aged man had a look of horror and despair, and he hurriedly struggled wildly in the hands of the scarlet skeleton, but he couldn't break free of the shackles of the scarlet skeleton at all. Next second, I saw Scarlet Skull's extremely sharp scarlet claws, which directly penetrated the middle-aged man's neck, leaving 5 dazzling blood holes in his neck. And the body of the middle-aged man also shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the body of the middle-aged man shriveled, he didn't even die. I saw a glow of blood flashed across his body, and finally turned into a blood-colored skeleton, and began to wander in this blood-colored wasteland. At this scene, Jiang Chen's scalp was suddenly numb. At the beginning, he thought that the blood-colored skull was a creature born in this censored world. This scarlet skeleton is simply a mutation from the fallen corpse of a strong man from the god's domain continent. This mutation is like a plague and can spread. After every scarlet skeleton kills the strong man who enters this place, his corpse can also be turned into a scarlet skeleton. In this censored world, these scarlet skeletons are kept in captivity. Through the piles of bones in the Chenjiang Valley outside, Jiang Chen could almost conclude that this place was definitely opened more than once. Every time, many experts from the gods' domain continent fell here, and the corpses might have mutated into these blood-colored skeletons. Once this censored world is shattered, and these blood-colored skeletons all appear in the gods' realm continent, Jiang Chen can't even imagine the impact that will have on the gods' realm continent. This is definitely a huge disaster for God's domain continent. Jiang Chen, the censored world you are out of right now is not strictly speaking a real world. If I expected it to be right, this censored world should be the space inside a treasure. Like the sacred dragon steel, it is not a thing of God's domain. That guy called witch punishment is true. I'm afraid that this place is really set by the immortal cultivator from the outland. I'm afraid it's more than just keeping these scarlet skeletons in captivity. At this moment, the voice of Shenglongtian Palace Spirit also rang in Jiang Chen's mind. These scarlet skeletons are already very terrifying. If there is any bigger layout for the immortal cultivator in the outer realm, once it breaks out, the consequences will be absolutely unimaginable. Just as Jiang Chen was horrified in his heart, the skeleton that killed the middle-aged man also sensed Jiang Chen's existence. I saw a pair of hollow eyes flashing with blood, and there was also a low roar from the throat, and then it turned into a censored light and burst towards Jiang Chen. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and when he raised his hand, he slapped the scarlet skull. The scarlet skull was instantly slapped by Jiang Chen and flew out, crashing down 100 meters away. The scarlet skull was not destroyed by Jiang Chen, and soon got up from the ground again. It's not dead. Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised when he saw this. Although he just took a slap at random, even the powerhouse of God King Yishan might not be able to easily endure it. This scarlet skeleton was actually able to resist. Ancient seal of Zhu Shen. Looking at the blood-colored skull that burst out again, the overbearing golden light on Jiang Chen's palm rose up into the sky, and then turned into a mark of punishing God, and suppressed the blood-colored skull. This time, the scarlet skull was finally unable to bear the power of the ancient seal of Zhu Shen, and was completely bombarded into powder by Jiang Chen Yian. The middle-aged man who had just turned into a scarlet skeleton also rushed towards Jiang Chen directly. Its strength was obviously much weaker than that of the scarlet skeleton before. Even if this guy is not strong, he is also very resistant. After studying for a while, Jiang Chen found that except for a single blow to completely smash the scarlet skeleton was immortal. After learning about the scarlet skull, Jiang Chen directly slapped the scarlet skull into pieces with a palm, and then continued to move forward. Jiang Chen encountered a lot of scarlet skeletons, many of which were just like the middle-aged man who had just mutated into scarlet skeletons not long ago. Many practitioners who entered this place fell into the hands of scarlet skeletons, and then turned into members of the skeleton army. This scarlet wasteland is endless, and I don't know when it will end. With an understatement, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but tightened and killed a blood-colored skull. The energy of heaven and earth in this place is extremely thin, and basically can only supplement the consumption with the help of recovery pill treasures. If there are not enough recovery pill-like treasures, once staying here for too long, I am afraid that even the Divine King realm will be consumed alive. Jiang Chen somewhat understood why the Scarlet Light Gate had allowed them to enter here. This was to kill everyone in one fell swoop. Just when Jiang Chen's heart became heavier, a fierce fighting sound was also heard directly from the front. Chapter 2259. Silver-winged Thunderhawks, Lei Ling. He felt that he could no longer go on aimlessly. He had to find a few living people to inquire, and see if he could find some useful information. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated, and quickly flashed out in the direction of the fight. Jiang Chen came to a place 100 miles away. I saw a slender eagle-eyed man with a silver thunder, fighting with a scarlet skeleton. The eagle-eyed man's cultivation is not weak, and he has reached the second heaven of God King. But the scarlet skeleton on the opposite side is also very powerful. Even with the cultivation base of the eagle-eyed man God King's second heaven, he was still extremely embarrassed by the blood-colored skulls opposite, almost in danger. What surprised Jiang Chen most was that the blood aura exuding from this eagle-eyed man was very similar to that of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan. After the Golden-Winged Condor clan was defeated in the battle with the Tianping Protoss, they completely withdrew from the stage of God's domain continent. The current Golden-Winged Eagle clan, although after Jiang Chen took back the ancestral land for them, their strength improved relatively quickly, but they were still far from being able to compete with the Tianping God clan, and were still in the realm of Zhenwu to recuperate. Feng Yan was the only one who came to God's domain continent this time. He unexpectedly met someone from the Golden-Winged Eagle race here. After the defeat of the Golden-Winged Condor clan, some people still survived on the continent of God's domain and passed it down. While Jiang Chen was stunned, the eagle-eyed man was directly slapped by the blood-colored skull and flew out, and a mouthful of blood in his mouth couldn't help but squirt out wildly. Saw the eagle-eyed man's defeat. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment. He directly pointed to the sword, and volleyed the blood-colored skull that was rushing towards the eagle-eyed man into fragments. The eagle-eyed man who was about to desperately stunned at the moment. When he saw Jiang Chen walking slowly behind him, he couldn't help but quickly said with gratitude, "Under Lei Ling, thank you Shangtai for your life-saving grace." Jiang Chen nodded and asked strangely, "Are you from the Golden-Winged Eagle clan?" When Lei Ling heard Jiang Chen's words, her complexion couldn't help but change slightly. He comes from a sub-clan of the Golden-Winged Condor. Ever since the Golden-Winged Eagle clan was destroyed by the Tianping Protoss, the Silver-Winged Thunder Eagle clan has been in hiding and rarely appears in the God's domain. He obviously didn't expect that the person in front of him could see through his identity at a glance. "Don't panic, I have a lot of connections with your Golden-Winged Eagle clan, and I won't do anything to you." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "If I am really the enemy of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, why should I rescue you?" When Lei Ling heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and then nodded and said, "Lei is from the Silver-Winged Thunderhawk tribe of the Golden-Winged Eagle branch. It seems that the Golden-Winged Eagle clan is the same as the Tianping Protoss clan. In addition to the main clan, there are many tribes. Even though the Tianping Protoss defeated the Golden-Winged Condor clan, they could not completely annihilate the Golden-Winged Condor clan. Even this Divine Realm continent, there was a sub-clan like the Silver-Winged Thunderhawk clan that was secretly passed down." He directly looked at Lei Ling lightly. "My name is Jiang Chen. Since I am a member of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, I will take care of you. If you want, please follow me." Are you the Jiang Chen who defeated the 10 great arrogances of the central region with the heavenly venerable realm? Hearing Jiang Chen's name, Lei Ling thought of something instantly, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. In the first battle of the ancient gods in Phoenix clan, Jiang Chen defeated Long Juhan, one of the 10 great arrogances, and became famous in the first battle. Even the seldom-born Silver-Winged Thunder Yin out, they have all heard of Jiang Chen's name. Nowadays, there are even rumors in the Divine Region continent that once Jiang Chen breaks through the Divine King realm, he may even become the first person on the Zhongyu Tianzhou list. Lei Ling obviously didn't expect it. He would actually meet Jiang Chen, a peerless evildoer here. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Yes, it's me. It seems that I am quite famous in God's domain continent, even you have heard of my name. Brother Jiang Chen is one of the few decision-making geniuses in God's domain continent. Who doesn't know about God's domain continent now?" Lei Ling quickly thanked Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang Chen, too. This blood-colored world is really too dangerous, and with his strength, it is difficult to survive here alone." Although Jiang Chen only had the cultivation base of the heavenly venerable realm, his combat power was at least comparable to a powerhouse of God King's 4th heaven and above. If you can be with Jiang Chen, it is naturally the best. Jiang Chen nodded, and then left with Jiang Chen. At this moment, Lei Ling said suddenly, "Brother Jiang Chen, the direction you chose to walk seems to be a bit wrong." Jiang Chen paused slightly, and asked curiously, "Why not? Can you tell the direction of this place?" "Brother Jiang Chen, it is true that I have come to experience the ancient land of Burial God this time, and joined a temporary team in the city of Burial Heaven. One member of our team was lucky, and he appeared in the core area when he entered this censored world. He has discovered an ancient palace, which should be where the ancient strong man inherited. That place is not in the direction you are heading in." Lei Ling didn't hide it, and quickly explained. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. "If this is the case, let's go to that place, you will lead the way." Although Jiang Chen knew very well that what the ancient palace possessed would definitely not be the inheritance of the ancient powerhouse, but he also had to check it out to see what happened to the immortal cultivator in the outer realm. Lei Ling didn't hesitate, and changed the direction of her behavior right now, leading Jiang Chen towards the southeast. Because they had a clear goal, Jiang Chen and the others walked faster on the Scarlet Wasteland. As for the scarlet skeletons encountered along the way, almost all of them were lightly downplayed by Jiang Chen. Even some powerful scarlet skeletons comparable to the God King's third heaven and even the God King's fourth heaven still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's understatement. This scene also shocked Lei Ling's heart to the extreme. Although he had already known that Jiang Chen's combat power was against the sky, he really knew how powerful Jiang Chen was when he really witnessed Jiang Chen slaughtering these scarlet skeletons like cutting melons and vegetables. Tianzun realm has such power against the sky. Lei Ling had to believe that once Jiang Chen broke through the Divine King realm, he might really be qualified to become the top arrogant of the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. Jiang Chen and the others rushed forward in the Scarlet Wasteland like this. An ancient blood-colored palace with a height of 100 meters in front also slowly emerged in the sight of the two Jiang Chen. Chapter 2260, Tragic Battle. The whole body of this hall was bloody, and countless years of time made it look very strange and deep. The ancient breath diffused from every stone brick in the main hall. Even if it was separated by 100 feet, it could make Jiang Chen and the others feel the vicissitudes of silence for countless years. Around this Scarlet Hall, hundreds of practitioners have gathered. Most of them are powerhouses who have reached the Divine King realm. Including the Zhudianyuan of the Tianpeng Protoss, and another Divine King 7th Heavenly Elder with the stars flashing all over his body, all gathered here at this moment. Although these people gathered here, no one dared to approach the Scarlet Hall easily. Because at the entrance of the Scarlet Hall, hundreds of scarlet skeletons gathered, almost completely surrounding the entrance of the hall. The strength of these scarlet skeletons is extremely tyrannical, especially in the last side, the skeleton wearing a blood-colored battle armor, holding a blood-colored spear standing proudly, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he felt a sense of danger from him. No wonder these people dare not act rashly when they come here. The last scarlet skeleton, I am afraid, at least has a terrifying strength comparable to the 7th Heavenly King of God. Senior Xing, I think it's almost time to wait. How are you going to do it? Shu Tianyuan's gaze swept around slightly, and he couldn't help but say to the old man of the Divine King 7th Heaven. Hearing Shu Tianyuan's name to the old man of the 7th Heaven, Lei Ling also thought of something in an instant, and couldn't help but whispered, Brother Jiang Chen, the old man should be the old ancestor Luo Xing of Falling Star Palace, the strongest censored king. The 89 strong on the list. Jiang Chen nodded without saying much. It seemed that Shu Tianyuan could not restrain himself, and wanted to attack the scarlet skeletons outside the Scarlet Hall. Luo Xing heard Shu Tianyuan's words and directly nodded and said, I will contain the last blood armor skeleton, and you will lead them to kill the other skeletons as soon as possible. Shu Tianyuan said. The faint voice also resounded directly in the air. Everyone, compared to what everyone has seen, these scarlet skeletons are blocking the gate of this ancient temple. If these scarlet skeletons are not killed, we will not be able to enter it at all. Now Senior Xing and I have decided to join forces to lead everyone to kill these scarlet skeletons. We will wait until we enter the hall. Do you have any objections? A middle-aged man of the God King Triple Heaven said directly. Now that everyone joins hands to deal with these scarlet skeletons, it is the best way. I naturally have no objections. Let's order. Yeah, if you don't enter the hall, everything is just empty talk. Let's work together to destroy these scarlet skeletons. The rest of the practitioners in the surrounding area also conformed. Since everyone has no objections, let's do it. When Shu Tianyuan's voice fell, he immediately took the lead, slaying the scarlet skeletons, and blasted the scarlet skeleton closest to him into nothingness with the palm of his hand. The others did not hesitate, they all shot one after another, fighting with the scarlet skeletons outside the scarlet ancient temple. Intruder, die, and at this moment, the blood armor skeleton standing proudly at the back, let out a low roar, and the censored spear in his hand trembled, and he was about to rush out with the gun. Senior Xing, stop it. Shu Tianyuan's expression suddenly changed. This blood armor skeleton is not only powerful, but also seems to give birth to a trace of consciousness. Once it rushes over, the consequences may be unimaginable. Luo Xing didn't speak, and appeared in front of the blood armor skeleton in a flash, and the star-flashed palm directly slapped the blood armor skeleton with a fierce palm. "Brother Jiang Chen, shall we help?" Seeing the battle that broke out in the field, Lei Ling couldn't help but whisper beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't speak, his eyes were fixed on the battle ahead. Although Luo Xing and Xu Tianyuan organized all the strong men present, the hundreds of scarlet skeletons outside the Scarlet Hall in front of them, regardless of quantity or quality, do not have the advantage at all. Luo Xing was constrained by that blood armor skeleton, and couldn't ask for any cheap. With his powerful strength, Xu Tianyuan led the crowd to attack other scarlet skeletons. At the beginning, he still had the advantage, but, as time passed, many people were a little overwhelmed. The defenses of these scarlet skeletons are too strong, they must be fisted to the flesh, and the scarlet skeletons can be smashed in one move before they can be completely wiped out. This way of fighting also doubled the consumption of all practitioners. Finally someone couldn't support it, the whole body was pierced by the scarlet skeleton, and then gradually changed into a brand new scarlet skeleton. As more and more practitioners fell and mutated into scarlet skeletons, the strength of the two parties once again lost and grew, and Xu Tianyuan and the others gradually lost the battle. "Help yourself." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, the golden ancient sword in his hand flashed, and he jumped directly into the battlefield. If he didn't help, Xu Tianyuan and the others would probably be wiped out. Xu Tianyuan and the others would all mutate into scarlet skeletons, and I am afraid it would be difficult for the two of them to take care of themselves. Jiang Chen joined the battlefield, waving the golden ancient sword in his hand quickly. Every time he swings a sword, a scarlet skeleton is smashed to pieces. With the existence of Jiang Chen's big killer weapon joining the battlefield, Xu Tianyuan and the others also stabilized the situation again. Even so, people still fall into the hands of Scarlet Skull from time to time. After this lasted for half an hour, this fierce battle finally came to an end. Hundreds of practitioners who attacked the Scarlet Skull lost almost half of them in this battle. From this one can imagine how tragic the battle was. "Xu Tianyuan, I can't help but come." At this moment, Luo Xinghei's furious voice came over. At this moment, Luo Xing had been chased by the blood-armored skeleton and fled in embarrassment, obviously he was about to be unable to hold it. Xu Tianyuan's complexion changed, and he quickly flew forward to help. Luo Xing is their strongest existence here. If Luo Xing falls into the hands of that blood-armored skeleton, today they probably won't even want to leave alive. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he also killed the past with his sword. No matter what, first solve this blood armor skeleton that is not inferior to the Divine King's seventh heaven. You! Damn it! When Xu Tianyuan and Jiang Chen were preparing to join Luo Xing to siege the blood-armored skeleton, the blood-armored skeleton suddenly let out a hoarse roar. He saw his blood bursting, and he directly abandoned Luo Xing, and then rushed towards Xu Tianyuan with an accelerated speed. Chapter 2261, Blood Shadow coming out of the hall. Not good. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched, and his complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. This blood armor skeleton obviously already has a certain amount of wisdom. It knew that if it fell into the siege of the three of them, it would definitely die. It even chose to abandon Luo Xing and directly attack the weaker Xu Tianyuan. The blood armor skeleton's raid was about to reach its extreme this time, and even Xu Tianyuan had no time to evade. Xu Tianyuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly urged his body's great power to condense a defensive enchantment all over his body. The blood-armored skeleton smashed like a blood-colored meteor, and the blood-colored spear shot without fancy on the defensive enchantment around Xu Tianyuan. The defensive enchantment was shattered. I saw Xu Tianyuan's body trembled, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the whole person flew upside down like a broken kite. Jiang Chen glanced at Xu Tianyuan who fell to the ground embarrassedly, but he didn't die, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xu Tianyuan's strength is not weak, and he has not been killed by the blood armor skeleton. With Xu Tianyuan's strength, if the corpses were to fall into scarlet skeletons at this time, their situation would be even more dangerous. Senior Luo, this blood armor skeleton possesses a certain amount of wisdom. You can't let it have the opportunity to attack other people and destroy him together. Before Jiang Chen's words fell, above the golden ancient sword in his hand, a mysterious sword light cut straight out. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest reservation, and directly used the Azure Emperor's sword technique with all his strength. The Qingdi sword technique is a set of sword techniques attached to the immortal skill Qingdi Changsheng Ju. This Waffen Yijian has the ability to transform any power in the world into the mortal. Although the power of this blood armor skeleton is weird, Jiang Chen believes that it is still difficult to escape the sanctions of the Qing Emperor's swordsmanship. In fact, it was just as Jiang Chen expected. The power of Waffen's sword penetrated through the body of the blood armor skeleton, and instantly made the aura of the blood armor skeleton a lot weaker. Even the blood glow around it has become a bit dim. The blood armor skeleton's mouth could not help but let out a low roar, and there was also a look of horror in the gaze looking at Jiang Chen. The scene in front of him also made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. This Waffen Yijian's restraint on the scarlet skeleton was obviously more than the restraint effect on the Divine King realm by 3 points. Although he has mastered the complete Kendo divine power, he has not yet triggered the Divine King Jia, breaking through the Divine King realm in a true sense. With his current strength, if Waffen used a sword to deal with the powerhouse of God King 7th Heaven, he might not have much influence on God King 7th Heaven. But the blood armor skeleton in front of him, comparable to the 7th Heavenly King of God, was cut off a lot of power with a single sword. The formation of this scarlet skeleton is obviously related to the immortal cultivator from the outer universe who fell here. And the Azure Emperor longevity art he cultivated was obviously not the technique of God's domain, and it was very likely to have the same power as the immortal cultivator, and it was just able to restrain the power of these scarlet skeletons. The sword he was able to cut off a lot of the power of the blood armor skeleton just now. Seeing that Jiang Chen could actually weaken the power of the blood-armored skeleton with a single sword, Luo Xing couldn't help showing a look of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. I saw the divine power surging in the avenue of stars all over his body, then turned into a palm left by the stars, and patted the blood armor skeleton. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate either, and Hua Fan once again slashed out at the blood armor skeleton. After Jiang Chen successively displayed the 3 swords of Waffen, the power of the blood armor skeleton was also greatly weakened by Jiang Chen, and finally burst open under the finger of Luo Xinghei's stars. After solving the blood armor skeleton, Jiang Chen quickly took out the pill and swallowed it, and began to recover the consumed strength. In the battle just now, Jiang Chen killed countless scarlet skeletons with all his strength, and used Waffen's sword 3 times in a row, almost consuming more than half of his body's strength. If it hadn't been for a piece of the life tree to replenish consumption, I'm afraid he might not be able to persist until now. And this scarlet hall in front of him is very likely to have something more terrifying than the blood-armored skeleton, and he must recover his strength as soon as possible. Luo Xing also swallowed 2 or 3 pills in a row. He faced the blood armor skeleton by himself just now. Not only did he consume a lot of energy, but he also suffered serious injuries, and he also rushed to recover his strength. And some people who did not consume too much power when fishing in troubled waters in the previous battles became a little eager to move at this moment. Their gazes were all looking at the door of the Scarlet Palace with extremely scorching heat. Finally, it was difficult for someone to resist the temptation brought by the ancient inheritance, and a god king Zongtian slammed directly towards the Scarlet Palace. Just when the divine king Zongtian just approached the blood-colored palace, a strange blood-colored enchantment emerged out of thin air. The body of the Divine King's second layer slammed into the blood-colored enchantment, and then, like an insect hitting a spider web, it was completely stuck by the blood-colored enchantment. The flesh and blood of the second heavenly king of the gods quickly disappeared under the horrified eyes of everyone, and then turned into a scarlet skeleton. The scene before him suddenly poured on everyone's hearts like a basin of cold water, causing countless people who wanted to rush into the Scarlet Hall to back away in horror. There is still a layer of barrier around this Scarlet Hall. Let's take action together to break through this censored barrier. At this moment, a strong man from the 4 heavens of the King of God organized the crowd again and launched an attack on the censored enchantment. A wave of powerful forces slammed on the blood-colored enchantment, causing the entire blood-colored palace to tremble. At the same moment, an astonishing, censored, corpse aura suddenly soared into the sky from the censored palace. The terrible blood-evil corpse aura permeated all around. Even Jiang Chen and the others, all felt the heart-palpitating aura from the blood-evil corpse aura. Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but stare at the door of the Scarlet Palace. There really is something more terrifying in this censored palace. Under everyone's horrified eyes, the door of the Scarlet Palace was suddenly knocked open, and a scarlet figure burst out of the Scarlet Palace in an instant. To be precise, this is also a scarlet skeleton. The breath of this blood skeleton is more powerful than the blood armor skeleton just now. He was tall and skinny, dressed in a broken Taoist robe, his eyes were bloody, and his whole body was enveloped in a strange, censored mist. On the body of this scarlet skeleton, there are some blood and flesh squirming, as if growing out of the body of the scarlet skeleton. Chapter 2262, Terrible Means. This scarlet skeleton is not a person from God's domain continent. Jiang Chen stared at the scarlet skeleton in front of him, his expression instantly becoming more solemn than ever. Not only was this scarlet skeleton so powerful that it was unimaginable, but the aura emanating from its body was obviously different from other scarlet skeletons in this world. Cultivator. This scarlet skeleton, in all likelihood, is the immortal cultivator who fell here. Jiang Chen, this scarlet skeleton is really the corpse of the immortal cultivator in the outer universe. He set up such a blood-colored world here, frantically devouring the flesh and blood of outsiders, just to allow his corpse to practice. Now that new flesh and blood has grown on his corpse, if you didn't come here today to wake him up, I'm afraid he will really be born again. At this moment, Shenglongtian Palace spirit also screamed in Jiang Chen's mind in horror. Jiang Chen's expression was unbelievable and authentic. Didn't this immortal cultivator fall in the ancient times? Even a corpse can cultivate. In the ancient times of God's domain, it is said that there was a mysterious race. They could not cultivate themselves, but they developed a strange and unpredictable corpse control technique, so that the controlled corpse continued to cultivate and become stronger. It is said that the strongest corpse king cultivated by that race is enough to contend with the dominance. The skeleton in front of you is somewhat similar to the corpse controlled by that race. It's just that it shouldn't be manipulated by someone, but the immortal cultivator has only said a round before his fall, allowing his corpse to continuously cultivate. Hearing the words of Shenglongtian Palace spirit, Jiang Chen didn't recover from the shock for a long while in his heart. Use the inheritance of the ancient masters to attract countless people from the God's domain continent, and then use the flesh and blood of the practitioners of the God's domain continent as a nourishment to rebirth your corpse. What a terrible method is this! Once this guy is really successfully reborn, it will be a terrifying existence comparable to Domination Realm. Today's God's domain continent, but there is no God King 9 heavens, and who can resist seeing this guy? I'm afraid God's domain will really be over. Ah, ants of God's domain, you really deserve to die. This seat is only one step away, becoming a physical rebirth through cultivation. You dare to wake me up and do serious things to me. I want you to die without a place to be buried. Just as Jiang Chen was horrified in his heart, the blood-colored skeleton's mouth also inherited a thunderous roar, and the cold, censored killing intent was also overwhelming. Everyone, the ancient heritage is right in front of you, and everyone will kill it together. The four heavenly powerful God King who commanded everyone to attack the Scarlet Palace couldn't help but let out a stern shout again, wanting to unite everyone to kill the Scarlet Skeleton. He didn't have time to move in the future. The Scarlet Skeleton directly reached out and grabbed it in the air, and directly grabbed the God King's quadruple heavenly powerhouse. The blood-colored skull had a sharp killing intent, and the hard blood-colored nails instantly penetrated the body of the censored King's fourth-layer strong man. There was a screaming scream in the mouth of the four-layer heavenly powerhouse of the censored King. I saw that his whole body began to disappear strangely, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a brand new blood-colored skeleton. Seeing this scene, countless hearts are inexplicably chill. The four heavenly powerhouses of the God King were actually crushed to death by the Scarlet Skeleton as if an ant was crushed to death, an understatement. Some cultivators who were preparing to attack the Scarlet Skeleton were like scared rabbits, and ran away in panic. Die all to me. The Scarlet Skull's hands quickly changed into a weird gesture, and a blood-colored handprint that soared to the sky gathered directly in front of him, and then smashed towards the cultivator who was fleeing in panic. Looking at the censored handprints displayed by the Scarlet Skull, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. The one in front of him was completely different from the previous Scarlet Skeletons who could only use the power of the body to attack arbitrarily. It seems that he has cultivated the supernatural powers of the exercises and is able to perform some extremely powerful attacks. Although this censored handprint is different from the attack of the divine power of the God King Realm Tao, Jiang Chen can clearly feel that this power is even more terrifying than the divine power of the Tao. Can't let this guy go down. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and a sharp light burst into his eyes. This Scarlet Skull's cultivation is based on the flesh and blood of the practitioners of God's domain continent as its nourishment. If he were to continue to slaughter these practitioners in front of him, he would not only create a batch of scarlet skeletons, but also his own strength would become stronger and stronger. Once he is really allowed to cultivate a new body and completely rebirth, I am afraid that no one will punish him in God's domain continent. Just as Jiang Chen was about to start his hands, a cold stern drink rang in his ears for the first time. The falling moon and falling stars. Jiang Chen couldn't help but suddenly looked up. I saw Luo Xinghei's figure, and I don't know when it has appeared on the Chenjiang void above the scarlet skull's head. Behind him is a 7,000 square foot God's way, which is like a galaxy that runs through the sky, exuding a mysterious and unpredictable aura. I saw a huge round moon and countless stars falling down in the galaxy, with the terrifying power of destroying the world, hitting the scarlet skeleton below. The power in the later stage of the robbery. If you are really a strong man in the late stage of the tribulation, I might still be afraid of you by 3 points now. How can the martial art of this universe be comparable to the immortal Tao? Scarlet Skull looked up at Luo Xing, the censored handprint that hit other cultivators directly volleyed straight up under his control, colliding with the falling power of Luo Xing God King Avenue. The earth-shaking loud noise exploded in this censored world. Even the perennial blood mist in the scarlet world was washed away by the impact of two terrifying energies. Luo Xinghei's figure retreated hundreds of feet in the void, and even the God King Avenue behind it was constantly distorted and changed, and almost collapsed directly. It was just a trick, and Luo Xing, which even condensed the Shenhuang Dao, had completely retreated. Jiang Chen's expression was also extremely solemn in an instant. The scarlet skeleton in front of him was indeed a mutated corpse of an outland immortal cultivator comparable to the domination realm. Even if he has not successfully cultivated a new physical body, he is still very strong, and his strength is absolutely comparable to the 8th heaven and even the 9th heaven of the censored king. With Luo Xinghei's strength, if facing this scarlet skeleton alone, I'm afraid it will definitely be defeated. Qingdi swordsmanship, one sword transforms the mortal. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. The golden ancient sword in his hand shone with light, and he directly slashed out the scarlet skull with a sword. Chapter 2263. God King Tribulation Coming. Zhongguang cut through the space without warning, and then penetrated through the blood-colored skeleton. The scarlet skull was slightly startled. His eyes glowing with monsters and blood couldn't help but shoot at Jiang Chen suddenly, and there was also an unbelievable sound in his mouth. This is not the martial arts supernatural power of your God realm continent, but the real immortal technique. How can you master the real immortal technique? The scarlet skull stared at Jiang Chen, his expression horrified. In their original universe, it was a system of cultivating immortals completely different from God's domain, so they were also called immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivator cultivates the immortal Tao, and the ultimate goal is to ask Tao to become immortal in order to live forever. The fairy road is misty and difficult to find. The universe they were in was even cut off. Countless immortal cultivators in the Mahayana period have been unable to take the last step in their entire lives to prove that they become immortals. Not to mention being a real fairy, even if the true fairy skills passed down, almost all of them are few. The reason why they invaded God's domain at the beginning was because a stone monument with the mystery of becoming a fairy was accidentally left in the universe of God's domain. The scarlet skull didn't expect it. The hairy boy in this God's realm in front of him can actually master the real fairy technique. Shanshu. When Jiang Chen heard Scarlet Skull's call to the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship, his eyes couldn't help but narrowed slightly. When it got the Azure Emperor Longevity Ju, the system seemed to indicate that the Qing Emperor Longevity Ju was an immortal skill. The Qingdi swordsmanship originated from the Qingdi longevity art, and it is also very appropriate to be called Shanshu. Since this scarlet skeleton can recognize that the Azure Emperor's sword technique is an immortal technique, it seems that the Azure Emperor longevity art has a certain relationship with their universe. The Azure Emperor longevity Ju came from the Holy Dragon steel obtained by the Holy Dragon King in the ancient battlefield. In all likelihood, the Holy Dragon steel is the treasure of the original universe of Scarlet Skull. Boy, although you master the supreme immortal technique, your strength is too weak after all. When I kill you, plunder your memory, and get this supreme immortal art, maybe you can break the secret of becoming immortal. In the blood-colored pupils of Scarlet Skull, there was also a hot look. It ignored Luo Xing above the void, the blood on its claws exploded, and directly volleyed towards Jiang Chen and grabbed it. Jiang Chen only felt a terrible suction from the claws of the Scarlet Skull. Even if Jiang Chen resisted with all his might, he couldn't get rid of the suction at all. He could only watch his body keep approaching the Scarlet Skull. Upon seeing this, Luo Xing couldn't help urging the power of God King Avenue again and flew towards the Scarlet Skeleton. Old stuff, since you have to find your own way, I will fulfill you. Bloodthirsty demon spear, break it for me. The Scarlet Skull roared, and the monstrous blood glow in his body rose to the sky, and then turned into a dark red weird magic spear behind it. The magic spear was condensed, and the world was enveloped by a censored, evil spirit at this moment. Some of the weaker faces suddenly turned pale under the pressure of this blood-evil spirit, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths. The magic spear carried the power that penetrated the sky and the earth, and instantly smashed Luo Xinghei's blow, and finally penetrated Luo Xinghei's Divine King's Way. Luo Xing let out a muffled snort, and the God King's Way collapsed suddenly. I saw that his whole body was pale and flew up to a distance of thousands of feet, and his aura looked extremely wilting. Okay. What a terrifying Scarlet Skeleton. Unexpectedly, even the Luo Xing of the Seventh Heaven God King is not an opponent of this guy. Run away, everyone. The crowd looked terrified, and hurriedly fled like a frightened bird. The Scarlet Skeleton defeated Luo Xing lightly, and ignored the fleeing crowd, and smiled grimly at Jiang Chen. Boy, no one can save you today. Just behave. Its censored palms pressed slightly, and a terrifying suction burst out again, sucking Jiang Chen in the air. Seeing that Jiang Chen was controlled by the Scarlet Skeleton, Lei Ling's expression changed drastically. Seeing that he gritted his teeth, he was about to step forward to rescue. Don't come, stay away from me. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hurriedly spoke to stop Lei Ling. He looked up at the Scarlet Skeleton that was getting closer and closer to him, and no longer suppressed the Kendo divine power in his body. The magical power of the swordsmanship of the consummation realm burst out in Jiang Chen's body, and finally soared directly into the sky, causing the sky and the earth to change. Facing the extremely powerful Scarlet Skeleton, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore, and directly inspired the Divine King Jia, ready to break through the Divine King realm in one fell swoop. And just at the moment when Jiang Chen inspired the Divine King Jia, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning continued to converge in the void of the Burial River, almost turning the entire sky above the Burial River into a thundering purgatory. A terrifying force of thunder smashed down from the 9 heavens, and slammed on the blood-colored light gate, directly smashing the blood-colored light gate. The scarlet light door shattered. Jiang Chen and the others, who were in a censored world, only felt that the surrounding space was constantly collapsing. They had already returned to the sky above the Chenjiang Valley of the Burial God Stream. Not only the practitioners of God's domain who entered that space, but also the countless blood-colored skeletons in that world appeared in the Valley of Bones and Mountains. These scarlet skeletons were stunned for a moment, then roared and rushed towards the surrounding practitioners. A fierce battle broke out again between the Scarlet Skull and the practitioners of God's domain continent. Seeing that the world where his treasure had evolved was shattered by a sudden thunderstorm, the Scarlet Skeleton was also taken aback. And at the moment the Scarlet Skull was stunned, Jiang Chen also broke free of the suction on his palm, and exploded back thousands of feet in the void. You actually caused the robbery. The Scarlet Skeleton returned to his senses, and there was also a touch of unbelievable horror in the gaze looking at Jiang Chen. He used his corpse to practice the magic arts of the blood, and the fierce and domineering thunder power is his nemesis. Especially this heavenly tribulation, it was the power of thunder that evolved from the power of heaven's Tao, and it was definitely the thing he was most afraid of right now. The boy who broke through the heavenly calamity of the censored king realm in front of him was equivalent to the immortal cultivator breaking through the heavenly calamity of the transition period. Although the divine king tribulation of God's domain should not be as powerful as the tribulation period of the immortal cultivator. But he is now being affected by this divine king robbery, and he will surely make the power of the robbery reach an extremely terrifying level. With his current state, it is probably not an easy task to resist this divine king's tribulation. Seeing that the Scarlet Skeleton was locked by the Divine King Jia, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but set off a slight arc, and the faint voice instantly resounded through the world. The immortal cultivator of the Outland, enjoy the taste of my Divine King tribulation. Chapter 2264, Defeat the Gods. God King Jia, everyone go back. At this moment, many practitioners in the valley also felt the Divine King's tribulation in the void, and could not help but fled in panic. Divine King Tribulation is almost the most terrifying thunder tribulation in God's domain world. Even if it is a strong person in the Divine King realm, if it is affected by the Divine King Tribulation, it will definitely be a life of 9 deaths. This kid actually aroused God King Jia. In the void, Luo Xinghei's body shape burst back tens of thousands of feet, and he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. It's a pity that a stunning genius is afraid to die here today. How powerful is the God King Jia? Even the most enchanting genius in this world, if it is a little careless, it is possible to drink hatred and be robbed by the King of God. Now Jiang Chen hastily mobilized Divine King Tribulation, and even pulled the blood-colored skeletons that are at least comparable to Divine King 8th Heaven into his own celestial tribulation. With the help of the power of the Divine King Jia, that kid can kill the scarlet skeleton, but he can't even want to survive the power of the Divine King Jia. The only result of that kid's move was to die with the scarlet skull. If Jiang Chen didn't provoke Divine King Jia, no one here could have made this scarlet skeleton. All of them present, I am afraid they will have to fall into the hands of the scarlet skull. This time, I really miscalculated. Luo Xing couldn't help but smile terribly in his heart. As the ancestor of the God King 7th Heaven in the Palace of Falling Stars, Luo Xing naturally had a bit of knowledge about the ancient catastrophe. He naturally understood that this scarlet skeleton was an invader from the outer domain in the ancient catastrophe. The so-called ancient heritage is basically a conspiracy laid down by this foreign invader. If it weren't for Jiang Chen to appear, I'm afraid they would really be wiped out in that censored world this time. In Luo Xinghei's heart with a wry smile, there was a burst of thunder in the void, and a thunder pillar roared from the sky, and the target was directed at the scarlet skeleton. As for Jiang Chen, who was supposed to cross the tribulation, he was ignored by the thunder tribulation in the void. Luo Xing was immediately stunned. This guy spurred Shen Wangjia. Shen Wangjia didn't even attack him, but directly smashed the blood-colored skull that he brought into Shen Wangjia. Does this guy possess the legendary physiques? Luo Xing returned to his senses, and there was an incredible look in his old eyes. Cultivation is going against the sky. When the cultivation level reaches a certain level, every time a new realm is reached, the catastrophe will follow. Since the birth of the divine realm cultivation system, this has been the eternal law of heaven. Everything in the world is not absolute. God's domain has also given birth to some mysterious physiques that are so powerful that they can go beyond the laws of God's domain. As far as Luo Xing knows, there are 2 ancient divine bodies that can ignore the existence of heavenly tribulation. World-extinguishing thunder body and innate Tao body. This guy in front of him can ignore the Divine King Jia, and in all likelihood, he possesses such a legendary ancient divine body. Damn, that guy has a special physique and can transcend the rules of this world, so he has calculated it. Seeing the situation in front of him, the Scarlet Skull's expression was extremely frightened. At this moment, thunder tribulation had already arrived, and the Scarlet Skull had no time to think about it. He directly volleyed into the air. The blood-light flashing claws brought up a terrifying force, and directly grabbed the lightning pillar that landed, and shattered the lightning pillar. He danced wildly in anger, his censored eyes looked at the thunder in the sky, and his arrogant voice resounded across the world in an instant. God's realm and heaven, if you are in the heyday, this seed may really not be your opponent today. It's a pity. The battle that year caused the main world of this universe to completely crumble, and you are doomed to lose your vitality. I want to take a look, because you can do anything to me based on your broken laws of heaven. Hearing the domineering and arrogant words of the Scarlet Skull, the thunder in the sky was obviously completely irritated. Even 3 pillars of thunder and lightning fell from the sky. These 3 thunder and lightning beams are thicker than the other, and fierce than the other. The 3 lightning beams were almost connected together, turning into a thunder mountain with a height of 10,000 feet, smashing down against the scarlet skeleton. The blood-colored skull dazzled the sky with blood. I saw that his hands suddenly sealed, and the terrifying blood power turned into a blood-red magic spear directly in his palm. He was holding the blood-red magic spear, and his whole body rose directly into the sky, turning into a blood rainbow that pierced through the sky and collided with the thunder mountain. The scarlet skeleton danced wildly with the magic spear in his hand, and thousands of spears pierced the thunder mountain, leaving huge blood-colored holes on the thunder mountain. The entire Lishan mountain was exploded in the void. This guy was once worthy of being an immortal cultivator who was even stronger than the master of God's domain. It really is terrifying. Seeing that the scarlet skeleton actually shook the Divine King's tribulation war, and defeated the Divine King's tribulation again and again, Jiang Chen's expression was also astonished to the extreme. Haha, God's domain heavenly way, now yours is really too weak. It seems that the extent of your injuries in that great battle was much more serious than I expected. With your current state, the tribulation that comes is also delusional to destroy me, it's just a dream. Feeling that the heavenly calamity in the void was much weaker than he thought, the blood-colored skull couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. I saw his figure soaring into the sky, directly turning into a cloud of blood, rushing into the thundercloud in the void, and killing all quarters. Thousands of miles of thunderclouds in the void were completely washed away by the scarlet skeletons. Haha, God realm heaven, you wait for me, when this seat returns to the top, you will definitely be pulled out and wiped out. The scarlet skull rushed away from the thunderclouds, standing proudly in the world like a demon god, and the overbearing laughter was constantly echoing between the world and the earth. The Divine King realm was even broken up by this guy. Looking at the scarlet skeleton standing proudly in the void, Jiang Chen's expression also became more solemn. Although through the words of the scarlet skull, Jiang Chen could also hear that God's domain had suffered severe damage after the ancient catastrophe was broken. He introduced the scarlet skeleton into his Divine King tribulation, and Divine King tribulation probably failed to explode the power corresponding to the scarlet skeleton's strength, which made it possible for the scarlet skeleton to defeat Divine King tribulation. Even if the laws of God's domain heavenly Tao were damaged, the power that the Divine King Jia had exploded just now was probably enough to easily kill the powerhouse of Divine King 7th Heaven. This scarlet skeleton can defeat the Divine King tribulation, and the strength is still terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 2265, Sacred Dragon Steel. Boy, you counted on me with the God King's calamity. If I don't check it for a while, it really almost touched you. It's a pity. You count 1,000 things, I'm afraid you haven't counted the heavenly way of your God's realm, and it has become so weak. Even the gods, domain and heavenly Tao have retreated, I want to see who can save you. The scarlet skull looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, and a sneer appeared in his eyes. He stretched out his claws slightly and grabbed Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank, and the aura of the peak of the God King's 4th layer of heaven also burst into full force at this moment. After Jiang Chen broke through the Divine King realm, relying on the 4-star Tianzun's background, he reached the peak of the Divine King's quadruple heaven in one fell swoop, only one step away from the Divine King's 5th heaven. With his current cultivation base, his combat power is no longer inferior to that of the Divine King's 7th heavenly powerhouse. The suction from the claws of the scarlet skull's hands naturally couldn't be the same as before, so that Jiang Chen had no resistance at all. With a wave of the golden ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand, the sword with mysterious power was once again slashed at the scarlet skull. This sword instantly cut off the suction between the scarlet skull's claws, and then penetrated through the scarlet skull's body without warning. The scarlet skeleton trembled slightly. In his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, he didn't panic at all because of this, but a burst of even more fiery light broke out. What an overbearing fairy art! The scarlet skeleton stared at Jiang Chen steadily. If this seat can obtain your celestial skill, maybe there is a real chance to break the secret of becoming a celestial being. The scarlet skull didn't hesitate, holding the magic spear and killing Jiang Chen directly. Jiang Chen's figure exploded, and the golden ancient sword in his hand soared into the sky, and the shocking sword light continued to chop towards the blood-colored skull. The strength of the scarlet skull is too strong. Even though Jiang Chenshou's base reached the pinnacle of the God King's 4th heavenly layer, his combat power was more than that of Luo Xinghei's other God King's 7th heavenly layer, but he still couldn't hurt the scarlet skeleton at all. Boy, don't fight fearlessly. The scarlet skeleton shot Jiang Chen away with a sneer, and said with a sneer, if you obediently hand over the immortality, I might consider keeping your corpse. Jiang Chen did not answer Scarlet Skull. He wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand, and immediately moved his palm, and the sacred dragon monument suddenly emerged from his palm. The great power of the God King Jiang Chen's 4 heavens erupted with all his strength, and under his urging, the holy dragon monument turned into a monumental monument that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Above the censored monument, it seemed that there was a force that surpassed the sky and the earth, and it was suppressing the blood-colored skull. The sacred dragon steel, a mysterious treasure from other universes, at least possesses a powerful force that is not weaker than the innate Taoist artifacts of God's domain. At the beginning, Jiang Chen had not broken through the Divine King realm, unable to exert 1/10 of the power of the Holy Dragon Steel, and could suppress the Divine King's 5th heaven and defeat the Divine King's 6th heaven. Now his cultivation base broke through the 4 heavens of God King in one fell swoop, and once again urged the Holy Dragon Monument. The power is completely different. Even if it is as strong as a scarlet skeleton, facing the suppression of the Holy Dragon Steel, it can't help but feel frightened. The scarlet skeleton looked at the suppressed God Steel, and thought of something in an instant. Don't change his expression drastically. At this moment, there is no room for Scarlet Skull to think too much. I saw a sudden low growl from his throat, and the blood on the magic spear in his hand exploded, turning into a blood-colored light beam with a diameter of more than 100 meters and rising into the sky, like a pillar of the sky, supporting the monument of 10,000 meters. The power erupted from the Wanzhong Divine Steel is beyond imagination, facing the shocking blow of the blood-colored skeleton, as if facing the divine power of the realm of the gods, facing the origin of the realm of the gods. It was almost a blink of an eye. The Wanzhong Divine Steel was crushed, shattering the blood-colored light beam, and then crashed on the body of the blood-colored skeleton. The scarlet skeleton screamed, and his entire body smashed into the valley below from the void. Even the white bones piled up in the valley were smashed into a huge hole by the scarlet skeleton. The scarlet skeleton flew out of the pile of bones in embarrassment, bursting back thousands of feet in a row. He raised his head and looked at the 10,000-foot divine steel standing between the heavens and the earth, and the incredible screams also resounded in this space. Shanbei, how is this possible? Unexpectedly, the immortal monument we wanted to get when we invaded God's domain back then was actually in your hands. The scarlet skeleton stared at the monumental monument in the void. In their universe, a mysterious stone steel was found in the endless starry sky. After their research on the mysterious steel, they found that the steel turned out to be a celestial steel, and it is very likely that it contains the secret of becoming immortal. The cultivators of the universe on their side had an accident when they were fighting for the immortal monument, causing the immortal monument to fall into the universe of God's domain. For the immortal monument, they launched an invasion of God's domain. Although they destroyed God's domain, they also paid a heavy price in the end, and they couldn't find the trace of the immortal monument. After many years, he unexpectedly saw the legendary monument from the hands of a God's domain cultivator. The incredible scream of the Scarlet Skull was horrified in his heart. This sacred dragon steel was actually called the immortal steel by the Scarlet Skeleton, and it was also the true source of the ancient catastrophe. Back then, the immortal cultivator invaded God's domain from the universe just for the immortal monument in his hand. In this sacred dragon steel, there are celestial skills such as the Qingdi Chengshengju, which is actually called the immortal steel. The Scarlet Skulls in their universe, at all costs, is that the Azure Emperor Longevity's secret art in the immortal steel failed. Senior Temple Spirit, how did the Sage Dragon King get this sacred dragon steel? Jiang Chen was shocked and suspicious. The sacred dragon steel should be a treasure that the sacred dragon king entered the ancient battlefield and picked up from the strong immortal cultivator in the outer domain. Now it seems that the origin of this holy dragon steel surpassed his imagination completely. If the sacred dragon steel is the property of immortal cultivators in the outer realm, why bother launching a war to invade God's realm for it? I don't know. Back then, my master was chased and killed by an ancient beast in the mountain range of the ancient god burial realm, and I was also hit hard. When I woke up, he had already appeared on the ancient battlefield, and he had obtained this sacred dragon steel. Shenglongtian Palace Ling was silent for a moment. When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help but stun slightly. This sacred dragon steel was called the immortal steel by immortal cultivators. In order to obtain this immortal steel, they even invaded God's domain, but in the end they were still unable to find it. It seems that the Holy Dragon King had an extraordinary encounter in the ancient battlefield. Chapter 2266. News from Huo Tianyang. Jiang Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He took a deep breath, directly and decisively spurred the 10,000 Jiang Divine Monument, and smashed it at the Scarlet Skeleton again. This Scarlet Skeleton is not only very powerful, but also the cultivation technique is extremely weird. It is completely fed by the flesh and blood of living people. Once let it go out of the ancient realm of buried gods, it will definitely be a huge disaster for the continent of God's realm. Looking at the sacred monument smashed in the sky, the face of the Scarlet Skeleton changed slightly. That battle that year, the strongest person in God's domain planted a perilous killing array, causing almost all the strongest players on both sides to fall under that killing array. Although he did not die directly with some life-saving methods, he was seriously injured and died soon. When he was hunting down a demon in his own universe, he obtained a volume of extremely mysterious corpse-repairing magic skills. With the last trace of strength, he sealed his memory in the corpse and laid it out here, hoping to use the flesh and blood of countless living people in the god's domain to raise the corpse and make himself a corpse repairer. He no longer knows how much the flesh and blood of the practitioners of God's domain continent has been absorbed, and finally succeeded in giving birth to consciousness from his corpse, unlocking the memory of the seal, and practicing that corpse repair magic skill. All this went well in the first place. As long as he can absorb all the people who have entered the Scarlet World into his own nourishment this time, the magic power of corpse repair will be achieved. Not only can he have a new physical body, but he is also an immortal corpse king, and his strength is probably even more than 3 points higher than that of his peak period. He did not expect that this time there would be an accident. His own layout didn't solve all the people who entered the Scarlet World, but instead caused him to be alarmed at the critical moment of cultivation. With his current strength, it is between the 8th heaven of the censored king and the 9 heavens of the censored king. And the power of the immortal steel originated from the immortal, and it was the power that surpassed their immortal cultivators, and he had to be treated seriously even in his peak period. Although the kid on the opposite side could not exert the full power of the immortal monument, he was already very powerful. At least in his current state, he may not be able to handle it. Even if you can resist it, I'm afraid you will have to pay a very heavy price. Boy, the immortal tablet will let you keep it for this seat for a while. You wait for me. Sooner or later, I will come to pick up the monument in person. The censored skull's voice fell, and it turned into a censored glow, which quickly disappeared into the sky like a meteor. Sure enough, I can't keep this guy. Looking at the place where the blood-colored skull disappeared, Jiang Chen retracted the monumental monument. His brows were also twisted tightly. Using his current strength to spur the holy dragon steel, although it is enough to contend with the scarlet skeleton, this guy really wants to escape, and he can't do anything. After breaking through the divine king realm, Jiang Chen found that if he urged the holy dragon steel with all his strength, the consumption seemed to become very terrifying. He is now urging the sacred dragon steel 3 times in a row. I am afraid he has reached the limit, and the blow he just urged the sacred dragon steel with all his strength did not cause any fatal damage to the scarlet skeleton. Even if he urged the sacred dragon steel 2 more times, he might not be able to kill the scarlet skeleton. Little friend should be Jiang Chen, who is well known in God's domain continent recently. It is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Today, I would like to thank Xiaoyu for his life-saving grace. Just here, once the old voice came from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned around and looked around, only to find Luo Xing who was slowly walking towards him. Senior Luo is polite. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then sighed. Unfortunately, the scarlet skeleton was not destroyed. Its existence will definitely be a terrible disaster for God's domain. Little friends, don't worry, I will report this to the War Demon Alliance, and they will take action against the scarlet skeleton. The old man still has things to do, so he will leave first. If the little friend has time, he can come to Fallen Star Shrine as a guest, and the old man will surely greet him. Luo Xing hugged Jiang Chen, and then disappeared into the sky as a star. After Luo Xing left, Jiang Chen couldn't help sweeping his eyes slightly in the valley below, and found that there were some scarlet skeletons still living in the valley. He didn't hesitate, and directly swung his sword to kill all the scarlet skeletons. Resolving these scarlet skeletons lightly, Jiang Chen directly appeared in front of Luo Xing, smiled lightly. Lei Ling, let's go, I'll take you to meet someone. Lei Ling was startled slightly. Who? A member of the golden-winged eagle race. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he flashed directly towards the periphery of the ancient god-burying realm. The golden-winged eagle clan. There are still people living in the world. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lei Ling's whole body was shaken, and there was an incredible shock in his eyes. In that battle, the golden-winged condor clan was completely defeated by the Tianpeng Protoss. Over the years, their silver-winged thunderhawk clan has never found any member of the main clan on the continent of God's domain. They originally thought that the main tribe, the golden-winged condor tribe, had been completely extinct. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to tell him that there are still people from the main clan alive in this world. Lei Ling took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and couldn't help but quickly followed Jiang Chen. The two flew out all the way from the ancient land of buried gods, and soon returned to the city of buried sky outside the ancient land of buried gods, and found Feng Yan. Mr. Jiang Chen, this one is. Feng Yan looked at Lei Ling next to Jiang Chen, and there was a look of uncertainty in his eyes. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Lei Ling couldn't help but speak. Under the Silver-Winged Thunder Eagle clan, Lei Ling, are you from the main clan Golden-Winged Eagle clan? Feng Yan was stunned, and immediately said with a surprised expression, Silver-Winged Thunderhawk tribe. Are you still on the continent of God's domain? After the defeat of the Golden-Winged Condor clan that year, only a small group of people escaped from the continent of the gods in a panic, and Ben had no time to consider the situation of the division of the clan. Without the protection of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, it is also difficult for the Silver-Winged Thunder Eagle clan to survive in the Divine Realm continent. Unexpectedly, the Silver-Winged Thunderhawk tribe would have been passed down on the continent of God's domain. This is definitely great news for the Golden-Winged Condor clan. Lei Ling nodded and said in a deep voice, after the defeat that year, the Silver-Winged Thunderhawks had to abandon their homes and hide them. They have never been born. Okay, let's save the old words and talk about them slowly later. At this moment, Jiang Chen interrupted the two suddenly, then looked at Feng Yan and said, Feng Yan, do you have news about Huo Tianyang? When Jiang Chen asked about this, Feng Yan's complexion instantly became difficult to look at. Mr. Jiang Chen, I am looking for you to discuss this matter. Brother Tianyang has been caught by the Darkwing Peng clan. The Darkwing Peng clan is walking around with news. Let me go to the Darkwing Peng clan within 10 days, otherwise they will kill Brother Tianyang. Chapter 2267. Go to Darkwing Peng clan. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold, as the news true. Now that this matter has spread, it shouldn't be fake. Feng Yan said solemnly. But it's not ruled out that they deliberately walked the news to attract me, the so-called Golden-Winged Condor clan's remnants. Why don't I contact the people of the Silver-Winged Thunderhawk clan and let them inquire about the news? Right here, Lei Ling couldn't help but speak. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, don't be so troublesome, let's go directly to the Darkwing Peng clan. At the beginning of the Northern Underworld God sect, he offered a clone of the Golden-Winged Condor and promised it to take care of the Golden-Winged Condor clan. Since the Darkwing Peng clan had to die and caught Huo Tianyang, he might as well go to the Darkwing Peng clan and help the Golden-Winged Condor clan get back the territory by the way, and help the Golden-Winged Condor clan return to the mainland of God. Feng Yan was also taken aback when he heard this. He hesitated slightly and said, Mr. Jiang Chen, the Darkwing Peng clan is not weak. Even if we are going to the Darkwing Peng clan to rescue Brother Tianyang, shouldn't we make a good plan? The Darkwing Peng clan is one of the 3 tribes of the Sky Wing Peng clan. Even if you look at the entire continent of God's domain, it is also the power of the censored king ranked in the middle. Although Jiang Chen is very strong, and the Divine King realm is generally not his opponent, it is not an easy task for one person to contend against the entire Darkwing Peng clan. Behind the Darkwing Peng clan, there is a more powerful Tianpeng Protoss. Planning, there is no need for that. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, if you still want to get back the Golden-Winged Eagle clan's territory, just follow me to the Darkwing Peng clan. Now his cultivation base has reached the peak of the God King's 4th heavenly layer, which is enough to fight the God King's 7th heavenly layer head-on. If the sacred dragon steel is sacrificed, the God King 8th heaven may not be able to threaten him. Don't talk about the mere Darkwing Peng clan, even if the old monster of the Tianpeng Protoss comes, how can he do it? Get back the territory of the Golden-Winged Condor clan. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Feng Yan couldn't help but clenched his fists tightly. Over the years, the biggest wish of the Golden-Winged Condor clan is to regain the Golden-Winged Condor clan's territory and return the Golden-Winged Condor clan to the mainland of God. Okay, let's go directly to the Darkwing Peng clan. Feng Yan took a deep breath, and a decisive look flashed in his eyes. Based on his knowledge of Jiang Chen, since he dared to say that he would take him to the Darkwing Peng clan to retrieve the Golden-Winged Eagle clan's territory, he must have a certain degree of certainty. Anyway, everything he had today was given by Jiang Chen. Even if it really fails, the big deal is death. Lei Ling's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he said directly, I will go back to contact the Silver-Winged Thunderhawk clan and let them go to the Darkwing Peng clan for support. Compared to Feng Yan, Lei Ling is undoubtedly more confident in taking back the Golden-Winged Condor clan's territory. He witnessed the battle between Jiang Chen and the Scarlet Skull. That scarlet skeleton, but even Luo Xing and other Divine King's 7th heavenly powers could defeat the existence. Jiang Chen is able to repel the scarlet skeleton. I am afraid at least he has the strength comparable to the 7th heaven and even the 8th heaven of the God King. This level of strength is already the strongest in this world. Not to mention the mere Darkwing Peng clan, even the Tianpeng Protoss would have to be jealous of Jiang Chen by 3 points. With Jiang Chen's support, it is not impossible for the Golden-Winged Eagle clan to regain its former territory and return to the continent of God's domain. In the southwestern region of the Central Region, a towering mountain peak is shrouded in faint golden glory, giving people a very majestic feeling. This mountain is the famous Jinyang Mountain in Zhongyu. This was originally the location of the Golden-Winged Condor clan, the ancient top clan in God's domain. The Golden-Winged Condor clan was defeated in the war with the Tianpeng Protoss and completely disappeared from the divine domain. This Jinyang Mountain was also occupied by the Darkwing Peng clan, one of the 3 tribes of the Tianpeng Protoss tribe, and became the territory of the Darkwing Peng clan. On the top of Jinyang Mountain, there is a square entirely paved with golden stones. I saw a pale-faced young man in a red robe tied to a huge golden stone pillar in the center of the square. It was Huo Tianyang who came to God's domain continent with Feng Yan. Several disciples of the Darkwing Peng clan with extraordinary aura are responsible for guarding the Huo Tianyang on the stone pillar. The first person, if Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would be able to recognize at a glance. This person is the Yu Wuling he encountered in the Golden-Winged Eagle clan ancestor. Today's Yu Wuling has already broken through from the original divine rank god, all the way to the 2-star god. A disciple of the Darkwing Peng clan said in a bored manner, "Brother Wuling, do you think this guy can really attract the remnants of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan? I think it's very hungry. If it was me, I would definitely not be sent to the door to die." Before Yu Wuling could speak, the other person couldn't help but shook his head. Whether it can be brought out, it will be clear in a few days. Even if he does not come to save people, my Darkwing Peng clan can still get him out. When Yu Wuling spoke, a cold light flashed across his eyes. In the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Condor clan, he encountered people from the Golden-Winged Condor clan and was forced to flee back to the Darkwing Peng clan in embarrassment by the opponent. This matter has always been a shame in Yu Wuling's heart. If the people of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan dared to come, he would definitely return the original shame from him twice as much. Just as Yu Wuling's voice just fell, a sudden abnormal noise in the void also resounded in this piece of heaven and earth. A powerful aura that overwhelms the world is also slowly coming from above the distant void. Yu Wuling and the others couldn't help but suddenly looked up, and they saw an extremely bright sword light, chasing the stars and rushing from the void like a moon. Jian Guang suddenly landed in the center of the square. Yu Wuling and the others took a closer look, and 2 figures emerged directly from their sights. It was Jiang Chen from the Darkwing Peng clan who had rushed to them. The Huo Tianyang tied to the stone pillar also sensed the aura of the 2 Jiang Chen, and his closed eyes opened suddenly. He looked at the 2 Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help showing a look of surprise. With a wave of his palm, Jiang Chen directly rescued Huo Tianyang, and said with a slight smile, "Brother Tianyang, are you okay? Don't worry, you can't die." Huo Tianyang flexed his muscles and bones, and asked curiously, "Why are you with Brother Feng?" Before Jiang Chen had time to speak, an extremely cold voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ears. "The remnants of the Golden-Winged Condor clan from the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Condor clan are indeed you. I didn't expect you to dare to come to my Darkwing Peng clan. There is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell, but you have to break in. Today, I, Yu Wuling, let you die without a place to be buried." Chapter 2268, The Terrified Yu King. Jiang Chen looked at the voice, his eyes quickly fell on Yu Wuling's body. "Yu Wuling, it turned out to be you." Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He still had some impression of the Darkwing Peng clan genius who was defeated by him in the Golden-Winged Eagle clan's ancestors. Yu Wuling stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and a chill was filled all over his body. "Boy, today I will personally take back from your hands what I lost in the Golden-Winged Eagle clan ancestors." Yu Wuling's cold voice fell, and the 2-star Tianzun's aura exploded with full force, and a pair of huge black wings suddenly spread out behind him. This pair of wings cut across the sky like a black sky sword, as if to cut Jiang Chen and the space around him into nothingness. Dark Wing Celestial Wing. Under the rage, Yu Wuling didn't have any reservations at all, and directly used this visionary supernatural power again. Its power is not the same as it was in the past. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and when he raised his hand, he stretched out his fingers. I saw two energy fingers that looked like huge pillars in the sky, directly like pincers, firmly gripping the cut Dark Wing Celestial Wing, and understatement like clamping a leaf. With a flick of Jiang Chen's finger, Dark Wing Tianji wings burst into pieces. Yu Wuling trembled all over, and the whole person fell hundreds of feet away like a broken kite. Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, looking at Yu Wuling proudly. His faint voice echoed slowly in the square. Yu Wuling, you were not my opponent in the Golden Winged Eagle clan ancestors. Now that you are in front of me, it is not worth mentioning. Let Yu Yi Shen Wang get out and see me. And just before Jiang Chen's voice fell, the tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from the Dark Wing Peng clan behind the square. More than a dozen silhouettes appeared above the square out of thin air. The first black-robed old man with a dry figure is naturally no stranger at all. He is the God King Yuya who once shot him in the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Jiang Chen couldn't help squinting his eyes slightly. Yu Yi God King, I haven't seen you for a long time, don't come here unharmed. The pupils of the censored King Yuya shrank, and a shocking killing intent burst out of his muddy old eyes. Back then, this kid slaughtered countless talented disciples of the Darkwing Peng clan in the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, and even one of his clones was killed by this kid. He found the Jinpeng God King of the Tianpeng Protoss and the Qingyuan God King of the ancient Sacred Dragon clan, and finally let Jiang Chen escape. When the enemy meets, they are naturally jealous. Now that I see Jiang Chen again, how can Yu Yi Divine King not be angry? Jiang Chen looked at Yu Yi Divine King faintly. Remember what I said, I will come to God's domain continent to find you one by one for liquidation. Boy, no matter how enchanting you are, you still don't have the right to run wild in my Darkwing Peng clan and die for me. The voice of the God King of Yu Yi fell, and he reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen in the sky. A huge and incomparable black giant claw instantly penetrated the void and grabbed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly pointed out the sword at Yu Yi Shen Wang. This seemingly plain finger smashed the dark giant claws of King Yu Yi God in the blink of an eye, and then smashed the body of King Yu Yi God without warning. The God King Yu Yi let out a muffled snort, the whole person retreated a distance of 1,000 feet, and a mouthful of blood could not help but squirt out wildly. You actually broke through the Divine King realm. The God King Yu Yi looked at Jiang Chen who was standing calmly with a pale face, his expression also instantly became horrified. That Maodo boy who was still in the heavenly God realm back then reached the God King realm in just over 10 years. This kid was a sacred deity at the beginning, but now that he breaks through the censored King realm, he must also be a peerless evildoer who breaks through with a 3-star deity. Such a character, but a censored King realm Tianzhao who is enough to rank among the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. How could he be the opponent of God's domain's top God King realm Tianzhao with the strength of his mere Divine King second heaven? Hehe. Yuya God King, do you think it is still the same year? Relying on the strength of your arrogant God King second heaven, you are nothing but ants in front of me. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Yi Divine King contemptuously, and said lightly, I know that your Darkwing Peng clan still has some old monsters in the Divine King realm. Call them all out. The night-censored king suppressed the horror in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly escaped from a black token, and then urged it violently. There are 6 powerhouses in the Darkwing Peng clan, and each of them is known as the ancestor of the Darkwing Peng clan. Except for the strongest ancestor of the 7th Heaven God King, who was in the main clan Tianpeng God clan, the remaining 5 were all in the clan. Under normal circumstances, the Darkwing Peng clan will only leave one Divine King realm ancestor to take turns to sit outside, and other Divine King realm ancestors will retreat and practice, and they will not be born easily unless forced to do so. Faced with Jiang Chen, the peerless Tianzhao who broke through the Divine King realm, Yu Yi Divine King had to awaken the other Divine King Patriarch of the Patriarch. He alone can't stop this guy in front of him. As Yu Yi Divine King urged the token, a shrill cry echoed abruptly in the sky above Jinyang Mountain. In the depths of the Darkwing Peng clan, the great aura of the censored King realm, as if awakened from a deep sleep, burst out directly. I saw 4 figures surrounded by the aura of the avenue, also ghostly slowly appearing in the void of the square. Yu Yi, the Dark Wing Peng clan is left by me and no one takes turns, changing every 10,000 years. Now there is still a long time before 10,000 years. What do you call me to wait for? A black-robed old man whose breath reached the peak of the fifth heaven of the censored king looked at the censored king Yuya, and his faint voice sounded along with it. Someone came to the Darkwing Peng clan to run wild. I can't deal with it alone, you can ask you to wait out. Yu Yi Shen Wang couldn't help but said solemnly. Hearing the words, the black-robed old man couldn't help but startled slightly. The Darkwing Peng clan is not weak in God's domain continent, and there is the Tianpeng God clan behind it. Who would dare to come to the Tianpeng God clan to go wild? His eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen's body, and his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. The black-clothed youth in front of him now possesses the strength of the Divine King realm at his age, and must be the Divine King realm Tianzhao on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. Such characters generally come from the top forces of the God's domain continent. When did the Darkwing Peng clan provoke such a God King realm Tianzhao? The black-robed old man took a deep breath, then fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen. Who is your excellency? Why come to my Darkwing Peng clan to make trouble? Chapter 2269. Destroy the Five Kings. The black-robed old man stared at Jiang Chen, his expression extremely solemn. The God King realm Tianzhao on the Zhongyu Tianzhao list, each of them has extremely enchanting talents and unparalleled combat power. Although the guy in front of him hides extremely well, he can't see the real strength of the other party, but he instinctively feels a hint of danger from him. Those who can make him feel dangerous are probably at least the top 10 talents of the Central Territory. Such a character is not only already very powerful, but the forces behind it may not be easily provoked by the Darkwing Peng clan. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You Darkwing Peng clan arrested my friend, how can I not come? Yu Quan, don't talk nonsense with him, the one beside this kid is the remnant of the Golden Winged Condor clan, and he has a close relationship with the Golden Winged Condor clan. At this moment, Yuya God King said directly. Hearing this, the black-robed old man couldn't help his face suddenly change. When the Tianpeng Protoss destroyed the Golden Winged Eagle clan, the Darkwing Peng clan, as one of the 3 tribes of the Tianpeng Protoss, naturally participated in it. The Darkwing Peng clan even occupied the territory that originally belonged to the Golden Winged Condor clan, and the Golden Winged Condor clan can be said to be immortal. The remnants of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, the Darkwing Peng clan must not be easily let go. The black-robed old man swept his gaze over Feng Yan, then looked at Jiang Chen and said solemnly, Your Excellency is not a member of the Golden Winged Condor clan, why should you be with the remnants of the Golden Winged Condor clan? Jiang Chen stood with his hand in his hand, with a face indifferent and indifferent. Today I want to take back the territory that belongs to them for the Golden Winged Condor clan. Your Darkwing Peng clan has occupied it for so long, and it is time to give it back to the Golden Winged Condor clan. The black-robed old man's complexion also turned gloomy in an instant. It seems that your excellency is really going to stand out for the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Jiang Chen glanced at the black-robed old man lightly. Today, you Darkwing Peng clan only have 2 choices, either to get rid of me immediately, or to be flattened by me. Huh, not ashamed. I want to see, what qualifications do you have in my Dark Wing and fear that the Peng clan will go wild? A burly man with the 3 heavens of the censored king yelled, and the aura of the Great Avenue instantly rose into the sky, condensing a pair of dark golden wings behind him. His wings spread behind his back, and his figure also pulled out a golden rainbow in the void, swooping towards Jiang Chen, the terrifying aura of destruction, as if it was enough to crush everything. Yu Kui, be careful. The black-robed old man Yu Quan saw this scene and couldn't help hurriedly reminding him. The black-clothed youth in front of him, even he was afraid of the existence of 3 points. Yu Kui was not the strength of the God King Triple Heaven. I am afraid that he was not an opponent at all. Facing the burly man who swooped down with the power of destruction, Jiang Chen looked indifferent, just raised his hand and blasted out. The surging power instantly filled the void. A resplendent boxing strength rose up into the sky like a dragon 9 days, and hit Yu Kui's body with a punch. Under Jiang Chen's fist, the Yu Kui of the God King's Triple Heaven was completely vulnerable. His swift figure, like a photoelectric, was as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer, and he was in vain in midair. There were 2 clicking noises in the air. I saw Yu Kui's 2 dark golden wings, which broke instantly in the air, and countless golden blood, like a rainstorm, spread all over the sky. And his figure flew upside down like a kite with a broken line. The God King Yuquan shrank his pupils, and quickly reached out and grabbed the void, catching Yukui, who was flying upside down. Seeing Yukina's miserable appearance, the rest of the Darkwing Peng clan's censored kings all took a breath of cold air. The once mighty and majestic King Yukui, who was tall, had a sunken chest, fractured bones, cracked internal organs, and dark golden blood gushing like a spring. Almost half his life was left. With just one punch, he almost killed the God King Yukui of the God King Triple Heaven. These powerful methods, I'm afraid that even an ordinary God King Quadruple Heavenly Powerhouse might not be able to do it easily. This sun is too strong, let's take action together. The God King Yuquan roared, and quickly summoned Yu Yi and the other 3 God Kings to attack Jiang Chen together. The breath of the 4 great gods erupted in the sky above Jinyang Mountain at almost the same time, and the terrifying power of the great Tao was overwhelming the sky, turning the entire sky above Jinyang Mountain into chaos. Looking at the 4 great kings who attacked together, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He saw his sword glow soaring into the sky, and the power of the great Tao on the peak of the God King's 4th heavenly peak burst out with all his strength, and then turned into a mighty sword energy around his body. The forces attacked by the 4 great kings of the Darkwing Peng clan, as soon as they touched the sword energy of Jiang Chen's body, they were instantly wiped out into nothingness, and it was impossible to shake Jiang Chen at all. Hua Fan Yijian, holding the golden ancient sword, Jiang Chen diagonally drew a mysterious arc in the void. The invisible sword light penetrated everything and slashed on the bodies of the 4 great kings of the Darkwing Peng clan. The auras of the 4 great kings of the Darkwing Peng clan were like rivers collapsing, all of them drenched in an instant. Except for the God King Yuquan, God King of the 5th heaven, the aura still remained in the God King realm. Unexpectedly, the 3 Yu Yi God Kings all fell below the God King realm for a lifetime. The 4 of them looked at Jiang Chen's arrogant voice, and there was unprecedented panic in their eyes. The strength of this kid in front of him is really terrifying. Just an understatement of the sword, cut off most of their cultivation base. These methods are simply unthinkable to the extreme. My Darkwing Peng clan is one of the 3 tribes of the Tianpeng God clan, and there is also the 7th heavenly ancestor of the God King. Today, you dare to move my Darkwing Peng clan, the ancestors and Tianpeng Protoss will definitely not let you go. The God King Yuquan stared at Jiang Chen with a pale expression, his expression frightened. Although the God King Yuquan felt the power of Jiang Chen from the beginning, he didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. Their 4 great kings joined forces, and there was no resistance at all in front of them. Tianpeng Protoss, I will wait for them here. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and the thousands of sword chi surrounding him rose to the sky, directly turning into a dense sword net, enveloping the 4 gods of Yuquan. The souls of the 4 of the gods of Yuquan were all in their hearts, and they exploded with all their strength, trying to escape from the scope of the sword net. When they were still at their peak, they couldn't compete with Jiang Chen at all. Now that the cultivation base has been cut off by Jiang Chen Wafan's sword, how can he withstand Jiang Chen's full blow? The 4 great censored kings, including their bodies and souls, were strangled into nothingness by sword nets, leaving only a stern roar, echoing in the sky above Jinyang Mountain. The 5 great ancestors of the Darkwing Peng clan are not the first of Jiang Chen. Chapter 2270, Shattered God King Upodian. Yu Wuling, who was maimed by Jiang Chen's previous move, looked dull and frightened. The disciples and elders of countless Darkwing Peng tribes all looked pale, like a concubine. The 5 ancestors of the Darkwing Peng clan appeared at the same time, and they were all killed by the black-clothed young man who was opposite. The Darkwing Peng clan is completely finished today. Everyone, run away and ask for help from the main race Tianpeng Protoss. A high-level Darkwing Peng clan screamed in horror, and then fled towards Jinyang Mountain in a panic like a frightened rabbit. When other Darkwing Peng clan members saw this, they all fled in horror. Is this Mr. Jiang Chen's true strength? Feng Yan looked at the situation in front of him with a shocked face, and it took a long time before he felt relieved. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen was very enchanting, he had already surpassed the realm of the holy censored of heaven when he came out of the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Jiang Chen returned to the realm of Zhenwu, and even more so, with his own power, crushed the only God King power in the realm of Zhenwu Shenzong. Feng Yan still did not expect that Jiang Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level. The ancestors of the 5 great gods of the Darkwing Peng clan were killed by Jiang Chen's in an instant. Feng Yan's face also couldn't help showing an unprecedented excitement. Jiang Chen can suppress the Dark Wing Peng clan alone, even if his strength is the Tianpeng Protoss clan. I am afraid that he would not dare to underestimate him. With Jiang Chen's help, perhaps their Golden Winged Eagle clan can really get back their territory and return to the mainland of God's domain. Outside Jinyang Mountain, hundreds of people with extraordinary auras also rolled towards Jinyang Mountain. The leader is Lei Ling from the Silver Winged Thunder Eagle tribe. Silver Winged Thunderhawk tribe follows the order, follow me into Jinyang Mountain, and take back the Golden Winged Condor tribe's territory. Lei Ling gave an order, and directly led hundreds of Silver Winged Thunderhawk elites to kill the Dark Winged Peng people who were fleeing. Jiang Chen killed the 5 censored kings and ancestors of the Darkwing Peng clan by himself. These Darkwing Peng clan people have been scared. Now they are facing the attack of the Silverwing Thunderhawk clan, and even have lost the courage to fight. They die, they flee. In less than a stick of incense, no one from the Darkwing Peng clan was seen on Jinyang Mountain. Unexpectedly, Fengyan could actually return to Jinyang Mountain one day and take back the territory belonging to the Golden Winged Eagle clan. Looking at the situation in front of him, Feng Yan seemed to have a dreamlike feeling. At that time, the Golden Winged Condor clan was defeated by the Tianpeng Protoss. There was no 1 in 10 strength, and only a small part of them fled to the realm of Junwu to survive. Facing the powerful Darkwing Peng clan and Tianpeng Protoss clan, Feng Yan thought that they had no hope of stepping into the Divine Realm continent for life, and get back everything that belonged to the Golden Winged Condor clan. All this was completely changed because of Jiang Chen's appearance. He first went to the ancestral land of the Golden Winged Condor tribe, helping the Golden Winged Condor tribe to obtain many inheritances left by their ancestors, giving the Golden Winged Condor tribe a hope of rising. Now he defeated the Darkwing Peng clan with his own power, and he has taken the Golden Winged Condor clan back for them. Feng Yan took a deep breath and quickly thanked Jiang Chen with a solemn expression on his face. Mr. Jiang Chen, your kindness to the Golden Winged Condor clan, I thank you for the Golden Winged Condor clan. You are welcome. Jiang Chen waved his hand and smiled faintly. I promise that if one person will take care of your Golden Winged Eagle clan, you will definitely do what you say. Mr. Jiang Chen, the Darkwing Peng tribe has been eliminated, but many people have fled. I am afraid that the Tianpeng Protoss will know what happened here soon. At this moment, Lei Ling also came to Jiang Chen's face. It doesn't matter, the Tianpeng Protoss will know it. He came to the Darkwing Peng clan with such a big fanfare and took back Jinyang Mountain for the Golden Winged Eagle clan. He had never thought of hiding the Tianpeng clan. The Darkwing Peng clan is one of the 3 branches of the Tianpeng God clan. Although he defeated the Darkwing Peng clan, he wanted to help the Golden Winged Eagle clan regain a foothold in the continent of God's domain. He had to face the Tianpeng Protoss, and he didn't dare to move easily until the Tianpeng Protoss was terrified of him by 3 points. Golden Winged Condor, Mr. Jiang Chen, there are 3 main branches of the Tianpeng Protoss, namely the Tianpeng Protoss, the Qianpeng clan, and the Darkwing Peng clan. These 3 branches all have an ancestor above the 7th heaven of God King, who exists in the main clan Tianpeng Protoss. If what I expected is good, the next person from the Tianpeng Protoss to Jinyang Mountain must be the 7th heaven ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan. The destroyed god Upodian is also ranked 80th on the list of the strongest kings. 5 strong ones, Lei Ling said solemnly. Although Jiang Chen alone suppressed the 5 great kings of the Dark Wing Peng tribe and helped them regain Jinyang Mountain, but they want to truly gain a foothold in Jinyang Mountain, they have to watch the next battle between Jiang Chen and Upodian. Only by defeating Upodian can the Tianpeng Protoss be jealous, and dare not do anything to them easily. Don't worry, I will sit in Jinyang Mountain recently. Jiang Chen smiled proudly, his faint voice seemed domineering. If Upodian dare to come, just kill it. The 85 place on the Kings of the Strongest Kings ranking is just slightly better than Luo Xing in the Palace of Falling Stars. With his current strength, it is completely enough to fight head-on. If the killing weapon of the Holy Dragon Steel is sacrificed, even if you kill that Upodian, it is not impossible. Lei Ling, I want to go back to the realm of Junwu and move the Golden Winged Eagle clan back to the Divine Realm continent. Feng Yan took a deep breath and looked at Lei Ling and said, you are responsible for cleaning up Jinyang Mountain. By the way, move the Silver Winged Thunderhawk clan to Jinyang Mountain. Now the Golden Winged Eagle clan needs everyone to work together to gain a foothold in God's domain. Lei Ling nodded involuntarily. Over the years, the Silver-Winged Thunderhawk clan has always been like a mouse in the realm of God, not daring to show up easily. Lei Ling obviously had enough of such days. Now that Jiang Chen, the strongest, is helping, the Silver-Winged Thunderhawk clan is also willing to block everything and win a win. At the same time that Jiang Chen stepped down, the Darkwing Peng clan helped the Golden-Winged Condor clan regain the Jinyang Mountain, and made the Golden-Winged Condor clan reappear in the gods' domain. Tianpeng Protoss, the central hall. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and golden robes sits high in the center of the main hall. It is the patriarch of the Tianpeng Protoss, the god King Jinpeng. I saw him sitting there without saying a word, his expression extremely gloomy. At this moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the hall in vain. A black-robed figure full of destruction aura also appeared out of thin air in front of the golden-robed, censored king. The person here is not someone else, but the ancestor of the seventh heavenly king of the Darkwing Peng clan, the divine King Yupotian. Chapter 2271, Seventh Heaven. As soon as Yupotian appeared in the hall, his faint voice resounded directly in the hall. Jin Peng, I don't know when you are so anxious to call me, when. King Jinpeng couldn't help taking a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Senior Po Tien, Darkwing Peng clan, something has happened. Yupotian's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Let's talk about it, what's going on? Since King Jinpeng personally summoned him, it was enough to explain that the affairs of the Darkwing Peng clan were not a trivial matter. The Darkwing Peng clan has 5 great censored king realm powerhouses, among which the strongest cultivation base has reached the 5th heaven of the censored king. Unless the old monsters above the 7th heaven of the censored king make a move, almost no one can shake the Darkwing Peng clan at all. As for the old monsters above the 7th heaven of the god king of the divine region, they should also know that the Darkwing Peng clan has his quiet and broken sky, and is backed by the Tianpeng Protoss. In the entire god's domain continent, few people dare to easily attack the Darkwing Peng clan. How could something happen to the Darkwing Peng clan? Not long ago, many members of the Darkwing Peng clan escaped from Jinyang Mountain to the Tianpeng Protoss. It is said that a mysterious black-clothed young man with a golden-winged eagle clan killed him to Jinyang Mountain. One person suppressed the 5 great kings of the Darkwing Peng clan and flattened the Darkwing Peng clan. When God King Jinpeng spoke, his expression was extremely solemn. Following the words of the king of Jinpao, a terrifying aura that seemed to destroy everything in the world also instantly spread from Yupotian's body. Who did it? Yupotian was furious, and his eyes also burst out with a shocking killing intent. The 5 great kings of the Darkwing Peng clan have all fallen, which is equivalent to breaking the foundation of the Darkwing Peng clan, and it will be difficult to recover even for thousands of years. How can Yupotian suppress the anger in his heart? I don't know the details. According to the description of the people who fled back to the Tianpeng Protoss, if I'm not wrong, they should be the people who lived in the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan more than 10 years ago. Back then, Yi Shen Wang invited me to the Darkwing Peng clan, but in the end they escaped. King Jinpeng said slowly, in recent years, there have been traces of the Golden-Winged Condor clan in the continent of God's domain, only once in the Golden-Winged Condor clan's ancestral land. As far as he knows, the people of the Golden-Winged Condor clan in the ancestral land of the Golden-Winged Condor clan should only be cultivated in the celestial divine realm. Now only a short period of more than 10 years has passed. Could it be that the remnants of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan have grown to such a powerful level, possessing the strength to flatten the Darkwing Peng clan? Or when they defeated the Golden-Winged Condor clan back then, they did not completely destroy the Golden-Winged Condor clan. There are still strong men of the Golden-Winged Condor clan still alive in the god's domain now. Regardless of the type, this is obviously not good news for their Tianpeng Protoss. Okay, what a remnant of the Golden-Winged Condor clan. Yupotian's mouth could not help but let out a loud roar. Dare to do something to my Darkwing Peng clan, I must let him know what life is better than death. Senior Po Tien, calm down. Since the Golden-Winged Eagle clan dared to attack the Darkwing Peng clan and retake Jinyang Mountain, they must have something to rely on. Let's take a long-term view on this matter. Seeing Yupotian, who was already in a state of rage, the Jinpao God King couldn't help but persuade. The 5 great kings of the Darkwing Peng clan have all fallen, which is already a very big blow to the Tianpeng clan. If something happened to Yupotian, the Divine King's 7th heavenly powerhouse, the Tianpeng Protoss would really be seriously injured. Jin Peng, You are also the patriarch of the Tianpeng God clan anyway, this is too courageous. To deal with the remnants of the golden-winged condor clan, why take a long-term plan? It is enough to have me alone. Eupodian's faint cold snort fell, and the whole person disappeared into the hall directly ghostly. Seeing that he could not persuade Eupodian at all, a look of helplessness also appeared in the eyes of God King Jinpeng. Although he didn't know the situation of Jinyang Mountain, he instinctively had an intuition that Eupodian went to Jinyang Mountain. I am afraid that he would not be able to ask for any advantage. Even, Eupodian is very likely to encounter trouble in Jinyang Mountain. Eupodian must not have an accident. It seems that now I can only invite Kunyan ancestor out. King Jinpeng murmured to himself, his figure disappeared out of thin air in the hall in an instant. Eupodian ignored the words of Jinpeng Divine King and flew directly from the Tianpeng Divine Clan, flashing quickly in the void like a teleport. Eupodian had already appeared in Jinyang Mountain, hundreds of thousands of miles away. Standing proudly in the sky above Jinyang Mountain, he looked down below with cold eyes, and a horrible aura that seemed to destroy the heavens and the heavens was also swept across this space. The remnants of the golden-winged god's domain clan, get out and die for me. The thunderous shouts of anger and anger exploded, making Lei Ling and others who were cleaning Jinyang Mountain below couldn't help their minds trembled, and their faces suddenly turned pale. Lei Ling forcibly supported her body and couldn't help but raised her head and looked at the sky above Jinyang Mountain. I saw a black-robed figure shrouded in the light of destruction, standing proud of the world like a demon, censored of destruction. Looking at the figure with a monstrous aura, Lei Ling's pupils suddenly shrank. The divine King Eupodian, the seventh heaven ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan, is finally here. Just when Lei Ling was frightened, a bright ray of light soared into the sky from the Jinyang Mountain, and finally turned into a figure, confronting the secluded sky in the void. This figure is naturally Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen who appeared in front of him, Eupodian's eyes could not help but flash with a cold light of destruction. Boy, you killed the 5 divine kings of my Darkwing Peng clan. Jiang Chen nodded calmly and said, yes, I killed it. If that's the case, let me die. Eupodian's voice fell, and the vast destruction avenue's divine power directly turned into a blade of destruction, breaking through the void, and slashing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly formed the seal with both hands, and the first type of ancient seal of the human emperor, the ancient seal of extinguishing soul, was a lightning strike against the blade of destruction. Loud noises spread across the world, and the terrifying storm of destruction almost turned the entire sky above Jinyang Mountain into chaos. Eupodian seemed to have not been affected by the destruction storm at all, standing still in the chaotic space, looking at Jiang Chen with horror. The ancient seal of the human emperor, are you a member of the human emperor? Jiang Chen also stood proudly, looking at Eupodian faintly. You only need to know that I am the one who killed you today. Boy, no matter who you are, if you dare to attack my Darkwing Peng clan, I will make you pay a heavy price for it. As Eupodian said, a more terrifying aura of destruction of the Great Avenue also burst out from his body in an instant. Chapter 2272, Eupodian panicked. The killing intent in Eupodian's eyes rose to the sky, and a black handprint quickly formed on his hands. Yin Ju Yi Chung, only to see a violent fluctuation in the space around Jiang Chen in vain. Countless black spears containing endless destructive powers burst out of the void and pierced towards Jiang Chen with the power to penetrate everything. It's nothing more than a small bug, break it for me. Facing Eupodian's destruction of the world, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. With a wave of his sleeves, thousands of sword auras evolved from the supernatural power of swordsmanship, directly gushing out of his body, instantly smashing those destruction spears into pieces. This scene also caused Eupodian's pupils to shrink slightly. He stared at Jiang Chen steadily. Boy, who are you? Why do you want to be an enemy of my Darkwing Peng clan? The black-clothed young man in front of him had the cultivation base of the God King's 4th heaven peak at a young age, and was able to take his blows so easily. These characters, even among the 10 great God King Tianzhou in the central region, I am afraid that only the 10,000 Sword Saint sect who is known as the world's first genius in the God's domain continent can be compared with them. Facing such an extremely mysterious genius, even Eupodian couldn't help but raise a look of jealousy. Jiang Chen said indifferently, because I promised one person to take care of the Golden-Winged Condor clan 1 or 2, naturally I will come and get back their territory for the Golden-Winged Condor clan. Eupodian's eyes instantly became extremely cold. The Darkwing Peng clan was one of the main forces that destroyed the Golden Winged Condor clan back then, and later occupied the Golden Winged Condor clan's territory. The Darkwing Peng clan and the Golden Winged Condor clan have long been immortal. Since this kid insists on taking action for the Golden Winged Eagle clan, he is the enemy of the Darkwing Peng clan. Eupodian was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly urged the power of Destruction Avenue again, forming a strange and dark handprint. The terrifying aura of destruction rippled. Directly above Jiang Chen's head, a huge black long knife, bursting through the void with a strange aura, slashed at Jiang Chen from a distance. The void collapsed, and the surroundings fell into chaos instantly, as if only the black long knife that could destroy everything was left. Is this the power of the seventh heavenly king of God? It is really terrifying. In Jinyang Mountain, Lei Ling looked at Eupodian's stab of destroying the sky and destroying the enemy, and his expression was instantly dignified to the extreme. Although this Eupodian was only a few places higher than that of Luo Xing, his strength was obviously stronger than that of Luo Xing. In particular, the supernatural power of destruction Dao in his grasp is one of the most overbearing forces in the 3000 Dao. Even knowing that Jiang Chen's combat power is not inferior to that of the God King's seventh heaven, Lei Ling couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Jiang Chen at this moment. He can only pray in his heart now that Jiang Chen can block Eupodian. I am afraid that the entire Jinyang Mountain will be razed to the ground by Eupodian. Looking at Eupodian's condensed destruction, Jiang Chen's intent to fight also exploded. With the powerful background of the 4-star Tianzun, he broke through to the peak of the censored king's 4-layer heaven in one fell swoop, yet he has not yet fought in the true sense. Today he happened to try this Eupodian to see how far his combat power can be. The golden ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand volleyed a finger, and a big dipper pattern that stretched across the starry sky emerged out of thin air, and the endless stars turned into a giant sword of stars, colliding with the sword of destruction. Two similarly terrifying great arts of the censored king collided, immediately stirring up a terrible storm of destruction, shattering all the emptiness of thousands of miles. The whole body of the two of them was filled with great power, and they didn't care about the constantly collapsing void around them, and directly and continuously blasted together. In just a moment, the two didn't know how many times they had been together. Thousands of miles in the void seemed to be the afterimages of the two. The sacred and resplendent golden kendo supernatural power collides with the dark destructive supernatural power. With every impact, countless devastating storms swayed in the void, causing the surrounding space to continue to collapse, as if the end had come. Hit later, the entire tens of thousands of miles of void in Jinyang Mountain turned into a huge black hole. The two even broke into the turbulent flow in the black hole, constantly fighting in the mighty space storm. The collision between the two became more and more intense. Eupodian became more and more frightened. Although the boy in front of him is only the cultivation base of the God King's fourth heaven, his combat power is not inferior to his existence of the God King's seventh heaven. He originally thought that even if Jiang Chen's combat power could be comparable to the Divine King's seventh heaven, the great power he mastered was far inferior to that of the Divine King's seventh heaven powerhouse, and should not last. After the fierce battle just now, even if it was his Divine King's seventh heaven, he was a little overwhelmed, but Jiang Chen still showed no signs of exhaustion. This guy must have a treasure that can quickly restore his strength, and he can't continue to fight like this. Eupodian's eyes flickered slightly, and his heart panicked. Now he has consumed a lot of energy in his body. If he continues to consume it like this, it may be him who will be consumed to death. Eupodian didn't hesitate at all, but saw the darkness of destruction all over his body burst out to the extreme in an instant. As his handprints continued to change, a black Kunpeng phantom that stretched across thousands of miles also slowly condensed in the void. The divine light of destruction flickered in Eupodian's eyes, and the cold voice instantly resounded through the world. Kunpeng swallowing void technique, swallow it for me. As the cold voice of Eupodian fell, the Kunpeng phantom in the void also let out a sky-shaking roar. The Kunpeng phantom opened a huge mouth that was thousands of meters wide, and a terrible swallowing censer suddenly swept out, as if to swallow Jiang Chen and the surrounding space in one bite. Human sword, cut it for me. Jiang Chen also only had the slightest hesitation. The Emperor sword of the divine body vision man condensed in an instant, and then merged with the golden ancient sword in his hand. A sword faced the volley and slashed towards the Kunpeng phantom. Two terrifying world-shattering supernatural powers crashed together again. The human Emperor sword and the Kunpeng phantom continued to interweave in the void, and finally turned into a world-destroying storm swept across the void. Even the figures of Jiang Chen and Eupodian were instantly submerged in that terrifying storm of destruction. Lei Ling stared at the void that was shrouded in the world-destroying storm, and did not even dare to make a sound of the atmosphere. If Jiang Chen wins, the Golden-Winged Eagle clan may be able to stand upright in the God Realm continent again. If Eupodian wins, they will probably be forever. Chapter 2273, Qingdi Yijian, under the gaze of Lei Ling and others. After the world-destroying storm in the void lasted for a while, it finally slowly dissipated, and two extremely embarrassed figures appeared in their sight again. I saw Jiang Chen's face pale, his clothes shattered, and 5 or 6 blood-colored holes appeared on his body. Around the blood-colored hole, black smoke was still emitting from the wound, making a noise, and it was the power of Destruction Avenue to prevent the wound from healing. There was a branch of the sacred tree of life on Jiang Chen's body, and soon a holy breath of life erupted, purifying the divine power of the Destruction Avenue that destroyed the wound healing. Eupodian's situation is obviously not much better. His robe was already ripped to pieces, revealing the flesh and blood underneath. His body was scarred with sword marks, and even half of his body was almost shattered by his sword energy. This old guy is worthy of being the Divine King's 7th heaven, who has the power to destroy the Great Tao, and he is really strong. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Divine King has 9 levels, 1 level in 1 heaven. Especially after arriving at the 7th heaven of God King, every time his strength increases, his combat power will increase a lot. If Luo Xing was in the early stage of the Divine King's 7th heaven, the Eupodian in front of him might have reached the middle of the Divine King's 7th heaven. With his current strength, it was indeed enough to fight the 7th heavenly king of Eupodian head-on. But if you want to completely defeat or kill it, it is not easy. Eupodian's expression was also horrified to the extreme. In any case, he did not expect that the black-clothed youth in front of him could push him into such an embarrassing situation. He is ranked 85 on the list of the strongest kings of the gods, and his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the 7th heaven of the gods. But the guy in front of the God King Quadruple Heaven has always vaguely gained the upper hand in the previous battle with him. Among the top arrogances of the gods' domain continent today, only 2 have the strength to rank among the strongest censored kings. These 2 are Jian Wuxin of the Saint Sword sect, and Zhang Zan of the Emperor Jiang family. These 2 were respectively ranked 93rd and 99th on the list of the strongest gods. Although the 2 have the strength to fight the Divine King's 7th heaven, it is absolutely impossible to suppress him as easily as the black-clothed youth in front of them. Eupodian really couldn't understand. When did God's domain continent actually emerge a peerless evildoer who is even more against the sky than Jian Wuxin and Zhang Zan? Boy, you are only a censored king with a 4-layer cultivation base, so you can have such a combat power. It is indeed an extremely enchanting evildoer. I am afraid that there are few people in the entire God's domain continent that can compare with you. But the Golden-Winged Condor clan has been destroyed for many years, so why bother to make your head out for the mere remnants of the Golden-Winged Condor clan? Although your combat power is strong, it is not a wise choice to be an enemy of my Tianpeng Protoss for the remnants of these Golden-Winged Eagle clan. If you leave Jinyang Mountain now, you may still have time. Eupodian stared at Jiang Chen tightly, his expression extremely gloomy. A peerless evildoer whose combat power is not inferior to that of the God King's 7th heaven, even the Tianpeng Protoss must be afraid of 3 points. If he continues to fight today, his odds of winning will definitely not exceed 30%. Eupodian intends to force Jiang Chen to retreat first, destroy the remnants of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan and retake Jinyang Mountain. Eupodian, it's useless to say more. I'll take care of the Golden-Winged Eagle race. Let's do it. Since you are here today, you don't want to leave Jinyang Mountain alive. Only by killing you can the Tianpeng Protoss be shocked, so that they dare not come to this Jinyang Mountain easily. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and the golden ancient sword in his hand opened up into the air. The domineering voice also instantly resounded through the world. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Eupodian's gleaming old eyes flashed a sharp light that turned into anger. Boy, if you want to use me to kill the chickens and scare the monkeys and frighten the Tianpeng Protoss, it also depends on whether you have that ability. Eupodian roared, and the divine power of Destruction Avenue instantly soared into the sky, directly condensing a 75,000 Zhang Divine King's avenue behind it. This avenue of gods and kings is dark and deep, like a huge spatial crack that runs through the sky and the earth. The endless aura of destruction is also constantly permeating from the road of the gods. Boy, this trick is the magical power that I have cultivated with the great way of God Kings. You can push me to such a level, and it's enough to be proud of myself. Shattered light, condense me. Eupodian stands proudly in the world, like a peerless demon god. A handprint quickly changes between his hands, which merges with the destroy God King Dao behind him. A weird black spot of light emerged out of thin air from the end of the secluded Podian God King Avenue, and then hesitated like a drop of water, rolling down the God King Avenue. The black light spot has rolled across the 75,000 Zhongshanwang Avenue. And at the moment when the black light spot left the road of the King of Gods, it suddenly expanded and instantly turned into a halo of destruction, annihilating the void above Jiang Chen's head into nothingness. Looking at the rapidly spreading halo of destruction, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. He urged the Azure Emperor Longevity Art with all his strength, the majestic Kendo power, directly turned into radiant cyan sword lights, and enveloped the golden ancient sword in his hand. A terrifying force also bloomed directly from the golden. The third style of Qingdi swordsmanship, the Qingdi sword. As Jiang Chen's icy voice resounded, the mighty cyan sword aura tore through the endless void, and a phantom wearing a cyan robe and shining with a faint light came from the sky, as if there was a peerless sword fairy Lingchen. He was holding a cyan ancient sword in his hand, just swiping it in an understatement. Only a loud noise was heard, and the rapidly spreading halo of destruction in the void burst into bursts, and even Eupodian's 75,000 square meter destruction God King's Avenue continued to collapse. And Eupodian's body was also split in half by an inexplicable Jian Guangsheng. Eupodian, dead, on Jinyang Mountain. Lei Ling and others looked at the shocking scene in the void, and it was difficult for a long time to come back to their senses. Eupodian, the divine king of the Dark Wing Peng clan, the seventh heavenly powerhouse, was killed by Jiang Chen with a sword. Soon, Lei Ling couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy on their faces. Jiang Chen killed the God King Seventh Heaven's Eupodian. Even if it is the Tianpeng Protoss, I am afraid that Jiang Chen would have to be jealous of 3 points. With such a powerful backer, the Golden Winged Condor clan can really gain a foothold in God's domain continent. Chapter 2274, God King Eighth Heaven appears. This is the last form of Qingdi's swordsmanship, Qingdi's sword. Feeling the terrifying power of this sword, Jiang Chen's pale face also showed a touch of shock that could not be concealed. The phantom condensed in the void just now is very similar to the phantom that taught him the Azure Emperor Longevity art in that immortal monument. The sword fairy Shu Qingdi. With this sword of the Azure Emperor, it was possible to evolve that peerless sword immortal to issue a blow. Using this sword with his current strength, he could easily kill Eupodian, a powerhouse in the middle of the seventh heaven of the God King. Although this Azure Emperor's sword is extremely powerful, its consumption is also very terrifying. The sword just now almost drained more than 90% of the Kendo power in his body, and even his body almost couldn't carry the power of this sword. It seems that the Azure Emperor's sword, it is better to use it as little as possible in the future. With the cultivation base of the 4 heavens of the God King, he could barely display a sword. Once he was slightly careless, he might have fallen under this sword before he could use it. While Jiang Chen secretly smiled bitterly, after Eupodian's body was split in half, an illusory black shadow also flew out of his body. He hovered in the void thousands of feet away, and exclaimed in horror, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Just a single sword not only defeated the strongest supernatural power he created with the great way of God Kings, but also split his body in half with a single sword. If he hadn't gotten a secret treasure that could protect the soul, the sword just now might even his soul be wiped out by that sword. Even so, his spirit still suffered heavy losses, and without tens of thousands of years of cultivation, I am afraid it would be difficult to recover. Rao Shi Eupodian, as the seventh heaven ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan God King, has lived in God's domain continent for nearly 90 million years, but he has never heard of such a terrifying sword technique. Naturally is the sword technique to kill you. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he flashed directly to Eupodian and killed him. Chopping the grass but not removing the roots, the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Given his relationship with the Golden Winged Eagle clan, I am afraid that he is destined to be unable to be good with the Tianpeng God clan. This Eupodian is also a powerhouse of the Divine King Seventh Heaven. Once his soul is returned to the Tianpeng Protoss, the Tianpeng Protoss will definitely find a way to restore the Eupodian's divine soul and reshape its flesh. What he said today is to completely slay Eupodian here, breaking the arm of Tianpeng Protoss. Although he had just cast the Azure Emperor's sword, the strength in his body was no longer there, but he wanted to kill the wounded soul of Eupodian, but there was no big problem. Looking at Jiang Chen who was killing him again, Eupodian's expression also instantly became horrified. He also knew that in his state of spirit, he was not Jiang Chen's opponent at all, and he quickly turned into a black glow and fled towards Jinyang Mountain. I said, since it's here, leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and when he flipped his hand, there was an ancient seal of soul extinguishing, and he squeezed away at Eupodian. Ren. The ancient seal of the Emperor. Looking at the black square seal that had firmly locked his soul, Eupodian's expression could not help but change drastically. This is the peculiar knowledge of the ginger-style royal family in the human palace. The black-clothed young man in front of him is really the peerless arrogant Zhang Zan of the Jiang family in the palace of human beings. Zhang Zan, you are Zhang Zan of the Jiang family of the human palace. If you kill me today, the Tianpeng Protoss will definitely not let go. Is it true that your imperial palace really intends to become an enemy of the Tianpeng Protoss? Eupodian exclaimed with horror on his face. The ancient seal of the soul killing in the ancient seal of the human emperor, this is the nemesis of all the power of the soul. Once this mark falls, he is afraid that he will really disappear in God's domain continent forever. Excuse me, I'm not Zhang Zan. What does the human emperor palace have to do with me if it is an enemy of your Tianpeng divine clan? Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, with a slight pressure on his palm, and the black square seal relentlessly suppressed the heavenly divine soul. Eupodian looked desperate and horrified. Just as he was about to explode with all his soul power to resist desperately, a golden cloud floated abruptly in the void, easily crushing the ancient seal of soul destruction that was suppressed by Eupodian. This sudden scene also caused Jiang Chen's pupils to shrink suddenly. He couldn't help but raised his head suddenly, staring at the emergence of the void, and said coldly, "Since your excellency is here, why don't you show up? A hero is born in troubled times. It seems that this is true. I didn't expect that in addition to Jian Wuxin and Zhang Zan, God's domain continent would have peerless figures like you, which is really surprising." At this moment, a white-haired old man wearing a white robe with moire patterns and looking like a fairy-style bone, also slowly emerged from the void. Brother Kunyan. Looking at the white-robed old man who appeared out of thin air in the void, a look of ecstasy finally emerged in the quiet Podian's eyes. Ancestor Kunyan. Hearing Eupodian's address to the white-haired ancestor, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed suddenly. As for the situation of the Tianpeng Protoss, Lei Ling has already introduced him in detail. There are three main branches of the Tianpeng Protoss. The Dark Wing Peng clan and the Qianpeng clan each have a powerhouse of the seventh heavenly king. And in the main race Tianpeng Protoss, there is even a strong man with the eighth heaven of God King. This censored king eighth heavenly powerhouse was called Kunyan Ancestor, and he was ranked 59th among the strongest censored kings. Jiang Chen obviously did not expect that the Tianpeng Protoss would be so cautious, and even let the ancestor Kunyan, the king of eight heavens, descend on Jinyang Mountain in person. If he is in his heyday at this moment, coupled with the power of the Holy Dragon Steel, he may not be unable to compete with the God King eighth heaven. But he fought a battle with Eupodian just now, and in the end he even displayed the Azure Emperor's sword, draining more than 90% of his body's strength. In his current state, I am afraid that there is no resistance at all in front of this old guy. Kunyan Ancestor. On Jinyang Mountain, Lei Ling and others looked at the figure that appeared above the void, and their expressions turned pale in an instant. Powerful people above the seventh heaven of the God King are extremely rare on any side of the God's domain continent, and will not move lightly. Tianpeng Protoss should be the only one who came here this time. As the ancestor of the Darkwing Peng clan, Eupodian suffered a heavy injury. He will naturally come to Jinyang Mountain to seek justice for the Darkwing Peng clan. But Lei Ling didn't expect it anyway. The ancestor of Kunyan, the strong man of the eighth heaven, also came to Jinyang Mountain. Jiang Chen had already fought Eupodian in a battle before, and now I am afraid it is difficult to resist the Kunyan ancestor of God King eighth heaven. Chapter 2275, The Terrifying Lord of the Moon God Palace. Eupodian, Jin Peng has reminded you that this matter is not simple, so you must not act rashly, but you just don't listen. Looking at Eupodian's miserable appearance, the ancestor Kunyan couldn't help but shook his head secretly. If Jinpeng hadn't summoned the old man to come, I am afraid you would really fall here today. This kid destroys my Darkwing Peng clan, how can I just ignore it? Upodian stared at Jiang Chen grimly. Brother Kunyan, please also kill this kid for me. The ancestor Kunyan ignored Upodian. His old gaze fell directly on the opposite Jiang Chen, and said indifferently, Boy, as long as you leave here and stop interfering in the affairs of my Tianpeng Protoss, the old man will not embarrass you. Although the boy in front of him was only the cultivation base of the God King's 4th heavenly layer, he had defeated the Divine King's 7th heavenly heaven's secluded Podian. The existence of such evildoers, even if you look at the entire continent of God's domain, is one of the few. This kid obviously has the blood aura of the Jiang family in the human palace, and in all likelihood, he is the strongest arrogant of the human palace. If he really killed the strongest Tianzhao of the human Emperor Hall today, I am afraid that he would never die with the human Emperor Hall. Although the human Emperor Palace today is far from being comparable to the human Emperor Palace that dominated the Divine Realm continent back then. The strength of Tianpeng Protoss is not weak, but it does not dare to easily provoke the Imperial Palace. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. I'm not interested in taking care of your Tianpeng Protoss tribe, but I'm taking care of the Golden-Winged Condor tribe's affairs. Boy, don't say that you have no strength at this moment. Even if you are still at the peak state, you are not qualified to be wild in front of the old man. When the ancestor Kunyan heard the words, his eyes couldn't help but sink slightly. If this is the case, then don't blame the old man for his ruthlessness. Back then, the Tianpeng Protoss had planned secretly for a long time before seizing the opportunity to destroy the Golden-Winged Condor clan. Between them and the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, they are already immortal. In any case, he must not give the Golden-Winged Condor clan a chance to resurrect. Even though this kid is really the strongest arrogant in the palace of human beings, he wouldn't want to stop him from beheading the Golden-Winged Eagle clan. Although he was afraid of the human palace, he was not afraid. As long as you take down this kid and don't kill him, the palace of human emperor may not dare to do anything to him. The ancestor Kunyan's voice fell, and he reached out and grabbed Jiang Chen in the sky. The clouds on the void suddenly turned into a huge white palm, covering the sky and the sun and grabbing Jiang Chen below. Looking at the giant palm that came from the suppression, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. The ancestor of Kunyan, the 8th heavenly powerhouse of the King of Gods, is the 59th strongest existence on the list of the strongest kings of gods. Even if he is at his peak, I am afraid he needs to use the holy dragon steel to contend with it. He had just fought Upodian in a battle, and his body had almost consumed 90% of his strength, and he didn't even have the power to spur the sacred dragon steel. How could he be the opponent of Kunyan ancestor? When he moved his palm, a simple token with a faint silver gleam also appeared in the palm of his palm. This token is exactly the Moon God order left by the Moon God Palace Master. Only with this plan, he can only urge the Moon God order to summon the Moon God Palace Master to come to deal with the ancestor Kunyan in front of him. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly and decisively urged the Moon God Ling. A bright and holy moonlight suddenly erupted from the Moon God order, and then the void in front of Jiang Chen turned into a mysterious light gate about 3 feet high. A mysterious woman like a fairy in the Moon Palace also walked out of the light gate. She raised her head and glanced at the palm of the cloud that was suppressed from the void, and with just a light wave, the palm of the cloud instantly disappeared in the void. The sudden scene also caused a sudden change in the expression of the ancestor Kunyan. He stared at the mysterious woman who appeared in vain, and said in a deep voice, "Who is your excellency? Please don't interfere with the affairs of my Tianpeng Protoss." The ancestor Kunyan couldn't see through the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared in front of her. He instinctively felt a breath of jealousy and danger from him. This person is the guardian, no one can touch him. The mysterious woman said in a cold voice, "As you are descendants of the Tianpeng divine bird, this palace won't kill you today, just let me go." The ancestor Kunyan was silent for a while and said, "Your excellency can take him away, the old man will never stop him." The mysterious woman in front of her is unfathomable in strength. He hadn't thought about what to do with that kid today. As long as the mysterious woman took the kid and didn't interfere with him to destroy the remnants of the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, he obviously did not want to be an enemy of this mysterious woman. The mysterious woman's eyes were cold. "My palace said it one last time, and immediately disappeared from me. Don't you understand human words? Your excellency, don't bully others too much." The ancestor Kunyan's complexion sank slightly. "Although your excellency is powerful, my ancestor Kunyan is not a soft persimmon that anyone can knead. In today's God's domain continent, almost all the powerhouses of God King Zhejiang Tian went to that place. With the strength of his God King, 8th heaven, he is almost a powerhouse standing on the pinnacle of God's domain continent. No one can easily win him. I gave you a chance to survive, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, then die. The mysterious woman's voice fell, and her monstrous Yuehua divine power made the sky tremble for thousands of miles. I saw in her body, there seemed to be a bright moon rising, which was extremely beautiful. This bright moon was extremely deserted, and it hung down all the rays of light, and the cold was piercing through the bones. As soon as the bright moon appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, making the entire sky above Jinyang Mountain seem to be extremely cold. Looking at the divine light of the moonlight, the ancestor Kunyan felt inexplicably cold, and only felt a shadow of death instantly enveloped his heart. He roared, and thousands of miles of void clouds gathered behind him instantly, turning into an 80,000 square meter avenue of the gods and kings, colliding with the descent of the moon and the sacred light. In the void, the sound of the shocking collision kept rippling. I saw the ancestor of Kunyan's road of the king of gods, under the hanging divine light of the moon. It was like a piece of paper, and it was instantly pierced through countless holes. In the blink of an eye, the ancestor of Kunyan's God King Avenue had become riddled with holes, and finally burst into the void with a bang. The ancestor Kunyan trembled all over, and a mouthful of blood spewed out wildly, and the hole was embarrassed and flew thousands of feet in the void. He looked up at the mysterious woman standing proudly between the sky and the earth, and there was also an incredulous scream in his mouth. God King Zhejiang, you. Who are you? Chapter 2276, Tribulation of the Tianping Protoss. The ancestor Kunyan stared at the mysterious woman in the void, and his expression looked terrified. God King 9 Heavens. He did not expect that the mysterious woman in front of him would be a peerless powerhouse of the God King 9 Heavens. As far as he knows, the 9 heavenly powerhouses of the God King of the Gods Territory continent, including their Tianping Protoss, are guarding the void demon race in that place, and will never appear on the Gods Territory continent. How could this mysterious woman in front of me be a strong man of the God King 9 Heavens? The mysterious woman stared coldly at the ancestor Kunyan. Within 10 breaths, she disappears from me. She will die if she doesn't roll. The ancestor Kunyan's complexion changed slightly. The powerhouse of God King 9th Heaven is simply not something he can handle. Just now he made an all-out effort and was still seriously injured by the mysterious woman's move. If he continues to stay here, I am afraid he will really fall into the hands of this mysterious woman. The ancestor Kunyan didn't say much. He grabbed the soul of Upodian, then pierced through the void and disappeared into the sky above Jinyang Mountain. Seeing Kunyan ancestor Kang fleeing in panic, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. In today's battle, although Upodian failed to kill Upodian, there is only one wounded God King left in Upodian. Even if the Tianping Protoss can reshape his body, it will not be a matter of going back to the peak state overnight. And that ancestor Kunyan was also severely injured by the Moon God Palace Master with one move, and it may be difficult to recover for a while. At least for a short time, the Tianping Protoss should not send anyone to Jinyang Mountain. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but hurriedly clasped his fist at the mysterious woman in the void. Thank you, Senior, for your help. You don't have to be polite. You are kind to my Moon God Palace. Since this palace gave you the Moon God order at the beginning, it should help you. The mysterious woman said lightly. The Moon God Palace and the Tianping Divine Bird had some origins. It is inconvenient for this palace to take action to kill the descendants of the Tianping Divine Bird. What's more, the Kunyan ancestor has leftovers from the Tianping Divine Bird. The trump card, this clone that came from the house across the air, can't kill him at all. Hearing the words of the mysterious woman, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just a clone can easily defeat the Kunyan ancestor of the God King 8th Heaven. Then how terrifying is the strength of this mysterious woman's deity? This Moon God Palace Master has already broken through the 9th heaven of God King and entered the legendary dominance realm. You think too much. This palace is far from reaching the dominance state. The Lord of the Moon God Palace sighed slightly. How difficult is it to dominate the realm? This palace vaguely feels that the heavenly path of this universe is incomplete and weak. Unless it is restored to the ancient times, it may be difficult to give birth to a strong dominating realm. At the beginning, he broke through the Divine King realm and forcibly introduced the blood skeleton of that immortal cultivation powerhouse incarnation into Divine King Jia, but divine King Jia was defeated by the blood skeleton. The blood skull said at the time that the heavenly way of God's domain had suffered heavy losses in the ancient catastrophe. Is the birth of domination realm closely related to the heavenly Tao of God's domain universe? Probably because of this, after the ancient catastrophe, it is extremely difficult for God's domain to give birth to a strong man who dominates the realm. Jiang Chen, today this palace has severely inflicted that Kunyan ancestor, Tianpeng Protoss should not have the guts to move you. If you encounter problems that cannot be solved in the future, you can come to the Moon God Palace to find me. The voice of the Lord of the Moon God Palace fell, and he walked directly into the light gate, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. The Lord of the Moon God Palace deserves to be a strong man in the ancient times, and his strength is truly mysterious. Jiang Chen looked at the place where the Palace Master of Moon God Palace disappeared, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. According to his speculation, even if the Lord of the Moon God Palace is not a strong master of the realm, I am afraid that he has already reached the peak of the 9 heavens of the censored king, and is only one step away from the master realm. If it is placed on the current ranking of the strongest gods, it is at least the top 10 existence. Jiang Chen shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and landed directly on Jinyang Mountain. In today's battle with Eupodian, he was almost exhausted. No matter what, let's restore the strength first. Lei Ling, Tianpeng Protoss should not come again, you can handle the next thing yourself. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Lei Ling in a flash. King Jinpeng kept pacing back and forth in the hall. The news of the destruction of the Dark Wing Peng clan was passed back to the Tianpeng Protoss, and he had to call the ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan Eupodian to discuss. Unexpectedly, Eupodian couldn't restrain the anger in his heart and directly slammed into Jinyang Mountain. Jinpeng God King was worried that Eupodian would encounter accidents if he rushed forward, and just in case, he invited the Kunyan ancestor of the main clan God King 8th Heaven to also come out. I don't know why, since the ancestor, Kunyan went to Jinyang Mountain, Jinpeng God King has always had a feeling of restlessness, always feeling that something big is about to happen. The ancestors of Kunyan and Eupodian, a God King 8th Heaven and a God King 7th Heaven, in the absence of the birth of God King 9th Heaven, few people could pose a threat to them. But King Jinpeng didn't know why he had an unknown premonition. I hope nothing will happen. King Jinpeng sighed softly in his heart, and he couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Just as the King Jinpeng sighed lightly in his heart, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the main hall, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air in front of the King Jinpeng. These 2 are not others, but the Kunyan ancestors who went to Jinyang Mountain. When King Jinpeng saw the miserable appearance of the 2, his expression suddenly changed. I saw the secluded podium of the 7th Heaven of God King, and there was only an illusory soul left behind. Even the Kunyan ancestor of the 8th Heaven of God King had a pale complexion, his aura seemed extremely wilting, and he had obviously suffered a heavy blow. What kind of existence appeared on the Jinyang Mountain, capable of bringing a divine King 7th Heaven and a divine King 8th Heaven to such a miserable state? Ancestor Kunyan, what happened on earth? How did you make it look like this? King Jinpeng suppressed the horror in his heart and couldn't help but ask solemnly. His hunch really came true. The one who helped the Golden Winged Eagle clan was a peerless evildoer with a cultivation base that reached the 4th heaven of the God King. When I arrived, Eupodian had already been defeated, and even his body was destroyed. Behind this peerless evildoer, there is also a powerhouse of the God King 9 heavens. The ancestor Kunyan took a slow and deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Jin Peng, immediately investigate the origin of the kid in Jinyang Mountain and contact the ancestor Kunhai. The disaster of the Tianpeng Protoss is about to come. Chapter 2277, Zhang Yu Transmission, The Calamity of Tianpeng Protoss. As soon as the ancestor Kunyan said this, the complexion of King Jinpeng suddenly changed. The Tianpeng Protoss once appeared a strong man who is proficient in fate. He speculated that the Tianpeng Protoss will have a catastrophe, which will be fulfilled by the Golden Winged Eagle clan. The Tianpeng Protoss would secretly make plans, first to be strong, and to destroy the Golden Winged Eagle clan. King Jinpeng originally thought, after the fall of the Golden Winged Eagle clan, the calamity of the Tianpeng God clan no longer exists. Now that he heard the words of the ancestor Kunyan, Jinpeng God King's expression became extremely solemn in an instant. The remnants of the Golden Winged Eagle clan have returned to the Divine Realm continent, and behind them are the strong support of the God King Zhoujiangtian. This is not good news for the Tianping Protoss. Is the calamity of the Tianping Protoss really going to be fulfilled? My ancestors can rest assured that I will fully investigate this matter and pass the news to the ancestors of Kunhai as soon as possible. King Jinpeng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Now that the golden-winged condor clan has come back, the strong behind it even destroyed Upodian's body in a battle. Even the Kunyan ancestor has also suffered heavy injuries, and the Tianping Protoss can be said to be severely injured. Once this news spreads, some hostile forces of the Tianping Protoss will probably be ready to move about it. This matter must be treated with caution by the Tianping Protoss, otherwise, if you are not careful, the Tianping Protoss will probably fall into a situation where it will never be restored. Jinyang Mountain, the Golden-Winged Condor Clan. After Jiang Chen defeated the Tianping Protoss, Jiang Chen was also anxious to leave, but went into seclusion on Jinyang Mountain to practice. Although this battle has severely damaged Upodian and Kunyan ancestors, under normal circumstances, the Tianping Protoss should not dare to easily attack the Golden-Winged Eagle clan in a short time. Once the Tianping Protoss became angry and directly attacked Jinyang Mountain, even without Upodian and Kunyan ancestors, the Golden-Winged Condor clan could not stop it at all. Jiang Chen plans to sit in the Golden-Winged Condor clan for a while. During the period when Jiang Chen was sitting in Jinyang Mountain, Feng Yan also used the Skyhawk Divine Shuttle to gradually migrate the Golden-Winged Divine Eagle tribe through the ancestral land. As the descendants of the ancient beasts, the Golden-Winged Condor tribe, their bloodline talents are extremely extraordinary. After they returned to God's domain continent, in this cultivation environment that was countless times better than the real martial realm, many people's strengths experienced explosive improvements. Especially the Fengqi Tianzun, who has reached the peak of the heavenly sovereign. Soon after he returned to the divine realm continent, he quickly realized the great power of the great Tao and was smoothly promoted to become a God-King realm powerhouse. Jiang Chen has been in the Golden-Winged Condor clan for several months, and the Golden-Winged Condor clan has gradually become formal. Fengqi Tianzun was promoted to the Divine King realm, and coupled with a Divine King realm of the Silver-Winged Thunder Eagle clan, the Golden-Winged Condor clan was equivalent to having 2 Divine King realms. Although this level of power is far from being comparable to the Tianping Protoss, it can be considered to have some self-protection capabilities. After confirming that the Tianping Protoss should not do anything to the Golden-Winged Condor clan in a short time, Jiang Chen is also preparing to leave Jinyang Mountain and go to the Baiming Shenzong to see how Meng Qingshui's Taiyan divine body has evolved. Jiang Chen left some trump cards in the Golden-Winged Eagle clan, and when he was about to leave Jinyang Mountain, he suddenly received a message. This message came from the palace of human Emperor Zhang Yu. At the beginning of Tianji City, he conquered Zhang Yu. In order to break into the human palace, let him pass the news of the human palace to him. After Zhang Yu returned to the palace of human Emperor, there has been no movement, and now there is finally news. According to the news from Jiang Chen, the palace of human Emperor seems to be deliberately establishing a new human emperor. Since the fall of the previous generation of the human Emperor Palace, the human Emperor Palace has been without a leader, turned into a disk of sand, greatly reduced in strength, and lost the supremacy of the god's domain. The Jiang family of the royal palace gave birth to a peerless arrogant, who originally had great hope to become a new generation of the royal palace. Unexpectedly, there was a tremendous change in Renwang Palace, and this peerless Tianzhao also fell in that great change. Since then, the forces under the palace of human emperor have fought in their own right, almost in name only. Human Emperor Hall obviously wants to support a new human emperor to change the current situation of human Emperor Hall. Does the human sovereign palace establish a new human sovereign? Millions of years ago, the peerless arrogance of the Jiang clan in the palace of human beings, there must be some connection with his father Jiang Wuya. This time, the palace of human emperor supported a new emperor. Of human emperor, and it would be difficult for his father Jiang Wuya to take care of himself. It's also time for him to take a trip to the palace of human emperor. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, and left Jinyang Mountain directly, heading straight towards the palace of human emperor. The palace of human emperor is located in the human imperial city in the eastern part of the central region. In ancient times, there were thousands of races in the God realm continent, and the human race was one of the weakest races among all the races. An ancestor of the human race rises strongly, becomes the strongest of the gods, established the human imperial city, and founded the human imperial palace. Human Imperial City is the base camp where human race once established a foothold in God's domain. Even to this day, the Human Imperial City is also the place where the human races of the Divine Realm continent gather most. In the Human Imperial City, there are hundreds of human forces, large and small, all of which belong to the Human Imperial Palace. These hundreds of large and small human forces are led by the Jiang, Ji, and Yi clan. The configuration of the Human Emperor Hall is almost the same as the original Profound Spirit mainland human race. The Xuanling mainland human race is actually equivalent to a shrunken palace of humans. From this, it can be seen that the human race of the Profound Spirit continent must have a very close connection with the Human Emperor Hall of the God Realm continent. God's domain continent is vast and vast. Jinyang Mountain, where the Golden-Winged Condor clan is located in the southwestern direction of the central region, which is obviously far away from the Imperial City. Even at Jiang Chen's current speed, it took half a month to reach the Human Imperial City in the east. Human Imperial City, the city built by the first human emperor himself, was many times more magnificent than the original Human Imperial City on the Profound Spirit continent. Around the Human Imperial City, there are still powerful restrictions left by the first human emperor. Even if he is a peerless powerhouse of the God King Zhoujiangtian, he dare not stray in the palace of human emperor easily. The Human Imperial City has almost no restrictions on the human race, and anyone from the human race can enter it at will. If people of other races want to enter the Imperial City, it won't be so easy. On the gate of the palace of human emperor, there are restrictions specifically aimed at other races. Any non-human person, unless they get a token from the human palace and rush in, they will be instantly killed by the city gate's prohibition. As the existence of Yang's royal bloodline, Jiang Chen naturally entered the Imperial City without any hindrance. Chapter 2278, Imperial City. As the base camp of God's domain human race, Human Imperial City is naturally very prosperous. Not long after Jiang Chen entered the Imperial City, he felt a lot of familiar bloodlines around him. These people should also come from the Jiang family and the Ji family. It's just that the blood and aura in their bodies are extremely weak, and they should all be ordinary disciples. After wandering around in the Imperial City for a while, Jiang Chen found an inn to live in, and then contacted Zhang Yu, who was controlled by him. Now he knows nothing about the situation in the Human Emperor Palace, and naturally he didn't intend to act rashly, so he first called Zhang Yu to find out about the situation. Zhang Yu appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Yu, and couldn't help but smile faintly. God King Triple Heaven Peak, it seems that you have already taken the Great Tao Heaven Pill to break through. The Great Tao Heaven Pill is indeed a 100% ancient God pill that allows people to break through the Divine King realm. Zhang Yu used the Dao Tian Dan photographed in Tianji City to successfully break through to the Divine King realm. With his strong background as the #1 person in the heavenly sovereign realm of the central region Tianzhou, his cultivation level has reached the peak of the God King's triple heaven in one fell swoop. Today's Zhang Yu is no longer inferior to Long Juhan and Ji Chenyi. At this level of strength, it is not worth mentioning in young Master Jiang Chen's eyes. When Zhang Yu spoke, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. When he swallowed the Dao Tian Dan and reached the peak of the God King's triple heaven in one fell swoop, he tried to get rid of Jiang Chen's control, but he was powerless. Zhang Yu had to give in and pass the news that the Human Emperor Palace was about to be established to Jiang Chen. Until today, when I saw Jiang Chen, Zhang Yu finally understood why he couldn't get rid of Jiang Chen's control. Because Jiang Chen has also broken through the Divine King realm, although he couldn't see through Jiang Chen's specific cultivation base, he could also feel the aura of the great grandeur emanating from Jiang Chen's body. At the beginning, outside the heavenly mystery city, Jiang Chen could easily suppress the fourth heaven of God King before he broke through the Divine King realm, and even the clone of the ancestor Jiang Kangan couldn't help him. Now that Jiang Chen broke through the Divine King realm, Zhang Yu couldn't even imagine how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength had reached. At least with his strength, I am afraid that he is far from Jiang Chen's opponent. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense either, and said indifferently, "No need to talk nonsense. Tell me about the current situation in the Palace of Human Emperors, right?" Zhang Yu didn't conceal it, and quickly introduced Jiang Chen about the situation in the Palace of Human Beings. After the death of the last human emperor in the Human Emperor Palace, the Human Emperor Palace has begun to fall apart. Especially the top big clans such as the Jiang, Ji, and Yi clan, fighting endlessly with each other, and no one accepts each other. The Jiang clan gave birth to a peerless arrogant who was expected to ascend to the throne of the emperor and rejuvenate the palace of the emperor, but in the end he fell into an accident. From then onwards, the palace of human emperor has almost become a dead end. If this continues, I am afraid that the palace of human emperor will completely disappear from the divine realm continent. In order to rejuvenate the palace of the human emperor, the Jiang clan proposed to rebuild the human emperor. For this proposal, Ji clan and Yi clan and other big clans refused at first. Over the years, the big clans such as the Ji and the Yi clan have become accustomed to their own affairs, and obviously they do not want to support the emperor and be controlled by others. In order to get everyone to agree to re-establish the emperor, the Jiang clan announced that the candidate for the emperor is not only the Jiang clan. All races in the human emperor palace can send geniuses to compete for the candidate of the human emperor, and then become a new generation of human emperor. This decision of the Jiang clan undoubtedly achieved remarkable results. Although everyone knew in their hearts that Jiang Zhan, the first genius of the Jiang clan, was the one who had the most hope to ascend to the throne of the emperor, but they still agreed. Now the palace of human emperor has decided to hold the trial of human emperor in half a month, and 3 candidates of human emperor will be selected, and then these 3 candidates will compete for the position of human emperor. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. My father Jiang Wuya, did he come out of his ancestral land? It shouldn't be there yet. Your line should have a close relationship with the 1 million years ago. This time supporting the emperor was actually proposed by Jiang Zhan. If I guess right, Jiang Zhan is also very jealous of your line, and wants to ascend the throne of the emperor before your father comes out of the ancestral land. Jiang Yu shook his head and said solemnly. Jiang Chen nodded, and then glanced at Jiang Yu faintly. You go back, if it is from my father's news, remember to notify me as soon as possible, and I will visit the palace of human beings in person in half a month. Jiang Chen didn't actually have much interest in the fight for the throne of the emperor. This time he came to the palace of the human emperor, mainly for his father Jiang Wuya, by the way, to find out what kind of relationship they had with that peerless arrogant who had been in the palace of human emperor for millions of years. Master Jiang Chen, you must never let Jiang Zhan become the emperor of the human emperor palace. With Jiang Zhan's fierce temperament, once he becomes a human emperor, he will definitely eliminate all those who can threaten his status. Especially you and your father Jiang Wuya, he will definitely not let you go. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem to care about the position of the emperor, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reminded him hastily. After breaking through the divine king realm, Jiang Yu originally thought that he should have the capital to compete with Jiang Zhan, so he went to test it, but was defeated by Jiang Zhan's understatement. Until that moment, Jiang Yu just realized that Jiang Zhan's strength was far beyond imagination. It was almost impossible for him to compete with Jiang Zhan for the position of the emperor. Once Jiang Zhan became the human emperor of the human emperor palace, it was not a good thing for him. This time, in addition to being controlled by Jiang Chen, the reason why he sent the information to Jiang Chen was another important reason, that is, he hoped to use Jiang Chen to prevent Jiang Zhan from becoming the emperor of the emperor of the emperor. You go back first, try to find a way to contact my father. Regarding the position of the emperor, wait for the trial of the emperor to begin half a month later. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes and said lightly, today, he is no longer a soft persimmon that anyone can knead. Not to mention a mere Jiang Zhan, even if it is the entire human palace, as long as there is no God King Zhouzhangtian powerhouse to take action, no one can easily get him. Then Jiang Zhan didn't come to provoke him. If he had to come to trouble him, he wouldn't mind taking the position of the emperor from his hands for fun. Well, if young Master Jiang Chen has any instructions, you can contact me at any time. Hearing this, Jiang Yu didn't say much, but disappeared in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. After seeing Jiang Yu leaving, Jiang Chen also closed his eyes and started practicing. No matter what, this time he has to go to the palace of human emperors and find his father Jiang Wuya, but he has grievances with the palace of human emperors. Chapter 2279, Meet Ji Cheni again. Under Jiang Chen's quiet cultivation, half a month passed in a flash. Soon it was the day when the human emperor hall held the human emperor trial and selected candidates for the human emperor. After receiving Jiang Yu's news, Jiang Chen also slowly left the inn and headed straight to the Renwang Palace in the center of Renwangcheng. The human palace, the strongest power of the human race in the divine realm continent. This power is the ancestor of the human race, That is, the human race established by the first generation of the human emperor and the human race of the mainland of the gods, and the human race that governs the entire human imperial city. At its peak, the palace of human emperor was definitely one of the most powerful overlord forces in the gods' domain continent. Especially after the Great Tribulation of the ancients, the palace of human emperor gave birth to the only powerhouse in God's domain continent who once dominated the entire God's domain continent. In order to repel the invasion of the void demon race, the domination realm finally paid the price of his life. Since then, the palace of human emperor has been greatly injured. Although in the next period of time, the Jiang imperial clan still supported several human emperors, there was no one who was too amazing, which caused the emperor's prestige to deteriorate day by day. Especially for a certain period of time, the Jiang clan did not even give birth to a disciple who could succeed the throne of the emperor, resulting in a vacancy in the throne of the emperor. Without the birth of the human emperor, the palace of the human emperor has no leader, and gradually becomes a mess of sand. Many human forces have started to do their own things, and no longer follow the orders of the Jiang family. Today, the palace of human emperor is almost equivalent to exist in name only. Except for the Jiang imperial clan, few other human forces in the human imperial city will appear in the imperial palace. And just today, the palace of human emperor, which had been silent for so many years, finally became lively again. The palace of the human emperor will establish a new candidate for the human emperor this time, and the candidate of the human emperor is not only produced from the Jiang family, but all human forces in the imperial city can participate. Especially the top big clans in the imperial city such as Ji clan, Yi clan, etc., obviously all want to compete for the position of the emperor. Once the human emperor is established, the human forces in the human emperor city will surely undergo a new round of shuffling. Even other families that are not qualified to compete for the throne of the emperor obviously want to compete for more benefits for their family in this reshuffle. Jiang Chen walked on the streets in the imperial city and found that there were many people around him rushing towards the imperial palace. These are the human forces in the human imperial city, ready to go to participate in the human emperor's trial that will be held in the imperial palace. Jiang Chen was also hiding in the crowd, slowly moving towards the palace of human emperor. Suddenly there was an uproar in the street behind. The countless people walking on the street couldn't help but evade, and took the initiative to give way. Jiang Chen was startled slightly, his eyes also looked back in response. At the end of the street behind, young men with several tyrannical auras walked straight towards the street where they were. The body of these young men exudes a breath of Ji clan blood. Especially the headed young man with cold face, Jiang Chen is no stranger at all. This cold-faced young man was the Ji Cheni Tianzhao of the Ji clan who appeared in the eastern region at the beginning. The Ji clan is one of the top clan in the imperial city, second only to the Jiang clan. And Ji Cheni is the first arrogant of the Ji clan in the world, and the enchanting existence ranks among the top 10 arrogances of the central territory. No wonder these people in the imperial city would be so silent about Ji Cheni. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across Ji Cheni and the others, and then he took a few steps back, preparing to make way for Ji Cheni and the others. This time he came to Renwangcheng, his main purpose was not the Ji clan and Ji Cheni, so he didn't want to waste time on Ji Cheni. Jiang Chen, it's you. Just when Jiang Chen was about to retreat, an unbelievable voice rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. This voice was naturally made by Ji Cheni, and he obviously also discovered the existence of Jiang Chen. Seeing that Ji Cheni had discovered herself, Jiang Chen didn't backtrack anymore. He looked up at Ji Cheni and said faintly, "Ji Cheni, we meet again. Who is this kid who can talk to Ji Cheni? His name is Jiang Chen, and he has the blood aura of the Jiang clan. In all likelihood, he should be a member of the Jiang clan. Really, the entire Jiang clan can enter the eyes of Ji Cheni's magic. I am afraid that only Jiang Zan and Jiang Yu are the only ones who have never heard of the Jiang clan and a genius named Jiang Chen." Around, everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and they couldn't help but talk. "Jiang Chen, I really didn't expect you to have the courage to run to the imperial city." Ji Cheni stared at Jiang Chen, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This man's imperial city is not where you should be. In the eastern region that day, after he and Long Juhan joined forces to deal with the Ji clan of the eastern region and failed, they secretly intercepted Jiang Chen, unexpectedly letting Jiang Chen escape into the eternal void. Ji Cheni returned to the central territory, and joined forces with the ancient holy dragons to search for the profound cave god clan, and calculated the whereabouts of Jiang Chen. The ancient sacred dragons sent a god king for heavenly powerhouse, but he also fell into the eternal void. After the failure of the ancient sacred dragon clan, when the Ji clan was about to make another move, Jiang Chen had already returned to the divine region continent and appeared in the middle region. Not only did he have a close relationship with the heavenly phoenix goddess of the ancient gods and phoenix clan, but he also defeated Long Juhan in the first battle among the ancient gods and phoenix clan. The Ji clan wants to deal with Jiang Chen. Unless they can send out some hidden old monsters, there is nothing to do with Jiang Chen. At that time, the palace of the human emperor had already begun to discuss the matter of supporting the human emperor, and the Ji family had to temporarily give up the plan to deal with Jiang Chen in preparation for the human emperor's trial. Ji Chenny never expected that Jiang Chen would appear in the imperial city on the initiative. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Ji Chenny, this imperial city is a city built by the ancestors of the human race. Anyone from the human race is eligible to enter it. Why can't I come? Ji Chenny's eyes constricted slightly. Jiang Chen has the blood of Ji and Jiang at the same time. It is very likely that he is descended from those two 1,000,000 years ago. It seems that Jiang Chen has also learned through some channels that the human emperor palace is about to be rebuilt. When he came on this trip, in all likelihood, he came for the throne of the emperor. As the first arrogant of the Ji clan in the central region, Ji Chenny is naturally very knowledgeable about things millions of years ago. This time the throne of the emperor can be succeeded by anyone, but it definitely cannot be Jiang Chen. Once Jiang Chen became the emperor of humanity, this would definitely not be a good thing for their Zhongyu Ji clan. Chapter 2280, The Strength of the Palace of Humans. Jiang Chen, when I was in the eastern region, I let you escape by accident. I didn't expect you to come to the imperial city. I think you are impatient with your life. Ji Chenny stared at Jiang Chen steadily, and a cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. The existence of Jiang Chen is definitely a huge hidden danger to the Ji clan of the middle domain. Now that he met this guy in human imperial city today, how could he easily let him go? Ji Chenny, do you think it is the same year? Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. I didn't come for you today. If you don't want to die, immediately disappear from me. Jiang Chen, don't want you to defeat Long Juhan in the ancient gods and phoenix clan for you can be rampant in front of me. Ji Chenny's voice fell sharply, and the breath of the god king's fourth heaven also burst out of him in an instant. Although his ranking in the top 10 arrogances of the central region was one place lower than Long Juhan, Ji Chenny didn't think he would be worse than Long Juhan. Especially in the recent period, in order to help him fight for the throne of the human emperor, the Ji clan in the middle field has spent countless resources, allowing him to break through the four heavens of the censored king. With his current strength, he is definitely enough to rank in the top 3 among the top 10 arrogances. He even had the confidence to fight Zhang Zan of the Jiang family. How could he put Jiang Chen in his eyes? Ji Chenny stared at Jiang Chen coldly, and the powerful aura of the god king's fourth heaven pressed toward Jiang Chen, as if to consolidate Jiang Chen in the surrounding space. Overwhelming. Jiang Chen snorted faintly, and the aura of the avenue of the peak of the god king's fourth heaven was also overwhelmingly surging out. Two invisible breaths collided in midair. Ji Chenny trembled all of a sudden, and the whole person stepped back on the ground for more than 10 steps, and his face suddenly turned pale. God King four heavens, how is this possible? Ji Chenny forced down the churning aura in his body, and the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen also showed unprecedented horror. In the eastern region back then, although Jiang Chen had extraordinary combat power, his cultivation was only in the heavenly sovereign realm. With the strength of his god king triple heaven, he could almost easily crush it. But he didn't expect that in just a few years, Jiang Chen would actually break through the divine king realm, and in one fell swoop he reached the fourth heaven of the divine king. Even if it is a single point of cultivation, it is even higher than the one who just broke through the four heavens of the censored king. If he really wants to fight Jiang Chen, he is probably not his opponent now. Jiang Chen, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level. But even so, this imperial city is not a place where you can go wild. Ji Chenny cast a gloomy look at Jiang Chen, then turned and left without looking back. Back in the eastern region, he had fought Jiang Chen in the heavenly sovereign realm, and he naturally knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's combat power was. Now that he and Jiang Chen's cultivation base are in the god king's fourth heaven, it is absolutely impossible to be Jiang Chen's opponent. I am afraid that even Jiang Zan of the Jiang family may not be sure of victory in the face of this guy. He just wanted to go to the palace of Human Emperor as soon as possible, tell Jiang Zan the news, and then deal with Jiang Chen with Jiang Zan. I'm afraid Jiang Chen really has a great possibility of winning the position of emperor. Seeing Ji Chen's leaving back, Jiang Chen didn't hurt the killer. Although with his current strength, it is not too difficult to kill Ji Chen, but this is the imperial city after all. Once this guy is killed, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. He came to the imperial city today, mainly for his father's business. As for other things, you can put it aside first. If the Zhongyuji clan is more acquainted, it's fine not to trouble him. Otherwise, he doesn't mind making the Zhongyuji family pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He strode towards the Human Emperor Palace directly under countless shocked gazes around him. Hi, who is this kid? Even Ji Chen was forced to retreat by him. Did you not hear what Ji Chen said just now? He is the peerless evildoer who defeated Long Juhan in the ancient Shenfeng clan. It turned out to be him. I really didn't expect that this guy would also have the blood of the emperor. This time, the emperor of the human trial, I am afraid that there will be a good show. When everyone looked at Jiang Chen's leaving back, they couldn't help but exclaim. After a little friction with Ji Chen, Jiang Chen never encountered any obstacles, and went straight to a huge square outside the palace of Human Emperor. At this moment, a large number of people gathered on the square, including Ji Chen and others who came here before him. Jiang Chen glanced roughly across the crowd, and found that the strength of these people in the square was extremely strong, and even the number of divine kings was not a small number. Jiang Chen could even feel that the three extremely powerful ores were hidden in the dark, and his strength was probably at least reaching the seventh heaven of God King. For this Human Emperor trial, the Human Emperor Palace was also extremely fancy, and unexpectedly invited three old monsters from the seven heavens of the censored king to come and sit down. The palace of the Human Emperor is indeed a powerful existence that once dominated the Divine Realm continent. Feeling the surrounding situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Even the forces gathered in this square are no longer inferior to the forces of the Tianping Protoss. This is definitely not the full power of the Human Emperor Palace. Since the Human Emperor Palace lost the Human Emperor, the power of the various races of the Human Emperor Palace could not be gathered together. If it is possible to rebuild the human sovereign and bring these forces together, even if it cannot be compared with the peak period of the Human Sovereign Hall, it will not be inferior to any force on the God's Domain continent. Unexpectedly, after many years, the Palace of Human Emperor will be re-established. In the past few years, the major forces in the Human Emperor city have been fighting each other, and even infighting with each other. The Human Emperor Palace is about to die in name. It is time for the Emperor to change the situation. Who do you think is qualified to succeed to the throne of the Human Sovereign Palace this time? Does this still need to be said? Jiang Zan of the Jiang family is the second highest ranking prince in the Central Territory Tianzhou list, and it is also the existence of the strongest censored king list. Who can compete with him in the palace of the Human Emperor? Where? Don't forget the one who entered the ancestral land of the Jiang clan decades ago. It is said that he has already emerged from the ancestral land. He is closely related to the existence of the Emperor's luck millions of years ago. Father has come out of the ancestral land of the Jiang clan. Jiang Chen stayed quietly in a corner of the square, hearing the voices of discussion around him. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2281, Father and Son Meet. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed brightly, and he was planning to ask Zhang Yu for an inquiry, but found that Zhang Yu didn't seem to be there yet, so he could not help but close his eyes to calm himself. This wait didn't last long, but there was another commotion in the square. Look, it's Jiang Zan from the Jiang family. Jiang Chen heard the exclamations coming from the surrounding area. He couldn't help but opened his eyes and looked up. I saw a handsome and extraordinary young man in a golden robe, standing up and down towards the square. His long hair was scattered, but he was censored with a golden crown. On his golden robe, he was embroidered with mountains, rivers and trees exactly like the Human Emperor sword, sun, moon and stars. His face is majestic, and his pupils are as vast as the sky, giving people a great sense of oppression. Is this the first arrogant of the Jiang family in the royal palace, and the second-ranked existence of the top 10 arrogances of the Central Territory? It really deserves its reputation. Looking at Jiang Zhan who was walking in the air, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The guy in front of him, his cultivation base is only stronger than him. I am afraid that at least he has reached the level of the fifth heaven of the gods, and is indeed a very powerful opponent. Even Ji Cheni, who broke through the fourth heaven of the God King, is far from being comparable. If he didn't stop him today, Jiang Zhan would be the emperor of this man. Just as Jiang Chen secretly looked at Jiang Zhan, there was a violent spatial fluctuation over the square in vain. A golden-robed old man exuding terror and coercion also emerged out of thin air. Everyone, old man Zhang Tianjin, this time the human emperor palace opens the human emperor trial, and the old man will be responsible for presiding. The old man in the golden robe swept his gaze on the square, and a faint voice sounded along with it. The time is almost there, and now I announce that this trial of the emperor will begin. Sure enough, it is an old monster of the God King's seventh heaven. Today's Jiang Chen has a certain understanding of King Bang, the strongest censored of the god's domain continent. Zhang Tianjin, an old monster above the seventh heaven of the Jiang family, censored king of the human emperor palace, ranks 83rd on the list of the strongest censored kings, 2 places higher than the ancestor of the Darkwing Peng clan Eupodian. Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Tianjin in midair, and his brows were twisted together tightly. The emperor's trial is about to begin. Why hasn't my father appeared yet? Father Zhang Wuya has an extraordinary relationship with the existence of the Emperor Yang's luck for millions of years. Logically speaking, if the father really came out of the ancestral land of the Jiang clan, he would not be absent from the trial of the emperor. And just while Jiang Chen thought to himself, in the void outside the square, there was a violent energy fluctuation, and a sudden loud laughter was also heard like thunder. Hee hee, how can the human emperor's trial in the human emperor palace be without me, Zhang Wuya? Hearing this sudden sound, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. He stared at a place above the void. I saw a burly figure with extraordinary bearing, which also slowly emerged in Jiang Chen's line of sight. This figure surprisingly overlapped with a familiar figure in his memory. From the Shenwu continent, to the Xuanling continent, and then to the divine realm. Jiang Chen has been following the steps of his father Zhang Wuya. Now that several decades have passed, he finally met his father Zhang Wuya in the palace of the people of God's domain continent. Jiang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, and did not rush forward to recognize Zhang Wuya. He felt the terrifying power emanating from Zhang Wuya's body, and he was also shocked severely in his heart. God King, seventh heaven, even compared to the old monsters like Zhang Tianjin, they would not be inferior in the slightest. It was Jiang Chen that Rao never thought that his father Zhang Wuya's cultivation base could reach such a powerful level. Zhang Wuya, seeing Zhang Wuya who appeared directly above the square, Zhang Tianjin's eyes shrank suddenly. He stared at Zhang Wuya coldly and said, Zhang Wuya, according to the rules of the emperor's trial, only young geniuses who are not older than long live are eligible to participate. What are you doing here? This Zhang Wuya's bloodline talent is extremely high. Even if it is compared to Jiang Zhan, it is slightly inferior. Especially after entering the ancestral land of the Jiang clan, this guy's strength reached the seventh heaven of the God King in one fell swoop, and his combat power was even worse than that of the old fellows of the seventh heaven of the God King. If this guy participates in the human emperor's trial, the human emperor's position is bound to fall into his hands. Zhang Wuya looked cold. The emperor's trial has always been based on his own ability. I have never heard of such rules. At the moment when Zhang Wuya's voice fell, 2 more old figures appeared in the void. They looked at Zhang Wuya faintly and said, Zhang Wuya, the rules for this trial of the emperor are determined by many of our old guys. You are not qualified to participate. Leave it quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wuya's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. These old guys in the palace of people, apparently had all negotiated, and deliberately came up with such a rule to target him. Zhang Wuya took a deep breath, and just about to speak, a faint laughter sounded abruptly in the sky above the square. Father, since they don't think you are qualified to participate, let me participate in this emperor's trial for you. This sudden sound also caused everyone on the square to be stunned. Zhang Wuya came back to his senses, and couldn't help but stared in the direction where the sound came from. When he saw the black-clothed youth slowly walking towards him, he felt a slightly familiar aura on his body, and an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. Chener, is that you? Jiang Chen also suppressed his excitement, nodded and said, Father, it's me, I finally found you. Well, Chen, you really didn't disappoint my father. Jiang Wuya burst into laughter. When he was leaving Shenwu continent, Jiang Chen was still just a hairy boy who was restricted by his talented bloodline and could hardly start his cultivation path. Although he believed that his son could get rid of the difficulties and grow up sooner or later, he did not expect Jiang Chen to follow in his footsteps and grow up to such a point. From Jiang Wuya's eyes, it is naturally not difficult to see that Jiang Chen already possesses the cultivation base of the God King's fourth heaven peak. Even if it is compared to Zhang Zan and other top geniuses in God's domain, it will not be much inferior. Jiang Wuya was in such a good mood, he couldn't help but raised his head and looked at the three of Jiang Tianjin. His faint voice resounded instantly across the audience. Jiang Tianjin, you said that I am not qualified to participate in the human emperor's trial. I admit it, but my son Jiang Chen should always be eligible to participate in the human emperor's trial. Chapter 2282, Human Emperor Tower is now, the trial is open. When Jiang Wuya said this, it also made the complexions of Jiang Tianjin and the three people look bad. In order to make Jiang Wuya lose the qualification to participate in the human sovereign trial, they made a special rule to restrict Jiang Wuya. After restraining Jiang Wuya unexpectedly popped up another son. Although they didn't want Jiang Chen to participate in the human emperor's trial, this kid was completely in line with the rules of participating in the human emperor's trial, and they had no reason to stop Jiang Chen. It is better to let this kid participate in the human emperor's trial than to let Jiang Wuya participate in the human emperor's trial. After Jiang Wuya entered the ancestral land of the Jiang clan, his cultivation level reached the 7th heaven of the God King in one fell swoop, and his combat power was far better than the average God King's 7th heaven powerhouse. Even if they were old fellows like the Divine King's 7th heaven, there was almost no chance of winning against Jiang Wuya. If Jiang Wuya participated in the human sovereign trial, he would almost be invincible. Although this kid named Jiang Chen is also extremely extraordinary, he already possesses the cultivation base of the God King's 4 heavens, but compared to Zhang Zan, the first arrogant of the Jiang clan, he is still a little short of it. Jiang Tianjin didn't say much. I saw that his hands quickly formed a series of mysterious handprints, and he constantly punched out toward a clearing in the center of the square. The entire square was as if it had been hit by an earthquake, and the ground began to shake. Accompanied by a violent sound, I saw that in the Chenjiang area in the center of the square, a strange building exuding the atmosphere of ancient times slowly emerged from the ground. When Jiang Chen saw this, he couldn't help but stun slightly. Father, this is the Tower of the Human Emperor, a dust-covered building under the Hall of the Human Emperor. In the Palace of the Human Emperor, all emperors have been born, and they all need to go inside the Tower of the Human Emperor. Jiang Wuya looked solemnly. In the Human Emperor Tower, there is the will left by the Human Emperor Hall of the past generations. Only by entering it and getting their approval can you be eligible to inherit the throne. A look of surprise appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. If you don't recognize it, you can get their approval. If in the past, no one was approved by the will of the emperor of the past, he would not be eligible to succeed to the throne of the emperor. Because of this, the human sovereign palace has not been able to give birth to the human sovereign for a long time. But this time the human emperor trial should be different. They decided to choose 3 candidates for the human emperor through the human emperor tower, and then choose an heir to the emperor from the 3. Jiang Wuya smiled slightly and said, regardless of the rules this time, with your strength, there shouldn't be any problems with taking the top 3. Jiang Chen couldn't deny it. Among the many geniuses in the palace of human emperors, the only one who can cause a trace of trouble to him is probably only Zhang Zan, the first arrogant of the Jiang clan. But that's it. While Jiang Chen and his son were talking, the human emperor tower also slowly emerged from the ground under everyone's gaze. This is a huge tower made of mysterious metal. The huge tower is thousands of feet high, and it exudes a faint metallic luster, giving people a mysterious feeling. The human emperor tower is the ultimate road to the birth of the new emperor in our human emperor palace. The next human emperor trial will also be held in the human emperor tower. Now I announce the rules of this human emperor trial. After Jiang Tianjin summoned the human emperor tower, his faint voice also resounded over the square. There are countless levels in the human sovereign tower, and each layer retains the will of a human sovereign. The human sovereign trial is to enter the human sovereign tower and accept the test of the human sovereign will. The more layers of the tower, the more recognition of the will of the emperor. In this trial of the emperor, he has already reached the top 3 levels of the tower, and the top 3 can become a candidate for the emperor. If someone can pass the imperial tower, they can directly inherit the throne of the emperor. After Jiang Tianjin introduced the rules of the emperor's trial, he couldn't help but swept his eyes slightly on the square, and said indifferently, "Now I announce that the trial of the emperor is officially open." As Jiang Tianjin's voice fell, many people on the square who were preparing to participate in the human emperor's trial exploded with all their strength and rushed towards the gate of the human emperor tower. The position of the emperor is my Jiang Zan. God King Jiang Zan's fifth heaven's momentum broke out to the extreme in an instant, directly shuddering and retreating from the surrounding people, and then took the lead, the first to flash into the human sovereign tower. Ji Chenyi and other divine king realm Tianzhao followed closely behind. Chenur, human emperor tower is not simple. In the history of human emperor palace, many people have fallen into it. Be careful. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wuya couldn't help but solemnly reminded Jiang Chen. Father, rest assured. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, stepped directly out, and sank into the gate of the human emperor tower. After Jiang Chen entered the human emperor pagoda, he only felt a flower in front of him, and then he had come to an unfamiliar space. This space is very quiet, and there are no other people around. All the people who entered the human emperor tower before him just now seemed to not be in this space. Jiang Chen swept slightly, his gaze fell on a golden stone sculpture in the center. Above the stone sculpture, there was a bright light that kept burning. Looking at the quietly burning blue flame, Jiang Chen could clearly sense that there seemed to be an inexplicable pressure in the flame. Behind the everlight, there is a ladder suspended in the void, and the ladder is connected to a mysterious light gate. If Jiang Chen guessed right, it should be the entrance to the lower level of the human emperor tower. This man's tower is really a weird place. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, and then he couldn't help but took a deep breath, and then carefully walked towards the eternal light. In this moment of space, the only thing that can bring him oppression is the flame on the ever-bright lamp. Tell him directly that the will of the human emperor remaining on each layer of the human emperor tower should be hidden in this eternal light. When he entered the range of 100 meters of the eternal lamp, a powerful force of will in the eternal lamp burst out, then turned into a golden light, oppressing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and the handprints that had been brewed in his palms were shot out as fast as lightning, shattering the oncoming golden light. Is this the human emperor's will? Jiang Chen Yian defeated the golden light erupted from the everlight, and his brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. Although he didn't know what was going on when other people entered the human emperor tower, the first human emperor's will he faced was probably at least comparable to the blow of the God King Triple Heaven. If the human emperor's will on each level of the human emperor tower will become stronger than the previous level, it is definitely not an easy task to clear the human emperor tower. Chapter 2283, Imperial Tower. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and immediately stepped directly over the lantern, and walked up to the hanging ladder. Behind him, Jiang Chen came to the second floor of the human emperor pagoda. The layout of the second layer is almost the same as that of the first layer. The only difference is that the flames burning on the second layer of the lantern seems to be much stronger than the first layer, and the pressure it brings to him is also a bit stronger than that of the first layer. The strength of the flames of each layer of the Emperor's lantern in the human Emperor Tower represents the strength of the human Emperor's will contained in it. The stronger the flame, the stronger the will of the Emperor remaining in it. According to the situation of the first two floors, it was almost the same as Jiang Chen expected. Each time through one level, the human Emperor's will of the next level will become stronger. Although the situation of this man's imperial pagoda is very difficult, since Jiang Chen has come here, naturally he won't back down easily. Even if he is not sure that he will pass the imperial tower, he is confident that he will be the one who has passed the most levels. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and went directly into the range of the second floor of the long light. A tyrannical will suddenly erupted from the eternal lamp, and then turned into a golden thunder and struck Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and when he raised his hand, he reached the sword finger, smashed the golden thunder and lightning that evolved will, and then stepped onto the entrance of the third floor. The ever-bright lights on this layer burned more vigorously than before, and the will of the Emperor remaining in it was obviously stronger, almost comparable to the full blow of the censored King's triple heaven peak. This kind of willpower obviously poses no threat to Jiang Chen. In this way, Jiang Chen broke through the top 10 floors of the human Emperor Pagoda almost effortlessly. Until the 11th floor of the human Emperor Pagoda, an inexplicable message suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. The 51st generation of Emperor Jiang Heng of the Palace of Human Emperors, the God King Nine Heavens Cultivation Base, his lifespan was 39 million years old, and he fell into the hands of the Void Demon God. Feeling the information in his mind, Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised. He obviously did not expect that this level of human sovereign's information would naturally appear in his mind, and he had only lived for 39 million years before falling into the hands of the Void Demon race. This human emperor named Jiang Heng lived in the era when the Void Demon race attacked the continent of God's domain. But this is simply impossible. In the era when the Void Demon clan attacked the continent of God's domain, the generation of the human sovereign palace, but the only existence that broke through the domination realm in the Great Tribulation of the ancients, obviously could not be Jiang Heng in front of him. But this Jiang Heng, as the human emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, and the powerhouse of the God King Nine Heavens, would fall into the hands of the Void Demon race. He quickly thought of the fact that all the 9 heavenly powerhouses of the censored king disappeared in the continent of the gods. The reason why these powerhouses of the Divine King Nine-layer heaven disappeared in the Divine Realm continent was to deal with the failure of the Void Demon race. And Jiang Heng, the 51st Emperor of Human Emperor Palace, was dealing with the fall of the Void Demon race. Jiang Chen suppressed the horror in his heart and slowly moved towards the light in front of him. When he entered the luminous range of the Human Emperor's will, he only felt a flower in front of him, and then appeared in an unfamiliar space. Before Jiang Chen could come back to his senses, a hearty laughter echoed in this space. For many years, someone finally came to Renwangta to accept the test I waited for. Boy, if you want my approval, then take me a blow. With this sudden burst of laughter resounding, I saw a golden robe phantom covered with sword aura, directly bringing a bright golden sword light and slashing towards Jiang Chen. This sword is extremely mysterious, although it seems to be slow. It makes Jiang Chen feel that he can't avoid it at all. With a move of Jiang Chen's palm, the golden ancient sword flashed out of thin air, and it was also a sword that did not evade, smashing the golden robe phantom with the sword into pieces. And after the golden robe phantom shattered, it turned into a bit of starlight and sank into Jiang Chen's body. After he defeated a human emperor's will, the human emperor's will and power was added, which allowed him to gain a lot of experience, and his cultivation level was greatly improved. Interestingly, this imperial tower is a good place to gain experience. This time the human emperor's trial is over, maybe my cultivation base can break through the 5 heavens of the censored king. A look of surprise flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had broken through the Divine King realm, and with his powerful background, he reached the peak of the Divine King's 4 heavens in one fell swoop, not far from the Divine King's 5th heaven. The accumulation of the Divine King realm requires a lot of time. Even if he is only one step away from the God King's 5th heaven, if there is no chance, it will take at least several decades to cultivate on his own. The will of the Emperor in this Emperor Tower is undoubtedly his chance to break through the 5 heavens of the censored king. When Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, he also swiftly flashed towards the 12th floor of the Human Emperor Tower. When Jiang Chen entered the 12th floor of the Human Emperor Pagoda, the owner's information on this floor was also directly passed into Jiang Chen's mind. The 50th Human Emperor Zhong Lin in the Palace of Human Emperors, the God King Nine Heavens Cultivation Base, has a lifespan of 33 million years, and fell into the hands of the Void Demon God. Another human emperor who fell into the hands of the Void Demon God. Jiang Chen couldn't help but stunned. It seems that in the battle that year, although the God Domain continent defeated the Void Demon race, the situation did not seem to be as good as imagined. The powerhouses of the God King Nine Heavens of the God Realm continent, perhaps just as he guessed, went to a certain place to fight against the Void Demon race. Only in the Human Sovereign Palace will there be generations of human sovereigns who have fallen into the hands of the Void Demon God. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen threw his happy thoughts away and continued to break through the Human Emperor Tower. As the number of floors in the tower continued to increase, Jiang Chen's eyes gradually became a lot more dignified. In the Human Sovereign Tower, every time it rises one level, the remaining human sovereign will strengthen. Especially after the 10th floor, it is obviously a watershed. Below the 10th floor, the emperor's will in the Everlight had no consciousness at all, just instinctively exploded and dissipated invisible. The 11th floor human sovereign will not only possesses the strength of the God King's 4 heavens, but also already possesses consciousness, capable of evolving into a world battle of will. Especially on the 19th floor, the human emperor's will in the light, the strength is no less than the powerhouse of the ordinary, censored, king's fourth heaven peak. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation is at the peak of the God King's fourth heavenly layer, his combat power is not inferior to the God King's seventh heavenly powerhouse. With this level of human emperor's will, it is still difficult for Jiang Chen to pose the slightest threat. Jiang Chen easily defeated the 19th floor of the human emperor's will, but stepped into the 20th floor of the human emperor tower. Chapter 2284, Snow Sword King, Jiang Shun. At the same time that Jiang Chen and the others broke through the imperial tower. Outside the human emperor pagoda, countless people's eyes are tightly locked on the human emperor pagoda. The pagoda of the human emperor is a treasure built by the ancestors of the human race. Its preciousness is almost second only to the emperor sword of the innate god soldier. Outside the human emperor pagoda, although you can't see the situation inside the human emperor pagoda, as long as someone breaks through each floor, a spot of light will light up on that floor. It only took a while. In the first 10 floors of the human emperor tower, almost every floor was lit up with light. Many people couldn't help but feel an uproar as they looked at the light spots that lit up in the human emperor tower. Look at it, someone is breaking through the tower so fast. In less than a moment, they have already crossed the 10th floor. Who do you think will be the fastest person to break the tower? Do you still have to ask, besides Jiang Zhan of the Jiang family, who else can there be? Jiang Zhan, the first arrogant of the Jiang family in the royal palace, ranked second among the top 10 arrogances, and is also on the list of the most powerful gods. Almost most people know it very well. As long as there is no accident, this time the human emperor's trial, the first place is definitely Jiang Zhan. Under the gaze of everyone, the number of floors of many people in the human emperor tower slowly opened. I saw that the more I went up, the light spots that were lit became less and less. And the one with the fastest speed to break through the tower was like a broken bamboo, and quickly lit up all the first 20 floors of the human emperor tower. What surprised everyone most was that after the first person to light up the 20th floor appeared, there was one person who was unwilling to lag behind, and quickly lighted up the first 20 floors of the human emperor tower. This scene also surprised many people in the square. Among the genius disciples of the many human forces in the human palace, Jiang Zhan of the Jiang clan, the strength and talent are definitely beyond everyone's existence. Someone unexpectedly was in the top 20 of the human emperor pagoda, but Jiang Zhan was not thrown away. If Jiang Zhan was the first person to break through the first 20 floors, who would be the next person? In the human emperor trial, someone who can compete with Jiang Zhan will become much more interesting next. Human emperor tower, the 21st floor. Jiang Chen stood quietly in front of the lights of the emperor's will on this level. Compared with the previous flames, the light of this lamp is too dazzling, as if it was like a small sun in the dark. Jiang Shun, the 41st human emperor in the palace of human emperors, the sword masters the gods, the censored King Zhouzhangtian cultivation base, is revered as the snow sword human emperor, once killed 2 ninth order void demon gods, and has a lifespan of 1,810,000 years, the hand of the fallen and void demon god. Information about this emperor appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Unexpectedly, after God's domain continent defeated the void demon race, the battle with the void demon race never ended, and it was still so tragic. By the time the information on each level of the emperor could be received from the 10th level, Jiang Chen had already obtained the information of more than 10 emperors. Almost half of these emperors of the past have fallen into the hands of the void demon race. Especially this Jiang Shun, who once killed 2 ninth order void demon gods, eventually fell into the hands of void demon race. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on between the pinnacle powerhouse of God's domain continent and the void demon god at this moment, and he was not qualified to make contact. The most important thing now is to use this imperial tower to improve strength, strive to break through the 5 heavens of the censored king as soon as possible, and by the way win the place of the imperial candidate. Jiang Chen shook his head, cast aside his happy thoughts, and slowly stepped into the range of this level of will to light. Jiang Chen felt that he had come to a world of ice and snow, and a chill that was freezing through his bones was also instantly permeating from the surrounding space. A phantom of a middle-aged man in white clothes, like snow, also slowly emerged in the void in front of Jiang Chen. For so many years, the Jiang family finally produced 2 good geniuses. The white-clothed man looked at Jiang Chen faintly, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Boy, your talent and strength seem to be much stronger than the other guy who came to me." The 21st level of the human emperor's will is indeed stronger than the previous ones, and he has the consciousness of autonomy and can communicate with him. If he guessed right, the other guy in the mouth of Snow Sword Emperor Jiang Chen would probably be Jiang Zan. I am afraid that only that guy can come to the 21st floor of the Human Emperor Pagoda so quickly. Senior, when I walked this way, I found that most of the human emperors in the Human Emperor Palace fell by the hands of the void demons. What is the situation? Seeing that Jiang Shen's will has consciousness, Jiang Chen did not rush to do it, but asked the doubts in his heart. The void demon race, the heart of my god's domain is not dead. The god's domain continent can have today's situation, it is exchanged for the blood of countless strong people. If you can become the new emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, you will know this soon. After Jiang Shen finished speaking, he looked directly at Jiang Chen and said, "Boy, are you ready to accept my test?" After hearing Jiang Shen's words, Jiang Chen didn't say much. He directly saluted Jiang Shen, and said very politely, "Senior, please enlighten me. Take my sword and I will let you enter the 22nd floor of the Imperial Tower." Jiang Shen's voice fell, and he reached out his hand and gently shook the surrounding space. The endless ice and snow quickly gathered in his palm, and then turned into a crystal-clear ice sword. Jiang Shen held the ice sword in his hand, raised his hand and slashed at Jiang Chen with a sword. Jiang Chen only felt a terrifying chill permeating, as if to freeze him and the surrounding space together. He quickly urged the strength in his body to the extreme, and the Emperor Sword of the Divine Body Vision Man also condensed suddenly behind him, and then the ice sword intent of the frozen space around him was shattered into nothingness. Divine Body Vision Human Emperor Sword. Jiang Shen finally couldn't help but a rare smile appeared in his eyes. "Little guy, you are qualified to be the Emperor of the Human Emperor Hall. I hope that the Human Emperor Hall can regain its former glory under your leadership." After Jiang Shen finished speaking, that illusory figure also turned into pieces of snowflakes in the void with a bang, and merged into Jiang Chen's body. And Jiang Chen's cultivation level also exploded again at that moment. Jiang Chen, who was already at the pinnacle of the God King's fourth heaven, had his cultivation base infinitely close to the God King's fifth heaven. If he gains one or two more powers from the Human Emperor's will, he might be able to break through the five heavens of the censored king in one fell swoop. Chapter 2285, God King Five Heavens, People in the Imperial Pagoda. Everyone who enters it is in an independent world, accepting the test of the will of the Emperor of the past, layer by layer. With the passage of time, many people fell out of the Human Sovereign Tower in embarrassment. These people have been unable to pass the higher level of the human will test, and have been eliminated. After reaching the 20th floor, in the Human Emperor Tower, there were still ascending light spots, only 5 light spots remained, and there was almost no movement in the rest of the light spots. There are only 5 people left in the Human Emperor Pagoda who still have the ability to continue through the barriers. The 21st floor of Renwang Tower is an independent space. A figure with a pale face stood in front of the will lights of the Snow Sword Emperor Jiang Shen. This figure is Zhang Yu, the genius of the palace of human beings controlled by Jiang Chen. As the genius of the Jiang family second only to Jiang Zan, Zhang Yu naturally participated in this Human Emperor trial. With the strength of the peak of his God King Triple Heaven, after entering the 20th floor of the Human Emperor Pagoda, it obviously became a lot harder. The human emperor's will on the 20th floor just now is no weaker than the censored king's 5 heavenly powerhouse. Even with Zhang Yu's strength, it took a great price to defeat him and reach the 21st floor of the Human Emperor Tower. Human Wang Tower, it is really not so easy to break into, and I don't know how many people have broken into this floor. Zhang Yu looked at the lights of the emperor's will in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. Although Zhang Yu didn't have so many ideas about the position of the emperor since he was controlled by Jiang Chen, but if he could, he still hopes to win the position of the emperor candidate. After the battle on the 20th floor just now, Zhang Yu knew very well that it would be difficult for him to break through the 21st floor of the human sovereign with his strength. If there are more than 3 people in the Human Emperor Tower, he will probably be eliminated. Zhang Yu didn't think too much anymore, and directly stepped into the bounds of the Human Emperor's will. He appeared in the Snow Sword Emperor Jiang Shen. Snow Sword Emperor Jiang Shen did not speak. The power of the surrounding ice gathered in his palm into a long sword of ice, and then a sword slashed towards Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's expression changed drastically, and the strength in his body was instantly pushed to the limit, trying to block the oncoming sword. The power of this sword completely surpassed Zhang Yu's imagination. All the power that he exploded, in front of this ice sword light, was like a piece of paper, and it was collapsed at the touch of a touch. The cold ice sword light shattered everything and slashed directly on Zhang Yu's body. Zhang Yu trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The 21st level human emperor's will, the strength is no less inferior to the powerhouse of the censored king's fifth heaven peak. As expected, I can't pass it. Zhang Yu gave a wry smile, and quickly chose to abandon the tower, and then was transmitted from the 21st floor of the human sovereign tower by a force. Look, Zhang Yu has also emerged from the 21st floor of the human emperor tower. Now there are only 4 people in the human emperor pagoda: Zhang Zan of the Jiang clan, Ji Chenny of the Ji clan, Yi Xingdust of the Yi clan, and the kid named Jiang Chen. Everyone's eyes were tightly locked on the top few light spots of the human emperor tower. According to the rules of this human emperor trial, 3 human emperor candidates will be selected through the human emperor tower. As long as one of the 4 is eliminated, the remaining 3 will be candidates for the emperor. You said that among the 4 people in the human emperor tower, who will be eliminated next? In terms of strength, it is Zhang Zan and Ji Chenny, the 2 Central Territory top 10 talents, who are stronger. In all likelihood, the one eliminated will be one of Yi Xingchen and Jiang Chen. That's not necessarily. Don't you think the name Jiang Chen is familiar? If I guess it right, he is the peerless evildoer who defeated Long Zhuhan in the ancient Shenfeng tribe. It turned out to be him. It seems that the one who was eliminated is most likely the one from the Night Clan. Everyone couldn't help but talk. Long Zhuhan of the ancient Sacred Dragon clan, ranked among the top 10 arrogances of the central region, was 1 place higher than Ji Chenny. If Jiang Chen really was the one who became famous in the first battle of the ancient gods and Phoenix clan, this time the candidate for the emperor would definitely have his place. The fact is, as everyone expected, soon after Zhang Yu came out of the human emperor pagoda, Yi Xingdust of the Yi clan also retreated from the 21st floor of the human emperor pagoda in embarrassment. Like Zhang Yu, Yi Xingchen's strength is also at the peak of the God King's triple heaven. Although it took him longer to reach the peak of the God King's triple heaven than Zhang Yu, he could not cross the hurdle of Snow Sword Emperor Zhang Shun. With Yi Xingdust out, according to the rules of the human emperor's trial this time, the 3 people who have already passed through the 21st floor of the human emperor tower have all become candidates for the emperor. The 3 people in the human sovereign tower didn't know this, and they still launched an attack towards a higher level. Even if they knew the situation of the outside world, I am afraid they would not just give up. The Tower of Human Emperor is also a good opportunity for them. The more layers they traverse, the more recognition of the will of Human Emperor, and thus more benefits. The 3 of them continuously attacked the top of the Human Emperor Pagoda in this way, lighting up the Human Emperor Pagoda one after another. After going on like this for a while, Ji Chenny obviously reached the limit when he was on the 30th floor, becoming the first of the 3 to come out of the Human Emperor Tower. Only Jiang Chen and Zhang Zan were left in the Royal Tower. Almost everyone's eyes were staring at the Human Emperor Pagoda at this moment, wanting to know exactly where these 2 people could go. On the 29th floor of the Human Sovereign Tower, Jiang Chen cut out the golden ancient sword in his hand, defeating this level of human sovereign will in an understatement, and gained the power of this level of human sovereign will. Ding! Your cultivation base breaks through the 5th heaven of God King. After experiencing the Snow Sword Emperor Zhang Shun, Jiang Chen successively broke through the 8th floor of the Human Emperor Pagoda, and was nourished by the 8 Dao Human Emperor's will, and finally succeeded in breaking through the 5 heavens of the God King. Jiang Chen also discovered that the will of the Emperor in this man's Emperor Tower, although the will of the Emperor at each level is left by the Emperor of an older age, it does not mean that the strength will be stronger. For example, from the 22nd to the 29th floor, there is hardly any human emperor's will, which can rival the Snow Sword Emperor Zhang Shun. The human emperor's will in the Human Emperor Tower has a lot to do with the strength in front of him. Although the human emperors of the Human Emperor Palace of the past dynasties have all achieved the existence of the censored King 9 layers of heaven, there is still a big gap in their strengths. And the Snow Sword Emperor Zhang Shun, even in the Palace of Human Emperors, is a very amazing existence. Chapter 2286, Unbelievable Zhang Zan. Go on, now that my cultivation base breaks through the 5th heaven of God King, I don't know if I have a chance to pass the Human Emperor Tower. The cultivation base breaks through the 5th heaven of the censored King, Jiang Chen has the qualifications to compete with the 8th heaven of the censored king. And the will of the emperor in this emperor tower is by far the strongest snow sword emperor Jiang Chen. But even with the will of snow sword emperor Jiang Chen, the power of a single blow was only equivalent to the full blow of the god king's 5th heaven peak, and it did not pose a threat to Jiang Chen at all. According to the information provided on each level in front, a total of 61 human emperors have appeared in the Human Emperor Hall. And he has already broken through the 29th floor, which is almost equivalent to half of the level. Jiang Chen also knew very well that the difficulty factor of the remaining half of the customs clearance was definitely many times higher than the previous one. With Jiang Chen's current strength, if facing the will of God King 9th Heaven, Jiang Chen has absolute confidence that he can easily pass the level. But the Human Emperor of the Human Emperor Palace, but there are many existences that surpass the censored King 9 layers of heaven. For example, the first human emperor born in the Human Emperor Hall after the Great Tribulation of the Ancients was an existence that reached the dominant state. And in the ancient times of God's domain, every human emperor in the Human Emperor Hall was a world-class powerhouse who had achieved dominance. Dominate the realm. This is a level above the divine king realm. If facing the human king's will of the dominating realm, even if he broke through the 5th heaven of the censored king, Jiang Chen would not be able to defeat it with any certainty. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen tossed his happy thoughts, then took a deep breath and strode towards the entrance of the 30th floor. On the 30th floor of the Human Emperor Pagoda, what remains is the will of the 32nd Human Emperor in the Human Emperor Hall. The emperor of this generation is named Jiang Qinlin, and he is also an extraordinary master. In the battle with the Void Demon race, he fought 3 9th Order Void Demon gods with 1 enemy and 3. Although he eventually fell, he also killed all 3 9th Order Void Demon gods. This generation of emperor, compared with Snow Sword Emperor Jiang Shun, is even worse. Jiang Chen slowly stepped into the range of the will lighted by hundreds of feet, and directly entered the world of Jiang Qinlin's will. This Jiang Qinlin's will is indeed stronger than Snow Sword Emperor Jiang Shun, and his strength is almost comparable to that of the God King 6th Heaven. Although these powers are already extremely weak, even before Jiang Chen breaks through, it is difficult to cause danger to him. What's more, Jiang Chen has now broken through the 5th heaven of God King. Jiang Chen also passed Jiang Qinlin's test smoothly and entered the 31st floor of the Human Sovereign Tower. Next, the Human Emperor's will of. Each layer is strong or weak. Among them, there is no lack of a Human Emperor's will that is slightly stronger than Jiang Qinlin, but Jiang Chen has easily passed the test. And just as the number of layers that Jiang Chen passed was continuously rising. Another piece of space. Jiang Zhan was also like a broken bamboo, and with his great strength, he reached the 50th floor of the Human Sovereign Tower in one fell swoop. As the second-ranked peerless genius of the top 10 arrogances, Jiang Zhan has not only reached the 5th heaven of the censored king, but his combat power is not inferior to the power of the censored king in the 7th heaven. He is also the only existence that ranks among the strongest censored kings in addition to the sword wuxia of the 10,000 Sword Saint sect. In this time when Renwang Tower broke through, Jiang Zhan also gained a lot of benefits, and his cultivation has even reached the peak of God King's 5th heaven. With his strength, the human emperor's will of these censored kings in the Human Emperor Tower obviously did not cause any danger to him. After entering the 50th floor, after Jiang Zhan learned the information of the emperor in front of him, his expression instantly became a lot more dignified. The 50th level of the Human Emperor's will was left by the 12th Emperor of the Human Emperor Palace. This human sovereign is also the first human sovereign in the Human Sovereign Palace after the Great Tribulation of the Ancients, the only one who broke through the dominance realm after the Great Tribulation of the Ancients and brought God's domain continent to repel the void demons. The will of the emperor who dominates the realm. Jiang Zhan's eyes rose sharply, and a powerful fighting spirit filled his body. The stronger the human emperor's will, the greater the benefits gained after passing the test. If he can pass this level, maybe he will be able to break through the 6th heaven in one fell swoop. He even had the confidence to suppress Jian Wuxin of Saint Sword Sect and became the world's first genius in the realm of God's domain. Jiang Zhan took a deep breath and stepped directly into the boundless scope of the human emperor's will, and entered a vast world of will. A thunder sword flashed out of the void, and then burst towards Jiang Zhan. The speed of this lightning sword light is not fast, but it carries an inexplicable coercion, as if it has solidified this world. Even if Jiang Zhan exhausted his whole body strength, he couldn't move a bit at this moment, he could only watch the thunder sword light pierce through his body. Jiang Zhan, standing in front of the lights of the Emperor's will, trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person was pale and stepped back on the ground for more than 10 steps. It deserves to be the will of the Emperor who dominates the realm, it really is abnormal. Jiang Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his expression was astonished to the extreme. He hadn't even seen the true face of this human emperor. He was seriously injured by the sword light that evolved from his will. It seems that it is obviously impossible to pass this level. This level is too scary. If you are a little careless, you may even fall here. With my breakthrough results, ranking first should be more than enough. Jiang Zhan's eyes flickered slightly, and finally he chose to give up, and his whole person quickly disappeared into the 50th floor of the human sovereign tower. Look, Jiang Zhan has already emerged from the 50th floor of the human sovereign tower. There are only 61 floors in the human emperor hall. Jiang Zhan actually broke through to the 50th floor. He deserves to be ranked second among the top 10 arrogances. It is really scary. Then Jiang Chen has not yet come out of the human emperor pagoda, and has also lit up the 49th floor of the light. Do you think he will surpass Jiang Zhan? Jiang Zhan, who had just come out of the human emperor pagoda, also quickly heard the noise from all around the square, and he was stunned. He couldn't help but glanced at the human emperor pagoda suddenly, and he found that the 49th floor of the human emperor pagoda was lit up with a second spot of light. Jiang Zhan's eyes were dull, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face. He passed the 49th floor of the human emperor tower. Ranking first is more than enough. But I didn't expect the guy named Jiang Chen to be even with him. Thinking of Jiang Chen's identity, Jiang Zhan's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. This kid really became the biggest obstacle to his fight for the throne of the Emperor. Chapter 2287. Dominate the realm of the Emperor's will. Jiang Zhan stared at the second light spot on the 49th floor of the human Emperor Tower, and his expression was extremely gloomy. This time, Jiang Zhan planned to start the human emperor trial. Regarding the position of the emperor, Jiang Zhan is inevitable. In order to be able to securely win the position of the emperor of humanity, he specifically asked the senior officials of the imperial palace to formulate a rule to restrict Jiang Wuya from participating in the trial of the emperor of humanity. Jiang Zhan didn't expect it. After he restricted Jiang Wuya, now another Jiang Chen came out. This kid can pass through the 49th floor of the human emperor tower, and his strength is probably not inferior to him. Jiang Chen has become his biggest competitor for the throne. Jiang Tianjin, who was in charge of the host's trial of the emperor, also looked bad. Jiang Wuya and his son Jiang Chen have an extraordinary relationship with the existence of the 62nd emperor of the human emperor who was about to become the 62nd emperor of the human emperor millions of years ago. In that incident, he played no glorious role in it. With the strength that Jiang Chen has shown now, he is fully capable of competing with Jiang Zhan for the position of the emperor. If Jiang Chen were to become the emperor, it would be an extremely unfavorable thing for him. Jiang Tianjin also had no better way. He can only pray that Jiang Zhan will not let him down, and will eventually defeat Jiang Chen and win the throne of the emperor. This kid really didn't disappoint me. Seeing the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen Wuya couldn't help showing a smile of relief on his face. Although Jiang Wuya had expected it a long time ago, with Jiang Chen's strength, it is not difficult to win the spot as a candidate for the emperor. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen's level of clearance in the human emperor pagoda would actually be equal to Jiang Zhan. Next, on the 50th floor of the human emperor tower, Chen'er is afraid it will be difficult for Chen'er to pass. Jiang Wuya stared closely at the 50th floor of the human emperor pagoda, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper. There are 61 floors in the human sovereign pagoda, each of which holds a human sovereign will. The 50th floor of the emperor is the will of the 12th emperor. This human emperor is the first human emperor after the ancient catastrophe of God's domain, and is also the only power of dominating realm born after God's domain in ancient times. Qingtian, Emperor Jiang Qingtian, also known as Qingtian ruler. The will of the human emperor who dominates the realm and the will of the human emperor of the God King 9 heavens are not at the same level. Even the 7th heaven of God King may not be able to deal with it easily. For example, Jiang Zhan, whose combat strength was not inferior to that of the 7th heavenly king of God, only stopped at the 49th floor and failed to pass the 50th floor. It is probably not easy for Jiang Chen to clear the 50th level. And when everyone outside was shocked by the strength that Jiang Chen showed. Jiang Chen has crossed the 49th floor and reached the 50th floor. And when he entered this layer of space, the information of this layer of human emperor appeared in his mind instantly. Qingtian Emperor Jiang Qingtian, the 12th emperor of the human emperor palace, was the only power in the Dominion state born after the ancient catastrophe, and the leader who led the continent to repel the invasion of the void demons. Finally facing the human emperors while dominating the realm. The domination realm is directly connected to the divine king nine heavens, although it seems that it is only one step away, but this step is like a moat. Since the ancient catastrophe, there were a lot of divine kings nine heavens born in God's domain, but the only one who truly took this step to become the master was Jiang Qingtian, Emperor Qingtian. The difference between the domination realm and the divine king realm is 10 times greater than that of the divine king realm and the heavenly venerable realm. The 3,000 avenues of the gods, each can have countless kings, but only one ruler can be born. In front of the dominance, even the powerhouse at the peak of the god king ninth heaven is almost the same as the ants. Although the 50th floor of the human emperor pagoda is only a human will of the emperor Qingtian Emperor Jiang Qingtian, it is definitely an existence that should not be underestimated. Although he knew that the emperor's will in front of him was extremely strong, Jiang Chen did not flinch at all. Now that they have all come here, there is no reason not to learn the power of the will of the emperor below the dominating realm. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and strode directly towards the light of the human emperor's will in front of him. When he was close to the scope of the human emperor's will, a flower appeared in front of the whole person's eyes directly in the vast world of will. Before Jiang Chen had time to look around, there was a thunderstorm in the sky. A thunder sword light, with the power to block the world, slashed towards Jiang Chen. With this sword, Jiang Chen couldn't dodge at all. He had to grit his teeth and urge the strength in his body with all his strength to evolve the Emperor's sword of the divine body vision man, which merged with the golden ancient sword in his hand and collided with the light of the thunder sword. The terrifying energy explosion sounded resounding in this piece of heaven and earth sword. Jiang Chen's figure trembled, and his whole body flew upside down thousands of feet away in embarrassment. He suppressed the churning aura in his body and quickly picked up his spirits, observing every move around him. King Qingtian, Emperor Jiang Qingtian, is indeed a powerful existence that has broken through the dominance realm. The will that he left behind is more than 1 star and a half stronger than the will of those who went to the emperor. His human emperor's will hasn't appeared at all, and it was just an understatement that forced him to merge the divine body vision and the golden ancient sword, and barely resisted it. A faint chuckle sounded abruptly in this world. Haha, little guy, very good. I don't know how many years since the 61 emperor of the human palace has fallen. You are the first person to show me. As this voice slowly fell, an illusory figure in a golden robe also barely emerged from Jiang Chen out of thin air. Although the golden figure is not handsome, the facial features are very distinct, especially the pair of black pupils, like a black hole, deep and full of a domineering one who dare not look at. Jiang Chen has seen Senior Qingtian. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but bowed his fist to the golden figure. You condensed the divine body vision human emperor sword, and got the ancient sword made of human emperor sword fragments. It can be said that the human emperor's luck is added. Jiang Qingtian swept his gaze over Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but smiled slightly. Pick me a sword, and you will pass through the human emperor hall. You can be the 62nd human emperor in the human emperor hall. Hearing Jiang Qingtian's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. Senior, doesn't the human emperor tower still have 11 floors? Don't you need to break through the upper 11 floors? Chapter 2288, Clearance Man's Tower. Back then, the void demon invaded. In order to break through the dominance and fight against the void demon, I almost exhausted the will of the 11 human emperors in the ancient times. The 11th floor at the top of the human sovereign tower does not have any senior human sovereign will. When Jiang Qingtian said this, he couldn't help but sigh faintly. He raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen. So, as long as you get my approval, you will be able to pass the human emperor tower. Since the great tribulation of the ancient times, after the divine realm world was shattered, it seemed that it was really difficult to give birth to a dominion state. In order to break through the dominance, Jiang Qingtian obviously paid a lot of price. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then looked at Jiang Qingtian and said, in that case, seniors, please enlighten me. The dominance of the human emperor's will is indeed very powerful. Even if Jiang Chen now possesses an 8th heavenly power comparable to that of the God King, if he really fights Jiang Qingtian's will, he probably won't have much chance of winning. If he only needs to take a blow from Jiang Qingtian, Jiang Chen still has some assurance. Okay, take out all your strengths, let me see how far your talent can reach, Lei Lai. As Jiang Qingtian's voice fell, above the endless void, the power of thousands of lightning condensed suddenly, turning the sky of thousands of miles into a thundering purgatory in an instant. Feeling the power of thunder in the void that was 3 points deeper than the censored of king robbery, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. Holding the golden ancient sword in his hand, the Azure Emperor longevity art in his body was also pushed to the limit in an instant. A dazzling sword light, with the most profound and sacred power, slashed out in the air with a single sword. This sword crossed the sky, as if to cut through the emptiness of the sun and the moon. In the void above Jiang Chen's head, there were even immortal gates that opened at the same time, and a cyan phantom that reached a height of 10,000 feet stepped out, and at the same time it was cut out with Jiang Chen's sword. The Qingdi swordsmanship, the Qingdi sword. Faced with the will of Jiang Qingtian, the ruler of the realm, Jiang Chen did not have any reservations, and directly used the Azure Emperor's sword with all his strength. Jiang Chen walked with the sword aura was like a rainbow, and he pierced through the thunder and purgatory in the void. Only a bang was heard, and the thunder purgatory blasted apart directly in the void. This scene also caused Jiang Qingtian's eyes to reveal a look of surprise. With his eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see how overbearing Jiang Chen's previous sword was, and it is even a power that surpasses the martial art of God's domain. Boy, it seems that you have a great opportunity, and I can rest assured that the palace of Human Emperor is handed over to you. I won't give you any benefits today. When you reach the peak of the God King 9 heavens in the future, you can come here to find me. After Jiang Qingtian finished speaking, the illusory figure disappeared without a trace in front of Jiang Chen in an instant, and the world of will around him continued to collapse. Jiang Chen appeared again in front of Jiang Qingtian's will lights. Seeing that he was still on the 50th floor of the Human Emperor Tower, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wring his brows together tightly. Didn't Jiang Qingtian say that he would be able to pass the Human Sovereign Tower with just one move? Now that he has cleared the Human Emperor Tower, why is he still on the 50th floor of the Human Emperor Tower? Jiang Qingtian didn't seem to tell him how to leave the Human Emperor Pagoda. Jiang Chen groaned for a moment, and finally could only step over the lights of will and head towards the 51st floor of the Human Emperor Tower. When he entered the 51st floor, he found that this floor was completely empty and dark. Even the lights of the Emperor's will in the center had been extinguished for many years. There is no human will at this level. Jiang Chen quickly passed through the 51st floor and entered the 52nd floor. Up to the 61st floor at the top of the Human Emperor Tower, the situation was almost exactly the same. It seems that Jiang Qingtian didn't lie. He broke through the dominance realm that year, and has exhausted the will of the 11th domination realm human sovereign in the ancient times. Jiang Chen shook his head, did not stay too much in the Human Emperor Tower, and flashed directly towards the exit of the 61st floor. And just when Jiang Chen entered the Imperial Tower, outside the Renwang Tower, there was silence all around. Almost everyone's eyes were locked on the 50th floor of the Human Emperor Tower. They obviously want to know that Jiang Chen seems to be able to break through this level and thus surpass Jiang Zan's achievements. The birth of the Human Emperor is extremely important to the many forces in the Human Emperor Palace. Although this time the Human Emperor trial only selected 3 Human Emperor candidates, there are more levels in the Human Emperor Tower, which obviously has an advantage in the next Human Emperor's position. After such a quiet state lasted for a while, it was finally broken at the moment when the 50th floor of the Human Emperor Tower was lit. Look at it, the 50th floor of the Human Emperor Tower is lit up, and Jiang Chen has passed the 50th floor. Unexpectedly, this guy's breakthrough scores surpassed Jiang Zan. It is incredible. It seems that Jiang Zan has met his opponent this time. When everyone looked at the light on the 50th floor of the Human Emperor Tower, they couldn't help but be amazed. Jiang Zan stared blankly at the situation on the Human Emperor Pagoda, and couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar. Regarding the situation of the 50th floor of the Human Emperor Pagoda, Jiang Zan knew better than anyone. At this level, what remained was the will of Emperor Jiang Qingtian, Emperor Qingtian. This is the will of a human emperor who dominates the realm. Even with his strength, in front of Jiang Qingtian's will, there was almost no power to fight back. How could Jiang Chen pass through the 50th floor of the human emperor pagoda? Just when everyone hadn't recovered from the shocking scene in front of them, something more shocking happened. I saw that the 51st floor of the human emperor tower lit up for less than a while, and the 51st floor lit up again. The 52nd floor, the 53rd floor, the 54th. All the way to the top 61 floor of the human emperor pagoda was lit up at an extremely fast speed. The whole process, almost less than a moment. In the huge square, as if even the air had frozen, it fell into a dead silence in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at the situation on the human emperor tower, almost like a ghost. Some couldn't believe their eyes. After clearing the 50th floor, Jiang Chen was directly like a smashing bamboo. With an unstoppable speed, he lit up the last 11 floors of the human emperor pagoda in one fell swoop, and cleared the human emperor pagoda. According to the rules of the human emperor's trial, you can unconditionally succeed to the human emperor by clearing the human emperor tower. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chen has directly obtained the eligibility for the heir to the throne? Chapter 2289, Zhang Zan's questioning. Seeing that the last 11 floors of the human emperor tower were all lit up one after another, Zhang Zan's face was full of incredible expressions. The 12th floor of the human emperor pagoda, preserved as the will of Qingtian Emperor Jiang Qingtian. The last 11 floors of the human emperor pagoda are the will of the 11 human emperors in the ancient times. As far as Zhang Zan knows, every human emperor in the ancient times of the human emperor hall is a masterful power whose cultivation has reached the dominance level. Compared with the will of the emperor Jiang Qingtian, he is only strong but not weak. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen is, he can never pass through the last 11th floor of the human emperor pagoda in one go, right? Zhang Zan's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. In order to get the many forces in the palace to agree to re-establish the emperor, he has been planning for a long time, and he has paid a lot for this. He not only spent a huge price to win over a group of people, but also opened up all the trials of the human emperor trial to the human emperor palace, and made 3 candidates for the human emperor. Originally, Zhang Zan thought, with his strength and talent, as long as everyone agrees to the re-establishment of the human emperor must belong to him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wuya came out of the ancestral land at this time. In order to prevent Zhang Wuya from vying for the position of the emperor, he deliberately restricted the age of the emperor's trial. But Zhang Zan never thought of it anyway. After he stopped Zhang Wuya, a son of Zhang Wuya collapsed. This hairy boy named Jiang Chen, his enchanting level is more than that of Zhang Wuya, and he has directly passed the human emperor pagoda in one breath. If you clear the royal tower, you can inherit the throne of the royal palace. This is the eternal rule of the royal palace. If Jiang Chen clears the imperial tower, he can directly inherit the throne of the emperor. Doesn't this mean that everything he planned for the emperor's position was in vain? Damn it, how could this be? In the void, Zhang Tianjin's complexion was also ugly to the extreme. Although Zhang Tianjin had seen Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent when he appeared, he didn't think Jiang Chen could pose any threat to Zhang Zan. Even if Jiang Chen can win the spot as a candidate for the emperor. With Zhang Zan's strength, coupled with their secret help, becoming the heir of the emperor is still a sure thing. Zhang Tianjin was counted, but he didn't count that Jiang Chen was able to pass the human sovereign tower. As the old monster of the 7th heaven, the god king of the Jiang clan, Zhang Tianjin is naturally very aware of how difficult it is to clear the human emperor tower. It is also because the human emperor tower is extremely difficult to clear the customs. The human emperor palace will not be born for hundreds of millions of years without a new human emperor. For hundreds of millions of years, there is only one person who has cleared the human emperor tower in the palace of human emperor. When that one appeared, the palace of human emperors had not been in the palace for too long, and it was already torn apart. Even the Jiang clan was full of contradictions. An earth-shattering event broke out in the palace of the human emperor, causing the one who had not had time to become the heir to the emperor, and disappeared on the continent of God's domain. After a lapse of millions of years, the descendants of that one returned to the palace of the human emperor again, and passed the imperial tower, and obtained the qualifications of the heir to the emperor. Now things get a little tricky. This kid actually cleared the human emperor tower directly. Zhang Wuya returned to his senses, and there was also a surprise in his eyes that was hard to hide. In Zhang Wuya's heart, it was surprising that Jiang Chen could come here all the way from the Shenwu continent on the lower realm, and possess the cultivation base of the God King's 4th heaven peak. This time in the human emperor trial, Jiang Wuya also felt that there was no big problem for Jiang Chen to get a candidate for the human emperor. But Jiang Chen's performance completely surpassed Jiang Wuya's imagination. This kid not only surpassed Jiang Zan in the human sovereign trial, he even passed the human sovereign tower directly. Although he knew back then that the 55th floor of the human emperor palace no longer had the will of the human emperor who ruled the mighty power of the ancient times, but it was extremely difficult to get the approval of the 50th emperor. He had learned the will of the emperor Qingtian. Even with his current cultivation base of the divine king's 7th heaven, he was not sure that he would pass smoothly, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to be recognized by the emperor Qingtian. Unexpectedly, what I lost back then would be taken back by this kid. Looking at the situation in front of him, Jiang Wuya couldn't help but let out a low whisper. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and his eyes couldn't help but lock on Jiang Zan and Jiang Tianjin. These guys did everything possible to prevent him from becoming the emperor. Although Jiang Chen has also cleared the imperial palace, but these guys may not allow Jiang Chen to succeed to the throne of the emperor. When everyone was shocked by this scene, Jiang Chen also slowly walked out of the top of the human emperor pagoda, and then landed directly in front of Jiang Wuya. He couldn't help but smiled at Jiang Wuya. "Father, didn't let you down, did you? Haha. Little guy, good job." Jiang Wuya laughed, and then looked directly at Jiang Tianjin. "Elder Tianjin, who clears the tower of the emperor, can inherit the throne of the emperor. You can now announce the result of the trial of the emperor." "No. This is definitely not true." At this moment, Jiang Zan shouted in disbelief. "Elder Tianjin, I suspect Jiang Chen is cheating. How could he pass the last 11th floor of the human emperor tower in such a short time?" On the 50th floor of the human emperor tower, the will of the emperor Qingren was already outrageously powerful. And the next 11 floors are the will of the human emperor in the ancient times of the human emperor hall, and no one is inferior to the emperor Jiang Qingtian. Even the 9 heavens powerhouse of the god king, it is absolutely impossible to pass the human emperor pagoda as easily as Jiang Chen. Jiang Wuya, Jiang Chen was indeed very strange when he cleared the last 11th floor of the man's tower. There must be a problem. This matter must be investigated. Jiang Tianjin's old eyes flashed with brilliance, faintly authentic. Naturally, as Jiang Tianjin, he knew a little about what happened to the last 11 floors of the human emperor pagoda. Now that Jiang Zan mentioned it, Jiang Tianjin would naturally not break it, so he took it as a means to question Jiang Chen. He absolutely couldn't admit that Jiang Chen's achievements in passing through the royal tower are true and effective. "I'm afraid Jiang Chen will really become the 62nd emperor of the human emperor palace." Hearing Jiang Tianjin's words, Jiang Wuya's expression suddenly sank. "Old guy, the situation of the human emperor tower, you should be very clear in your heart. Jiang Chen has no problem at all in clearing the human emperor tower. If there is a problem, it is not you who have the final say." Jiang Tianjin glanced at Jiang Wuya faintly, then raised his head to look at the other 2 old men in the void. "I think there is a problem with Jiang Chen's emperor's pagoda, what do you think?" Chapter 2290, If you don't accept it, then hit you. On the last 11 floors of the human emperor tower, no one should be able to clear the customs in such a short time. "I also think there is a problem with this," an old man with white eyebrows said lightly. This old man with white eyebrows exudes a powerful Ji family bloodline, which is obviously an old monster of the 7th heavenly king of the Ji family. Another black-robed old man from the Night Clan also nodded expressionlessly. Perhaps there is something wrong with the human emperor tower, and the clearance results cannot be counted. Jiang Wuya's expression also became extremely gloomy when he heard this. The 3 old guys in front of them represented the 3 most powerful forces in the human palace. If the 3 of them are united, I am afraid that Jiang Chen's achievements in the customs clearance of the royal tower will be invalidated. Jiang Chen sneered with disdain. "If you want to prevent me from being the heir to the emperor, just tell me, why look for such a bad reason? Since you think I have a problem with the emperor's tower, then show your evidence." After the 50th floor of the human sovereign hall, every floor has the will of the domination realm human sovereign. Let's not talk about the 50th floor, the 50th floor of the Qingtian human sovereign will alone, even I can't handle it. Since you can pass the 5th level, it proves that you are stronger than me. As long as you can defeat me, I will admit that you have the strength of the imperial tower. At this moment, Jiang Zan's cold voice also rang directly in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Jiang Zan. He looked directly at the three Jiang Tianjin in the void, and asked faintly, Jiang Zan's proposal, I don't know how you feel about it. Yes, as long as you can defeat Jiang Zan, we will stop questioning. Jiang Tianjin and the three looked at each other in midair, apparently acquiescing to Jiang Zan's proposal. The Human Emperor Tower is a treasure of the town clan of the Human Emperor Palace. Generally, there can be no problems, and it is also impossible for anyone to cheat in the Human Emperor Tower. If this matter is really to be investigated, they can't find any evidence to prove that Jiang Chen's customs clearance person Imperial Pagoda has a problem. Jiang Wuxia is now the 7th heavenly king of God, and he also has the support of some people in the palace of Human Emperor. They want to completely deny Jiang Chen's clearance of the royal tower, which seems impossible. Now letting Jiang Zan and Jiang Chen fight is the best way to prevent Jiang Chen from becoming the emperor. Although Jiang Chen cleared the Human Emperor Pagoda in the Human Emperor Pagoda just now, the test of the Human Emperor Pagoda is not just measured by strength. They still believed in Jiang Zan's strength very much. Jiang Zan is one of the top geniuses in God's domain continent at the time. He has a cultivation base like Jiang Chen, and he still has some powerful cards belonging to the Jiang clan. It shouldn't be a big problem to defeat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, and then looked directly at Jiang Zan. You seem to be very unconvinced with my passer-through tower. Come on, since you are unsatisfied, then I will fight you. A cold light flashed in Jiang Zan's eyes. You can't use this, you can fight with me to the stars. Jiang Zan said. The powerful aura of the censored king's 5th heaven peak exploded with all strength, and then turned into a cloud of golden light and rushed into the depths of Kingming. Chenur, be careful, this Jiang Zan is very talented and not easy to deal with. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wuxia couldn't help but promptly reminded Jiang Chen. Father, don't worry, I have walked this way, facing any opponent in the same realm, and I have never lost. Jiang Chen's domineering voice fell, and the whole person turned into a sword light, and appeared on the starry sky thousands of feet away from Jiang Zan. Jiang Chen, the throne of the emperor belongs to me, and no one would ever want to take it away from me. In today's battle, this endless starry sky is your burial place. Jiang Zan stared at Jiang Chen coldly, his whole body was filled with murderous intent. When Jiang Zan spoke, there was a golden spear in his palm out of thin air, and the terrifying power of the great Tao also surged out of his body in an instant. On the golden spear, the power of destruction annihilated the sky, extremely solemn, as if carrying a world. Numerous golden avenues of destruction were entwined on the handle of the gun, as if to completely turn the starry sky into nothingness. In the face of Jiang Zan, who broke out with all his strength, Jiang Chen did not fear at all. His whole body was surging with great power, and the ancient seals of the three Taoists condensed in the palm of his palm one after another. Destroy the soul, Zhu God, open heaven. Seeing Jiang Chen displaying the ancient seal of the Emperor of Humanity, Jiang Zan's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. The ancient seal of the Emperor is one of the symbols of the Emperor. Even in the Jiang family, only the Human Emperor and candidates of the Human Emperor are qualified to practice, and even he has not been able to get the ancient seal of the Human Emperor. The one in the palace of the Human Emperor who is qualified to practice the ancient seal of the Human Emperor is the one who was 1,000,000 years ago. It seems that Jiang Chen and his son really have a close relationship with that 1,000,000 years ago. Jiang Zan didn't have time to think about it, his palm holding the golden spear tightened slightly, and then 3 shots in a row were shot out. That moment, 3 golden spear beams pierced through the void, as if turned into 3 golden rivers in the starry sky. The rushing golden rivers flowed between the heaven and the earth, and everything passed by was instantly annihilated into nothingness. The 3 big golden rivers collided with the ancient seal of the 3 people, and the loud noise that shook the sky spread all over the starry sky, and the terrifying power swept all over, turning this starry sky into a black hole. The 2 figures flew upside down from the black hole almost at the same time, and stepped back into the starry sky for a distance of several thousand feet. The 2 looked up at each other, their expressions a little more solemn. This guy is worthy of being the second-ranked Tianzhao figure in God's domain continent, and he really has some abilities. With Jiang Chen's powerful background, he could almost easily crush his opponents in the same realm before. The Jiang Xuanshou base in front of him is at the peak of the God King's 5th heaven. He is only a bit higher than him, but he can compete with him. His talents are indeed terrifying. It seems that in today's battle, he wants to defeat Jiang Zan, I am afraid it will take a bit of effort. Jiang Chen, you are really capable. But even so, you will definitely lose in today's battle. Zhang Zan's eyes were sharp, and the power of destroying the avenue suddenly gathered on the golden spear in his palm, and then shot Jiang Chen again. In the void, I saw a black and white void, emerging out of thin air, an endless stream of destruction swirling around, turning into a black hole of destruction composed of yin and yang, swallowing it towards Jiang Chen. Kill the world with one shot. Zhang Zan's creation of the God King's great art in combination with his destruction of the great Tao was also unreservedly used at this moment. Chapter 2291, Rolling Zhang Zan. In the face of Zhang Zan, who had exploded with all his strength, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest reservation, and directly displayed the first form of the Azure Emperor's sword technique. This sword, which did not seem to have any peculiarities, directly and lightly penetrated through the world-destroying spear. I saw the terrifying power on the world-extinguishing spear, and it continued to weaken at a terrifying speed. The world-extinguishing spear became dim and illusory, and finally disappeared completely in the void. Seeing that the world-destroying spear he condensed was dispelled by Jiang Chen's understatement, Zhang Zan's pupils shrank suddenly. He exerted this world-destroying shot with all his strength, but it was solved by Jiang Chen's understatement. This time, Zhang Zan also gained a lot of benefits from the Imperial Pagoda, and his cultivation base has reached the peak of the fifth heaven of the Censored King from the early stage of the fifth heaven of the Censored King. With his current strength, this world-destroying shot was enough to shake the powerhouse at the peak of the God King's seventh heaven. And Jiang Chen in front of him took his blow so easily. Zhang Zan's expression also became more serious in an instant. He originally thought that Jiang Chen must have used some opportunistic method to pass the human Emperor Pagoda. Only now did he really discover that Jiang Chen's talent strength was inferior to his own, and perhaps it was really possible to be recognized by the will of those who dominate the realm. Zhang Zan, you, the so-called first genius of the human palace, seem to be nothing more than that. Come and not be indecent, you can also take my sword. Just when Zhang Zan was horrified by Jiang Chen's strength, a proud laugh sounded directly in his ears. Zhang Zan felt that a sword containing the power of endless years, as if traveling through time and space, a sword slashed at him. The 10 directions are dead, break it for me. Zhang Zan let out an angry roar, and the power of destroying the avenue poured out in his body. The golden spear in Zhang Zan's palm came out, forming a spear screen over his head. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 golden guns rose in the sky, like a round of sun, shining 10 directions. Wherever the light passes, everything is instantly destroyed into nothingness. Zhang Zan's shot that ruined the sky and the earth did not cause any obstacle to Jiang Chen's years and swords at all. The sword light penetrated Zhang Zan's body, and Zhang Zan instantly felt that his life was passing by at a terrifying speed. His longevity was cut by 1/3 by this sword, and his destruction of the spear light that enveloped the 10,000 Li star dome, before it appeared within the range of Jiang Chen's body, it was strangled to pieces by the sword light, and it was hard to hurt Jiang Chen. Shouyuan was cut by 1/3 with a sword by Jiang Chen, and Zhang Zan almost lost his mind. I saw him looking up to the sky and let out a ferocious roar, and the 59,000 square meter destruction God King's avenue whizzed out from behind, and then turned into a huge golden armored general. The golden armor god stepped out, directly with the power of destroying the world, and slew towards Jiang Chen. This guy is worthy of being one of the strongest geniuses in God's domain continent, he is really amazing. Looking at the golden armored generals that Zhang Zan had evolved from the Tao of God Kings, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The strength of the same great power is obviously different after different people have cultivated. The destruction avenue developed by Zhang Zan's cultivation was obviously stronger than Eupodian, the ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan, by more than one level. Even Eupodian in the middle of the seventh heaven of the God King couldn't compare with Zhang Zan at all. Although Jiang Chen was shocked by the strength that Zhang Zan showed, there was no trace of panic on his face. If his cultivation is still in the fourth heaven of the Censored King, facing Zhang Zan, who is at the peak of the fifth heaven of the Censored King, may still be so tricky. But this time entering the human Emperor Pagoda, his cultivation level also broke through the fifth heaven of the Censored King, and he was only one step away from the middle of the fifth heaven of the Censored King. With his current strength, facing Zhang Zan whose cultivation base is only slightly higher than him, how can there be the slightest fear? The mysterious light on the golden ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand rose to the sky. Only a loud noise was heard, as if a fairy gate opened in the void. A cyan phantom that shocked the world slowly stepped out of the fairy gate, and then raised his hand and slashed towards the golden-armored general. Two powerful and extreme attacking techniques collided, as if two ancient gods were at war, and everything around them was turned into dust during the collision. I saw the golden armor shook his body, and the cracks spread like a spider web on the 10,000-foot body, and finally broke apart with a bang, turned into a little golden light in the starry sky, and dissipated out of thin air. And at the moment when the golden armor, censored, will dissipate, Jiang Zan's complexion suddenly became extremely pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his figure was like a meteorite hit by an impact, flying a distance of thousands of feet in the starry sky. Everyone stared at the starry sky blankly, and some couldn't believe their eyes. Jiang Zan, the first Tianzhao of the Jiang family in the Palace of Human Emperors, ranked second on the list of Tianzhao, and a powerful presence on the list of the strongest gods. Such a peerless Tianzhao who was almost invincible among the current young generation was actually crushed by Jiang Chen. This kid, I don't know what he has gone through over the years, but he can grow up to this point. Zhang Wuyu looked at the situation in front of him, and it took a while before he recovered from the shock. When he left Shenwu continent that year, even Jiang Chen's bloodline restriction problem could not be solved. He originally planned to solve the problems of the profound spirit continent, and then pick up Jiang Chen to find a way to solve the problem of his bloodline, but he did not expect that he was forced to fly into the god's realm by the blood spirit tribe, and he had no time to worry about Jiang Chen. But I didn't expect to be in such a situation. Jiang Chen was able to rise all the way from the Shenwu continent against the sky, and stepped into the god realm, growing to the point where he could crush Jiang Zan, the most powerful heavenly arrogant. Jiang Tianjin, Jiang Zan is afraid that he will lose. In the void, the seventh heaven, the censored king of the Ji clan, looked at the starry sky, and his expression couldn't help but sink slightly. They all looked down on Jiang Chen. It seemed that it was not accidental that the kid was able to pass the human palace. His talent and strength were better than Jiang Zan. This son's talent is indeed terrifying. Compared to the 1,000,000 years ago, I am afraid that it is even worse than the 1,000,000 years ago. A cold light flashed in Jiang Tianjin's eyes, and he said coldly, "Don't worry, Jiang Zan still has my Jiang clan's trump card. No matter how enchanting the kid is, he will definitely lose today." Chapter 2292, Jiang Zan's trump card, imitation of the human emperor sword. Jiang Zan stabilized his figure in embarrassment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and his gaze towards Jiang Chen couldn't help showing a look of horror. Crush. Jiang Zan never expected that with his natural strength, he would be crushed by Jiang Chen. Since his birth, Jiang Zan has been the most dazzling genius in this area of heaven and earth. Among his peers, only the sword of the 10,000 sword saint sect's sword Wuxin can be compared. With his current strength, even in the face of Jian Wuxin, Jiang Zan is confident that he can fight with him. But I didn't expect to be beaten by Jiang Chen today without the strength to fight back. Jiang Chen, although I have to admit that your strength is beyond my imagination, but today's battle, you still have to be undoubted. The throne of the emperor, no one wants to censored it from me. Jiang Zan's cold voice fell, and an extraordinary-looking golden long sword also emerged from his palm. As soon as this golden long sword appeared, an aura that made Jiang Chen somewhat familiar, also slowly diffused in this piece of starry sky. Feeling the breath of the golden long sword in Jiang Zan's hand, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed suddenly. Because he felt the breath of the human emperor sword from the golden long sword in Jiang Zan's hand. Jiang Chen can be sure that the golden long sword in Jiang Zan's hands will definitely not be the real human emperor's sword, and it has nothing to do with the real human emperor's sword. The golden ancient sword in his hand was originally made from fragments of the human emperor's sword, and a new human emperor's sword fragment was incorporated in Tianji city not long ago. If the golden long sword in Jiang Zan's hand is also related to the human emperor's sword, it must be able to sense the golden ancient sword in his hand. The golden long sword in Jiang Zan's hand should be the same as the ancestral dragon order sacrificed by Long Juhan of the ancient sacred dragon clan. It is an imitation of the innate Taoist artifact. Jiang Chen, this sword is a peerless magic weapon created by the Emperor Qingtian who imitated the innate censored soldier emperor's sword. Holding a long sword in his hand, Jiang Zan looked down at Jiang Chen coldly. "Today you can force me to sacrifice this sword. It's enough to be proud." Jiang Chen curled his lips and said with a look of disdain, "If you can offer a real human emperor sword, I may not be afraid of 3 points. It's just a mere imitation, how can I do it? An imitation of the innate Taoist emperor sword. Although its power should be much stronger than the average divine king tool, but Jiang Chen would not care about it at all. Don't say it's just an imitation of the human emperor sword. Even if Zhang Zan sacrificed the real human emperor sword, Jiang Chen, who possessed that mysterious immortal monument in his hand, would still not seem to be afraid. Don't be ashamed of talking." Zhang Zan stepped on the souls of the stars, and his figure disappeared in vain. His figure had appeared in front of Jiang Chen, and then swept across with a sword, without any tricks, like a sword cut by a mortal who doesn't understand swordsmanship. This seemingly plain sword made Jiang Chen's eyes narrow slightly. Although he dismissed the imitation of the human emperor's sword in Zhang Zan's hands at all, this was after all a peerless divine weapon created by Emperor Qingtian. Emperor Jiang Qingtian imitating the human emperor's sword, and it was extremely powerful. Using Zhang Zan's strength to urge this place with all his strength, I am afraid it would be enough to make God King 8th Heaven retreat. If he insisted on resisting Zhang Zan's sword, he would certainly pay a high price. Jiang Chen planned to offer a mysterious immortal monument to deal with Zhang Zan's sword. But at this moment, the golden ancient sword in his hand trembled slightly in his palm. The golden ancient sword was made from fragments of the human emperor's sword, especially after fusing the fragments of another human emperor's sword obtained from Tianji City. It seemed to have been psychic. It is truly a part of the emperor's sword of the innate god soldier. How can a sword imitation be allowed to show off in front of it now? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to use it against the enemy, the golden ancient sword apparently protested with some dissatisfaction. Haha. Not to mention, a mere imitation is indeed not qualified to show off in front of you. Today we will let this counterfeit to see what a real human sword is. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, and the godlike visionary emperor's sword behind the sky was also condensed out of thin air. As Jiang Chen's divine body vision condensed, the golden ancient sword also uttered a crisp and sweet sword groan, and then submerged in the divine body vision. I saw a burst of light shining brighter than the sun on the emperor's sword of the divine body vision man, and instantly defeated the power of Zhang Zan's sword. Zhang Zan, it is ridiculous that you want to defeat me with an imitation of the human emperor's sword. Today I will show you the true power of the human emperor's sword. Jiang Chen's eyes were indifferent like water, and he directly urged the emperor's sword of the divine body vision man, as if opening the sky and the earth, and slashed it against Zhang Zan. Zhang Zan's expression changed drastically. Where did he dare to hesitate for a while, and hurriedly injected the power of the great Tao in his body into the golden long sword in his palm. The golden long sword slammed into the sky, and directly transformed into a golden giant sword spanning thousands of miles in the void, colliding with Jiang Chen's divine body and visionary imperial sword. Two giant swords, shining with brilliant golden light, were intertwined in midair. The surrounding space has never been shattered at all, only a ripple that ruins the world and spreads out in all directions. In the starry sky, there seemed to be only two golden sword lights that were constantly colliding, making the starry sky of thousands of miles annihilated and reorganized. Although Zhang Zan's golden long sword was extraordinary, it was after all an imitation of the human emperor's sword. And Jiang Chen's divine body vision and golden ancient sword are closely related to the real human sword, and it seems to have absolute suppression of the power of this imitation. The two stood in a stalemate for a while. Jiang Chen's divine body vision man emperor's sword had completely gained the upper hand, crushing the golden giant sword that spanned thousands of miles in the last life. The loud noises that shook the sky spread all over the world, and Zhang Zan's figure flew out again in embarrassment, and countless golden blood of the censored king was also instantly spilled into the starry sky. To the end, Zhang Zan's whole body broke through layer after layer of void, and he drove thousands of miles away before finally stopping. Zhang Zan, who had stabilized his figure, only felt a sweet throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly. The pale golden blood dyed the clothes on his chest into a strange golden red. Zhang Zan's hair was loose, his complexion was pale, and his breath was extremely wilting. In his eyes looking at Jiang Chen, there was finally an unprecedented panic. Zhang Zan never thought of it anyway. Jiang Chen actually possessed the human emperor's luck, condensing the divine body vision human emperor's sword. Even if he sacrificed an imitation of the human emperor's sword, he was still defeated in the hands of Jiang Chen. Chapter 2293, Zhang Wuya's Identity. Zhang Zan, I've said it a long time ago, but you can't help me with the imitation of the Emperor's sword like this. Jiang Chen looked down at Jiang Chenshuan with a sneer on his face. If you have any means, just show it, I will convince you that you lose. Jiang Zan clenched his fists, and an unwilling look appeared in his eyes. In order to be the Emperor, he has paid a lot during this period of time. If he admits defeat today, it would be tantamount to handing over the position of the Emperor to Jiang Chen. He has now made his best effort, and even the magic weapon that imitates the human Emperor's sword has been used, but he is still not Jiang Chen's opponent, and he was even seriously injured by Jiang Chen. With his current state, continuing to fight Jiang Chen has no chance of winning at all. Maybe he will fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Zan had to gritted his teeth and said with an iron face, "You have won this battle, and I will give up." Seeing Jiang Zan admit defeat, Jiang Chen didn't say much. He slowly stepped down from the starry sky and fell in front of Jiang Tianjin and the three of them, and said lightly, "I wonder if the three seniors have objections to my passer, Emperor Tower." Jiang Tianjin said nothing. Jiang Chen's cultivation base is a bit lower than Jiang Zan, but he can easily crush Jiang Zan, and condenses the Emperor's sword of the divine body vision man, possessing the Emperor's luck. Jiang Chen's talent potential is not inferior to the one a million years ago. Such a genius of the Jiang clan, being able to pass through the imperial tower and obtain the eligibility for the throne of the heir, is also a matter of reason. It should be a good thing for the Jiang clan to be able to give birth to such a villainous figure, heir to the Emperor's throne, and command the palace of the dragon without a leader. Jiang Chen's identity is too sensitive. If Jiang Chen really becomes the Emperor, it may not be a good thing for them. Haha, Jiang Tianjin, Jiang Chen has already won this battle, what else do you have to say now? Jiang Wuya also appeared beside Jiang Chen, with a smug smile on his face. Don't worry, since he defeated Jiang Zan as agreed, I will naturally recognize the qualifications of the heir to the Emperor. Jiang Tianjin's face sank slightly, and he coldly snorted, re-establishing the Emperor's position is not a trifling matter. This matter requires careful preparations. 3 months later, a ritual ceremony will be held and Jiang Chen will be the 62nd Emperor of the Emperor's palace. This is the end of the matter, and Jiang Tianjin is naturally unlikely to turn back. The only thing he can do now is to delay Jiang Chen's successor to the throne. Millions of years ago, that peerless figure of the Jiang clan also had an accident when he was about to succeed to the Emperor's throne after clearing the imperial pagoda. As long as they are given some buffer time, everything is possible. Jiang Tianjin spoke, and did not give Jiang Chen a chance to speak, and disappeared out of thin air in a flash. After Jiang Tianjin disappeared, the two old monsters of the Ji family and the Yi family also quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. I didn't expect that it was not Jiang Zan who won the throne of the Emperor this time. The two Jiang Chen and his son are said to have a close relationship with the Jiang clan a million years ago. Even if Jiang Chen cleared the palace of the human Emperor, I am afraid that some people will not let him become the Emperor of humanity. Tisk tusk, I'm afraid that the human Emperor palace will not be peaceful anymore. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in midair, and they couldn't help but talk. I didn't expect this kid to grow up to this point. Ji Chenny looked at Jiang Chen standing proudly in the air with gloomy eyes, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. When I was in the eastern region, he is the peerless arrogant of the God King Triple Heaven, and Jiang Chen is only in the heavenly sovereign realm, almost like an ant in his eyes. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would break through the divine king realm after not seeing him in just a few years. Even Jiang Zan, who was almost invincible in the world, was completely defeated by Jiang Chen. Ji Chenny took a deep breath, and then quickly disappeared into the square. Jiang Chen has a close relationship with the Ji clan of the eastern region. If he is the heir to the Emperor, it is not good news for the Ji clan of the central region. He must rush back to the Ji clan and discuss countermeasures with the elders in the clan. Chenur, let's go, let me go back to the Ji clan first. Jiang Wuya also ignored the gazes of everyone on the square, and immediately led Jiang Chen to quickly disappear over the palace of human emperor. Jiang Wuya took Jiang Chen to a courtyard of the Ji clan. Chenur, you have cleared the human sovereign tower. Although Jiang Tianjin and the others have no reason to prevent you from becoming the human sovereign, they will not allow you to successfully ascend to the human sovereign in 3 months. You must be as careful as possible during this time. It's wonderful. Jiang Wuya said to Jiang Chen solemnly, millions of years ago, they prevented the emperor from appearing like this. Father, rest assured, I will be careful. Jiang Chen nodded, then moved in his heart and asked curiously, Father, what is the relationship between you and the 1,000,000 years ago? I knew you would ask about this. Zhang Wuya smiled slightly, and then slowly said, I am actually the one who almost became the emperor 1,000,000 years ago. Regarding Jiang Chen, Zhang Wuya naturally did not conceal anything, and said everything to Jiang Chen one by one. The one who lived in the palace of the people 1,000,000 years ago was Zhang Wuya's previous life. When he was about to become the emperor, some people in the emperor palace conspired. He cut off the cultivation base of a group of his subordinates and exiled them to the lower realm plane. He chose to reincarnate, and only gradually awakened in this life. I didn't expect that my father and mother were really the reincarnations of those two in 1,000,000 years. In fact, when he learned that his mother Ji Wushuang had a 1,000,000-year-old memory in his mind, Jiang Chen had a vague guess. But when he heard Zhang Wuya admit it himself, Jiang Chen was still a little shocked. Well, let's not talk about me for now. Zhang Wuya shook his head and chuckled, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, tell me about your experience along the way. Back then, Jiang Chen's physical condition was very strange. It was impossible to make too many achievements on the way of martial arts, and Zhang Wuya never figured out the situation. He will leave Jiang Chen in Shenwu continent, intending to let Jiang Chen spend his life safely in Shenwu continent. Now seeing Jiang Chen again, Zhang Wuya vaguely understood. After his reincarnation back then, the Emperor of God's domain continent must have found the powerhouse of Fate Dao to calculate and use the technique of Fate Dao to deal with him. This cause and effect fell on Jiang Chen for some reason. Zhang Wuya was really curious. How did Jiang Chen get rid of the limitations imposed by the life-saving technique, and grew up to this point? Chapter 2294, Changes in the Eastern Region, the Forbidden Area of Suppression. Jiang Chen didn't conceal it either. He explained how he had gone from Shenwu continent to Xuanling continent, and then to God's domain. Regarding the fact that he had obtained the 100 times system, Jiang Chen had skipped it. This thing is really incredible, and it is the biggest secret in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen obviously does not intend to mention it to anyone. Hearing this, Zhang Wuya couldn't help but a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The art of fate is unpredictable. The powerhouses who were invited by the palace of human emperor back then were at least the existence of God King 8th heaven or above. This kind of means of life to the strong, even with his current strength, I am afraid it is difficult to easily resolve it. However, the limitations of Jiang Chen's life-saving technique have disappeared inexplicably, which is really incomprehensible. Zhang Wuya didn't think much either. Regardless, Jiang Chen can get rid of the limitations of the magic of life, from rising from the Shenwu continent all the way to becoming the heir of the emperor. This is a good thing. Zhang Wuya shook his head, throwing away his happy thoughts. He looked up at Jiang Chen, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Chen'er, listening to your narration just now, is your mother in the Ji clan of the eastern region now? Well, before I came to the central region, my mother had already entered the ancestral land of the Ji clan in the eastern region. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at Zhang Wuya and said, if my father wants to see him, I can take you to the Ji clan of the eastern region. This matter is not in a hurry. Since your mother has entered the ancestral land of the Ji clan, she should not come out so quickly. Jiang Chen Wuya waved his hand and said, now that you have obtained the qualification to be the heir to the emperor, everything will wait for you to become the emperor. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Father, I am not really interested in this person's throne. I think you should inherit this person's throne. The position of the emperor is not a trifle, but not everyone can inherit it. Now that the emperor's luck is on you, you pass through the palace of the emperor, and you are the best candidate to succeed the emperor. Zhang Wuya's eyes flashed with a sharp light. And you must become the human emperor and be in charge of the human emperor palace. Otherwise, it will be the same as I did in the past, and some of the people in the human emperor palace will not easily let you go. Jiang Chen was silent for a while, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Back then, the palace of human beings could conspire against his father, and today it is even more impossible to let them go easily. That being the case, he might as well inherit the throne of the emperor, take charge of the palace of the emperor, and get everything back for his father. He has a lot of enemies in the continent of God's domain, and the Tianpeng Protoss and ancient sacred dragons are almost his deadly enemies. If he could integrate the power of the human palace, he would not have the slightest fear even in the face of these two gods' top clans. Chen'er, during this period of time, I am afraid that someone in the palace of Human Emperor will try to target you, so you can practice in retreat here. Don't give them any chance, wait for 3 months to become the Emperor of Humanity. Jiang Wuya said solemnly. Jiang Chen nodded, then talked with Jiang Wuya for a while, and then settled down in this courtyard. Jiang Chen almost always lived in the simple place. Except for occasional exchanges with Jiang Wuya, he spent most of his time practicing in retreat and had never left the courtyard. Unconsciously, a month passed in a flash. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating cross-legged in a secret room, suddenly trembled slightly, and immediately opened his eyes suddenly. Eastern Ji clan, it seems something has happened. When the Ji clan of the eastern region immediately left, he once left a jade slip with a trace of his own spiritual knowledge to Ji Xuanyi. Once the Ji clan of the eastern region changes, as long as Ji Xuanyi crushes the jade slip, he will be able to sense everything. Just now, he obviously sensed the broken jade slip. It seems that the Ji clan of the eastern region must have undergone some sort of earth-shattering change. Jiang Chen couldn't sit idly by when something happened to the Ji clan of the eastern region. The mother is also in the eastern Ji clan now. No matter what, he had to go to the Ji clan of the eastern region. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and disappeared in the same place in a flash. He had already appeared in front of Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and couldn't help but froze slightly. "Chen'er, are you looking for something to do with me?" Jiang Chen's expression was not very pretty and said, "Father, something happened to the Ji clan of the eastern region. I'm going to the Ji clan of the eastern region for a trip. Don't worry, I will ask the situation first." Jiang Wuya's eyes condensed, and immediately closed his eyes directly, and displayed a secret technique to communicate with others. Jiang Wuya opened his eyes and said solemnly, "It wasn't the Ji clan of the eastern region that had an accident. It was the great changes that took place in the entire eastern region. The demon suppression forbidden land erupted, and the void demon clan returned to the mainland of the gods." When Jiang Chen heard the words, his expression suddenly changed. The demon forbidden land in the eastern region is guarded by the Haoshan sword sect. At that time, the suppressing demon forbidden land in the eastern region changed, and the vast sky sword sect summoned the forces of the 5 great divine kings of the eastern region to strengthen the seal. After failing to reinforce the seal for the first time, Jiang Chen even entered the void demon's nest in the forbidden land of demon suppression alone, suppressed the void demon race in the void devil's nest, and subdued the void demon god Shen II. The Haoshan sword sect once again strengthened the seal of the forbidden area of demon suppression. Logically speaking, the void demon race shouldn't easily break through the seal of the forbidden land of demon suppression. The void demon god Shen II, who was subdued by him, did not pass the news to him. Why did void demon race break through the forbidden area of demon suppression and return to the mainland of God's domain? "Father, the void demon race has come to the eastern region. The Ji clan of the eastern region may be in danger. It should not be too late. I will go to the eastern region now." Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said quickly. Jiang Wuya frowned slightly. "Chen'er, father, rest assured, nothing will happen. As long as there is no powerhouse from the divine king Zhoujiangtian, no one can pose a threat to me." Before Jiang Wuya finished speaking, Jiang Chen said indifferently, "What's more? I have to solve some problems if I want to be in charge of the palace of Human Emperor. This time may not be an opportunity. In the Human Emperor Hall, some people don't want to see the existence of their father and son, let alone see him as the Human Emperor in the Human Emperor Hall. He wants to take charge of the human palace. The best way is to completely eliminate these people." This time he went to the eastern region, and he gave those people a chance to make a move. As long as those guys are solved and he wants to succeed the throne, isn't it easy? "Okay, I will help you stare at the palace of human emperors. Go and return quickly. Be careful about everything." Jiang Wuya thought for a while, and finally agreed to Jiang Chen's decision. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, and said goodbye to Jiang Wuya, and then disappeared above the Jiang clan in a flash. Chapter 2295, Tier 5 Void Demon God, the eastern region of God's domain continent, Kangming Mountain. Ji Xuanyi, the patriarch of the Ji clan of the eastern region, Ji Tianyu, the ancestor, and many elders of the Ji clan of the eastern region gathered in the discussion hall, and the atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Everyone, the void demon race suddenly broke through the forbidden area of demon suppression, and the momentum is fierce. Now the entire vast sky sword sect has fallen. I am afraid that we will have to prepare early for the Ji clan of the eastern region. I don't know how long it took, Ji Xuanyi finally slowly broke the tranquility in the hall. Eastern Ji clan has no retreat. Even if it retreats back to the central region, I am afraid there is no place for us. An elder of the Ji clan of the eastern region said in a deep voice, however, the void demon race is so fierce that we can't resist it. Now we can only defend Kangming Mountain, and the War Demon Alliance will definitely not ignore it. When the other elders heard this, they nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Ji Xuanyi couldn't help but raised his head and looked at Ji Tianyu. Ancestor, what do you think? Just as Ji Tianyu was about to speak, he suddenly sensed something, and his expression suddenly changed. A fierce spirit burst out of his turbid old eyes, which directly penetrated the hall, looking at a void tens of thousands of miles away, and a faint voice sounded directly in the hall. There is nothing to discuss, the void demon race is coming soon, prepare for a battle. With Ji Tianyu's words, Ji Xuanyi and the others couldn't help but change drastically. They obviously didn't expect that the void demon race would be defeated so quickly. Ji Xuanyi didn't hesitate at the moment either. His figure flashed, and he appeared directly above the Kangming Mountain, and his faint voice resounded directly through the entire Ji clan. The void demon race is about to strike, and all people above the realm of the gods are ready to follow me against the void demon race. With the order of Ji Xuanyi's order, all the elder disciples above the gods of the Ji clan in the eastern region were flying out of the Ji clan. Thousands of figures gathered behind Ji Xuanyi, and the aura of each one was not weaker than the realm of God. And when Ji Xuanyi gathered all the strengths of the Ji clan, he was serious about it. Outside the Kangming Mountain, in the distant void, a black magic energy that covered the sky and the sun also rolled straight in the direction of the Ji clan. Black, the devilish energy spreads quickly in the void. That monstrous black magic energy has already appeared in the void about 1,000 feet away from Kangming Mountain. In the monstrous black magic energy, thousands of powerful black magic shadows also appeared directly in their sight. Especially the first 3 demon shadows, surrounded by the power of the demon god, are obviously not inferior to the censored king realm. Especially the tall demon figure headed in a black armor, the aura is extremely powerful. Even with Ji Xuanyi's cultivation base, under the pressure of the black armor demon shadow, there seemed to be a feeling of suffocation. At this moment, Ji Tianyu also appeared in front of Ji Xuanyi and the others out of thin air, resisting the pressure of the black armor demon shadow. He stared coldly at the black armor demon headed by him, and snorted coldly, "Void demon race, don't you stay in the eternal void, you dare to come to God's domain continent to go wild. Hee, why don't I dare to come to the void demon race? If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen, the king of heaven, appeared on the continent of God's domain, this continent of God's domain would have already belonged to the world of the void demon race." The black armor demon snorted coldly, and his gloomy eyes stared straight at Ji Tianyu. "Old guy, if you lead the tribe to surrender to me now, maybe it's too late." Ji Tianyu's expression was cold, and the aura of the peak of the God King's 4th layer of heaven also broke out to the extreme in an instant. "My dignified Ji clan, how can I surrender to your void demon clan? Don't talk nonsense, fight if you want." Hearing what Ji Tianyu said, the black armor demon's eyes froze suddenly. "Old things, since you have to find your own way, then I will do it for you." When he spoke, the monstrous devilish energy shook the void, and his whole person disappeared in place. Ji Tianyu's complexion changed, and his figure rushed directly into the depths of Qingming. And at this moment, the black armor demon shadow also emerged from the space in front of the ground without warning, and then struck Ji Tianyu with a punch. Ji Tianyu's pupils shrank, and the majestic great power of the Great Avenue instantly turned into a black palm print that suppressed the world, and hit the fist of the black armor demon shadow. A loud noise blasted from the sky above Qingming, and a terrifying storm of destruction swept across the surrounding area, turning the sky into chaos. Ji Tianyu's figure trembled slightly, and the whole person stepped back on the starry sky for thousands of miles. He suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his look at the black armor demon's shadow became a lot more solemn in an instant. Tier 5 Void Demon God. The black armor demon in front of him turned out to be a 5th order void demon god who was only stronger than the God King's 5th heaven. With his strength, let alone defeating this black armor demon, even if it is contained, it is probably not an easy task. In addition to the one in front of the void demon clan who came to attack the eastern Ji clan this time, there were also 2 void demon gods. Neither of these 2 void demon gods is inferior to Ji Xuanyi. In today's battle, the Ji clan of the eastern region is really dangerous. At this moment, the two void demon gods below did not hesitate, and they took many void demon races and killed them towards Ji Xuanyi and others. Ji Xuanyi's complexion changed, and with the many elders of the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory, he quickly mobilized the defense formation of Kangming Mountain to fight against the attack of the void demon race. Although with the help of Kangming True Person's formation in Kangming Mountain, Ji Xuanyi and the others temporarily blocked the attack of the void demon race. The strength of the Ji clan of the Eastern region is more than that of the void demon clan in terms of quantity and quality. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before Kangming Mountain's defensive formation is broken by the void demon race. Once the defense formation is broken, the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory will be completely finished. Ji Tianyu's expression was extremely heavy. As soon as he moved his palm, the seal of the ancestor Shiwang directly appeared in his palm. Ji Tianyu's killing intent soared, and he directly urged Shi Wangyun to kill towards the black-armored demon shadow with all his strength. The black-armored demon shadow did not fear at all, and fought with Ji Tianyu without evasiveness. With the power of Shi Wangyun, although Ji Tianyu can compete with the fifth-order demon, censored, in front of him, he can't help him at all. Seeing the defensive formation below teetering under the attack of the void demon race, Ji Tianyu's eyes couldn't help but show an anxious look. If this continues, the Ji clan of the Eastern region will really be annihilated by the void demon clan today. Chapter 2296, Jiang Chen is back. Ji Tianyu was anxious. He used the Shiwang seal several times to push back the black-armored demon shadow, and wanted to kill a void demon god below, and relieve Ji Xuanyi and the others from pressure. But the black-armored demon clan clearly understood Ji Tianyu's thoughts, and did not give Ji Tianyu a chance to get out. And just as the two were constantly entangled in the sky above Kingming, there was finally a loud noise from below. I saw that the mountain protection formation on Kangming Mountain, under the crazy attack of the void demon race, had obviously reached its limit, and it exploded directly with a bang. Ji Xuanyi snorted, and his face turned pale in an instant. And beside Ji Xuanyi, many Ji clan elders couldn't help but squirt out a mouthful of blood. The formation was broken, and the two void demon gods directly took the lead and rushed into Kangming Mountain. Ji Xuanyi gritted his teeth and quickly stepped forward to resist. The two in front of them all possessed the cultivation base of the second-order void demon god. It was not easy for him to resist one of them. Facing the combination of the two, he was defeated in an extremely embarrassed manner almost instantly. It also made countless disciples of the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory, a look of despair appeared in their eyes. The strength of the void demon race is too strong, and this is simply not something that the Ji clan of the Eastern region can resist. A group of ant-like existences also want to stop my void demon race, let me die. A void demon god looked down at the Eastern Territory Ji clan disciple indifferently, and slammed down directly with one foot. The soles of his feet wrapped in demon energy are like the feet of a demon god. The power of countless demon gods condenses in the void and turns into a black giant foot, like an eternal demon mountain, suppressing it. Wherever he went, a space of several thousand feet in radius was dented, visible to the naked eye, and a huge footprint was printed. In the eyes of many Ji people, this foot can be described as terrifying to the extreme. They all looked at the huge footprints coming from oppression with horror. Before the footprints arrived, the power of the monstrous demon deeply shocked everyone's hearts. Some disciples of the Ji clan with a weaker cultivation base collapsed directly under this terrible pressure and died on the spot. Ji Xuanyi's expression instantly became frightened. If this void demon god is allowed to step down, I am afraid that most of the Ji clan disciples present will fall under this foot. Ji Xuanyi's eyes suddenly flashed a crazy look. Just as he was preparing to do his best, a brilliant golden sword light suddenly burst from the distant sky, and then slashed on the black giant foot with a sword without warning. Only a clear sound was heard, and the black giant feet were chopped into nothingness by the golden sword light. The sudden scene not only made Ji Xuanyi and the others stunned, but the expression of the void demon god who stepped on it could not help but change suddenly. He couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked at the direction where the sword light came from. A black-clothed young man holding a golden ancient sword was slowly stepping into the air in the direction of Kangming Mountain. Looking at the black-clothed youth who was slowly stepping into the air, Ji Xuanyi was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Although Ji Xuanyi had already notified Jiang Chen the first time something happened in the eastern region, but he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen could rush back from the eastern region so quickly. Although Ji Xuanyi was in the eastern region, he was not ignorant of the affairs of the middle region. Especially when Jiang Chen defeated Long Zhuhan in the ancient Shenfeng clan, Ji Xuanyi was also very clear. With Jiang Chen's current strength, I am afraid at least he will not be inferior to their ancestor Ji Tianyu. With Jiang Chen, the Ji clan of the eastern region would be saved. HMPH, a mere little boy who dares to come and take care of his business, he really doesn't know how to live or die. The void demon god gave a cold snort of disdain, and the majestic demon god's power instantly turned into a giant claw that penetrated the void and grabbed Jiang Chen mercilessly. Hehe. You are just a mere second-order void demon god's cultivation base, like an ant, who gave you the courage to do it in front of me. Jiang Chen's faint chuckle fell, and he raised his hand to cut it out with a sword. This sword seemed incomparably plain, and did not make waves in midair. But the claw that the void demon god grabbed in the air was silently annihilated into nothingness in midair. I saw that void demon god's figure trembled, and a very strange sword mark appeared on the center of his eyebrows. The sword mark was centered on the center of his eyebrows, and then, like a spider web, spread all over the body of the void demon god. This void demon god's whole person became horrified in an instant. Before his words were general, his whole body exploded in midair with a bang. This scene also made the scalp of the second-order void demon god numb. With just an understatement, a second-order demon, censored, was completely wiped out. The mysterious young man who suddenly appeared in front of him was really terrifying. Where did he dare to hesitate? The whole person was like a frightened rabbit, turning around in a panic and fleeing away. Jiang Chen didn't give him a chance to escape, and he swung out the golden ancient sword again. Only heard a chuckle. The second-order void demon, censored, who was fleeing in panic had been slashed by Zhangguang, and then quickly turned into a cloud of blood in the air. With Jiang Chen's current strength, killing this second-order void demon god is no different from slaughtering chickens and dogs. The Ji clan disciple listened to the order, follow me to destroy these void demons. And after Jiang Chen killed the two void demon gods, Ji Xuanyi also gave an order, and brought many people from the Ji family to kill those void demon races. Now that the void demon race is gone without the void demon, it can be described as a group of dragons without a leader. The existence of Ji Xuanyi, the God King's second heaven, was almost like an uninhabited state, leading many Ji clan disciples to kill the void demon race steadily and retreat. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was naturally not interested in taking action against those void demon races. He raised his head and glanced at the two Ji Tianyu who were fighting in the sky, and immediately stepped out of the sky and appeared directly beside Ji Tianyu. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, the black armor demon shadow on the opposite side couldn't help but burst into a fierce killing intent. There are 5 great powers of the gods in the eastern territory of the God Territory continent. As long as these 5 great powers are destroyed, the void demon race can completely occupy the eastern territory. Now that he was about to destroy the Ji clan, one of the 5 great, censored, king forces, he didn't expect this kid to suddenly kill him. 2 swords killed his 2 void demon gods and instantly reversed the situation. The black armor demon shadow stared at Jiang Chen ferociously, and the roar of anger was also resounding in this piece of heaven and earth. Chapter 2297, Kill with One Sword. Jiang Chen ignored the black armor phantom's roar. He glanced at Ji Tianyu, who had a vague aura next to him, and couldn't help but whispered, "Senior, leave it to me." Ji Tianyu's cultivation base was no more than the peak of the 4 heavens of the God King, and he had lived for hundreds of millions of years. It was only by relying on the life spirit fruit that he had renewed his life. With his strength, facing the 5th order void demon god in front of him, he was obviously a little reluctant. Had it not been for this powerful treasure in his hand, I am afraid he would have already been defeated. Be careful. Ji Tianyu didn't say much. After the tumbling battle just now, he was indeed almost overwhelmed. Although Ji Tianyu can't see through Jiang Chen's true strength now, he can also clearly sense that Jiang Chen has broken through the Divine King realm. When Jiang Chen was still in the Heavenly Sovereign realm, he had the terrifying combat power to defeat the God King's triple heavenly powerhouse. Now that Jiang Chen breaks through the Divine King realm, his combat power is probably only stronger or not weaker than him. Even facing the 5th order void demon god in front of him, he should have the power to fight. Senior, don't worry. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at the black armor demon shadow on the opposite side, and said faintly, "Are you from the void dark demon race?" The black armor demon's eyes narrowed slightly, you actually know my origin. The Void Demon's nest in the eastern region is connected to the Void Demon race in the eternal void east of the Divine Region continent. As far as I know, in the eternal void of the God's Realm continent animation, there are mainly two sub-clan of the Void Demon race, the Void Dark Demon race and the Void Bull Demon race. You are not a member of the Void Bull Demon race, you are naturally a member of the Void Dark Demon race. At first, he was intercepted and killed by Jiang Chen, and finally escaped into the eternal void on the east side of God's domain continent, and conquered a fellow of the Void Bull Demon race in the eternal void. Jiang Chen naturally understood that piece of eternal void. As far as he knows, the strength of the Void Dark Demon race is almost the same as that of the Void Bull Demon race, and the strongest in the clan is only the cultivation base of the fourth order Void Demon God. With the strength of the Void Dark Demon race, there is no such ability to attack the eastern region. But the current situation completely exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. The Void Dark Demon race not only broke through the seal of the forbidden area of demon suppression, but also dispatched the fifth order Void Demon God to attack the eastern region. It seems that the Void Demon race must have undergone some kind of great change. He buried two chess pieces in the Void Demon race. One of them was the demon god Shintu who had entered the forbidden land of demon suppression and subdued, and the other was the young master Niu of the Void Bull Demon race. But this time the Void Demon invaded God's domain continent. There was no news from the two of them. He left a mark in the spirits of these two people. If these two people fell, he would definitely feel it in the first place. Since he has not had any reaction, it proves that both of them are still alive. There are only two possibilities now, either because these two people are not on the continent of God's domain, they cannot pass the news to him. Either these two guys saw the Void Demon invading God's domain continent, and they had other ideas in their hearts. Boy, you know a lot about my Void Demon race. The black armor demon's killing intent stared at Jiang Chen monstrously. You killed my two Void Demon gods, and you have badly done my Void Dark Demon clan. Today, I would only smash your corpse into thousands of pieces to solve my hatred. Jiang Chen smiled contemptuously, only you. If before heading to the middle domain, with his cultivation base in the realm of Heavenly Sovereign, facing this fifth order Void Demon God, there is indeed not much resistance. But during this period of time, he not only successfully broke through the Divine King realm in the central region, but also reached the fifth heaven of the Divine King, and even the strength of the Divine King eighth heaven was enough to fight. How could Jiang Chen look at the fifth order Void Demon God? The eyes of the black armor demon shadow shot out compelling magic light, and the majestic demon god's power surged out of his palm. The devilish energy of Wanli starry sky is raging, making people invisible. These devil chi gathered on the head of the black armor demon shadow, and finally turned into a 10,000 Jiang demon mountain, with the power to suppress everything, volleyed towards Jiang Chen. The devil mountain of 10,000 Jiangs collapsed and shattered the world, as if it were infinite hell. Countless ghosts rushed out, opening his mouth and roaring like humans and inhumans, and slaughtered with teeth and claws. Jiang Chen was full of swordsmanship supernatural power, and his whole person was like a peerless divine sword out of its sheath, exuding a terrifying sword power that pierced the sky, strangling all the ghosts surging from the mountain of gods and demons into nothingness. With a move of the golden ancient sword in Jiang Chen's hand, the power of the endless stars in the surrounding starry sky gathered on the golden ancient sword and directly slashed out. This sword slashed the sky and the earth, as if directly dividing the starry sky of thousands of miles into two, and a space crack that looked like a moat was also spreading at an extremely fast speed. The space crack penetrated directly through the Wanzhong Demon Mountain, smashing the Wanzhong Demon Mountain and the body of the black armor demon shadow into nothingness with a single sword. With just an understatement, the black armor demon shadow was completely wiped out. With Jiang Chen's current strength, killing this fifth order Void Demon God is almost the same as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Ji Tianyu stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. The whole person was like a ghost, and he couldn't recover from the shock for a long time. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was talented and unparalleled, once he broke through the Divine King realm, his strength would inevitably reach a very terrifying level. Jiang Chen unexpectedly killed the black armor demon shadow with just such a sword. The black armor demon shadow is a powerful fifth order Void Demon God, and its combat power is even more than 3 points higher than that of the average censored King's 5-layer heavenly powerhouse. Jiang Chen could kill him with a single sword. I am afraid at least he has a terrifying strength comparable to that of God King 6th Heaven. This sun deserves to have the blood of those 2 millions of years ago, and it really is against the sky. Ji Tianyu muttered to himself, and there was a look of excitement in his old eyes. Millions of years ago, the palace of the human emperor had undergone major changes, and the heir of the emperor of humanity completely disappeared from the continent of God's domain overnight. They were dissatisfied with the actions of the Ji family in the human emperor palace, and were suppressed, and eventually had to leave the human emperor palace and migrate to the eastern region. This is a million years. For millions of years, the Ji clan of the eastern region has never given up looking for the heir to the emperor. Now they have not only found the blood of the heir to the emperor, but this one has also grown up at a terrifying speed. With Jiang Chen's talent and strength, he is very hopeful to become a new generation of human emperor, and be in charge of human emperor hall. Their eastern Ji clan can also return to the palace of humans and restore their former glory. Chapter 2298, Demon God Shentu descends. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that after you went to the central region, you could grow up to this point in such a period of time. Ji Tianyu looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated look in his old eyes. In fact, when Jiang Chen decided to go to Zhongyu, Ji Tianyu was still very worried. Jiang Chen not only had grievances with the ancient Holy Dragon clan, but also had a very special position in the Palace of Humans. Once the identity is exposed, endless trouble will inevitably come. But Jiang Chen had a firm attitude at the beginning, and the land of the Middle Territory was indeed more suitable for Jiang Chen's development. It turns out, Jiang Chen's trip to Zhongyu was indeed a very correct choice. If Jiang Chen had been staying in the Ji clan of the eastern region, how could he break through the Divine King realm in such a fast time and possess the strength to kill the Tier 5 demon god in a flash? Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and then asked directly, Senior, how is Dongyu now? Not long ago, the Void Demon race broke through the seal of the Gen Devil Forbidden Land, and then destroyed the Clear Sky Sword sect with the momentum of thunder and swept the entire eastern region. After receiving the news, the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory can only hide in Kangming Mountain, waiting for the Battle Demon Alliance to take action. We don't know exactly where the situation in the eastern region is now. Ji Tianyu said solemnly. Although he did not know the specific situation of the eastern region, he could vaguely guess one or two. This time, the Void Demon race is fierce. Even the Haoshan Sword sect, the most powerful Divine King sect in the eastern region, was destroyed by a finger. Who else in the entire eastern region can stop the Void Demon race's pace? Even their eastern Ji clan, if it weren't for Jiang Chen to rush back in time today, I'm afraid they would have followed in the footsteps of the Clear Sky Sword sect. Unless there is support from forces outside the Eastern Territory, everything the Void Demon race has gone by will definitely fall completely. When Jiang Chen heard the words, his heart sank slightly. The Void Demon race swept the Eastern region, and the first thing to be solved was the power of the 5 great Divine Kings in the Eastern region. Now that the Ji clan of the Eastern region has been attacked by the Void Demon clan, the Ancient Spirit God sect is bound to be very dangerous. The current Ancient Spirit censored sect, but there is not even a real censored king state. As long as the Void Demon race randomly sends a Void Demon god, I am afraid it will be able to destroy the Ancient Spirit Divine sect. Senior, the Ji clan crisis has been temporarily resolved. I will go to the Ancient Spirit sect first. You can find out about the situation in the eastern region. I will talk about everything when I come back. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, it turned into a sword light and disappeared into the starry sky. Eastern region, Ancient Spirit censored sect. The senior officials of the Ancient Spirits sect headed by Ancient Profound Tao are directing the disciples of the Ancient Spirits sect to clean up and salute, and there is a strong tendency for the sect to migrate. Sect Master, are we really going to abandon the Ancient Spirit God sect and go to the Ji clan of the Eastern region? An elder looked at the busy disciple of the Ancient Spirit God sect, and his eyes were full of reluctance. Asking him to give up the sect where he had lived for so many years, the elder of the Ancient Spirit censored sect was also a little unwilling. The Void Demon race is coming fiercely, and even the Haoshan Sword sect was destroyed in an instant. How can we resist the Ancient Spirit God sect? Ji Yuzhan Dao took a deep breath and said, now we can only temporarily evacuate, and go to join forces with the Eastern Region Ji clan to confront the enemy. There may be a chance. Since ancient times, after the Kangshan King fell, the Ancient Spirit God sect has not been in the Divine King realm. The reason why Ancient Spirit God sect has always been able to occupy a place among the 5 powers of the eastern regions is because of the existence of Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen is no longer the ancient spirit god sect, the void demon race can send a void demon god casually, and the ancient spirit god sect can be immortalized. After the ancient profound Dao got the news of the void demon clan's outbreak, he immediately decided to send his sect to the Ji clan of the eastern region. Sect Master, you are almost ready to go. At this moment, an elder stepped forward and said to ancient profound Dao. Ji Yuzhan Dao nodded, and then solemnly said, you follow the plan and lead the disciples to set off in batches. I will first go to the Ji clan of the eastern region to discuss this matter. After Ji Yuzhan Dao finished speaking, he must prepare to rise in the air. But at this moment, there was a sudden energy fluctuation in the void outside of the ancient spirit god sect. A figure with a devilish energy to the sky, also from the distant sky, swiftly stepped into the air in the direction of the ancient spirit divine sect. This devilish energy was rolling in, and the terrifying coercion made everyone in the ancient spirit god sect feel as if they could not breathe. Ji Yuzhan Dao's expression suddenly couldn't help but drastically changed. He obviously did not expect that the void demon race would come so fast, and it was a void demon god who was comparable to the divine king realm. Everyone, the void demon god is not my opponent. I will contain the void demon god in a while. You follow your plan and lead the disciples of the ancient spirit god sect to evacuate toward the Ji clan of the eastern region. Ji Yuzhan Dao slowly took a deep breath. He only had to fight hard to create some opportunities for the ancient spirit gods to evacuate. As soon as the voice of the ancient profound Dao fell, the void demon god also smashed through thousands of miles of space in an instant and appeared directly above the ancient spirit god sect. Because this void demon god who suddenly appeared in the ancient spirit god sect was exactly the second-order void demon god Shintu that Jiang Chen had subdued in the void demon nest. Above Shintu proudly standing the ancient spirit censored sect, those eyes dazzled by magic light, indifferently looked down at the ancient spirit censored sect below, and the breathtaking sound was also resounding in the world. Is this the ancient spirit censored sect? Who is the ancient profound way? Get out of me immediately. Ji Yuzhan Dao stepped out and said in a deep voice, underneath is the sovereign of the ancient spirit god sect, Ji Yuzhan Dao. Hearing this, Shintu couldn't help but finally showed a touch of joy that could not be concealed. He looked at ancient profound Dao with a smile and said, old guy, I have a good heart now. As long as you are obedient and catch your hands, I will spare you ancient spirit god sect. How about, since being subdued by Jiang Chen, Shintu has been deliberately trying to get rid of Jiang Chen's control, but has not been able to succeed. Even so, Shintu was still unwilling to be controlled by Jiang Chen. When the void demon race attacked the continent of God's domain, he did not pass the news to Jiang Chen in advance. Because he believed that this time the God realm continent could not stop the void demon race's footsteps, as long as Jiang Chen fell, he would be able to regain his freedom. Just in case, Shintu found out Jiang Chen's details as soon as he came to the continent of God's domain. After learning that Jiang Chen came from the ancient spirit censored sect, and now the ancient master of the ancient spirit censored sect Ji Yuzhan Dao is the master of Jiang Chen, Shintu rushed towards the ancient spirit censored sect. This ancient profound Dao is said to be very important in Jiang Chen's heart. As long as he controls the ancient profound Dao, he will have the capital to negotiate with Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen did not fall, he could still use the ancient profound way to get rid of Jiang Chen's control and regain his freedom. Chapter 2299, Tragic Shintu. Okay, I'll go with you. Ji Yuzhan Dao didn't even think about it, he just nodded. Although Ji Yuzhan Dao couldn't understand why this void demon god turned into him. Facing a void demon god, today's ancient spirit god sect does not have much resistance at all. He was already ready to fight to the death. If he sacrificed one person, he would be able to preserve the entire ancient spirit god sect, and the result would have been very good. Metropolitan. Many elders of the ancient spirit god sect couldn't help but change slightly when they heard the words of the ancient profound way. Don't worry, this guy made a special trip to the ancient spirit sect to find me, which proves that I am still useful to him and will not be life-threatening for the time being. You immediately lead the ancient spirit sect to the Ji clan of the eastern region and find a way to contact Jiang Chen. Ancient profound Dao spoke to the crowd, then directly rose into the air and slowly appeared in front of Shintu. Old guy, count you acquainted. Shintu looked at the ancient profound Dao in front of him, stretched out his hand and waved in the air. A majestic demon god's power directly imprisoned the ancient profound Dao. Just as he was about to take the ancient profound Tao with him immediately, a terrifying sword force that overwhelmed the sky was also suddenly popping out of the void. The sword power is like the essence, as if it has completely solidified this piece of heaven and earth. Even with the cultivation base of the second-order demon, censored, of Shintu, under that substantive sword power, it is difficult for even a finger to move. Shintu's expression instantly became horrified. The existence that can solidify the void with his aura, making him immobile, is probably at least a powerhouse above the fourth heaven of the King of Gods. In the eastern region of the God Territory continent, apart from the Haoshan sword sect that was destroyed by them, only the Ji clan of the East Territory also had an old fellow from the four heavens of the God King. And a demon commander of the Void Dark Demon clan who has reached the fifth order Void Demon God has already gone to attack the Ji clan of the eastern region. The old fellow of the East Territory Ji clan, the God King Quadruple Heaven, could not appear in the ancient spirit god sect at all. But who is the strong man who suddenly appeared in front of him? The War Demon Alliance of God's Domain continent has already sent strong people to the eastern region to support it. Just as Shintu was horrified in his heart, a sound that made him horrified suddenly rang in his ears. Shintu, where do you want to take my master? Shintu's heart was shocked, and he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head and looked at a place in the void. A figure that made him extremely familiar also appeared in his sight out of thin air. This evil star, how come back at this time? Shintu's complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look at. As long as he took the life of Ji Yuzandao in his own hands, he would have a bargaining chip to trade with Jiang Chen. But he counted 1,000 things, but he didn't count that Jiang Chen would rush back to the ancient spirit god sect at this time. Lord, Master, the void demon race is attacking the continent of God's domain. I am worried about your master's safety. This is the only way to come to the ancient spirit god sect and plan to pick him up to a safe place. Shintu quickly said to Jiang Chen with a flattering expression. In his soul, there is still the imprint of the soul left by Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen thought, he could shatter his soul, leaving him dead without a place to bury him. He wanted to survive, so he had to bow his head to Jiang Chen obediently. Jiang Chen snorted lightly, and then he couldn't help looking at the ancient profound Tao that still hadn't recovered, and asked softly, Master, I'm back, are you okay? No. It's okay. Ji Yu Xuandao asked with joy, Little guy, I heard Ji Xuanyi say that you went to the central region. When did you return to the eastern region? I heard that the void demon race of the eastern territory has exploded. I naturally want to come back and take a look. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, Master, I can't stay in the ancient spirit sect forever. The ancient spirit sect is not safe in the eastern region. Let everyone follow me to the Ji clan of the eastern region, and I will make arrangements. Ji Yuzandao didn't talk nonsense, and he turned around directly with the elders, and began to organize the evacuation of the disciples of the ancient spirit god sect. He originally planned to lead the ancient spirit censored sect to the Ji clan of the eastern region, and now Jiang Chen also has this intention. How can the ancient Xuandao refuse? Shintu, the void demon race broke through the town demon forbidden ground to attack God's domain continent. Why didn't you notify me? Seeing Ji Yuzandao and others began to organize the evacuation of the ancient Shenzong disciples, Jiang Chen's faint gaze fell on Shintu's body. Shintu hurriedly explained with a crying face, Master, the void devil nest is strictly speaking, and it is no longer on the continent of God's domain. I am too far away from you, and it is really difficult to pass the news to you. I won't pursue this matter with you for the time being. Jiang Chen snorted faintly. I want to know all the information about the void demon race that is attacking the eastern territory. If you dare to conceal a little bit, I will let you die. Where did Shintu dare to conceal the slightest bit of concealment, and quickly introduced Jiang Chen. This time the attack on the eastern territory was mainly based on the branch of the eternal void on the east of the God Territory continent, such as the void dark demon race. The main clan of the void demon race, the void sky demon race, has sent many powerful men. For example, the demon general who attacked the Ji clan of the eastern region, although he was a member of the void dark demon clan, but because of his extraordinary talent, he was recruited into the void sky demon clan by an extraordinary talent. This time he attacked the eastern region of God's domain continent, and the void sky demon race sent it back. In addition to this tier 5 void demon god, the void demon race also sent many powerful men. Among them, the strongest is one of the 72 leaders of the void demon race, a super powerhouse with a cultivation base of a 7th order demon god. Is the 7th order void demon god? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. How much do you know about the strength of the void demon race? The most famous of the void demon race is the 72 leaders, each of whom is at least the existence of the 7th order demon god, and their strength is very powerful. Above the 72 rulers, it is said that there are 36 elders, 8 great demon kings, and the supreme demon emperor. Especially the 8 great demon kings and demon emperors are almost like legends in the void demon race. Few people have seen them, and no one knows their strength. Although Shentu is also a void demon god, his status in the void demon race is not high, and even the 72 commander is almost rare to see on weekdays. Not to mention higher level elders and demon kings. Shentu obviously didn't know much about the specific strength of the void demon race. Even so, Jiang Chen felt the power of the void demon race. If the 72 leader of the void demon race is the 7th order void demon god, the 36 elders are probably at least the 8th order void demon god, and the 8 great demon kings have even reached the 9th order void demon god. As for the last demon emperor, it is very likely that he has surpassed the level of the void demon god, which is comparable to the dominance of the god's domain continent. According to Jiang Chen's guess, there should be no demon emperor in the void demon race today. God's domain continent may have already been captured by the void demon race. How could it have been peaceful for so many years? Chapter 2300, Coming from the War Demon Alliance. The strength of this void demon race is really not as powerful as usual. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his heart. Regardless of the existence of the demon emperor, the strength of the void demon race is still a bit outrageous. 72 Tier 7 void demon gods commanders, plus 36 Tier 8 void demon god elders, these powers added together are already even more terrifying than the strongest censored king list of the god's domain continent. No wonder the void demon race dared to attack the continent of God's domain. This level of strength, even if it is the power that gathers the entire God's domain continent, may not be able to compete with it. Shentu, do you want to die alive? Shaking his head, Jiang Chen cast his happy thoughts away and looked at Shentu indifferently. Shentu's complexion instantly turned pale and pale. Lord, Master, please let me go. This time, I won't care about you for the time being. Jiang Chen took a faint look. After you go back, you must report the void demon race's every move to me at any time. If you dare to think about anything, I promise you will die ugly. Shentu hurriedly said, Master, don't worry, Shentu will never dare anymore. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, okay, get out of here. Shentu Rumeng was pardoned, and quickly turned into a black afterimage, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. God, everything is ready and ready to go. At this moment, an elder of the ancient spirit censored sect flashed forward and reported to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, and then took the lead, flashing in the direction of the Ji clan of the eastern region. Jiang Chen also successfully took the ancient spirit god sect to resist the Kangming mountain where the Ji clan of the eastern region was located. Jiang Chen brought the entire ancient spirit sect and suddenly descended to Kangming mountain, which also made the Ji clan of the eastern region like a big enemy. One of the elders of the Ji clan who was in charge of guarding the mountain gate appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen out of thin air. When he saw that it was Jiang Chen coming with the ancient spirit god sect, he only breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Jiang Chen, the situation in the eastern region is critical now. It is not a problem if you let the ancient spirit sect and the Ji clan of the eastern region join forces. But you have to discuss this matter with the patriarch and let him arrange the people of the ancient spirit gods. The elder of the Ji clan of the eastern territory said quickly, the patriarch happens to have something to ask for you, so please go there quickly. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, then looked back at Ji Yu Xuandao and the others. Master, you are waiting for me here. I will find the patriarch of the Ji clan of the eastern region and let him arrange a place for you. Jiang Chen didn't wait for Ji Yu Xuandao and the others to finish, but he appeared in the conference hall in the center of the Ji clan in a flash. In the meeting hall, Ji Xuanyi and Ji Tianyu were discussing something solemnly. When they saw Jiang Chen's appearance, there was a look of joy in their eyes. Jiang Chen, are you back? Jiang Chen nodded, and then said, now that the eastern region has fallen, I have moved the ancient Shenzong to the Ji clan of the eastern region, and I hope you will arrange them to stay temporarily. It's just a small matter, I'll let the elder vacate a place. Ji Xuanyi waved his hand, and then said solemnly, Jiang Chen, we have sent people to inquire about the situation these days. The situation can be said to be very serious. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Tell me what you inquired about. Since the eruption of the Void Demon race, today's Eastern region continent can be described as a mess. The Void Demon race who invaded the Eastern region this time is very powerful. It is said that the leader is a powerful 7th order Void Demon god. In addition to the Haoshan Sword sect, the Wraith Temple has also fallen. The Qingluan clan is lucky, because the people from the War Demon Alliance arrived in time, and they were lucky enough to escape. Ji Xuanyi said solemnly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Since the War Demon Alliance has already taken action, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat the Void Demon race in the Eastern region, right? The War Demon Alliance, this is an organization built by Emperor Jiang Qingtian, the Emperor Jiang Qingtian, in order to fight against the Void Demon race. It has been passed down to this day. Although a 7th order Void Demon god is powerful, it is nothing at all to the War Demon Alliance. The War Demon Alliance also dispatched the existence of a Divine King 7th Heaven. It can only be said that the situation has been temporarily stabilized, but it cannot defeat the Void Demon race. Not long ago, the Qingluan clan had already sent me a message on behalf of the people from the War Demon Alliance, and asked the Eastern Ji clan to discuss the matter of dealing with the Void Demon clan. Because you did not come back, I have not yet given a reply. Ji Xuanyi slowly took a deep breath. Although he is the patriarch of the Ji clan of the Eastern region, he subconsciously regards Jiang Chen as the backbone. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. In this case, when the ancient spirit god sect is settled, let's go to the Qingluan clan to have a look. At that time, his strength was low and he didn't want to have too much contact with the people of the War Demon Alliance. Today, he doesn't care about seeing him. Ji Xuanyi was also slightly relieved when he heard this. The War Demon Alliance exists specifically for the Void Demon race, and will not interfere with any forces in the God's domain on weekdays. Once faced with the Void Demon race, the War Demon Alliance is qualified to order all the forces in the Divine Domain continent. Now the War Demon Alliance called on them to fight against the Void Demon race. If they did not go, the consequences would be very serious. Clan, Patriarch, Big. The big thing is not good, someone broke in from outside. At this moment, a Ji disciple hurriedly broke into the conference hall. Do you know the identity of the other party? Ji Xuanyi frowned slightly. The Ji clan of the Eastern region is also one of the 5 great powers of the Eastern region. How could anyone suddenly rush to the territory of the Ji clan of the Eastern region to make trouble? I don't know, the person here is a white-clothed young man with a very strong strength. Just a slap in the face severely wounded several elders. The Ji clan disciple said quickly with a look of horror. Ji Xuanyi's complexion couldn't help changing slightly. The elders of the Ji clan of the Eastern region, the weakest ones all have the cultivation base of the heavenly sovereign realm. The white-clothed youth can slap several elders into serious injuries. I am afraid that at least they are all those who have reached the Divine King realm. In the entire Eastern region, apart from Jiang Chen, there was absolutely no second young Tianzhao from the Divine King realm. The white-clothed youth who broke into the Ji clan were not from the Eastern regions in all likelihood. Ji Xuanyi's pupils shrank suddenly. He took a slow and deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Jiang Chen, if I guess right, the young man in white who broke into the Ji clan is probably from the War Demon Alliance. Ji Xuanyi obviously didn't expect it either. The War Demon Alliance sent people to the Ji clan of the Eastern region so soon. Oh, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen couldn't help but set off a slight arc, and said indifferently, if this is the case, then let's meet this fellow from the War Demon Alliance. Chapter 2301. Tianzhao ranked 6th, by Qishao. When the 3 Jiang Chen came out of the conference hall, they saw a young man with extraordinary bearing in white clothes slowly stepping into the air from outside. This white-clothed young man is extremely powerful, and his cultivation has reached the 4th heaven of the King of Gods. Compared to the bottom-ranked figures in the top 10 arrogances of the central region, I am afraid it will not be inferior in the slightest. The white-clothed youth looked arrogant, as if everything around him had never been seen in his eyes. Who is your excellency? Why come to my Eastern region Ji clan to make trouble? Ji Xuanyi looked at the young man in white who was walking into the air with his hands in the air, and his eyes sank slightly. The white-clothed youth looked down at Ji Xuanyi condescendingly. Are you Ji Xuanyi, the patriarch of the Ji clan in the Eastern region? Ji Xuanyi slowly took a deep breath and said, yes, I am. Ji clan of the Eastern region can even ignore the orders of the War Demon Alliance. You are really courageous, the white-clothed youth sneered and said. A few days ago, the War Demon Alliance had already sent a message to ask you to go to the Qingluan clan to discuss against the Void Demon clan, but you are slow to come. Sorry, our Eastern Ji clan has just been attacked by the Void Demon clan, and there are many things that need to be dealt with. This is why the Qingluan clan was not able to come in time. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuanyi's expression changed slightly. The young man in white clothes in front of him was indeed a person sent by the War Demon Alliance. Ji Xuanyi did not expect that the War Demon Alliance would send someone to find the door so soon. This is not your reason for disobeying the War Demon Alliance's orders. In the face of the Void Demon race, all forces on the God's territory continent must obey the orders of the War Demon Alliance, and no one can resist. The white-clothed youth said with an unwillingly cold snort. Don't mention your Eastern Ji clan, even the Central Ji clan and the entire human palace must obey the orders of the War Demon Alliance. What are you guys? When Ji Xuanyi heard the words of the white-clothed youth, his expression suddenly became unpleasant. Your Excellency came to the Eastern region Ji clan today, is it because you came to Xianxia to ask the crime? The Ji clan of the Eastern region does not respect the War Demon Alliance's orders, and I, Bai Qishao, is qualified to blame you on behalf of the War Demon Alliance. The white-clothed youth said indifferently, but now that the war is about to come, the Qingyan God King decided to open the net and order your Eastern Ji clan as the vanguard, and immediately go to attack the Haoshan Sword sect occupied by the Void Demon race. There is no mistake. In fact, it was not a big deal for the Ji clan of the Eastern region to fail to go to the Qingluan clan in time. The reason why Bai Qishao came to the Ji clan of the Eastern region in person was only because he and Ji Chenyi of the Ji clan of the Central region intersect irreversibly. When he was practicing in God's domain continent, Ji Chenyi had a life-saving grace to him. When he came to the Eastern region this time, Ji Chenyi asked him to target the Ji clan of the Eastern region, and he would take the opportunity to attack the Ji clan of the Eastern region. This guy turns out to be Bai Qishao. Ji Xuanyi's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Bai Qishao, a well-known genius in the War Demon Alliance, is also the 6th-ranked peerless genius in the top 10 arrogances of the Central Territory. Although the War Demon Alliance is the Qingtian Emperor Jiang Qingtian, an alliance created by gathering the forces on the God's domain continent to deal with the Void Demon race. Almost all the high levels of the War Demon Alliance are made up of strong people from the top powers of the God's domain continent. After so many years of development, the War Demon Alliance has gradually gained a force that truly belongs only to the War Demon Alliance. This Bai Qishao was truly a peerless arrogant who only belonged to the War Demon Alliance. Ji Xuanyi obviously didn't expect that the Battle Demon Alliance had sent all Bai Qishao to the Eastern region. As for the God King Qingyan in Bai Qishao's mouth, Ji Xuanyi also knew very well that this was the God King's 7th heaven powerhouse sent by the War Demon Alliance to the Eastern region this time. Okay, please go back and report to the Qingyan God King. After I deal with the affairs of the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory, I will immediately lead people to attack the Void Demon clan. Ji Xuanyi said directly. The last time the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory did not follow the order in time, the Qingyan God King and the guy in front of him were extremely dissatisfied. Now that Bai Qishao has come to the door in person, Ji Xuanyi has no reason to refuse. If it really angered Bai Qishao and the Qingyan God King, their Eastern Territory Ji clan would not be able to bear it, let alone the entire War Demon Alliance behind the two. The Void Demon race invaded the continent of God's domain, and no forces in the continent of God's domain were immune. The Ji clan of the Eastern Territory is also very willing to repel the Void Demon clan and contribute his own strength. Although he vaguely felt that this Bai Qishao seemed to intentionally target their Eastern Ji clan, the Eastern Ji clan didn't mind being a pioneer in attacking the Void Demon race. Their top priority is to expel the Void Demon race from the Eastern region. Ji Xuanyi, the battle is urgent now, how can you allow you to procrastinate? Bai Qishao's eyes froze suddenly. I order you, within an hour, lead all the powerhouses above the realm gods of the Ji clan in the Eastern Territory to attack the Void Demon race. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuanyi's expression instantly became extremely difficult to look at. He was about to speak, Jiang Chen's faint voice also rang directly in his ears. You say 1 hour is 1 hour, who do you think you are? Go back and tell the Qingyan God King. If you don't have the ability to repel the Void Demon race, stay there. The Eastern Ji clan will attack the Void Demon race, but it's definitely not now. Bai Qishao was slightly startled, and immediately his eyes fell on Jiang Chen's body. He stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. Boy, what are you? I am discussing with your patriarch, where is your turn to interrupt? Jiang Chen expressionlessly. For the face of the War Demon Alliance, get out of me within 10 breaths, I can consider not embarrassing you. Really, if I don't disappear, what can you do? Bai Qishao looked at Jiang Chen with a sneer, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. As the 6th-ranked genius of the top 10 Tianzhao, there are almost no more than one-handed young Tianzhao who are qualified to say this in front of him in the entire divine realm. This kid is nothing but a disciple of the Eastern Ji clan, dare to speak up in front of him. All this is because Jiang Chen has hidden his breath and cultivation. With Bai Qishao's eyesight, it was impossible to see through Jiang Chen's true strength. He might never know that Jiang Chen is already the 2nd-ranked Zhang Zan among the top 10 arrogances, an existence that can easily be crushed. Jiang Chen looked indifferent. You still have 5 breaths. Bai Qishao's complexion was extremely pale. His fierce gaze couldn't help but look at Ji Xuanyi. Ji Xuanyi, your Eastern Ji clan really obeyed this kid's meaning. Can you defy the order of the War Demon Alliance? Ji Xuanyi cast a glance at Jiang Chen, then gritted his teeth and said, Eastern Ji clan does not want to defy the War Demon Alliance's orders, but you let me lead all people above the realm gods to attack the Void Demon clan for an hour. Please forgive Ji can't do it. Chapter 2302, Frightened by Kai Xiao. Bai Qishao smiled angrily. Since you are so obsessed with the Ji clan of the eastern region, then I will represent the War Demon Alliance and take you down. The breath of the 4 heavens of the God King Bai Qishao also filled the void overwhelmingly. This guy is worthy of being one of the few invaluable arrogances of the God's domain continent, and he is really strong. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Bai Qishao's body, not only Ji Xuanyi's expression changed drastically, but Ji Tianyu's face also showed a solemn expression. In terms of cultivation base, Ji Tianyu, who had already reached the pinnacle of the God King's 4 heavens, was even higher than Bai Qishao. But Ji Tianyu was very clear. Like Bai Qishao, the top heavenly arrogant of God's domain, combat power cannot be measured by cultivation base at all. If he fights against Bai Qishao, he will undoubtedly lose. 10 breaths are over. Since you don't plan to leave, let me personally send you off. Facing the surging weather that Bai Qishao broke out, Jiang Chen's expression did not change at all. When he moved his palm, a golden ancient sword emerged from the palm of his palm, and the dazzling Kendo supernatural power spread over the golden ancient sword. The king of Kendo, feeling the bursting power of Jiang Chen, Bai Qishao's eyes couldn't help passing a look of surprise. At Jiang Chen's age, being able to become a Kendo censored king is at least one of the top 20 in the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. But in Bai Qishao's memory, he never heard of the top 20 in the Zhongyu Tianzhao list. When did such a Kendo censored king realm Tianzhao appear? Although he felt Jiang Chen's swordsman power, Bai Qishao was only slightly surprised, without any panic. Boy, it's really surprising to me that the Ji clan of the eastern region can have a swordsman god king realm Tianzhao like you, but that's all. On this god's domain continent, the genius of swordsmanship who can beat me is the only one of Jian Wuxin in the 10,000 sword saint. Exercising kendo in front of me is just humiliating oneself. Bai Qishao smiled contemptuously, then stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, shouting sharply, "Come on the sword." Above the void, purple thunders filled the air, and finally turned into a purple long sword flashing with thunder, falling into the hands of Bai Qishao. With a sword in his hand, Bai Qishao's whole body was transformed, like a fairy king in the world, with a vast and terrifying aura. Boy, let you see my kendo magic, Emperor Jushao /. As Bai Qishao burst into laughter. Others walk with the sword and draw out with one sword. The sky of the sun and the moon seemed to be split by the sword of Bai Qishao. This sword is unimaginable. It is the great mountain protection formation above the Ji clan. Under this sword, it is as fragile as paper, and it can be easily split. Hee. Even with your sword, you dare to claim the magic of kendo. Looking at Bai Qishao's shocking sword that smashed through the sky, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise a sneer of contempt. Although Bai Qishao's sword is indeed very powerful, and its power far exceeds that of the ordinary, censored, king's great art, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it is actually just that. If you talk about the swordsmanship, how can there be any swordsmanship in this world that can be comparable to his Qingdi swordsmanship? Wah Fan. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and with a light wave of the golden ancient sword in his hand, a seemingly plain sword light instantly slashed out. Zhang Guang instantly crossed time and space, and instantly penetrated Bai Qixiao's stunning sword. Seeing the power of the sword Bai Qixiao, it began to weaken at a terrifying speed. In just the blink of an eye, this terrifying sword that was originally enough to split the sky of the sun and the moon completely dissipated in the void. Seeing that his sword was defeated by Jiang Chen in this way, Bai Qixiao's whole body was like a ghost, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Emperor Zhu Xiaocut, this is one of his most proud swordsmanship. Using his strength to use this sword with all his strength, even the powerhouse of the God King's fifth heaven could hardly resist it. Bai Qixiao didn't expect it. The boy in front of him was just an understatement of the sword, and he resolved the kendo magic that he was so proud of. Just as Bai Qixiao's heart was horrified, the plain sword light that defeated his nine heavens emperor's slash did not completely dissipate, but directly slashed head-on, penetrating through Bai Qixiao's body. The aura on Bai Qixiao's body is directly like a flood bursting a bank, crashing and smashing thousands of miles away. Bai Qixiao has fallen from the fourth heaven of the censored king to the third heaven of the censored king, and then to the second heaven of the censored king. The censored king is the first heaven. Using Jiang Chen's current cultivation base to use this sword technique, even Bai Qixiao, a young Tianjiao such as the four heavenly king of God, could hardly stop him. It was just a sword, not only dissolving Bai Qixiao's Zhuxiao emperor's slash, but also directly slicing out the cultivation base of the three realms of Bai Qixiao. This scene also made it difficult for Ji Tianyu and Ji Xuanyi to recover from the shock for a long time. Although they also knew that Jiang Chen, who had broken through the Divine King realm, would be very strong now, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong that he would be so powerful. Bai Qixiao, ranked 6th among the top 10 arrogances of the central region, was hit hard by Jiang Chen. Bai Qixiao returned to his senses, and finally there was a panic that could not be concealed in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen. Even if it is the world's first arrogant of the gods, the Saint Sun Sword of the 10,000 Swords Holy Sect is unintentional, and his attainments in Kendo can't be compared with it. Jiang Chen said lightly, "If you do not change your name or sit down, I am Jiang Chen." Are you Jiang Chen?" Bai Qixiao's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. As a Tianjiao character in the War Demon Alliance, Bai Qixiao knew a lot about the many things that had happened in God's Domain Continent. He naturally knew that God's Domain Continent had recently produced many geniuses. The most dazzling among them is Jiang Chen, who defeated Long Zhuhan, one of the 10 great arrogances, in the ancient God Phoenix clan cultivation base. According to the latest news from the War Demon Alliance, Jiang Chen even relied on his own strength to flatten the Darkwing Peng clan and help the Golden Winged Eagle clan return to the continent of God's domain. It is said that even the ancestor of the Darkwing Peng clan God King's 7th heaven was defeated by Jiang Chen. This one, even Jian Wuxin, who is ranked number 1 by the top 10 arrogances, will not be inferior in the slightest, and he is already enough to be ranked among the strongest gods. Bai Qixiao's heart was panicked to the extreme. When he came to the Ji clan of the eastern region this time, he would encounter Jiang Chen, a monster who is extremely against the sky. Chapter 2303, The Furious King Qingyan. Jiang Chen, you not only ignore the orders of the War Demon Alliance, but you also dare to abolish my cultivation base. The War Demon Alliance will definitely not let you go. Bai Qixiao raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes also showed an extremely hideous look. He is the dignified God King 4 heavenly Jiao figure, but now he was cut off from the third heaven's cultivation base by Jiang Chen Yiji and Xianxia, and fell directly to the God King 1 heavenly layer. Even with his talent, he wanted to return from the first heaven of the censored king to the fourth heaven of the censored king. That could not be done in a moment. Bai Qixiao's hatred for Jiang Chen almost reached the extreme. If it weren't that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent, he could not wait to rush to break Jiang Chen's body to pieces. Jiang Chen cut off his cultivation base with a single sword. It is more difficult to accept than killing him. You don't need to use the War Demon Alliance to endanger me. If you weren't looking at the War Demon Alliance against the Void Demon race, you wouldn't be able to live until now. Jiang Chen cast a blank look at Bai Qixiao, and said indifferently, "Before I have a murderous heart, hurry up and get out of me. If you stop saying a word, your cultivation level will probably be gone next time." Bai Qixiao's face suddenly changed. Jiang Chen's sword just made him fall from the fourth heaven of the censored king to the first heaven of the censored king. As long as he is given enough resources and time, he can return to the God King's fourth heaven. But if Jiang Chen were to slash another sword and completely cut off his cultivation base, then it would really be better for him to die than life. Jiang Chen, you wait for me, I will never finish today's affairs with you. Without any hesitation, Bai Qishao turned into a purple sword light and swept towards the sky, leaving only a cold voice resounding in the void. Jiang Chen, I'm afraid the War Demon Alliance won't be entangled in what happened today. Ji Xuanyi looked at the direction that Bai Qishao was leaving, and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. The War Demon Alliance has a very special status in the continent of God's domain, especially when it comes to fighting against the Void Demon race. The War Demon Alliance has great power. Today, Jiang Chen abolished Bai Qishao with a sword, and the Eastern Region Ji clan and the War Demon Alliance are probably unable to do good. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. I want to see what the War Demon Alliance can do to me. The War Demon Alliance was created by Jiang Qingtian, the ancestor of the Human Emperor Palace, and should be led by the Human Emperor Palace. But since the Human Palace was torn apart, it lost its dominant position in the Battle Demon Alliance. Now that the War Demon Alliance has developed into a situation, Jiang Chen doesn't know what it is, and just uses this to test the War Demon Alliance. After waiting for the heir to the throne, Jiang Chen planned to hold the dominant power of the War Demon Alliance in his own hands. Jiang Chen had a hunch in his heart that this time the Void Demon race's invasion of the Eastern region was only the beginning. It won't take long before the Void Demon race will fully attack God's domain continent. If you can't control the War Demon Alliance and gather the power of God's domain continent together, the God's domain continent will probably be unable to resist the invasion of the Void Demon race at all. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to have his own plan, Ji Xuanyi didn't say much anymore. He hesitated slightly and said, then we still have to send someone to attack the Void Demon race. Since the people from the War Demon Alliance came to the Eastern region, the Void Demon race temporarily stopped the invasion, but retreated to the destroyed Clear Sky Sword sect and used it as a base in the Divine Region continent. Now that the Void Demon race gathered there, their strength was extremely terrifying. If the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory really becomes the vanguard of attacking the Void Demon clan, I am afraid that he will pay a very heavy price. Jiang Chen said indifferently, don't be so troublesome. You stay in the Ji clan. I can go to the Haoshan Sword sect for this matter. The Void Demon race invaded the Eastern region this time, and it was only commanded by a 7th Order Demon God. As long as he kills that 7th Order Demon God, the Void Demon race will not worry about it. Are you going to attack the Void Demon race alone? Ji Xuanyi and Ji Tianyu Weiwei were shocked in their hearts. Don't worry. As long as the Void Demon race does not have a Tier 9 Demon God to take action, no one can pose a threat to the opponent. If you don't believe it, just ask about the recent events in the Human Palace. Ji Xuanyi looked at the direction in which Jiang Chen had disappeared. He was taken aback for a moment before closing his eyes and contacting the middle field spies. Ji Xuanyi opened her eyes abruptly, and an unprecedented excitement appeared in her eyes. Seeing this, Ji Tianyu couldn't help but quickly asked, Zan Yi, what happened in the Palace of Human Emperor? Ancestor, the Human Emperor Palace reopened the Human Emperor trial not long ago. Jiang Chen pressed against Zhang Zan of the Jiang clan, cleared the Human Emperor Pagoda, and became the current Human Emperor heir of the Human Emperor Palace. It will be more than 2 months. Later heir to the throne. Ji Xuanyi slowly took a deep breath, and it took a long time to suppress the excitement in his heart, and said astonishingly authentic. Following Ji Xuanyi's words, Ji Tianyu, who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, couldn't help but breathe in his heart. When Jiang Chen came to the Eastern Region Ji clan for the first time that year, his cultivation base had not even reached the Heavenly Sovereign realm. Although Jiang Chen is talented and evil, it is impossible to measure by common sense. But he still didn't expect that Jiang Chen could grow to such a terrifying level in such a short time. Zhang Zan of the Jiang clan of the Palace of Humans, this is the second-ranked figure among the top 10 arrogances of the Central Territory, and even a powerful presence on the list of the most powerful gods. Jiang Chen's ability to defeat Zhang Zan proves that he has at least a combat power comparable to that of the Divine King 7th Heaven. Most importantly, if Jiang Chen really inherited the throne of the Emperor, their Eastern Ji clan would have a chance to stand up. One of the 5 great kings of the Eastern region, the Qingluan tribe. In a large hall made of blue and red stones, there are several silhouettes of people exuding the atmosphere of the Avenue of the Gods. The first old man with a red robe and red hair was the Qingyan God King sent to the eastern region by the War Demon Alliance. Beside the Qingyan Divine King, there are also several Divine King realm powerhouses. If Jiang Chen appeared here at the moment, I am afraid that two acquaintances could be spotted at a glance. One of the beautiful ladies of the palace is Chen, the patriarch of the Qingluan tribe. The other middle-aged man was the sect master of the Haoshan Sword sect, the God King Zishao. This sect master of the Clear Sky Sword sect also led the remaining power of the Clear Sky Sword sect to the Qingluan clan after the Clear Sky Sword sect was captured by the Void Demon race. Beside these powerhouses of the Divine King realm, there was still a pale-faced figure, and it was the Bai Qishao who returned from the Ji clan of the eastern region to the Qingluan clan. Feeling the breath of Bai Qishao's body, the Qingyan God King couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Bai Qishao, didn't you go to the Ji clan of the eastern territory? How could you make it look like this? Bai Qishao suddenly couldn't help but crying on the face of the Qingyan God King. Elder Qingyan, the Ji clan of the eastern territory did not obey the orders of the War Demon Alliance, and also caused people to severely wound me. You have to be the master for me. The Qingyan God King's face was cold, and a monstrous anger spread from his body in an instant. Chapter 2304, Qingyan God King, I have come. Bai Kai Shao, tell me exactly what happened when you went to the Ji clan in the eastern region. The Qingyan God King's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. Although the War Demon Alliance cannot interfere with the major forces of the God's Domain continent on weekdays, as long as they face the Void Demon race, any force must follow the orders of the War Demon Alliance. The Ji clan of the Eastern Territory didn't follow the orders, and even dared to hurt the people he sent. It would be too unreasonable to put the War Demon Alliance in the eyes. Bai Qishao hurriedly reiterated what happened. When everyone heard that Bai Qishao had been cut off by the opponent's sword at the Third Heaven Cultivation base, an unconcealable horror appeared in his eyes. Bai Qishao is the peerless arrogant of the God King's 4 heavens, and its combat power is more than that of the God King's 5 heavens. Even if the God King's 6th heaven, it may not be easily defeated. How is this possible? As far as I know, the Ji clan of the East Territory also hides a God King 4-layer ancestor. How could it be possible to have such a strong one? There was an unbelievable look in the eyes of the God King Zishao. Chen groaned slightly. The King of Purple Clouds, the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory, was also attacked by the Void Demon not long ago. The leader was a Tier 5 Void Demon God, but he was defeated in the hands of the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory. It seems that the Ji clan of the Eastern region must have the strong to help. Bai Qishao gritted his teeth and said, yes, the person who helped the Ji clan of the Eastern region is Jiang Chen. God King Zishao and Chen were slightly taken aback when they heard the name. The Zishao God King even said with a stunned expression, young Master Bai, are you kidding me? How could the person who helped the Ji clan of the Eastern region be Jiang Chen? For the name Jiang Chen, Zishao God King is naturally no stranger to it. Back then, when the suppression demon Forbidden Land was changed, the Haoshan Sword sect summoned the forces of the 5 great kings of the eastern region to reinforce the seal. This guy was still cultivating in their holy land of the Clear Sky Sword sect for a while. Although the talent of this child is extremely enchanting, before the cultivation base has broken through the realm of the gods, he can be the powerhouse of the censored of war. It's impossible for this kid to grow up to such a level in such a short period of time, right? What are you talking about? Jiang Chen is the one who killed your Triple Heaven cultivation base with a single sword. Different from the 2 censored kings of Zishao, after hearing the name, God King Qingyan's expression became extremely solemn at this moment. Jiang Chen, this is one of the most popular Tianzhao figures in God's Domain continent today. This guy defeated Long Juhan among the 10 great arrogances when he was in Heavenly Sovereign Realm. Jiang Chen, who had disappeared for a while, was born again, and directly destroyed the Dark Wing Peng clan, one of the 3 clans of Tianpeng, and defeated Upodian, who was ranked 85 of the strongest gods. This guy returned to the palace of Human Emperor, and in the trial of the Emperor, he overwhelmed Zhang Zan and became the 62nd heir of the palace of Human Emperor. For this great name, the Qingyan God King was already thunderous. He didn't expect that the person who destroyed Bai Qishao with one sword would be Jiang Chen. Yes, it's Jiang Chen. Bai Qishao said with a bitter expression on his face. Elder Qingyan, that kid didn't put the War Demon Alliance in his eyes at all, and the War Demon Alliance must not let him go easily. God King Qingyan didn't speak, His brows were even more tightly twisted together. This Jiang Chen's identity is extraordinary, and he is now the heir of the Emperor of the Emperor. Although the palace of human emperor is no longer what it used to be, the lean camel is bigger than a horse, and even in the War Demon Alliance, it still has a certain right to speak. Even the Qingyan God King did not dare to attack the people in the palace of human beings at will. Jiang Chen was able to defeat Upodian, who was ranked 85 on the king of the strongest king's ranking, and his combat power was only stronger than him. Even if he wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, he probably wouldn't have that skill. This matter will stop here for the time being. I will report to the War Demon Alliance how to deal with Jiang Chen, and everything will be decided by the alliance. The Qingyan God King waved his hand, and then faintly said, "Okay, our top priority is to find a way to defeat the Void Demon race. Next, let's discuss the matter of attacking the Void Demon race. Elder Qingyan, with our current strength, it is almost impossible to defeat the Void Demon race." Murong Qin hesitated slightly and said, "I wonder if the War Demon Alliance can send more powerful supporters. To tell you the truth, all the forbidden areas in the Gods' Domain continent have already begun to move around and must send strong men to guard them. The power of the War Demon Alliance is already stretched. Where can we send more power?" Although the War Demon Alliance is already negotiating to draw some strength from the major forces in the Gods' Domain, it is still negotiating a specific plan. "I am afraid it will take some time." God King Qingyan shook his head and said. Hearing the words of God King Qingyan, the hall also fell into a short silence. This time, the Void Demon race who invaded God's Domain continent was very powerful, and the Void Demon God had at least 10 members. The number and quality of their censored King Realm powerhouses can't compete with the Void Demons at all. How can they repel the Void Demons? Elder Qingyan, I think I should still contact the Ji clan of the Eastern region. Based on my understanding of Jiang Chen, that kid is a master who eats soft but not hard. As long as he discusses with him, he should take action against the Void Demon clan. At this moment, God King Zishao suddenly broke the silence in the hall. The Ji clan of the Eastern region is not weak in strength. There are 2 Divine King Realm powerhouses, and one of them has reached the peak of the 4 heavens of the Divine King. Now coupled with Jiang Chen, who can defeat the 5th Order Void Demon God, his strength is unprecedentedly powerful. If the 3 of Jiang Chen joined, they might still have hope of repelling the Void Demon race. As for Jiang Chen's temperament, the God King Zishao still knew very well. As a peerless arrogant of the War Demon Alliance, Bai Qishao always thought he was superior, never put anyone in his eyes, but in the end he was humiliated by Jiang Chen. The Qingyan God King's eyes flickered slightly, and he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, the old man will go to the Ji clan of the Eastern region himself." He knew better than anyone present what kind of strength Jiang Chen had. If they can get Jiang Chen's help, Qingyan God King feels that they are at least 90% sure that they can repel the Void Demon race. Once he can repel the Void Demons in the Eastern Territory, it will be a great achievement for him, and he will surely be able to gain considerable benefits in the War Demon Alliance at that time. Just when the Qingyan God King was about to leave for the Ji clan of the Eastern region, a faint chuckle suddenly resounded in the hall. "Hee. God King Qingyan, you don't need to go to the Ji clan to find me, I have already come." Chapter 2305, The Void Demon Strikes. The sudden sound of the sound in the hall also made everyone's expressions uncontrollably change drastically. Their gazes couldn't help but glance toward the place where the sound was made. When they saw the young man in black who did not know when he appeared in the hall, their pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. "Jiang Chen, you dare to run to the Qingluan clan." Seeing Jiang Chen appearing in the main hall, Bai Qishao was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of resentment appeared on his face. "Why don't I dare to come?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Don't say this is not the War Demon Alliance, even if it is the headquarters of the War Demon Alliance, what fear do I have?" The Qingyan God King looked at the black-clothed youth in his sight, his eyes instantly became extremely solemn. Jiang Chen appeared in the hall quietly, and with his Divine King's strength in the middle of the 7th heaven, he could not even sense the existence of Jiang Chen. The strength of this guy is even more unfathomable than the rumors. The Qingyan God King slowly took a deep breath and said, "You are Jiang Chen. I sent Bai Qishao to ask the Ji clan of the Eastern Territory to discuss against the Void Demon clan. I wonder why your excellency wanted to stop it." "Then you have to ask Bai Qishao." Jiang Chen cast a faint look at Bai Qishao. as soon as he arrived at the Eastern Ji clan, he wounded several elders of the Eastern Ji clan and ordered the Eastern Ji clan to immediately attack the Void Demon. Is this the behavior of the War Demon Alliance? The Qingyan God King's complexion suddenly became unsightly. Although he knew that Bai Qishao had extraordinary talents and had an extraordinary identity in the War Demon Alliance, he had always been very arrogant. But now the situation in the eastern region is critical. He originally thought that Bai Qishao could constrain a little, but he didn't expect this guy to make things like this. The Qingyan God King had to stare at Bai Qishao fiercely, and then said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is my mistake. But now the Void Demon race is aggressive, and I hope you can ignore the predecessors and work together with me. Retreat to the Void Demon race. If I really want to care, I won't be here today." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's go, you guys just follow me and kill them directly." The Qingyan God King was slightly taken aback. Kill directly? Although Jiang Chen's joining, their strength has increased a lot, but just like this, is it too sloppy? Jiang Chen glanced at God King Qingyan lightly. "I will kill the 7th Order Void Demon God of the Void Demon race, and leave the rest to you. Is there a problem? 7th Order Void Demon God, I'll kill it." Hearing Jiang Chen's domineering words, God King Qingyan couldn't help taking a breath. However, this guy can easily defeat Upodian, the ancestor of the Dark Wing Peng clan, and perhaps he can really solve the 7th Order Demon censored of the Void Demon clan. God King Qingyan didn't hesitate anymore, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's just kill it now." Jiang Chen nodded, just about to leave. He suddenly sensed something and couldn't help but raised his head and looked at the void outside the Qingluan clan. Seeing this, God King Qingyan couldn't help but said with a puzzled look, "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "It seems that we don't need to kill them, the people of the Void Demon race have already arrived." And just when Jiang Chen's voice fell, God King Qingyan also felt something instantly. When the following expression changed, "Everyone, prepare to fight the Void Demon race." Just after the Qingyan God King finished speaking, a monstrous devilish energy had already crossed the air, directly descending on the sky above the Qingluan clan. A sound like thunder also exploded above the Qingluan clan. "God Qingyan, get out and die quickly." With a move, the Qingyan God King appeared directly above the Qingluan tribe out of thin air. Hundreds of miles away from the Qingluan clan, I saw a black shadow with more than a decade of demon energy standing in the air. Especially for the first black armored man, his aura is extremely powerful. He was shrouded in black armor, and his iron armor was tattooed with countless weird patterns, exuding extremely terrifying demonic energy. The black armored man has a very young appearance and a slender figure, not much different from a human being, but behind him is a group of black flashing magic wings, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Jiang Chen's figure also appeared beside the Qingyan God King out of thin air. When he saw the Void Demon race headed opposite, his eyes narrowed slightly. As far as he knows, among the Void Demon race, the only one with their backs and wings is the Void Sky Demon race, the first large family of the Void Demon race. The leader of the Void Demon race in front of him is a member of the Void Sky Demon race. The Qingyan God King looked at the black-clad man in the void and couldn't help but smile coldly. "Mochen, I was about to find you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door." If Jiang Chen hadn't appeared, the God King Qingyan might still be troubled by the attack of the Void Demon race today. Now there is Jiang Chen, the evil spirit who can kill the God King 7th Heaven. As long as Jiang Chen can solve Mochen, the 7th Order Demon God, the rest of the Void Demon Gods are nothing to worry about. Take 10,000 steps back. Even if Jiang Chen couldn't kill Demon Chen, as long as he delayed it for a period of time, he would be able to solve all the other Void Demon Gods. He and Jiang Chen joined forces. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat Mochen? King Qingyan, your War Demon Alliance has been unable to send strong people to support the eastern region in a short period of time, so you can't stop the pace of my Void Demon race. Mochen said with an awe-inspiring murderous aura, "If you want to survive, you must surrender to my Void Demon race. Otherwise, kill without mercy." The Void Demon race has been planning for a long time this time, launching a surprise attack on the God's Domain continent, and most of the forces of the War Demon Alliance have been constrained by the Void Demon race. Although the War Demon Alliance can convene the powerhouses of God's Domain continent, it will take some time. This period of time is an opportunity for the Void Demon race. It is precisely because of this that Mochen led the Void Demon God into the Qingluan clan, and wanted to solve the Qingyan God King and others as soon as possible, and then completely conquered the eastern region. The Void Demon race can have a foothold in the Divine Region continent, and then use this as a foundation to conquer the entire Divine Region continent. You Void Demon race only sent a 7th order Void Demon God to command you. You want me to surrender, and you look down on people too much. If you want me to surrender, let you 36 elders or 8 demon kings come, you are not enough. At this moment, a faint chuckle also resounded abruptly in the world. Mo Chen's eyes flashed with magic light, and his eyes suddenly fell on Jiang Chen's body. When he felt the breath emanating from Jiang Chen's body, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Boy, who are you? Chapter 2306. Battle of the 7th Order Void Demon. As one of the 72 leaders of the Void Demon clan, a dignified 7th Order Void Demon God, Mo Chen's eyesight is naturally very ordinary. Although the aura of the black-clothed youth in front of him was extremely hidden, he couldn't understand the true strength of the opponent at all. But he felt the breath of danger from the black-clothed youth. Even facing the God King Qingyan God King 7th Heaven, Mo Chen had never felt this way. Is this kid in front of him even more terrifying than God King Qingyan? Jiang Chen looked at Mo Chen faintly, his eyes seemed extremely calm. I am Jiang Chen, and I am also the one who came to kill you. Mo Chen suddenly smiled with anger. You are not ashamed, I want to see what you can do to kill me. Although the aura on this kid is extremely strange, he is one of the 72 leaders of the Void Demon clan, a dignified 7th Order Void Demon God, and his strength is better than that of the Qingyan God King and the 7 Heavenly Kings. The wounded in God's domain continent wanted to kill him, unless the powerhouse of God King 8th Heaven and above would take action. In the continent of God's domain, strong people above the 8th Heaven of God King are extremely rare. Mo Chen really didn't believe that the black-clothed young man in front of him could still have a terrifying strength comparable to that of the God King 8th Heaven. In my eyes, you are just a slightly stronger ant than the 5th Order Void Demon God who went to the Ji clan in the Eastern Territory. What can't you kill? Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the golden ancient sword also appeared directly in his palm. It turns out that you killed one of the 4 generals under this commander. When Mo Chen spoke, the terrifying power of the 7th Order Void Demon God instantly surged from his body, almost crushing the heavens. The void tens of thousands of miles around began to tremble and collapse, and a huge black hole appeared, with countless storms roaring in it. Mo Chen's eyes froze. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A magic sword with flashing black lights appeared out of thin air in Mo Chen's hands. This magic sword is extremely powerful, not even inferior to the imitation of the human emperor's sword sacrificed by Zhang Zan. It is obviously a terrifying magic weapon. Mo Chen stood proudly in the void with a magic sword in his hand, and a terrifying aura brewed on him, rising steadily. From a distance, it seems like a giant standing up and down, enough to break through the sky. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and the breath of God King 5th Heaven also exploded with all his strength, isolating Mo Chen's terrifying aura from oppression. Boy, it turns out that you are no more than the cultivation base of God King 5th Heaven, so you dare to speak up. In front of this commander, feeling Jiang Chen's cultivation base, Mo Chen couldn't help but a sneer of disdain appeared in his eyes. Although the boy in front of him is extremely extraordinary, his combat power should be far superior to that of the God King 5th Heaven. But as far as he knew, the most enchanting genius in God's domain continent today could at best use the cultivation base of the God King's 5 heavens to rival the God King's 7 heavens. Even if the kid in front of him is really the strongest arrogant of God's domain continent, what fear does he have? I really only have God King 5 heavens cultivation base. Jiang Chen's face was calm, without sorrow or joy, but it's enough to kill you. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the two of them tore apart the space almost at the same time and disappeared from everyone's sight. The figures of the two have appeared on the star dome thousands of miles away. Kong Dang. The golden ancient sword collided with the black magic sword, and suddenly aroused horrible sword energy fluctuations. The starry sky of thousands of miles was strangled into chaos by the sword chi for the first time, and the sound of the horrible sword whistle swept the world like a tsunami. Kong Dang. Dang Dang. In the starry sky, the two of them didn't have the slightest scruples at all, they both urged their strength to the extreme. All over the sky are the afterimages of the two. The golden ancient sword, made from fragments of the human emperor sword, collided with the black magic sword one after another. With every blow, countless fluctuations of sword energy swayed in the void, turning the surrounding space into nothingness. The 10,000 Li star dome above the Qingluan tribe is all turned into a huge black hole, making people look down on the situation inside. Everyone, kill these void demons with me. While Jiang Chen fought against Mochen, God King Qingyan didn't hesitate at all. He directly gave an order and took a number of God King stages to kill the rest of the Void God race. These Void Demon Gods are the backbone of the Void Demon race's attack on the eastern region. As long as these Void Demon Gods are resolved, Mochen is alone, and there is no hope of making waves in the eastern region. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen can kill Demon Chen or not, God King Qingyan has decided to solve this group of Void Demon Gods first. God Qingyan, I didn't expect that you would have a strong person to help. Fortunately, the leader has also made some preparations, otherwise I am afraid that I will really fall into your hands today. Looking at the God King Qingyan who was killed on the face, a sneer appeared at the corner of the mouth of a fifth-order Void Demon God. I saw a move in his hand, and a mysterious black magic order appeared in his palm. Under the urging of the fifth-order Void Demon God, the black magic order exudes a strange wave. I saw a magic light on the black token soaring into the sky, directly turning into a mysterious black hole in midair. A dark phantom with its back and wings also came directly from the mysterious black hole. Looking at the black phantom that came across the sky, the pupils of the Qingyan God King suddenly couldn't help but shrank suddenly. This pitch-black phantom is obviously a certain peerless powerhouse of the Void Demon race, using the token in the hands of the fifth-order Void Demon God as a medium, directly coming across the void. Although it was just an image that came across the sky, God King Qingyan could clearly feel the terrible image of this image. Even if it is compared to the seventh-order Void Demon, censored Mochen, I am afraid it is worse than that. The complexion of the Qingyan God King instantly became extremely difficult to look. After Mochen was constrained by Jiang Chen, with the strength of the Qingyan God King, the other Void Demon Gods could almost be easily suppressed. Now with this image coming across the air, the situation is taking a turn for the worse. If he was restrained by this image that came across the sky, the few remaining people would never be the opponents of the Void Demon God. While the Qingyan God King was thinking about countermeasures secretly, the image that came across the air did not give the Qingyan God King any breath at all. The devilish giant palm directly volleyed towards the Qingyan God King. Coming from suppression, the Qingyan God King didn't dare to neglect, and quickly urged his body strength to fight with him. And at this moment, the remaining 10 or so Void Demon Gods did not hesitate to kill them directly towards the King of Purple Clouds and others. In the face of the Void Demon God, whose strength and number are more than a lot higher, how can the Purple Cloud God King and others resist? The Zishao God King and others are completely in crisis. Chapter 2307, The Origin of the Void Demon. The battle between Jiang Chen and Mochen had also entered a fever pitch. Although the strength of the seventh-order Void Demon, censored, Mochen was very strong, in front of Jiang Chen, whose combat strength was not inferior to that of the God King 8th Heaven, he could not ask for any advantage. Especially after Jiang Chen displayed the Azure Emperor's swordsmanship, Mochen was even more difficult to resist, and gradually defeated under Jiang Chen's offensive. Qingdi with a sword, kill. The golden ancient sword gods in Jiang Chen's hand soared, and instantly turned into a mysterious cyan sword aura to split the heavenly gate. A cyan phantom shot out from the heavenly gate, and slashed out with a volley. All this momentum was like a broken bamboo, which was unstoppable, directly smashing all the power of Mochen's body, and then penetrating through his body. Mochen's body slammed tens of thousands of meters into the starry sky, smashing the starry sky out of a huge black hole. The monster blood splashed all over, like raindrops falling from the starry sky. In the black hole, Mochen's earth-shattering roar soon came. I saw a black glow rushing out of the black hole, revealing a devilish figure in embarrassment. There was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and the black armor on his body was already shattered. There was no good place on his body, and his body was covered with sword marks. Even a wing on his back was cut off by xianxia. Mochen stared at Jiang Chen in anger, an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. The black-clothed youth who had a cultivation base that was no more than the fifth heaven of the God King, his combat power would be so terrifying. If it weren't for the battle armor on his body and the demon sword in his hand, they were both censored, soldiers of the Void Demon race, I'm afraid he would have fallen under this sword. Unexpectedly, there is a genius like you in God's domain continent, but this commander miscalculated. Mochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, couldn't help but look at the battle below, and sneered, Fortunately, the commander has been prepared, otherwise he will really fall into your hands today. Jiang Chen lowered his head and glanced at the situation below, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. The Void Demon race actually summoned an image of a powerful Void Sky Demon race. This Void Sky Demon race is very powerful, and it is very likely that it is even a Tier 9 Void Demon God. Even if it is just a single image, it can suppress the Demon Chen of the 7th Heavenly King to death. After the Qingyan God King was pinned down, the Zishao God Kings weren't the opponents of the Void Demon race at all. If this continues, the entire army will soon be wiped out. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he looked at Mo Chen indifferently. You are so confident, I can't kill you in a short time. Boy, although I have to admit that your strength is very strong, this commander is not that easy to kill. Mo Chen smiled coldly. As one of the 72 leaders of the Void Demon race, Mo Chen is naturally not a vegetarian. Unless Jiang Chen can still use the last sword before, it is impossible to kill him in a short time. But the battle just now was extremely expensive for Jiang Chen. Especially the last sword almost consumed most of Jiang Chen's body strength. This kid wants to use that sword again to kill him, that is almost impossible. Really, I want to see how hard you are to kill. Jiang Chen's indifferent voice fell, and a mysterious stone steel with a fairy glow appeared in his palm. Under the urging of Jiang Chen, the stone monument instantly turned into a 10,000 Jiang censored monument that suppressed the heavens and the earth, and moved toward Mo Chen to suppress it. Mo Chen felt that the space and time around him were completely frozen under the suppression of the Wanzhong God tablet. Even with his strength, even his fingers can hardly move, he can only watch the 10,000 Jiang sacred monument push down towards him. Mo Chen looked horrified and desperate. It's just that he just spit out a word of no. The whole person already has the power of the monument, and instantly crushed into nothingness. A steel crushed Mo Chen, and Jiang Chen's control of the Wanzhong divine steel shook slightly, and 10 dazzling celestial lights fell from the void and directly landed on the body of the 10-odd imaginary demons. That 10-odd void demon god did not recognize the power of resistance at all, and it turned into a blood mist under the fairy light, completely dissipating between the heaven and the earth. This sudden scene also made the Zishao God King and the others return to their senses for a while. As the Void Demon race summoned that powerful image to contain the Lord Qingyan God King, the Zishao God King and the others knew that the situation was not good. They were all ready to fall. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen killed Mo Chen at a critical moment and killed the 10 Void Demon gods who besieged them in one move. Especially the Zishao God King and Qingluan clan chief Merongchen, their eyes showed extremely complicated expressions. The hairy boy who didn't even break through the God King realm back then is now able to suppress the 7th Order Demon God, killing the Void Demon censored, like slaughtering a chicken and a dog. The image of the Void Sky Demon race who was fighting against the Qingyan God King was also taken aback by this sudden change. He forced the Qingyan God King back with a palm, and stared at Jiang Chen and the 10,000-foot-long divine monument above his head. That incredible scream was also instantly resounding between the heavens and the earth. Xian. The power of the immortal. You. How do you master the power of the immortal? Jiang Chen looked at this image of the Void Sky Demon race, his eyes narrowed slightly. You also know the power of immortals. The mysterious stone steel he mastered was called the immortal steel by the cultivators who invaded God's domain. Even in the continent of God's domain, few people knew the power of immortals. But the image of the Void Sky Demon race in front of him could be called out in one breath, which really surprised Jiang Chen. After the ancient catastrophe, the realm of God was shattered and the eternal void was born, and thus the Void Demon race appeared. No one knows how they appeared. Jiang Chen has always believed that the Void Demon race is a new life derived from the birth of eternal void. The origin of the Void Demon race is not as simple as it seems. There was even a vague guess in Jiang Chen's heart that the Void Demon race might have something to do with those who invaded God's domain. This clan is ordered to take root in eternal void, and invade the continent of God's domain in order to find the power of immortals. The image of the Void Sky Demon race stared at Jiang Chen tightly. After so many years, the Void Demon race has achieved nothing. Now the power of the immortal has finally appeared. Following the words from the image of the Void Sky Demon race, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared coldly at the image of the Void Sky Demon race, and a sharp killing intent also instantly spread from his body. You Void Demon race really has something to do with those cultivators who invaded God's domain. Chapter 2308, The 8 Demon Kings Gather. Yes, our clan stayed in this universe specifically for the power of immortals. The image of the void sky demon race stared fiercely at the immortal monument above Jiang Chen's head, boy, hand in the immortal monument obediently. The ancient times of God's domain. They discovered the existence of the immortal steel in their universe, but in the process of fighting, they let the immortal steel fall into the universe of God's domain. They launched an invasion of God's domain. In this process, it suffered from the stubborn resistance of God's domain. In the end, not only no one found the immortal monument, but it was also repelled by God's domain. In their clan, their cosmic thoughts managed to stay in God's domain, in order to track down the whereabouts of the immortal monument. When the war ended, God's domain was extremely weak. In order to find the immortal monument, they also took the opportunity to launch an attack on the continent of God's domain, but in the end they still failed. Unexpectedly, this time when the void demon race had just entered the continent of God's domain, an image from him across the air discovered the existence of the immortal monument. It's really nowhere to find anything to break through the iron shoes, and it's all effortless. Legend has it that in this celestial monument, the secret of becoming a celestial being is hidden. If they could get this immortal monument, this would definitely be a great opportunity for their clan. You should be one of the 8 demon kings of the void demon race. If you come in person, you may be qualified to say this in front of me. Jiang Chen stared at the image of the void sky demon race indifferently, and sneered contemptuously, "You dare to speak up in front of me with the image of you coming across the sky? Hand over the immortal monument, my clan may also consider peaceful coexistence with your gods." The image of the void sky demon race coldly said, "Otherwise, our race will completely flatten the divine realm." Following the words of the image of the void sky demon race, Jiang Chen didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with him, and directly urged the Wanzhong divine monument to smash the image of the void sky demon race fiercely. The face of the void sky demon race's image changed, and the magical shadow on the illusory body instantly appeared, trying to resist the power of the Wanzhong divine monument. Although this image of the void sky demon race is powerful, it can only exert the strength of the 7th order demon god. How can it withstand the power of the immortal monument? The image of the void sky demon race was crushed by the 10,000 Jiang god monument, leaving only a furious roar resounding between the heaven and the earth. "Boy, wait for me, my family will definitely not let you go." Jiang Chen didn't pay attention at all. He appeared in front of the Qingyan god king in a flash, and said indifferently, "The void demon's invasion of the eastern territory has almost been resolved. I don't need to act now, right? No need." The Qingyan god king couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead secretly. Although God King Qingyan had already heard of Jiang Chen's strength. However, after seeing Jiang Chen's terrifying power today, God King Qingyan only discovered that this guy is even more terrifying than the rumors. Even the 7th order demon, censored, was easily beheaded by him. This guy's combat power is probably not inferior to the powerhouse of the God King 8th heaven. In the Void Sky Sword sect, there should be a void demon god named Shen too. You don't need to kill him, just let him return to the void demon race. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and his figure turned into a sword light and disappeared into the sky. And at the same time that Jiang Chen killed the image of the void sky demon race. On the back of God's domain continent, in the endless eternal void, there is a huge and incomparable black magic temple floating. In the deepest part of the demon hall, in a large hall shrouded in darkness, a black shadow with its back and wings sat quietly. The motionless black shadow suddenly trembled, and the closed eyes opened suddenly, and a strange magic light that tore the void suddenly shot out. If Jiang Chen appeared here at this moment, he would be able to tell at a glance that this person was almost exactly the same as the image of the void sky demon race who descended across the air to the divine realm continent. The images of this king's arrival across the air have all been destroyed. It seems that this attack on the eastern region of God's domain continent is a failure. But it's worth it to be able to find the legendary monument. The black shadow murmured to himself, and immediately transformed his hands into a mysterious handprint, which turned into 7 rays of light and flew out in 7 different directions. His figure disappeared in a flash. The figure of the black shadow has appeared in the hall with 8 thrones arranged in sequence, and then directly sat down on one of the thrones. And Sombra has just taken the throne soon. In the main hall, there were also 7 spatial fluctuations in succession, and the silhouettes of the 7 auras that were comparable to those appeared on the other 7 thrones one after another. Mo Tianying, why are you so anxious to gather me to wait for the 8 demon kings? One of them was a burly, earn-sounding one-horned man who looked at Mo Tianying and broke the tranquility in the hall. The 8 figures present are the 8 great demon kings of the void demon race, and they are also the 8 most powerful Tier 9 void demon gods of the void demon race today. Mo Tianying said indifferently, "Not long ago, my clan opened up a void devil's nest and tried to invade the continent of God's domain. Today, I called everyone here to discuss this matter. You have always been in charge of this matter. Why do you need to call me to come and discuss it?" Another demon king frowned and said, "Could it be that this invasion is progressing very smoothly? Are you planning to fully attack God's domain continent?" Mo Tianying slowly said, "No, the void demon race who attacked the eastern region may have been wiped out, but it is imperative to fully attack the continent of God's domain." Mo Tianying, are you crazy? Now I wait to be constrained by those divine kings in God's domain, and I can't move it lightly. You sent a 7th order demon, censored, commander this time, and all of them came back with feathers, which proves that God's domain continent is not so easy to deal with. If you forcefully launch a full-scale attack, the void demon race will probably not get any benefits at all. A gloomy 3-eyed man couldn't help but said, "Since I am calling you to come, there must be a reason to attack God's domain continent in an all-round way." Mo Tianying's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Not long ago, an image of me descended across the air and found the power of immortals. The legendary monument appeared on the continent of gods." As Mo Tianying said this, the expressions of the remaining 7 demon kings in the hall could not help but change drastically. Their eyes all fell on Mo Tianying's body. The one-horned man stared at Mo Tianying with fiery eyes, and even his breathing became extremely rapid in an instant. "Mo Tianying, this is true, the legendary immortal monument really appeared in the continent of God's domain." Chapter 2309, Human Imperial City Change. Mo Tianying said with a positive expression, "Don't worry, I have seen the immortal monument with my own eyes, and there will never be any fakes." When many demon kings heard this, they all began to become eager. Since the legendary immortal steel has appeared, it is imperative to fully attack the continent of God's domain. Yes, the legendary immortal steel has the mystery of becoming immortal. Those great powers of cultivating immortals back then were all fighting for the immortal steel. We must get it. It shouldn't be too late. Immediately order a full-scale attack on God's domain continent. Only the 3-eyed demon king who has always been cautious frowned and said, "Everyone, the immortal monument is important, but I still don't approve of attacking God's domain continent. Everything will be discussed after Lord Demon wakes up." Since they failed to invade the continent of God's domain that year, their void demon race never gave birth to a demon emperor level figure. Until this life, the void demon race finally gave birth to a demon emperor. Now the Lord of the Devil is in a critical period of breakthrough. Once the breakthrough, Lord Demon Emperor can surpass the peak of the 9th order void demon god, which is the tribulation period in the cultivating universe, and become a strong man in the Mahayana period, which is comparable to the dominance of the gods. With the cultivation base of Lord Demon Emperor, to attack the god realm continent where there are no strong masters in the dominating realm today, wouldn't it be possible to capture it? The strength of their void demon race is not much stronger than that of God's domain continent. If you attack rashly, the possibility of losing again is extremely high. Even if they can successfully invade God's domain continent, I'm afraid they will have to pay a very heavy price. Although it is indeed the safest way to wait for Lord Demon Emperor to wake up, there are too many variables in the immortal steel, and we must stop when we decide. Mo Tianying waved his hand, and said in a solemn voice, "Follow the old rules, let's vote together. I agree to launch an all-out attack on God's domain continent immediately." "I agree." In just the blink of an eye, except for the 3-eyed demon king, the other 6 demon kings all agreed to the decision of Mo Tianying. Seeing this, the 3-eyed demon sighed helplessly in his heart. The legendary monument is too attractive. Even these powerful demon kings in the clan have begun to lose their minds because of the appearance of the immortal monument. If this is the case, then pass the order on, so that all the void devil's nest leading to the god's domain continent will immediately break through the seal and invade the god's domain continent with all its strength. Mo Tianying didn't hesitate anymore, and made a decision directly. A demon king hesitated and said, "How do you deal with the battle against the Devil City?" "Don't worry about them for now. As long as we don't move, those divine King Zhouzhangtian guys in War Devil City will not dare to act rashly." Mo Tianying's eyes flickered, and she sneered, if they dare to make any changes, it's when I am waiting for God's domain continent. And at the same time when the 8 demon kings of the void demon race were discussing to attack the continent of God's domain, Jiang Chen returned directly from the Qingluan clan to the Eastern Ji clan. Jiang Chen, why did you come back so soon? Ji Xuanyi looked at Jiang Chen, who appeared in front of her, and a look of doubt appeared in her eyes. Jiang Chen faintly smiled. The trouble of the void demon race in the eastern region has been completely resolved, and I will naturally come back. Is this solved so soon? Rao already knew that he was pressing Zhang Zan in the palace of the human emperor and became the heir of the emperor. Ji Xuanyi still couldn't help taking a breath. This time, the void demon race and void demon god level powerhouse who invaded the eastern region were no less than 10. Among them, the strongest is the 7th order void demon god. Such a powerful force could be solved by Jiang Chen so easily, shouldn't it be so exaggerated? Patriarch Ji, the crisis of the eastern region has been resolved, and I am also going to return to the central region. The Ji clan of the eastern region is originally a member of the human palace. If you are willing, you can return to the human palace. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Don't worry, with me, no one in the palace of human emperor can move you. Well, after your mother comes out of the ancestral land, the eastern Ji clan will return to the human palace. Ji Xuanyi heard Jiang Chen's words, and his eyes were extremely excited. Their persistence of the Ji clan of the eastern territory was finally not in vain, and now they can finally return to the palace of human sovereign. After talking with Ji Xuanyi for a while, Jiang Chen found the master ancient profound Tao and asked him to move the ancient spirit god sect to the central region. After doing all this, Jiang Chen did not intend to stay too much in the eastern region, and was preparing to leave for the central region. The suffering of the void demon race in the eastern territory is just the beginning. If he expected it well, I am afraid that it will not be long before God's domain continent will face a full-scale invasion of the void demon race as it did in the past. He must solve the hidden dangers in the palace of the human emperor, heir the throne of the emperor, and completely control the palace of the human emperor. Once the void demon race fully descended on the continent of God's domain, what would he use to compete with the void demon race? Above the azure sky, Jiang Chen walked in the air with his hands under his hands, flashing quickly in the direction of Zhongyu all the way. Jiang Chen seemed to sense something. Immediately after moving his palm, a piece of golden ancient jade emerged from his palm, and Zhang Wuya's illusory figure was also slowly condensed from the golden ancient jade. This golden ancient jade was given to Jiang Chen by Zhang Wuya, and it retained Zhang Wuya's spiritual knowledge so that he could get in touch with Jiang Chen at any time. Father, you are suddenly so anxious to contact me, did the human emperor palace change? Looking at Zhang Wuya's illusory figure, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lift up a slight smile. Yes, not long ago, there should have been 3 divine kings and 7 heavenly powerhouses in the human imperial city. The aura of the powers disappeared. If I expected it to be right, 9 out of 10 of these 3 people should have come for you. Chen'er, tell me where you are now, and I will come to you immediately. Zhang Wuya's face was solemn and authentic. Although Jiang Chen's combat power was extraordinary, he already had at least a strength comparable to that of the divine king 7th heaven. But it would be very dangerous to face the 3 powerful 7 heavenly kings with 1 enemy against 3. Father, if those 3 people are really here for me, they must be fully prepared. If I expected it well, you shouldn't have a chance to get out of the palace of humans now. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, although the 3 divine kings and 7th heavenly powerhouses are a bit tricky, they may not be able to win me. Chen'er, the old folks in the 7th heaven of the God King Palace are not simple. You must not be careless. Zhang Wuya quickly reminded, I understand, father can rest assured. Jiang Chen nodded, cut off the connection with Zhang Wuya, and looked directly in the direction of Jiatian. If the 3 divine kings' 7-fold innocence wanted to do something against him, the forbidden area between the eastern region and the central region, Jiatian, would undoubtedly be an excellent location. Chapter 2310, Intercepted. Between the east region and the central region, a huge river continuously rushed and roared on the God's domain continent. Here is the dividing line between the eastern region and the middle region, and it is also the famous forbidden area on the God's territory continent, Tianhe. Jiatian is extremely dangerous, and those who are not strong in the divine king realm cannot enter it. Even some low-level divine king realm powerhouses, entering the range of Jiatian, still have the risk of falling. For the powerhouse above the 7th heaven of God King, the dangerous environment of Jiatian is nothing at all. Above a void in the center of Jiatian, 3 figures hide quietly in the void. These 3 figures are not others, but Jiang Tianjin and other 3 divine King's 7th heavenly powerhouses who have appeared in the human emperor's trial. Jiang Tianjin, are we really going to intercept Jiang Chen here? Once we make a move, I'm afraid we really have no turning back. The 7th heavenly king of the Night clan said hesitantly. Although the Yi clan had contributed to the huge benefits, he had not actually participated in it. Now he is obviously not willing to wade in the muddy water. If only Jiang Chen can be intercepted successfully. Once it fails, the consequences may be unimaginable. That kid has completely inherited the talent of the one a million years ago. If he is not intercepted today, no one can stop him from becoming a human emperor. At that time, if he pursues what happened in the past, neither you nor me will end well. Jiang Tianjin said with gloomy eyes, "Don't worry, although that kid is very strong, but if the 3 of us take action, he is also destined to be difficult to fly." The 3 of us disappeared from the imperial city. Zhang Wuya will definitely be aware of it. This matter must be arranged early. Another Ji clan, censored, King Qizhongtian looked indifferent and authentic. What happened back then? The Ji clan in the central region played a not a glorious role. Especially him, it can be said that he was one of the culprits of that incident, and Jiang Chen was destined to be unable to be good. The only thing he can do now is to do his best to intercept Jiang Chen here, so that he will never have a chance to return to the throne of the heir to the palace. I have already thought of this. I have made arrangements in the imperial city. Zhang Wuya will not have the opportunity to get out of the imperial city. Jiang Tianjin said confidently and authentically. Don't worry, you too, this time I also brought the Jiang clan's artifact Forbidden God Blade, which can limit the kid's strength and kill him as just a breeze. Hearing that Jiang Tianjin not only made arrangements, but also brought the Forbidden God Blade, the Ji clan God King 7th Heaven was also relieved a lot. Now they can be said to have occupied the right time and place. As long as Jiang Chen dares to appear, they will definitely die. Above the endless void, Jiang Chen walked all the way, and soon came to the outside of Jidian. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of Jiatian. His figure didn't stop at all, and he stepped directly into the sky above Jiatian. With Jiang Chen's current strength, the wind tunnel above the Tianhe River had no effect on him. He just walked slowly above Jiatian. Jiang Chen stepped forward in vain, then raised his head and looked at a void thousands of feet away, and said indifferently, Jiang Tianjin, since you are already here, why not show up? As Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, the 3 figures slowly emerged from the void of space. These 3 silhouettes are surprisingly the 3 divine kings and 7 heavenly powerhouses who appeared in the human emperor's trial at the beginning. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of Jiang Tianjin, and the corners of his mouth could not help but set off a cold arc. You want to kill me like this? Jiang Tianjin's eyes were extremely cold. If you don't kill you, wait for you to become the emperor and deal with me in turn. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Now the void demon race is about to make a comeback. I actually don't want to go into the things that happened back then. You just stop here, maybe it's still too late. Do you think I will believe what you say? Jiang Tianjin stared at Jiang Chen murderously. Stop talking nonsense, today this section of Tianhe is destined to be your burial place. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind and looked at the 3 of them proudly. You are so confident that you can kill me. Since I dare to come, I am fully prepared, so today you will definitely die. When Jiang Tianjin spoke, the palm of his hand violently moved, and a weapon that looked like a sword but not a sword, or a sword but not a sword, suddenly emerged from the top of Jiang Chen's head, and then condensed an enchantment, enclosing Jiang Chen's whole body by a few hundred meters, all shrouded in it. Jiang Chen, this is my Jiang clan's divine weapon Forbidden Divine Blade, which can limit the great power of the censored King Realm powerhouse, and weaken your strength by at least 30%. Jiang Tianjin couldn't help but smiled wildly with a smug expression. I want to see how you can compete with us under the limitation of the Forbidden God Blade. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Then you can try it. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, one can naturally feel that there is a strange energy on this so-called Forbidden God Blade, which can suppress the great power of the powerful God King realm. Since cultivating the Azure Emperor longevity art, the sword power in Jiang Chen's body has been baptized by this immortal skill, which is no longer the ordinary power of the Tao. The influence of this Forbidden God Blade on him is almost negligible. Jiang Tianjin snorted coldly, and did not rush to do it. When Jiang Chen fought Jiang Zan in the palace of the human emperor, his strength was even comparable to that of the God King 8th Heaven, which was not so easy to deal with. As long as Jiang Chen stayed in the barrier of the Forbidden God Blade, the more he was suppressed. What he has to do now is to delay time. The longer time passes, the more favorable the situation will be for them. Jiang Chen naturally saw Jiang Tianjin's idea at a glance, but he didn't care. He turned his gaze and looked directly at the Ji clan's divine king 7th heavenly powerhouse. You should be Ji Tonghua. I heard that 1,000,000 years ago, you were one of the masterminds. The Ji clan god king 7th heaven smiled sternly. Boy, your ending today is doomed. Only when he was just halfway through his words, Jiang Chen flipped his hand and struck Ji Tonghua across the air with an ancient seal of opening the sky. This seal didn't give Ji Tonghua any chance to react. It hit Ji Tonghua's body suddenly, exploding half of his body, and countless golden, censored blood spurted out, and the blood filled the sky. I saw that Ji Tonghua's body also flew upside down for dozens of miles in an instant, smashing the void along the way into a huge space crack. Just relying on your cultivation base in the early stage of the 7th heavenly king of the mere trivial king, I really don't know where the courage came to kill me. Jiang Chen Yian severely wounded Ji Tonghua, and his expression was extremely indifferent. He stood proudly with his hands behind him, without a trace of aura, but the pressure was all over the audience, and the king was 9 days away, making Jiang Tianjin and the other Night Clan powerhouse look horrified in an instant. Chapter 2311, Sword/Jiang Tianjin. Jiang Tianjin, what the censored is going on? Why does your Jiang clan's forbidden god blade have no effect on him? Ji Tonghua was embarrassed to stabilize the body that was almost destroyed by Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Jiang Tianjin's complexion is also hard to see the extreme. The forbidden god blade is a special artifact of the Jiang clan. Even if it is the 7th heavenly king of the god king, once it is shrouded by the power of the forbidden god blade, its strength will be reduced by 30%. Now that Jiang Chen is under the forbidden god blade, it seems that he has not been affected at all. One move has severely damaged Ji Tonghua of the 7th heaven of God King. This son's strength is a bit weird, let's take action together. Jiang Tianjin's expression was frightened, and the aura of the middle of the 7th heaven of the censored king burst out with all his strength. Ji Tonghua on the other side also didn't care about the injuries on his body, and tried to kill Jiang Tianjin with all his strength. Only the 7th heavenly king of the Night Clan hesitated for a while, and didn't make a direct shot. Seeing this scene, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth could not help but a strange arc was raised. The 3 people in front of them are all 7 heavenly powerhouses of the God King. If the 3 of them directly attacked him from the beginning, it might still cause him some trouble. Now one was hit hard by him, and the other had no intention of taking action at all. With Jiang Tianjin alone, what can he do? The Azure Emperor longevity art in Jiang Chen swiftly urged, and the golden ancient sword in his hand soared into the sky, as if a sword broke through the immortal gate. In the fairy gate, a cyan phantom that looked like a peerless sword immortal was cut out at the distance between Jiang Tianjin and Jiang Tianjin. When this sword fell, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Jiang Tianjin's pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant, and the whole person only felt that he was enveloped by a shadow of death, and the heavenly avenue of the king was also condensed behind it. As soon as his divine king avenue had condensed, the sword light that fell down was shattered into nothingness. At that moment, the world was silent. The entire sky above Jyatian seemed to be plunged into an eternal silence. But the next moment, there was a sudden crackling sound from Jiang Tianjin's body, and countless brilliant sword auras directly penetrated through Jiang Tianjin's body, leaving countless strange blood-colored holes in his body. Jiang Tianjin didn't even utter a scream, and his whole body burst into countless pieces out of thin air together with his soul. Jiang Chen killed Jiang Tianjin with a single sword, but his expression was extremely indifferent. This Jiang Tianjin's strength is almost the same as that of the Dark Wing Peng clan ancestor Upodian. When he was still at the pinnacle of the 4 heavens of the God King, with the help of the Azure Emperor's sword, he almost clicked and killed Upodian. Now that his cultivation has reached the middle stage of the God King's 5th heaven, he is fully capable of using the Azure Emperor's sword. Even if the average God King in the 8th heaven powerhouse have to retreat, can Jiang Tianjin be able to resist it? Seeing that Jiang Tianjin was smashed into nothingness by Jiang Chen's sword, the expression of Ji assimilated into nothingness in an instant. Where did he dare to hesitate, and quickly turned into an afterimage, hurriedly fleeing in the direction of Zhongyu. How could Jiang Chen give Ji Tonghua a chance to escape? The soles of his feet suddenly stared in the void, and the human swords merged into one, turning into a bright golden sword light, and Ji assimilated to pieces in the blink of an eye. After lightly slashing the two divine king's seventh heavenly powers, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the Night Clan powerhouse. He looked at the strong Night Clan standing still, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why didn't you just take action? Your strength is far beyond my expectation. Even if I make a move, it is nothing more than self-inflicted bullying. The powerful Yi clan smiled bitterly. Millions of years ago, although the Yi clan had contributed to the situation because of some benefits, he did not really participate in it. If you really want to pursue it, I will bear everything. Please don't embarrass the Yi clan. You are much smarter than those two old guys, and you made a very correct choice. Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a faint look at the powerful Night Clan, and immediately turned into a sword light, and disappeared into the sky above Jiatian. Looking at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, the Night Clan expert couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. This son has grown up, and I am afraid that no one in the palace of the emperor can stop his heir to the throne. I don't know whether the appearance of this new emperor is a blessing or a curse for the palace of human emperor. Shaking his head, the Night Clan powerhouse didn't think much anymore. His figure flashed, and he quickly disappeared above Jiatian. Since Jiang Chen will become the 62nd generation of the human emperor in all likelihood, the Yi clan should give full support to Jiang Chen in order to stabilize his position in the human emperor. And when Jiang Chen was intercepted by Jiang Tianjin and others, People's Imperial City, Jiang Clan, and the courtyard where Jiang Wuya is located. Jiang Wuya looked at the rickety and skinny old man in black on the stone bench in the center of the courtyard with an extremely ugly expression. Elder Thousand Souls, it seems that they really have paid a lot of money, and they have invited you all out. Jiang Qianyun, this is the only eighth heaven old monster of the Jiang clan on the continent of God's domain. It hasn't been seen for many years. Jiang Wuya obviously didn't expect it either. In order to prevent him from supporting Jiang Chen, those people even found this old fellow. According to Jiang Wuya, Jiang Qianyun has always been very upright. If Jiang Qianyun hadn't disappeared in the palace of human emperor for a while, maybe that change would not have happened. Now Jiang Qianyun suddenly appeared to prevent him from rescuing Jiang Chen, which also made Jiang Wuya feel a little weird in his heart. The old man thinks that he is a half-hearted person, and he shouldn't be nosy, but he owed a favor in the past and has to come today. Jiang Qianyun shook his head, then looked at Jiang Wuya and said, Jiang Hengtian, you can stay with the old man in this courtyard, the old man will not embarrass you. Jiang Wuya's figure couldn't help but suddenly shocked. Do you know who I am? Jiang Hengtian was exactly the name of his last life, but he didn't expect this old guy to call it out in one fell swoop. I can vaguely guess one or two. Jiang Qianyun lightly sighed. Back then, the old man couldn't get away because of some things. I'm sorry for what happened in the palace of human beings. When Jiang Wuya heard this, his expression couldn't help but become anxious. In that case, why did Elder Thousand Soul come to stop me this time? Jiang Qianyun smiled slightly and said, I am here to stop you this time. In addition to repaying a favor, I also want to see if your son Jiang Hengtian can shoulder the heavy responsibility of the emperor. Jiang Wuya was taken aback for a moment. What does the elder mean? In fact, I am quite optimistic about him. This is also a test for me. Jiang Qianyun smiled and said, as long as Jiang Chen can come back safe and sound this time, he will be the new generation of human emperor. Chapter 2312, The 62nd Emperor. Hearing Jiang Qianhun's words, Jiang Wuya was also slightly relieved. Jiang Qianyun came to stop him today, but it seemed that he was not really trying to help Jiang Tianjin and the others deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Wuya's brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. Elder Thousand Souls, your test is really extraordinary. In order to deal with Jiang Chen this time, Jiang Tianjin has gathered 3 Divine King's 7 heavenly powers. Jiang Qianyun asked faintly, actually, when Jiang Chen went to the eastern region, you could go with him. Why did you give up in the end? Jiang Wuya was silent for a while and said, this is Jiang Chen's idea. He said that only in this way can he control the human emperor palace faster. He was right. The human emperor palace today is no longer the former human emperor palace. If you don't rectify it, even if he becomes the emperor of humanity, it will be difficult for him to truly control the palace of human emperor. This time it might be an opportunity for him. If you care about it, it's messed up. Your son is more difficult than you think. If he has all the cards in his hand, I'm afraid I might not be able to get anything cheap in his hands. Jiang Qianyun shook his head, then looked at the game of chess on the stone table in front of him, and said with a smile, "Accompany me to the next game of chess, and wait with peace of mind." Jiang Wuya took a deep breath and immediately sat down in front of Jiang Qianyun. This is the end of the matter. If Jiang Qianyun is determined not to let him take action, he will never have the opportunity to leave this courtyard. It has been a long time since Jiang Tianjin and the others disappeared in the imperial city. Even if he wants to support Jiang Chen now, it may not be too late. Jiang Wuya didn't think too much anymore, and settled down because of Jiang Qianhun's game. Holding a Heitzi who was about to fall Jiang Qianyun, he suddenly froze in midair. Jiang Wuya's eyes flashed slightly. "Elder Thousand Souls, is there any news?" Jiang Qianyun nodded and slowly said, "Just not long ago, Jiang Tianjin's soul card left. By the Jiang clan has been broken. Jiang Tianjin dead." Hearing this, Jiang Wuya couldn't help but feel slightly happy. Although he also knew that Jiang Chen was already extremely powerful now, but when he learned that Jiang Tianjin had summoned 3 Divine King's 7th heavenly powers to deal with Jiang Chen, he still couldn't help but worry. Now that Jiang Tianjin has fallen, it means that Jiang Chen's crisis has been lifted. The news came even faster than I expected. It seems that I still underestimate that guy. The Void Demon race returns to the Divine Region continent, and the Divine Region continent will be in chaos. It is also time for our human emperor palace to have a human emperor. Jiang Qianhun's voice fell, and his figure disappeared into the courtyard out of thin air in a flash. At the same time, the people of Wangdian Ji clan, many high-level Ji people, including Ji Chenny, gathered in the main hall for discussion, and the atmosphere in the main hall seemed particularly solemn. Everyone, just now, the assimilation ancestor's soul card was shattered. I don't know how long it took. Ji Xuanying, the patriarch of the Ji clan, finally broke the tranquility in the hall, and said with a heavy face. When many Ji clan seniors heard this, their expressions couldn't help but suddenly change. "Patriarch, how is this possible? Are you sure you are not mistaken?" An elder of the Ji clan was full of incredible expressions in his eyes. This time they intercepted Jiang Chen, and their ancestor Ji of the Ji clan assimilated, but they joined forces with the other 2 Divine King's 7th heavenly powers. The 3 great kings and 7 heavenly powerhouses intercepted Jiang Chen, and now their ancestors have fallen. So no matter how strong Jiang Chen is, it shouldn't be possible to be so strong, right? Ji Xuanying slowly said, "Of course I didn't make a mistake. I just got the news that Jiang Tianjin of the Jiang clan has also broken his soul card. Jiang Tianjin of the Jiang family has also fallen." The expressions of many Ji clan high levels suddenly became horrified. The 3 great kings and 7 heavenly powerhouses intercepted and killed Jiang Chen, and now 2 of them have fallen. It seemed that this interception was a complete failure. "Patriarch, this interception failed. Once Jiang Chen returns to the human emperor city, he will definitely ascend to the human emperor. What should we do now?" Some senior Ji clan officials were obviously panicked. "What else can I do? Surrender." Ji Xuanying's eyes changed uncertainly for a while. The Ji clan fully supports Jiang Chen to become the emperor, and he immediately sent people to recall the members of the Eastern Ji clan. In those days, the Ji clan in the central region played no glorious role. Now that Jiang Chen has become the emperor of humanity, it is inevitable to take charge of the palace of human emperor, and the Ji clan of the central region can only surrender. I'm afraid there will be no place for their Ji clan in this imperial city. Outside the imperial city, a black-clothed young man standing with his hands slowly stepped into the sky from the sky. The black-clothed youth naturally rushed back to Jiang Chen in the imperial city after solving Jiang Tianjin and the others. Jiang Chen slowly walking in the air paused slightly, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at a place in the void. A thin and slender old man appeared directly in his sight. Looking at this thin old man who appeared suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but condensed slightly. This thin old man has a rickety figure with no breath in his whole body, looking like an ordinary old man with a dying year. Jiang Chen knew very well that the thin old man in front of him was definitely a very terrifying existence, and his cultivation level might have reached at least the 8th heaven of God King. Even among all the powerhouses Jiang Chen has seen, apart from the unfathomable Moon God Palace Master, I am afraid that only the 8th layer Elder Yu Li from the Moon God Palace can match him. Senior came to kill me too. Jiang Chen looked up at the thin old man in front of him, his expression extremely calm. Naturally not, let alone I don't have the ability to kill you. The thin old man smiled slightly. Old man Jiang Qianyun specially came to meet the 62nd Emperor of the Human Emperor Palace. Soon I will invite many forces from the Divine Region continent to participate in the Human Emperor ceremony. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, there is no need to hold a ceremony for the Emperor, just tell it directly, there is not so much time. When Jiang Qianyun heard Jiang Chen's words, he suddenly couldn't help showing a look of confusion. Jiang Chen said solemnly, if I expected it to be right, the Void Demon race is about to invade God's domain continent. I don't want to waste time on this matter. Jiang Qianyun nodded, and immediately disappeared in front of Jiang Chen in a flash. A piece of news that shocked countless top forces also quickly swept the entire God's domain continent. In the palace of the Human Emperor, Jiang Chen was established as the 62nd Emperor of the Human Emperor. Chapter 2313, Void Demon Explosions. As soon as this news broke out on the God's domain continent, countless forces were immediately in an uproar. The Palace of Human Emperor, this is the superpower that once dominated the continent of God's domain. Although today's Human Emperor Palace is no longer what it used to be, especially after losing the Human Emperor, the Human Emperor Palace is even more torn apart, no longer the grandeur of the past. As the saying goes, the dead camel is bigger than the horse. Today's Palace of Human Emperor, in the continent of God's domain, is still enough to make any party fear it. When the news that the Human Sovereign Palace supported the Human Sovereign spread in God's domain continent, it naturally caused a great sensation. Especially when many people saw that the Human Emperor supported by the Human Emperor Palace was not the first arrogant Zhang Zan of the Human Emperor Palace, but a fellow named Jiang Chen, the expression was even more shocked. Who is this Jiang Chen, who is able to crush Zhang Zan, the number one arrogant of the Imperial Palace, and the heir of the Imperial Palace? Your news is too backward, right? You don't even know who Jiang Chen is. This kid is a new and peerless evildoer from the Gods' domain continent. He was once in the ancient gods and Phoenix clan. He defeated the 10 great arrogances with the strength of the cultivation of the heavenly realm. Long Juhan. Not long ago, this guy even flattened the Darkwing Peng clan and defeated the Darkwing Peng clan old man Upodian. Yes, this son's level of enchantment has even surpassed Jian Wuxin, and he is hailed as the world's first genius in the Divine Region continent. But I didn't expect that he was also a member of the Human Sovereign Palace, and he also inherited the Human Sovereign position. Human Emperor Palace, this is about to rise again. For a time, almost the entire God's domain continent had a lot of discussions about the establishment of the new emperor in the Human Emperor Palace. Many forces from the God's domain continent have even sent envoys to congratulate them. The news that Jiang Chen became the 62nd Human Emperor in the Human Emperor Palace did not last long in the God's domain continent, and was completely covered up by another shocking news. The Void Demon race has fully invaded the mainland of God's domain. Back then, the Void Demon race invaded the continent of God's domain and established countless Void Demon nests that directly connected to the continent of God's domain. After the defeat of the Void Demon race, God's domain continent failed to destroy these Void Demon nests, and could only seal these Void Demon nests one by one and send people to guard them. These places where the Void Demons are sealed are also known as the Forbidden Areas of Demons. Not long after Jiang Chen became the Human Emperor, the Demon Suppression Forbidden Land on the God's Domain continent broke out almost at the same time, breaking through the seal one after another and appearing on the God's Domain continent. The situation in the entire God's Domain continent has become chaotic, with killings all over the place. As the former overlord-level power of God's domain continent, the Palace of Human Beings naturally guarded a forbidden area of demons, and it was also the largest forbidden area of demons. It was also because of the huge forbidden area for suppressing demons, and the seal was relatively strong, and it was not broken by the void demons for a while. The main hall of the People's Palace. After Jiang Chen received the news of the void demon race's outbreak, he also quickly summoned the patriarchs of the various races of the Human Emperor Palace to come to discuss. I think everyone knows the news that the Void Demon race once again invaded God's domain continent. Now that the Demon Suppression Forbidden Area in the Divine Region continent has erupted, I don't know who is guarding the Demon Suppression Forbidden Area guarded by the Imperial Palace of our people. What is the change? Jiang Chen took the top spot. His eyes swept slightly over the patriarchs of all races, and the faint voice resounded in the hall. Although the void demon race is now erupting, and the divine realm continent is in chaos, Jiang Chen has no time to take care of it all night. He must first solve the forbidden area of suppression demon guarded by the palace of human emperors. This forbidden place for suppressing demons was once one of the most important strongholds of the void demon race. Among the void demon nests, there were a large number of powerful void demon races. Once this forbidden area is broken, the situation will probably be even more dangerous for God's domain continent. Enlighten the Emperor, the forbidden land of demons is currently guarded by my Knight clan. Recently, the forbidden land of demons has fluctuated greatly. According to my estimation, it can be as long as 10 days and as short as 3 days. The seal of the forbidden land will be sealed by the void demon. The clan broke through. The head of the Yi clan hurriedly stood up and said, Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said directly and decisively, immediately concentrate the power of the human emperor Hall on the forbidden area of demon suppression, ready to fight at any time. Human emperor, I'm afraid we have to contact the War Demon Alliance for this matter. With our human emperor palace, I'm afraid it may not be able to withstand the void demon race. A patriarch hesitated slightly. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, don't worry, I have my own arrangements for this. You can go down and prepare as soon as possible. Many patriarchs heard Jiang Chen's order and didn't say much. They all left the human emperor hall one after another to prepare to fight the void demon race. Only Jiang Chen and Jiang Wuya were left in the hall. Father, I'll leave the matter of suppressing demons' forbidden land to you for the time being. I may have to leave human imperial city for a while. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly spoke to Jiang Wuya. Are you going to the War Demon Alliance for help? Jiang Wuya frowned slightly and said, now that the demon suppression forbidden areas in the God's domain continent are erupting, and the War Demon Alliance is exhausted, I am afraid it may not be possible to send anyone to help us. I know, so I didn't plan to go to the War Demon Alliance. Jiang Chen smiled slightly before telling Jiang Wuya about his experience in the ancient god burial realm. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, an incredible shock appeared on Jiang Wuya's face. What are you talking about? The Moon God Palace, the ruling power of the ancient times, has been preserved from the ancient times. Yes, the Moon God Palace was retained by the Lord of the Moon with great supernatural powers. The Moon God Palace Lord, at least, is already a peerless powerhouse of the God King Nine Heavens. So, I plan to go to the ancient realm of burial of the gods and ask Moon God Palace to do it. The void demon race is powerful, with 8 demon kings, 36 elders, and 72 leaders. The forbidden area of demon suppression guarded by the human emperor palace is the most important void demon nest of the void demon race, and it must have the most powerful people. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how much he had to say, no matter what, it was simply not something they could handle. He now wants to find a helper. The best way is to go to the ancient land of the burial of the gods and ask the Moon God Palace to do it. The Moon God Palace is a force that has been preserved since ancient times, and its strength can be described as unfathomable. The powerful strength of the Moon God Palace Lord's divine King Zhoujiangtian alone is almost invincible in today's God Realm continent. If they can get help from the Moon God Palace, it will undoubtedly be much easier for them to defeat the void demon race. Jiang Wuya didn't waste any time, and said directly, okay, you go back quickly, try to get back as soon as possible. I am afraid that the suppression of the forbidden land will not last too long. Don't worry, I will go back as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and his figure flashed out of thin air, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Wuya. Chapter 2314. Goodbye Lord of the Moon God Palace. After Jiang Chen left human imperial city, he rushed towards the ancient burial region with all his strength. Jiang Chen occasionally encountered some void demon races raging in the God's domain continent, and couldn't help but solve them. Jiang Chen has never encountered a large area of void demon race. After some inquiries, Jiang Chen also had a certain understanding of the current situation in God's domain continent. Before the outbreak of the void demon race, the War Demon Alliance had already discovered the abnormal movement of the void demon race, and almost every demon suppression forbidden area was sent to guard. Although it failed to prevent the void demon race from breaking through the seal, it did not allow the void demon race to appear in a large number of God's domain continent. Except when the void demon race just broke the seal, a small part of the void demon race entered the God's domain continent. Most of the void demon race were temporarily resisted. It seems that the situation is much better than I thought. After Jiang Chen learned of the situation in God's domain continent, he was also slightly relieved. Although the Void Demon race is powerful, with 72 leaders and 36 elders, the 100 strongest on the list of the most powerful gods in the gods' domain continent are not vegetarians. Even if it is slightly inferior to the Void Demon race, at least it can delay the time for the Void Demon race to sweep the divine domain continent a bit, and buy him a certain amount of time. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated now, and flew towards the ancient god-burying realm as quickly as possible. With Jiang Chen's current speed, he could cross a distance of millions of miles almost instantly. Jiang Chen crossed most of the middle domain and appeared directly in the ancient, censored, buried domain. Following the route in his memory, Jiang Chen quickly came to the place where the Moon God Palace was. He looked up at the quiet and peaceful Moon God Palace in front of him, and could not help but said in a deep voice, "Palace Master, Jiang Chen came to see him, please show up." As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a Palace Master woman who was like a Moon Palace fairy also slammed down in front of Jiang Chen, and a cold voice resounded directly in the air. "Boy, why are you looking for this palace?" Jiang Chen said with a respectful face. "I want to see xianxia next time, but I also hope that I can get help from the Palace Master." "Relax, with the help of the Moon God Stone, she has successfully evolved into the lunar divine body, and is now accepting the inheritance of my Moon God Palace. You will not see her for the time being." The Lord of the Moon God Palace said indifferently, "Tell me about you coming to see me, this palace will see if I can help you." Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment, and hurriedly explained the current situation of God's domain continent to the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace. He couldn't help but solemnly clasped his fist to the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace and said, "Palace Master, the power of the God Realm continent nowadays may not be able to cope with the invasion of the Void Demon race, and hope that the Moon God Palace can help." The Lord of the Moon God Palace was silent for a moment when he heard the words. She slowly said, "Sorry, I am afraid that the Moon God Palace can't help you with this." Jiang Chen couldn't help but froze for a moment, could not help hurriedly said, "Palace Lord." Before Jiang Chen could finish, the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace directly waved his hand and interrupted Jiang Chen. "Not what you think. Since the Void Demon race is the remnant left by the immortal Cultivation universe, the Moon God Palace should help, but the Moon God Palace cannot be born at all now. At the beginning, Yu Li went to look for girl xianxia, it was a great price." Jiang Chen couldn't help but a stunned look appeared in his eyes. "Palace Master, why is this?" Although the Moon God Palace was preserved by Lord Moon God with the supreme supernatural powers, it does not belong to this era at all. It will be rejected by heaven and cannot leave the Moon God Palace for too long. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao in God's domain is extremely weak now, otherwise Yu Li would not be able to come back alive. If you want the Moon God Palace to be born, unless you can find the God Realm Heavenly Tao, let the Moon God Palace be recognized by the Heavenly Tao." The Lord of the Moon God Palace explained lightly. The Moon God Palace was originally a force that experienced the Great Tribulation of the ancients. It shouldn't be a big problem for them to help deal with the Void Demon race, but it was unexpected that the Moon God Palace would not be born. This simply broke his plan completely. As for the search for the heavenly way of the God Realm and the approval of the heavenly way for the Moon God Palace, it was obviously a little unrealistic for a while. Not to mention that he didn't know where God's domain Heavenly Tao was hidden. Even if he knew it, it would not be easy to get the Moon God Palace to be recognized by God's domain and Heavenly Tao. The Moon God Palace has been preserved since the ancient times. It was originally in existence that violated the laws of the Heavenly Tao. How easy is it to get the approval of the God's domain and Heavenly Tao? It seems that it is impossible for the Moon God Palace to take action against the Void Demon race. Just as Jiang Chen sighed in his heart, a token that made Jiang Chen familiar with it appeared directly in front of him out of thin air. "This is the last moon censored order in my palace. If you encounter a crisis, my palace can come across the air to help you, and my palace can only help you get here." Jiang Chen quickly took over the Moon God order and said with joy, "Thank you Palace Master." Jiang Chen didn't know how strong the Moon God Palace Master was. However, with Jiang Chen's current strength, the Palace Master of the Moon God Palace still gave him an unfathomable feeling. With this moon-censored order, he was equivalent to having a God King 9-layer powerhouse to help him, which was worthwhile. God's domain Heavenly Tao, you must find a way to find it as soon as possible, at least to find it before the Void Demon race. Once the Void Demon race finds the divine domain Heavenly Tao, the divine domain is the real danger. At this moment, the voice of the palace master of Moon God Palace resounded in Jiang Chen's ear again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. What does the palace lord mean? The Tao of Heaven is the foundation of one universe. Once the Tao of Heaven disappears, this universe will gradually go toward destruction. The cosmic level war that year lasted for a long, long time. At the beginning of God's domain, it was actually not at an absolute disadvantage. Later, the people of the Shushan universe found the God's domain and heavenly Tao, and severely inflicted it, so that the God's domain would become where it is today. The subject of the Moon God Palace is surprisingly authentic. It seems that he not only has to deal with the void demon race, but also find a way to find God's domain heavenly Tao as soon as possible. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. Jiang Chen is leaving first. Jiang Chen slowly took a deep breath, and immediately saluted the palace master of the Moon God Palace, and his figure disappeared in a flash. I didn't expect this son to have the fortune of heaven and earth. It's a pity that God's domain is too weak now. I don't know if he can lead God's domain and resist this world's catastrophe. The Lord of the Moon God Palace looked at the place where Jiang Chen had disappeared, and couldn't help muttering to himself, and immediately disappeared into the Moon God Palace in a flash.